Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter was the strongest wizard ever? Here's a quick glimpse. Harry awakens incredible magical abilities that surpass every witch and wizard of his era. Instead of relying on luck or prophecy, he masters ancient spells, forgotten magic, and unimaginable power through relentless training and wisdom. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. On Harry's way to his destination, he suffered through what was becoming a regular thing, where he had people looking at him like he was an animal in a cage. He also had the unfortunate pleasure of coming across the same Hufflepuff from earlier. "Oi Potter, remember me?" he said with a grin. The other students in the hallway that knew what had happened before grinned in anticipation, while those that didn't simply watched with interest. "Do I remember you?" Harry smiled as he looked at him. Can't say I do. I don't make a habit of remembering every dumbass I see." "What do you say?" the Hufflepuff demanded. "You might want to get that hearing looked at," Harry said with fake concern. "Don't mess with me, Potter," the Hufflepuff warned. "You remember what happened last time?" "I can't say that I do," Harry said just before his smile disappeared. "Why don't you try again so we can see?" "Ha!" the Hufflepuff laughed along with his friends before he walked towards Harry. "You want it so bad? Fine, come on," Harry said with a quick shrug of his shoulder. The Hufflepuff threw a punch. Harry stepped to the side, then responded with a jab to his face. The Hufflepuff stumbled back as the crowd gasped. The Hufflepuff looked furious. He roared and tried to throw another punch. This time Harry ducked low and got on his knees before he responded with his own punch. However, Harry did not aim for the face or the stomach. The Hufflepuff cried out in pain and bent over, while many males in the audience gave him a sympathetic wince. Harry sighed before he removed his hand away from between the Hufflepuff's legs. He stood up and gave the Hufflepuff a small tap on the shoulder before he pushed him so hit a wall head first. "Anyone else?" Harry asked, pulling out his wand. "It's funny, you all don't look so brave now when I decide to fight back." "Ha!" someone laughed. Everyone turned to see Mad-Eye Moody. Professor Moody, the current Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and ex-Auror, walked towards Harry. He was slowed down slightly by his fake leg but still looked impressively dangerous. Some could argue that his fake spinning eye and scars made him look more dangerous. "You're right about that, Potter." He laughed. "But Sir Potter attacked him," one Hufflepuff cried. "Quiet," Moody snapped. "I saw the whole damn thing," he said before turning to the Hufflepuff on the floor, who looked back up at him. "Get up off the floor, you idiot," he hissed before he grabbed him by the arm and pulled him onto his feet. "You started it, you threw the first punch, 10 points from Hufflepuff and a detention." "But Potter hit him in the balls," a different Hufflepuff cried. "That's good," Moody said with an approving nod to Harry. "In a real fight there are no rules, just survive." "If this was a duel, then Potter would have lost." "Was it a duel, Potter?" "Not as far as I'm aware, sir." Harry shrugged with a smile before he looked around and made sure he looked at everyone before turning back to Moody. "I'm just finally pushing back," Harry said in a strong voice. "Atta boy," Moody smiled. "Off you go while I deal with this mess." "Thanks you, and have fun, sir." Harry gave him a small smile before he walked off. A couple of minutes later, Harry, after making sure nobody saw him, had entered the girls' bathroom on the second floor. "Open," he said in Parseltongue, the language of snakes. The sink moved to the side, revealing a hole that Harry knew lead to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry was about to jump down when a thought struck him. Would Salazar Slytherin slide down each and every time he entered the chamber? Or would Riddle do the same? He found that hard to imagine. "Stairs," Harry said in Parseltongue, and sure enough, a few seconds later stairs formed. Harry climbed down the stairs with the entrance closing behind him. A few minutes later Harry found himself in the Chamber of Secrets. It was the exact same as he remembered. The statues of snakes, the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin and the dead basilic was still there as well. "Dobby," Harry called, and Dobby popped into the chamber with Harry's things. "Oh my." Dobby trailed off when he saw the rest of the chamber before gasping in shock and horror when he saw the basilisk. Why would the great Harry Potter want to come here? He wondered out loud. Because the great Harry Potter is about to become greater. Is the great Harry Potter sure he will be fine here? Dobby asked once more with one last look around the chamber, doing his best not to look at the basilisk. "I am fine, Dobby," Harry replied. Wait there, I might need you, Harry said before he walked to the statue of Salazar Slytherin. He looked towards the mouth. He remembered that that was where the basilisk came out of. He looked at it for several moments, wondering if it could be opened from the outside. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, Harry said in Parseltongue, remembering that that was how Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort summoned the basilisk. Well, that didn't work, Harry said after several moments of it not opening. Is something wrong, great Harry Potter sir? Dobby asked nervously. Dobby, do you know what oxygen is? Harry asked. Yes, great Harry Potter sir. Dobby nodded. Well, in that case save some and just call me Harry or Mr. Potter. Oh, the great Harry Potter gave Dobby permission to. At this point Harry had decided to just tune out Dobby and focus on the statue. He did not understand why it would not open. Was it voice controlled so a specific voice had to be used? No, that doesn't make sense unless Tom Riddle had the exact same voice as Salazar Slytherin. Maybe it was possible that all Tom Riddle did was call the basilisk and maybe the basilisk opened it from the inside. Animals in the magical world were smarter than those in the muggle world, so it seemed possible. Perhaps there was a button or something on the other side that could open it. Open, Harry said, hoping that going simple would work. Fortunately this worked and the statue opened. In I go then, Harry said before he walked in. Harry cast a bright light from his wand which allowed him to see. He barely noticed Dobby following in after him. Upon entering, Harry found himself in a tunnel, much like the pipes that the basilisk had traveled through. After a minute of cautiously walking up the tunnel, Harry was annoyed to see it still go but was happy when he finally found a door on the side of the tunnel. Harry told it to open in Parseltongue but it did not. Harry decided to go simple again and simply cast an unlocking spell. Bloody hell, Harry said when the door opened. I suppose it makes sense. Salazar was probably the only person who could get here at this point, Harry said before he walked in to find a rather impressive room. He looked around the large room and saw green furniture, an entire wall made of bookshelves that were filled with books. There were torches on the walls that appeared to light up on their own when Harry entered. There also happened to be a portrait of Salazar Slytherin above a fireplace, but from the lack of movement Harry realized that it was not a magical one. The room was covered in various snake designs and looked a lot like the Slytherin common room. In fact, it was roughly the same size as the damn thing. Considering the fact that an entire wall was made up of books, Harry wondered if he had more books than the library. Harry also noticed that there was another door. He cautiously walked towards it and opened it. Inside was a bedroom with a king-sized bed, a desk, torches, another fireplace and surprisingly a window. There was sunlight coming out of the window and it showed Hogwarts like it was looking directly at it. If Harry had to guess, he would say it was an enchantment, as he thought there was no way for it to show that, seeing as it was currently under the school. This'll do. Harry nodded to himself. Dobby, Harry called. Yes, great Harry Potter sir. Dobby spoke. Harry was tempted to just demand that the elf call him something shorter but decided that was something for another time. You work for Hogwarts at the moment, right? Harry asked. Yes, great. In that case, Harry cut him off. I'm going to make you an offer. I may need help living here and I'll need an elf. Need an elf? Dobby repeated. Harry looked at him and ignored the urge to call him out on how crazy he looked. Yes, but I don't want to pay you, Harry replied. If you don't want to work for me for free, then I will just find an elf who is willing and… Oh no. Dobby quickly shook his head. Dobby will do it. Dobby will do it. No way in hell was he going to pass up this chance. Good, I'll give you some orders tomorrow, but for now clean my bedroom and make me breakfast tomorrow morning. Oh yes, Dobby, do this. Dobby knows what the great Master Harry Potter eats for breakfast. Dobby is elf who makes great Master Harry Potter's breakfast. Sometimes I wonder if I have to worry more about you or Malfoy stalking me, Harry said under his breath. Ah, Potter, Snape said the next day when Harry arrived in his class. Our celebrity champion, he said in a mocking way. Many Slytherins openly laughed. They didn't fear retaliation in this class. In fact, in this one they didn't even bother hiding the Potter stinks feature of the buttons. Good morning to you, Professor, Harry smiled. Is that jealousy I detect, or are you just happy to see me? I can never quite tell with you, he said. The days of taking shit from Snape were over. Quiet, Potter, Snape snapped. That's 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down. You know, sir, People respond to you as long as they can hear you. There's no need to be so loud. Harry replied while tutting his teeth and giving Snape a disapproving shake of the head before he looked around. Usually he'd sit with Granger or Ron, but that was clearly not a good idea. Thankfully today was one of the days where he could work on his own, so he sat at the first free desk he could find. That's 10 more points, Potter, Snape said before he turned around and waved his wand. Instructions appeared on the board before he turned back to the class. Begin, he ordered. Harry rolled his eyes at the dramatic man and got to work. Partway through the potion he felt Snape's presence behind him and felt the man's disgusting breath on his neck. He could easily imagine the man sneering behind him. Sir, I hate to break it to you, but I'm straight, Harry confessed as he looked back to Snape, who was indeed sneering. What? Snape demanded. Honestly, sir, Harry tutted. First you're rude, then you get ridiculously close to me, then you act confused. What is up with these mixed signals? He asked in a fake confused voice. The Gryffindors and Slytherins around him looked at him with disbelief, not entirely sure they were actually seeing someone talk to Snape like this. What did you say, Potter? Snape demanded in a low voice. It's all right, sir, we all have different ways of handling rejection. Harry smiled at him, rather enjoying himself. Excuse me, a voice interrupted before Snape could say anything. Everyone turned to see third-year Gryffindor Colin Creevey standing in the doorway. Harry Potter needs to come with me. He's needed for the Tri-Wizard tournament. Well, that's my cue, Harry said under his breath as he quickly packed up his things, glad for any excuse to get away from Snape. Seriously, what was Dumbledore drinking when he hired this man to teach kids? Bye, Professor, may we never meet again, Harry said before rushing out the classroom and closing the door. Creevey, I never thought I'd say this, but I am glad to see you, Harry said as he followed the boy. Ah, thanks, Colin beamed, just glad for the compliment. Now what the hell do you need me for? Harry asked. There's an interview that you have to go to for the tournament, Colin explained. I bet this is really exciting for you, being in this tournament and… Colin, Harry interrupted. I really need quiet right now, so I'm not really in the mood to hear you talk, he said bluntly. Oh, okay, Colin shrugged. Harry was tempted to question the boy on how quickly he accepted that, but decided against it. It's in there, Colin pointed when they arrived at the room. Alrighty then, Harry said before he entered the room and slammed the door shut before Colin could respond. Once he was inside, he found other school headmasters were there, along with Dumbledore, Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch, one fairly attractive woman with curly hair and a little bit too much makeup, a cameraman, and Ollivander. Ah, Harry, glad you could make it, Ludo Bagman said in a cheerful voice. Well, it's not like I had much of a choice, Harry rolled his eyes. So what is this anyway? You don't know? Ludo asked. I don't even know how I'm in the bloody tournament, forget whatever this is, Harry said as he gestured around the room. Mr. Potter, this is the weighing of the wand ceremony, Dumbledore explained while also giving him a disapproving look due to his language. Your wand will be checked to make sure it's adequate for the tournament. Yes, Ludo Bagman nodded just as the woman with the curly hair walked up to him. Oh, this is Rita Skeeter, a reporter from the Daily Prophet. She's here to do a small piece on the tournament. Now Ludo, I don't think it'll be a small piece, she gently corrected before looking at Harry with a calculating look. Mr. Potter, how about a quick interview? How about an offer? Harry countered. An offer? Rita asked, her eyes lit up curiously. I want to wait and see what you write about this tournament, make your first article good and I'll give you an interview with me, Harry answered. I've never given an interview before, so if I am going to do my first interview I'd like it to be with someone competent. Prove to me how good you are and I'll give you the first ever interview with the boy who lived. How does that sound? Harry asked with a small grin. His fame, while annoying, had its perks. He could see the cogs turning in her head. Very well, but be prepared to give that interview, she replied. Gladly, Miss Skeeter, I look forward to it. Harry grinned. Shall we begin? Harry asked the others. Dumbledore gave him an odd look before they actually started. Mademoiselle Delacour, Ollivander said, could we have you first please? He asked, gesturing for her to hand her wand to him. Fleur removed her wand and handed it to the old wandmaker, who began studying it. Ah, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rose wood, and the core, it's Vila hair, Fleur said proudly, "It belonged to my grandmother." Ollivander nodded and tested the wand. Once he was satisfied he handed it back. He then tested Cedric's 12¼ inch unicorn hair wand and found it to be satisfactory. After that he moved on to Crumb. "Ah, a Grigorovich creation, isn't it?" Ollivander asked as he examined the wand. "Yes, I believe it is, hornbeam and dragon heartstring." He asked Crumb, who nodded. "It's a bit thicker than one usually sees and it's quite rigid, 10¼ inch as well." He proceeded to test the wand, which was also good enough to be used. "Now Mr. Potter," he said to Harry and gestured for his wand. Harry let out a small sigh before he took his out and handed it to Ollivander. "Here you go," Harry said. "Ah, this is one of mine." Ollivander smiled momentarily before taking the wand. "Holly, 11 inches with a phoenix core." Ollivander waved it and a trio of birds flew out of the wand before he vanished them. "Yes, the wand is in perfect condition," he said before handing it back to Harry. "Well, that is the ceremony done," Dumbledore said since Harry was the last one. "Great," Harry said before he walked up to Barty Crouch. "Do you happen to have a Tri-Wizard rulebook or something?" "Yes, did you not get one?" Barty Crouch frowned. "I don't know, perhaps the fact that I am asking for one may clue you in," Harry replied. He had to admit that he was rather enjoying himself. "Well, have this one," Barty Crouch said as he handed Harry a book, though he glared at Harry off his comment. "Right then, that's me done, so I'm off," Harry said before he turned and walked towards the exit. He was about to leave when Ludo Bagman grabbed him by the shoulder. "Hold up, we need to take pictures," he said, protesting against Harry disappearing so soon. "Is this part of the Tri-Wizard contract?" Harry asked. "No, but in that case I do not need to take pictures. You all can do it if you want. Now excuse me," Harry said before walking off and out of the door. The next day the teachers noticed something strange. Harry Potter did not attend a single class, nor did he appear at breakfast, lunch or dinner, nor was he seen in the common room. Something that ended up causing a lot of rumors appearing throughout the school, including some that said he had left the school and ran away. However, most of the rumors were gone when he appeared the next day for breakfast. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table on his own when suddenly 3 people sat opposite him. It was the Gryffindor chasers Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson. "Harry," Katie said in a concerned voice, "are you all right?" "Well, still alive," Harry shrugged. "Why do you ask?" "Well, you've apparently been gone the last day and the night before, and you weren't seen in the common room either," Alicia answered. "Plus apparently all of your stuff is gone." "I've got to be honest," Harry sighed. "I've had enough." "What are you on about?" Angelina frowned. "I've had enough," Harry repeated. "Do you know what I've been doing since I came to Hogwarts?" "Magic, Quidditch, saving the school," Katie guessed. "All of the above," Harry nodded. "But I was also pretending to be someone I'm not. Everyone wanted the polite boy who lived, and I spent 4 years trying to be that person. I mean, I helped people even if I didn't care. I resisted the urge to snap at people who looked at me like a zoo animal nearly every day. I've done my best to give everyone what they wanted. And what do I get for it? The whole school turning on me twice." "Well, what about your friends?" Angelina asked, hoping to make him see the positives. "You mean other than you lot?" Harry snorted. "Ginny was the only other one who told me they believed me. Hermione and Ron were actually against me, and having both of my best friends not supporting me did not help my situation in more way than one. If they didn't support you, more people would think that you actually did it." Alicia realized. "Exactly, I spent years putting up with the 2 and now they chose to abandon me." "Putting with them?" Alicia asked. "They are incredibly annoying," Harry replied as if it was obvious and he couldn't believe how she didn't know. "Between the bossy overachiever and the idiotic underachiever, I was ready to rip my hair out by the first year. But I put up with them because that was what I was supposed to do. I was Harry Potter and I was supposed to put other people's wants above my own. And this goblet of fire is the last straw for me. I am tired of doing what other people want. Now I'm being me for me." "And who exactly are you?" Katie asked, raising an eyebrow. "Who is the new Harry Potter? I guess you'll see eventually." Harry shrugged. "What about you guys? How are you all doing?" "Fine, for the most part," Angelina replied. "We're not happy with most of the other Gryffindors. We can't believe how they treated you." "Yeah, imagine them trying this with Oliver here. Alicia said, thinking about the Gryffindor Quidditch captain who left last year. He wouldn't do anything, Harry said. He didn't in the Chamber of Secrets incident, and quite frankly he didn't really care about much beyond my ability to play Seeker. Don't you think that's a little harsh? Angelina frowned. All right, how many conversations did I have with him outside of Quidditch or had nothing to do with Quidditch? Harry asked, waiting for her answer. Her frown increased before she slumped her shoulders and sighed. Okay, fair point, Angelina replied. But still, they should have believed you when you said no. Plus the twins are not in our good books at the moment. Yeah, Katie nodded. A joke and all is good, but this is really not the time for them to be joking around. I mean, you're in a tournament for 7th years, hated by most of the school, in potential danger, and all they're doing is laughing at it. Never send a baby to do a grown man's job and never expect people to be anything less than they are. Harry responded. The twins are jokers, they joke and that's pretty much all they do besides playing beaters. I've spent years trying to see the best in people, like I said before, I am tired of it. Mr. Potter, a voice said. The four turned to see Professor McGonagall walking up to them, her thin lips in a frown as she gave Harry a disapproving look. Here you are, she said as she stopped in front of him. Here I am, Harry smiled. How are you, Professor? He said innocently, knowing exactly why she was upset with him. You were not seen in school all day yesterday. Where were you? Earth. Somewhere around Scotland. Harry answered with a thoughtful face, causing the chasers to smirk. Mr. Potter, I am not in the mood for jokes, McGonagall said, glaring at him. I can see that, your face make it rather clear, Professor. Tell me, do you practice that look or does it just come natural? Harry grinned. Mr. Potter, that is 10 points from Gryffindor and… Only 10. Harry interrupted with a disbelieving expression. You total lightweight. Come on, we can do better than 10. Bring it, I can take it. Harry said enthusiastically. Mr. Potter, that will be detention. No it won't. Harry shook his head. What did you say? She demanded, furious that he dared talk to her like that. Mr. Potter, I am not accustomed to such disrespect. You'd better get used to it then, bitch, Harry said as he stood up. He was tempted to laugh at the gasps that came from everyone. He turned to her and looked at her with a straight face. You see, I've checked the rules. Tri-Wizard champions do not have to attend detentions and they don't have to attend lessons either, so for this year at least I am free to do whatever the F I want. You want to take points, go ahead, it's your house that loses. I'm finding it hard to care if Gryffindor wins the House Cup or not, so take as many points as your heart desires, it doesn't matter to me. Mr. Potter, how dare you speak to me like this? Even your father, for all of the trouble he caused, would never dare speak to me with such disrespect. I do not care what you think, but you shall. Excuse me, Harry said as he cut her off. He took her hat off her head. Just need to borrow this for a sec. Mr. Potter, enough of this. You will stop this horrible behavior now, she ordered. Just a sec, Harry said before he turned the hat upside down. He grabbed his goblet and poured all the juice in it, ignoring the gasp of surprise and disbelieving faces around him. Here ya go, Harry said before he placed the hat back on McGonagall's head. The juice poured out of her hat and down her hair, face and neck. No, I don't think I will stop my behavior, Professor, it's rather enjoyable. In fact, it's only getting better from here on out. He grinned before turning to the open-jawed chasers. For your information, this is the new Harry Potter, Harry said before he walked out the hall, his grin never leaving his face. When Harry arrived back in the chamber, he found Dobby sitting on the floor and reading a book like his life depended on it. Dobby, Harry called, causing the elf to realize he was here and jump to his feet. What the F*** are you doing? Nothing, Master Harry Potter, Dobby said before he tried to hide the book behind his back. This didn't really work as Harry had already seen the book and it was still visible due to being wider than the elf. Dobby, give us the book now, Harry ordered. He held his hand out and Dobby reluctantly opened it. What the hell is this about anyway? He said as he looked at the book, which had a picture of a basilisk on the cover. Dobby doesn't know, Dobby admitted. Dobby tried to read it but he could not understand it. Must be in Parseltown, Harry guessed before he opened it. I can understand it just fine, it's information about basilisks, written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Nice, let's see, Harry said as he began flipping through pages. It shows how long they can grow. I don't effing need to be told that. Talks about their venom. I don't need to be told about that either. Their eyes, oh shit. Harry said as he caught one particularly interesting line. Master. Dobby asked, a little worried about his master. I have actually learnt something. In normal schools that's probably not as exciting. But here it says that basilisks have an eyelid to block their gaze, so you can have a basilisk and not worry 24/7 about it killing you. Plus it says they don't even develop their death stare till they're a year old. Nice, makes me sort of wish I had a baby basilisk. Ah. Dobby wringed his hands. Dobby, Harry frowned as he looked at him. Why were you trying to read this? Harry gestured to a book. Dobby, found something. Dobby admitted, pulling on his ears. Show me. Harry ordered. Dobby looked reluctant but obeyed and guided Harry into his bedroom where Harry found a nest made of pillows on his bed with an egg in the middle. Dobby found this when cleaning Mr. Potter's room. Dobby said, looking ready to punish himself. Harry was too busy to even think about that as he was more focused on the fact that the egg was cracked. Dobby, did you happen to drop it? He asked. No, master. Dobby shook his head as more cracks appeared on the egg. Dobby, get behind me. Harry said as he stepped forward. A few more cracks appeared and a few moments later something came out. It was indeed a basilisk, a baby one but still a basilisk. It had the yellow eyes like the one Harry had fought before, and Harry was glad to see that the book was right and that he was not dead from its gaze. It was a dark green, its teeth were more like toothpicks than the swords of its bigger version. It pushed itself out of the shell. Dobby had immediately hid behind Harry's leg. The basilisk slithered out. It looked up at Harry. Harry walked closer and stopped in front of it. He slowly and gingerly extended his hand out. The basilisk slithered towards his hand. Harry resisted the urge to snap his hand back and keep his distance. The basilisk looked hesitant, but eventually it climbed up his hand. It slithered up his arm before its head reached Harry's shoulder. At its current size it was the same length between Harry's shoulder and elbow. It stopped on his shoulder before it nudged his face with its head. Harry slowly brought his other hand up and close towards it. He carefully touched the head of the basilisk and petted it. The basilisk leaned into his touch. Sweet Merlin, Harry couldn't help but let out a short laugh. Oh God, this is brilliant. Harry yawned as he woke up in his bed. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes before he sat up and stretched. Dobby, Harry called and the elf popped into the room. Is my breakfast ready? Harry asked. Yes, great Master Harry Potter, Dobby has. Dobby, Harry cut him off. As your master I order you to simply call me Harry or Master Harry. Harry said. While the hero worship was appreciated, it was also starting to get very tiring. Oh, Master Harry is so kind to unworthy Dobby. Dobby cried, looking like he was about to faint with happiness. Just go damn you. Harry sighed. He was too tired to deal with overactive hyper house elves in the morning. Oh yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded and corrected himself before popping away. Dada. A voice hissed. Harry glanced to the side and found the baby basilisk on his bed. It slithered up his arm before resting itself on his shoulders. It nudged his head in a show of affection, one that caused a smile that Harry couldn't help. Yesterday Harry had read up as much on basilisks as possible. He had learnt various things such as what they eat and how to care for them. This basilisk was growing on Harry even though he hadn't even known it for more than a day. Unlike Hagrid, who thought that nearly all dangerous creatures were simply misunderstood, Harry had a healthy respect for how dangerous the basilisk is. He had fought a bigger version of it after all. In some ways he felt that the smaller one was deadlier. Yes, the big one would be helpful against a large amount of wizards, but with this small-sized basilisk all he had to do is sneak it into somebody's room or have it sneak up on them. A simple bite or even a look and the person would be dead. Harry knew that if he told anyone about it the basilisk would be taken away from him and killed. After that its body would probably be destroyed, if not studied first then destroyed. I'm hungry. It hissed. Thought to Harry it sounded childlike. It sounded like a baby's voice. Let's get you something to eat then. Harry hissed back as he stood up and walked to the other room. To Harry's amazement the snake had an inborn ability to speak and understand Parseltongue. Its first words upon seeing him was, Mama. Harry took a brief moment of silence before deciding to just go with it. After a gentle correction it now referred to him as Daddy, or Dada, amusing but he didn't mind. He did briefly worry, but after checking books and confirming that the basilisk didn't grow big and eat its parents, he was much more calmer. Apparently from what he had read, they are rather attached to family members. I think you need a name, Harry said as he took a seat. He ate with his right hand while the basilisk slid down and curled around his left forearm with its head resting on his hand. A name, it repeated. Yes, how about Selena? Harry asked. Ina, Selena. The snake spoke, trying out the words. I like it. Selena. I'm glad. Harry smiled. He didn't think he would have been able to get a name on the first try, but then again she was technically born yesterday, so she probably wasn't too picky about her name. Daddy, I'm hungry. Selena hissed. Dobby. Harry called and the elf popped into the room. Selena is hungry. Ina. Dobby asked with a questioning look. Selena, Harry corrected. And I am referring to the beautiful lady on my hand, Harry said as he gestured to Selena with his head. Well, do we have something for her to eat or not? Oh yes we do, Dobby said quickly before he popped out and appeared a few moments later with a jar full of spiders. Master Harry said that she be eating spiders. Dobby found these spiders yesterday, Dobby said as he placed the spider jar on the table. Selena slid off of Harry's hand and onto the table. She slithered towards the spiders. The spiders tried to run away from her despite the fact that they were stuck in a jar. Selena circled around the jar in a predatory manner, looking like a cat that wanted to play with its food. Leave Dobby, Harry ordered as he removed his wand. Dobby left as Harry aimed it at the jar. The jar lid opened. Harry slowly raised it but was prepared to place it back if the spiders tried to escape. They did not, which led Harry to believe that they thought it was better to keep the glass between them and Selena. I'd probably be more sympathetic to you lot if your relatives hadn't tried to eat me, Harry said, remembering how Aragog tried to set his children on him. These are all for me? Selena asked. Yes, Harry nodded before an idea came to him. He pushed his breakfast to the side and looked at Selena. Selena, you called me daddy, right? Yes, Selena said as she looked at Harry. That means it's my job to protect you. Harry smiled at her. Really? Yes, it means we're family. I look after you and you look after me. Do you like that? Harry asked, still smiling. Yes daddy, she said, giving the snake equivalent of a smile. Good, you see those spiders, they have bigger ones that tried to eat me, Harry told her with a sad look on his face. They tried to eat you, Selena hissed, glaring at the jar of spiders. Yeah, all I did was talk to them and ask a few questions. The big ones tried but I escaped, Harry told her. Now you and me are going to show these spiders who is in charge. Ready? Yes, she hissed, eagerly awaiting the chance to gain revenge for her daddy. Harry levitated one spider out. It struggled in the air but couldn't escape. Harry hovered it above Selena. Get ready, Harry told her. She leaned her head up and opened her jaw. Harry dropped the spider right into her mouth, which snapped shut like a Venus flytrap. How does it taste? Yummy, she cried happily. Do you want to try one daddy? I'm on a diet, Harry said without missing a beat before he levitated another spider up into the air. This time he dropped it in front of her. She quickly reached down and swallowed it. The third time Harry dropped a spider a short distance away. It ran but she quickly gave chase and caught it within a few seconds. That's my girl, Harry clapped proudly. Well done Selena, that was brilliant. I'm proud of you. Thank you daddy, she said as her face changed into what Harry guessed was a smile. Ah hello Harry, Rita Skeeter said a few days later as Harry entered. She stood up from her seat and extended her hand. The two were currently in a private room in the Three Broomsticks so they wouldn't be disturbed or overheard. Miss Skeeter, Harry said as he took her hand and keyed her on the knuckles. A pleasure to see you. He smiled at her. Oh, a charmer. She smiled back and the two took their seats with Harry sitting opposite Rita. Only to the charming, Harry replied as he looked at her. Instead of green like last time, today she was wearing black high heels, a brown leather skirt and jacket. Harry would admit that she looked quite attractive. I take it you read my last article, she said in a conversational tone. Her last article was really held back in her opinion, but she had to make it good if he wanted this interview. She had made sure that it was factual for the most part. Of course she did mention how the tournament officials were unable to keep a 14-year-old boy out of the tournament, but she did make it appear like it was not Harry Potter's fault. Of course that could change with an article. Did you like it? I would not be here if I didn't, Miss Skeeter, Harry replied. Shall we get on with this? Harry suggested. Of course, you don't mind if I use a quick quote, Quill, do you? She asked as she reached into her handbag. Actually I do, Harry said, causing her to stop. Miss Skeeter, I have not treated you like a fool, so do not treat me like an ignorant child. I've done my research on you and I know that you have a rather interesting habit of ruining careers and lives with your articles. Come now, Harry, she said as she removed her hand from the handbag. This is merely business, it's my job to give the public what they want to see, and what they want is something interesting. I agree, Harry nodded, surprising her. In fact, I understand because I've spent years doing the exact same thing. What? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm the boy who lived. People expected me to act a certain way. They expect a mild-mannered, heroic saint, and I have spent the last few years pretending to be exactly that. I hid my true nature because it's not what the public wanted, but now things have changed. I no longer care what other people want, now I'm in this life for me and me alone. I'd recommend not getting in the way. Is that a threat, Harry? Rita smirked. How would the public feel about the boy who lived, savior of the wizarding world, handing out threats like a dark wizard? I quite frankly don't give a shit what the sheep of the wizarding world think. Harry said honestly. Ooh, can I quote you on that? She asked, even though she was planning to do that anyway. Feel free. When you do so, remember to tell them that Harry Potter says, F*** off. Harry said with a sweet smile. Aren't you concerned, Harry? She asked in an equally sweet voice. This could ruin you. You realize that those words of yours can be printed and sent out tonight. No, they won't, because you will not print them. Oh, will I not? She asked, her face and voice making it clear that she fully intended to. No, you won't, Harry said in firm voice. Now I'm giving you one warning, Skeeter, just the one. If you go against me or even irritate me, then I promise you will suffer. This is your last chance, I advise you take it. Is that so? Well, bring it on then, she said, not bothered in the slightest by his words. She was the reporter. That ruined politicians, what would one boy do to her? You know, I was sort of hoping you'd say that. Harry grinned. Lumos Maxima. Harry yelled as his wand slid from his sleeve into his hand. He didn't have a holster yet, so had been very careful while keeping it there. A blinding light shot out from his wand, causing Rita to look away and allowed Harry to take advantage. Incarcerus, Harry said as he pointed his wand at her, and ropes shot out which wrapped around her so she could not move. What are you doing? She demanded. You see, that's the problem when you rely solely on a quill, you forget to use a wand. Harry grinned as he got up and walked towards her. He began searching her body for a wand. He frowned when he couldn't find one. He then looked into her handbag. Really? You left your wand in your handbag? Harry tutted disapprovingly before he threw the handbag with the wand inside to the farthest side of the room before he sat back down. I have more than one trick up my sleeve, Potter. She smirked before she transformed into her beetle form, only to change back into her human form before she could even start flying. The ropes wrapped around her once again. She looked towards Harry, who was twirling his wand in his hand. You're not the first animagus I've ever met, Rita. Harry said calmly. After his meeting with Pettigrew, he had made sure to learn the spell to turn animaguses back into their human form on the off chance that he stumbles upon a suspicious-looking rat in the future. Tell me, you're not registered, are you? The list of registered animaguses are short and you're not on there. What are you planning to do, Potter? Rita sneered at him. If you think I'm scared of you, then you've got another thing coming. I don't. Skeeter, Harry cut her off. If you don't shut up, then I am either going to shut you up with a punch to the face, shoving my tongue down your throat, a silencing charm, or all of the above. Harry said. Dobby. Harry called and the elf came as expected. What is that? Rita shrieked in fear. It's called a house elf. Harry explained patiently in a calm voice. Not that. The snake in its hands. She screamed. Ah, Harry said in a surprised voice as he looked at Dobby and pretended to only just notice Selena in his hands. That would be Selena. Selena. Yes, Selena, she's a basilisk. Harry said as he took Selena out of Dobby's hands. Selena had her eyes closed because Harry wanted to pretend that the death stare was an uncontrolled method of killing. A basilisk. Rita paled in fear. Yes, magically resistant skin, most dangerous venom in the world, and the ability to kill with a single look. Harry said as he stroked her. Quite the deadly creature, wouldn't you agree, Miss Skeeter? Harry said as if he was discussing the weather. I bet it's not even a real basilisk, she said with fake confidence. How about proof? Harry responded, unfazed by her response. Harry covered Selena's left eye with his hand, he then aimed her right eye away from Rita and towards Dobby. Harry hissed and a few seconds later Dobby fell onto the floor, his body unmoving. Is that proof enough? Harry raised an eyebrow to Rita, who was so frozen with fear that Harry might as well just remove the ropes. It's your basilisk, but… Miss Skeeter, we both know I'm a Parseltown. Harry cut her off with a bored expression on his face. I should know because nearly the whole school tormented me when they found out, and you should know because I remember you writing an article about it in my second year. You can't kill me. Actually I can, but it's not me that necessarily has to. Harry said as he gestured with his head to Selena. All it would take is a single bite or even just the opening of one eye. But you'd go to Azkaban. She reminded him. Would I? Harry grinned. If Lucius Malfoy could get away with the Imperious Curse, then what makes you think I can't escape Azkaban? Malfoy's just rich. Me. I'm rich, the boy who lived in Dumbledore will not want me out of his sight. Plus I can't imagine the Minister of Magic would refuse the opportunity of having the boy who lived be grateful enough to thank him publicly. So Miss Skeeter, what were you saying? Please don't kill me. Why are you doing this? Simple, because of people like you. I spent the last few years letting people like you step over me and spit on me after, no more. Harry said with a smirk. Harry hissed to Selena before he tossed her at Rita. She landed on Rita's shoulder. No. Rita screamed in fear and terror. Please stop. I'll do anything, she screamed when she saw the young snake open its mouth, revealing its small but sharp teeth. Harry hissed and Selena slowly closed her mouth but remained on her shoulders. Anything, Harry repeated with a raised eyebrow. Anything, she nodded quickly. Harry looked thoughtful before he took his wand and got rid of the ropes. If you try to attack me then she'll kill you, and remember that she's fast, and if you try to attack her she'll kill you before you can do anything significant. Harry said. And if you're thinking about transforming back into the beetle form of yours, then I'd like to remind you that she has spent some time practicing catching smaller animals. Now stand up and come here, Harry ordered. Rita slowly got up, deathly afraid of the basilisk that had wrapped itself around her neck and was staring at her even though its eyes were closed. But she knew that even a simple scratch from its teeth or even a single open eyelid would finish her off. When she got close enough, Harry reached out and grabbed her by the hips before he pulled her. She gasped and landed on top of him, straddling him with her hands on his shoulder. She made to speak but was stopped as Harry slapped her with his right and grabbed her mouth with the same hand in the span of few seconds. Shut up, Harry said, looking her right in the eye with his left hand on her beep and his right holding her by the mouth. If I want you to talk then I will ask you to talk. Now, as I have unfortunately been sleeping in the Gryffindor common room for the last few years, I have overheard more things than I care to count. Do you know what snogging is? Harry asked. She remained silent and looked confused. Harry released her mouth long enough to slap her again before he grabbed her, this time harder than last time. Do you know what snogging is? She managed to get out with the slightest of nods. Good, I want to experience it. I've never been snogged before, and I don't have the appreciation for my first key crap that other people do. I want you to snog me, now, Harry ordered before he released her and placed both hands on her hips. Are you serious? She said, looking at him with wide eyes. As serious as death, which incidentally is your other option, Harry said as he gestured with his head to Selena. Personally I like to think I'm much more attractive than a graveyard, make your choice and make it quick, he said as his hands slid down to grab her backside. Rita thought about it. Yes, the boy was handsome for his age, but he was still only 14. But the idea of snogging a minor was far more appealing than death by a killer gaze or a painful death by the most lethal and deadly venom in the world. She closed her eyes and slowly keyed him, only to stop when he yanked her back by the hair. That was good, now this time try again, except this time, mean it, Harry said. The last words came out as a hiss but she understood it. The silent, or else, was not needed, nor did it make her feel better when the basilisk also hissed. This time Rita grabbed him by both sides of the head and pulled him into a passionate key which quickly developed into full-blown snogging. Rita Skeeter snogged him like a woman on a mission. It was a battle as their tongues fought for domination. Harry was less experienced but quickly adapted and ended up winning. The two continued. Harry simply enjoyed the experience and keyed while also rubbing himself against Rita's hips while his hands rubbed alternated between touching her beep and touching her backside. Rita continued snogging and went at it like her life was on the line, which it was. After several moments the two stopped with both panting. Harry grinned. If that was snogging then he would gladly be up for more. I did it, Rita whispered. Does that mean? Not yet, Harry interrupted as his hand moved to her jacket's zipper and slowly pulled it down. There's one more thing I overheard the Gryffindor boys talking about. They mentioned how much fun girls could be with their mouths. I'd like to experience that tonight. But it's the last physical thing I'll ask of you today, Harry said as he pushed her off of him before he grabbed her hair with his left hand and pulled her onto her knees while he used his right hand to grab his wand and vanished her leather jacket, leaving her in nothing but a black bra. Get to it, Harry ordered with Selena hissing in Rita's ear. Rita gulped but nodded. Harry let go of her hair and leaned back into his chair. Rita gulped before she reached forward with her hands and removed Harry's belt. She tossed it aside before she grabbed his trousers and began pulling them off, followed by his boxers. She took in a deep breath before she got to work. She knew it was best to do it to the best of her ability because if she didn't please this snake then she was likely to suffer the rage of the other one. So she decided to go at it and make it as quick as possible. Harry leaned his head back and smiled as Rita pleasured him. This was far more enjoyable. When he had heard the older Gryffindor boys talking about this he thought that they were exaggerating, but this was so far the best thing he had ever experienced, at least physically. A few minutes later Harry had released a lot of tension into her mouth, leaving Rita panting and coughing on the floor in just a leather skirt with a bra. It was quite a brilliant sight if Harry did say so. Well, that was nice, Harry commented as he waved his wand, cleaning her up. What do we say, Rita? Thank you, she forced herself to say. Good girl, Harry smiled. If we had good manners from the start then we could have avoided all of this unpleasantness. Well, maybe unpleasant for you, I rather enjoyed it. Now I have one last thing I need you to do. But you said that was. I said that was the last physical thing. Harry cut off her protest as he stood up and waved his wand, causing his trousers and boxers to go back up. Now I want you to make an unbreakable vow, Harry ordered. An unbreakable vow. She looked at him like he had asked for her lungs. But, a simple one. You will simply never knowingly or intentionally try to harm me in any way or form. Harry replied. But I can't. Well, Miss Skeeter, I have a few choices. Option 1 is you take the vow and we part ways, and if we ever meet again we act like this never happened. Option 2 is Selena over there kills you and I see how she likes the taste of human eyeballs. Option 3 is I inform people of your illegal animagus form and get you sent to Azkaban. Then there is also option 4, I show people the photos. Photos, she repeated in a confused voice, but she already knew that she would not like the answers. Yes, you did take the photos, didn't you, Dobby? Harry asked. Rita's head snapped to the side where she saw the house elf, that she thought was dead, holding a camera and grinning. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded quickly. What? But, how? She said with a combination of disbelief, horror and confusion. You see, with the right charms and a bit of imagination you can stop the camera from making noises and from producing blinding flashes. Harry grinned. I asked Dobby to take 2 photos, one of you and me snogging and the other with you and your mouth wrapped around my cock. Did you do that, Dobby? Yes, Master Harry, Dobby nodded, glad that he managed to do something right. Plus Selena was not visible thanks to the angle and position where the photo was taken from. Selena's head was on the right side of Rita's head while her body was wrapped around her neck. Seeing as the photo was taken from the other side, Selena's head was not visible, so her body just looked like a bad necklace. But the basilisk killed him, Rita shouted, protesting the fact that Dobby was still breathing. Only if it looked at him, Harry smirked. I swear my parents' graves that she is a basilisk. I just didn't tell her to open her eyes. I merely told her to stay calm. Brilliant acting by the way, Dobby. Thank you, Master Harry, Dobby said, blushing slightly. Now about those photos, you could claim that they are fake, of course. You could also claim that I forced you. However, you know from experience that there is a world of difference between the truth and what the public wants to believe. And if I played the victim, I'd be more likely to be believed than you, someone who has made plenty of enemies with your less than factual articles. It'd be simple for me to say that you forced yourself on naive little me. You ruined people by taking advantage of their love of finding a reason to hate people. If the people had to choose between hating you or believing you, what do you think they'd pick? Harry asked. He watched as the hope died out in her eyes. He had no sympathy for her, he had warned her, and it was not like she was an innocent woman who had done no wrong. This was a woman who had ruined lives for her own benefit. She took private photos of people and ruined lives and would have done the same with him. This was just neutralizing a threat. There's not much hope for you, is there? Harry asked rhetorically. I mean, if you refuse, then I can inform people that you're an illegal animagus and get you sent to Azkaban, or I can send these photos out and ruin both your career and your life. As for me, I personally don't give a shit about the public opinion of me, but you do, plus unlike you I can bounce back from any negativity. But if you refuse and I decide to not be merciful, then you're dead. No more writing, no more lies, no more breathing. Why are you doing this? Rita cried, tears dropping down her face. You're supposed to be a Gryffindor. A hero. Do you know that the Sorting Hat originally wanted to put me in Slytherin? Harry said, wondering how much better or worse his life would be if he had joined Slytherin. On one hand, he could probably have tons more problems and drama and likely have to fight for his place there. On the other hand, he probably wouldn't have had to deal with Granger and Weasley. He wasn't sure which he'd prefer at the moment. But as for being a hero, I suppose I was one. But then people like you just couldn't stop pushing. You think I'm a hero, yet you were more than happy to prepare to print negative things about me and turn the whole wizarding world on me. I'm sorry, she said, tears still pouring out. No, I think you're sorry because I have you placed in your current position. If I didn't, then I'm sure you would gladly be heading to your pretty little office later to turn the world on me. Rita, all I am asking for is a simple vow to not knowingly or intentionally harm me. If you keep arguing, then I may decide to change it to something lie. You will serve me for the rest of your life. Illegal animagus form, photos, Azkaban, death, all of the above are the vow. Make your choice, Harry said as he calmly leaned back. And you'd better do it soon before I decide I'd like a repeat of your oral presentation. I will make the vow, Rita said, bowing her head. She had lost, she hated it, but it was a fact at this point. If she went against him, then he could ruin her if not kill her. Good, Harry stood up. Dobby Cannon, will you act a binder? Yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded as Rita stood up as well. Dobby can do it. Dobby said as Rita stood in front of Harry on shaky legs. Now Rita, you're going to swear to never knowingly or intentionally harm me. Go on. Harry said as they grabbed each other's forearm. Rita took a deep breath. It would not be good for her if she messed up the vow. I, Rita Ann Skeeter, do swear on my life and magic that I will never knowingly or intentionally harm Harry Potter in any way or form, so mote it be. Does Master Harry accept? Dobby asked. I do. Harry nodded and the unbreakable vow formed. Well, wasn't that lovely? Harry said in a sweet voice as he let go. Yeah, just lovely, Rita said sarcastically as she glared at him. She flinched when he raised his hands but realized that all he was doing was removing the snake from her shoulders. Selena slithered up Harry's arms before resting on his shoulder. Now Rita, Harry said as he pulled out a pile of notes from his pocket and handed them to her. It would really benefit me if these notes were read and placed in your next article. Of course you could refuse, but that might make things harder for me, could even hurt me. Harry said with a small shrug. Rita glared at him. She knew exactly what he was doing. By saying it might hurt him, she was obligated to do it because if she didn't, it could hurt him, and that meant the vow taking place. She quickly paled as she realized that the vow was far more dangerous than she had originally thought. By saying something could harm him, she had to do whatever he asked so the vow didn't take action against her. You picked up on it, didn't you? Harry smirked. Yeah, I might be a Gryffindor, but I am much more Slytherin than half the snakes in Hogwarts. I look forward to seeing the article, Rita, as soon as possible, please. Got it, she sighed before she looked down and realized that she was still standing in her bra. Can I have my jacket back? I don't know, I'm rather enjoying the sight, but if you want it back then it's a bit late as I did vanish it. But I'm sure you can make yourself something, you're a witch aren't you? Harry said as he gestured to where her handbag was. She sighed again and seemed to be visibly restraining herself from making a comment. She turned and began walking only to stop and gasp when she felt a strong slap on her backside. She looked back to Harry who was walking towards the door. Maybe next time. He grinned before he walked out. A distance away a sickly and thin creature had a wide and unnerving smile on his face. Harry walked through the courtyard on his way back to the chamber after coming back from Hogsmeade. He was glad that as a champion the regular rules didn't apply to him so he could leave the castle whenever he wanted. Most people kept their distance from him after that incident with the Hufflepuff, but right now Harry frankly couldn't care. He had better things to do. Yesterday he met with Hagrid at night because the big guy wanted to show him something and told him to come under his invisibility cloak. To Harry's surprise it was what was in the next task. Dragons. The Buaxbatten headmistress was there and Harry had seen the Drumstrang headmaster as well, so that meant that so far 3 of the 4 champions knew. Harry considered telling Cedric but decided against it. For one, the Hufflepuff hadn't believed him when he told him he hadn't entered, and there was the fact that he did nothing to stop his fellow Hufflepuffs from making life miserable for Harry. In Harry's opinion, if the guy had an entire house behind him that were willing to torment him, then Cedric should have had them set on trying to work out the task. As Harry was thinking, he noticed Ron walk by with Seamus alongside him. "Oh hi Seamus," Harry said absently as he walked past them. He had better things to deal with than Ron at the moment. "Why so tense, Potter?" Harry heard a familiar voice call. Harry looked left and found a bunch of Slytherins standing by a tree and one jackass up on the tree trying to look cool, even though he really just looked awkward with how his legs were pushed together by the branches. "Probably because I haven't had my tension released via my usual method of your mother's mouth," Harry replied, causing Draco to turn red in anger. "What do you want, Malfoy? And what the F*** are you doing up in the tree? Did you climb up there just so you could spot me? I'm flattered, Malfoy, but you're aiming for a different side of the Quidditch pitch than me." "Shut it, Potter." Malfoy spat before a smirk appeared on his face. "My father and I have a bet, you see. I don't think you'll last 10 minutes in this tournament," Malfoy said as he dropped down, trying to look cool, but that was ruined as Harry saw the slight shaking in his leg from the drop. "He disagrees. He doesn't think you'd last 5. Malfoy laughed along with his other Slytherins. "Malfoy, I don't give a damn what you or your dumbass father thinks," Harry replied in a bored tone. "What did you say, Potter?" Malfoy demanded as he removed his wand and held it in his hand. "Oh, for goodness sake," Harry said under his breath before he calmly walked up to Malfoy. "What do you think you're going to do, Potter? You filthy half-blood." "I will." Malfoy was cut off as Harry slapped him on the face, causing him to stumble back in shock. "Did you just slap me?" he said as he looked at him with complete and utter disbelief. "I don't know," Harry said as he slapped him again. "Did I?" Harry said before a third slap, which caused Malfoy to back up again. "Did I, Malfoy?" Harry said with one more slap. Now Draco was leaning against the tree while the nearby Slytherins watched but looked unsure if they should do something. "Stop it, Potter, or else," Malfoy said before another slap connected with his already red face. "Or else what? You're going to shoot me with a spell? Go on then," Harry said as he grabbed Malfoy by the wrist of his wand arm and redirected his hand so the wand was now pressed against Harry's head. "Go on then. Are you mad?" Malfoy demanded and tried to pull his hand away, but Harry's grip tightened and forced it to stay there. "Yep. Malfoy, if you're going to curse me, then you look me in the eye and curse me like a man," Harry said, his powerful gaze locked onto Malfoy's. Malfoy stared back from several moments, but under Harry's gaze he eventually ended up looking away. "That's what I thought," Harry said as he released his hand. "It don't take a lot to make a paper man crumble, Malfoy, you remember that," Harry said, as he walked away but was prepared to turn around and defend himself. "Now stay away from me, you pathetic idiot." "Pathetic," Malfoy repeated, suddenly feeling a lot braver now that Harry was looking the other way. "I'll show you," Malfoy said as he aimed his wand and was about to cast a spell. However, Harry was quicker and turned around and shot of a disarming spell just as heard another voice. "Oh no you don't, Sonny," the voice shouted just before Malfoy lost his wand. After Malfoy's wand shot out of his hand, he was hit by another spell. Malfoy let out a scream before he was transformed into a white ferret. Harry looked to see Mad-Eye Moody storming towards them, slowed down only slightly by his fake leg and cane. "I'll teach you to curse someone when their back is turned," Moody said in an angry voice as he pointed his wand at Malfoy and began levitating him up and down. "You stinking, cowardly." Moody spat out a few more insults as he aggressively levitated Malfoy up and down. "Professor Moody," McGonagall said as she arrived on the scene and saw Moody levitating a ferret up and down. "What are you doing?" "Teaching," was Moody's response. Is that a student?" McGonagall gasped as she pointed to the ferret. "Technically it's a ferret," Moody responded without missing a beat. "Definitely an idiot," Harry couldn't help but comment. "Right you are, lad." Moody nodded before he grabbed the ferret and shoved it down Crabbe's pants, causing Crabbe to scream. "In Crabbe's pants already? You have no patience, Malfoy." Harry tutted his teeth as he shook his head in disapproval. "Mr. Potter, you are not helping." McGonagall glared at him while Goyle tried to remove Malfoy only to get bitten. "Good thing I'm not trying to help then." Harry grinned before Mad-Eye winked at him and he couldn't suppress the laugh that came out. A few seconds later Malfoy had managed to escape Crabbe's pants. McGonagall pointed her wand at him and to Harry's disappointment Ferret Malfoy turned back into human Malfoy. "God damn it," Harry sighed. "Another thing you've ruined for me, Professor. My father will hear about this," Malfoy said, glaring at Moody. "Is that a threat?" Moody demanded as he began chasing after Malfoy, who began running around a tree to try and escape him. Harry mentally noted how he didn't seem to be using his cane but decided to file that away for later and just spend the moment enjoying Moody chasing Malfoy. "Is that a threat?" Moody shouted as Malfoy tried to run away only for Harry to send a discreet tripping hex at his feet, causing him to fall on the floor. "I can tell your stories about your father that will curl even your greasy hair, boy," Moody roared as Malfoy got back up to his feet and ran. "It doesn't end here," he shouted to the running Malfoy. "Alistair," McGonagall said, bringing his attention back to her. "We never use transfiguration as a punishment. Surely Dumbledore told you that. You have punishments," Harry blurted out with fake shock. "I mean, with all of the bullying and swearing and cursing between students, I could never have guessed." McGonagall seemed to be ignoring him and focused on Moody. "He might have mentioned it." Moody sighed. "And you'll do well to remember it," McGonagall said in a warning tone. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter," she added before walking off and shooing away the other students who had watched the whole thing. As soon as she was not looking at him, Moody stuck his tongue out at her and made a face at the same time as Harry. Moody grabbed his cane and began walking away. "You come with me," he said to Harry, who followed. Harry did as he was told and followed. Although this time he couldn't help but notice that now Moody looked like he actually had to use his cane. "That was bloody brilliant, by the way," Harry said as he followed Moody. "I need to learn that spell, by the way. When you go at the end of the year, I can have fun changing the Prat into a ferret. It's a complicated spell, lad. Do it wrong and you end up killing him," Moody warned. "Would it be painful?" Harry asked. "Incredibly," Moody nodded. "Yeah, you should know that that's just encouraging me to do it," Harry admitted, causing Moody to laugh. "Huh, I didn't expect that type of thinking from you, Potter," Moody said as he gave Harry an appraising look. "Anyone I ask says that you're the golden boy of Gryffindor." "I used to be," Harry said in an almost embarrassed voice. "But then I stopped caring about what the sheep of the wizarding world think." "Really?" Moody stopped, which caused Harry to stop. Moody looked at him for a few seconds before speaking again. "And what are you now?" "I am me, and people had better get out of my way or get ready to be run over," Harry said, looking Moody straight in the eye. Moody looked at him for several moments. "Huh," Moody barked. "Come with me, Potter," Moody said before he walked off with Harry following after him. "Lucius," Narcissa said as she arrived in Lucius's office. "We're being sued," she said as she slammed a letter down on his desk. "What?" he blurted out before he grabbed the letter and began reading. "Apparently the Potter boy is suing us because Draco used his name in some badges." "What the F?" Harry was sitting in the Chamber of Secrets. One hand was stroking Selena, who leaned into his touch while the other hand held up the book that Moody had given him. Moody had given him 2 books, one on spells and the other on occlumency and legilimency, which were both mind magics. The first defended your mind against the second, while the second was invading somebody else's mind. Harry had no doubt that Snape and Dumbledore knew this due to the fact that in most of their conversations the two always tried to look him in the eye, something that was important when reading minds. Plus there was the fact that they both always seemed to know what was going on. Harry could easily believe Snape would read minds just to discover cheating or find a reason to punish people or even just because he wanted to. He could imagine the smug prick feeling proud and superior because he could read minds without people knowing. As for Dumbledore, well, at one point Harry would never have suspected the headmaster of it, but now things were different. When Harry first arrived in Hogwarts, Dumbledore was looked at like Merlin himself. But Harry's opinion of the man changed over the years. In his first year, Dumbledore had tried to bait the Dark Lord by holding the Philosopher's Stone in the school. To Harry it was clear that the man did not prioritize the children of the school like he should. Because in Harry's opinion the stone should never have been brought into the school, nor should Dumbledore be trying to use it to bait Dark Lords in a building full of children. Heck, even his first trap, Fluffy the giant three-headed dog, was dangerous and could have killed someone if it escaped. However, all the traps weren't enough to stop 3 first years. Harry knew that Dumbledore had earned his reputation as a great wizard, and that told Harry that the man clearly didn't put as much effort into his traps as he could have. Harry wasn't sure, but he couldn't help think that the traps were a test for himself. After all, he was the boy who lived, and Dumbledore clearly had a personal interest in him. The traps could all be countered by things that Harry had learnt throughout the year, apart from the chess set, but everyone knew that Ron loved chess and he was Harry's friend at the time. Heck, there was even a trap that could be dealt with by flying on a broom, something he as the youngest Seeker in a century could easily do. Then there was the mirror that Dumbledore knew Harry had used before. After defeating Quirrell and waking up in the hospital wing, Dumbledore had told Harry how his mother's protection defeated Quirrell. Harry had no idea how Dumbledore knew that, but had accepted it. He was tempted to think that Dumbledore was lying, but Quirrell did burn, so perhaps the old man was right about it. Dumbledore had told him that the stone was destroyed and that the Flamels were fine with it. Were they? Maybe they had a second stone, maybe the one they gave Dumbledore was a fake. Harry didn't know, and at this point they were probably dead or doing whatever it was they've doing for the last few hundred years, so there was no point in caring. Harry had also asked Dumbledore why Voldemort was after him. Harry figured that as the boy who beat him twice and was going to be hunted by him in the future, it made sense for him to know. Apparently Dumbledore disagreed and straight up refused to tell him. After that was the monumental cock-up that was Harry's second year. Dumbledore hired Gilderoy Lockhart, and that was just bloody unforgivable in Harry's opinion. Harry could understand letting the man try out as a teacher, but after the first week of being in his presence, anyone with a brain and wasn't affected by his looks and fame would realize that the man was an idiot who shouldn't be near kids. Then again, Snape was allowed near kids, so it was probably a bit much to hope for Dumbledore to do something about Lockhart. That was also the year when the school turned on him for the first time. It was also hopeful thinking at the time that had Harry believed that the teachers would do something. Maybe it was just the fact that he expected them to be professional, or maybe even at least stand up for him after he had stopped Voldemort a total of twice and had spent his previous time in Hogwarts doing his best to behave. Honestly, if he had control of that basilisk, then he would have killed Malfoy and Snape by first year. He supposed he could do that now, but no, that wouldn't be as fun. He wanted them to suffer. Speaking of the basilisk, once again Harry was the who dealt with the big threat at the end of the year. He had no problem with saving Ginny, as the girl, while incredibly shy around him, had never intentionally done something harmful to him. But with that being said, Harry was more than happy to avoid fighting a giant basilisk if he could. Harry also struggled to believe that Hermione could work out it was a basilisk when Dumbledore couldn't. Yes, Hermione was book smart, but the girl was a bit thick in other areas. For example, her firm belief that Lockhart was not an idiot, and she kept to that belief no matter how much evidence proved her wrong. Of course she gave it up after hearing about what happened in the chamber, but Harry was still never going to let her forget about it. Besides, Harry had already looked through all the creature books in the library and never found a single mention of a basilisk. Then when talking with Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore made it very clear that he knew that Malfoy was responsible, yet he didn't do anything about it and let the prat walk free. Then in the third year of his life at Hogwarts, he had the misfortune of dealing with Dementors. Dumbledore said he couldn't do anything about them, but in Harry's opinion Dumbledore was the loved defeater of Dark Lords and also happens to hold 2 high-up government positions and is the headmaster of the bloody school, so he probably could have if he tried hard enough. Then at the end of the year Dumbledore had hinted to them to use the time turner to help Sirius. That was wrong for Harry on so many levels. Not only did Dumbledore know that a 13-year-old girl was using the incredibly dangerous power of time, of all things, just so she could attend extra lessons, but he also wanted Harry to do something about it that was probably illegal instead of using those government positions to demand Sirius a trial, something he should have got in the first place. Harry still couldn't believe that they let Hermione Granger have access to time itself just to attend extra lessons, which included Muggle studies, which was useless as it was outdated and she was a Muggleborn, yet the same people who used and gave her that time turner were the ones that called Harry irresponsible and reckless. And now there was the bloody tournament which Dumbledore failed to keep Harry out of. But that was far from Harry's only problem with Dumbledore. Not only did the man not get Sirius a trial, he also allowed Snape and Malfoy free rein. If those two F-ers could do whatever they wanted, then it should be fair for others to have the same option. But no, Snape was free to torment and Malfoy was free to be a little shit. Then there was also the fact that Dumbledore kept sending Harry back to the Dursleys, and for that Harry truly hated Dumbledore. In his first year Harry had read up on one law that said that students could stay at Hogwarts over the summer with the permission of the headmaster, and Harry had definitely asked. In fact, he asked every year, but still the old man forced him to go back. Some would say that he likely didn't know what went on at that house. Harry would say bullshit, because if the man was half as smart as believed, then he would be able to work it out. Heck, Harry could spot abused children from a few glances, and he wasn't the trained, experienced wizard that Dumbledore was. Long story short, Harry did not trust anyone with his mind, especially after his latest developments, so he was definitely going to get to work on his occlumency. The fact that it also made learning easier while making you smarter and giving you a better memory and more emotional control was an incredibly welcomed bonus. "Can I have a spider, Daddy?" Selena hissed. "You can have two." Harry smiled before he called Dobby, who brought 2 spiders for Selena. "Thank you, Daddy. I spoil you." Harry smiled and shook his head. "Harry." A voice called, which caused Harry to stop as he was about to make his way back to the chamber. He turned to see Ginny Weasley running up to him. She was dressed in casual clothes, so Harry guessed that she was going to Hogsmeade. "There you are," she panted as she stopped in front of him. "I have something to tell you. Can we talk in private?" "Sure, I guess," Harry said before he guided her towards an abandoned classroom. Harry closed the door and put up a silencing charm before turning to her. "So what's up?" Ginny was suddenly very nervous but quickly pushed it aside and began speaking. "Well, you know how my brother Charlie works with dragons. I got a letter and met him today outside of the castle. I'm not sure, but I think dragons might be the first task." "You're brilliant, did you know that?" Harry smiled at her. But, she blushed but continued speaking. "But I just told you that the—" "Ginny, I already knew." Harry cut her off. "But I am glad that you told me." Oh, okay," she said, looking embarrassed. Did Ron tell you?" she asked. "No. Did he know?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, but maybe he plans to tell you later," Ginny said hopefully. "We'll see," Harry said skeptically, "but it was actually Hagrid that told me. However, back on the topic of you, I really am thankful, you know." "It's nothing. I just—" "No," Harry said as he walked forward and took her hand in his own. "You not only believed me when I said I didn't enter my name, but you also tried to help keep me alive. It means a lot. It's only fair. I mean, you did save me in my first year. Consider us more than even," Harry said with a smile that made her blush. "However, I do have an offer for you." An offer?" she asked, looking him in the eye. "Yes, I am not looking for a girlfriend, Ginny," Harry said, causing her to nearly go as red as her hair. "Nor do I think I want one at the moment, probably not this year, maybe not even the next year. And when I do, it might not even be you, Ginny." "Oh," she responded, looking incredibly disappointed. "Here's where my offer comes in. Do you want to snog?" "What?" she blurted out as the embarrassment came back in full force. "It's quite simple." Harry shrugged. "I want to snog someone and I want to thank you, so this is a win-win for me. I assume you want to key me, and this way you'll grow more confident and experienced as a woman, and eventually you'll be able to move on and find a nice guy who is willing to settle down, so win-win for you as well. Don't you agree?" I suppose." She shifted on her feet. "Ginny, this'll just be 2 friends having fun. And honestly I think we should do it now, however I don't want to hurt you either. We can stay friends with benefits, but I am not looking to have you as a girlfriend or fall in love with you or anything. I understand, she sighed as she looked at him. You know it's funny, I've had a massive crush on you for ages. She admitted. Not just the boy who lived, but you as well. Really? I couldn't tell, Harry said dryly. The squeaking and running meant you had a crush on me, here I thought I was just intimidating. Shut up, she laughed despite her embarrassment. That's not funny. Then why are you laughing? Harry countered. Besides look at you Ginny, I think if you act more confident you're going to grow up into a nice woman with a nice husband. But not you though, she asked. Not me, Harry shook his head. I'm sorry Ginny, you're a nice girl and all but I've spent the last few years pretending to be nice and little polite Harry Potter for other people. Now I'm done acting and I am different, I don't think I'm the sort of guy you should be with. But, I do hope we can stay friends. Friends. Ginny nodded with a small smile. Yes, she was disappointed but she supposed it could be worse. I'm glad you're taking this well. Harry said. That's because whenever I imagined getting rejected it was with you telling me I was ugly or stupid or something and then laughing. This is much nicer in comparison. True, but you are not stupid and you are definitely not ugly. Harry said as he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in close, causing her to gasp. So, you want to snog now? I suppose I wouldn't object, she said as she grabbed both sides of his face and pulled him into a key. Harry noticed that her lips were much softer than Rita Skeeter's. Harry started slow as he figured that this was Ginny's first key and it was his second. Though to be fair, when he snogged Skeeter he didn't give two shits how she felt. Ginny on the other hand was a friend who took the time to warn him about a potential danger, so Harry wanted her to feel good. As the two got more into it their lips parted and tongues got involved. Several minutes later the two broke apart. Wow, Ginny said as she panted and leaned her head on Harry's. That was nice, she added in a quieter voice. Yeah, Harry agreed as he keyed her on the top of the head. It was. So, what are we now? Ginny asked as she looked up at him. I know you said we're not boyfriend-girlfriend, so what? Is this? Friends with benefits I suppose. Harry replied. Is that fine with you? I suppose. How often do we have to do it? Whenever we both feel up to it, doesn't even have to be a daily or weekly thing. For example, let's say 3 months from now I have some tension and need it released, and if you're in the same situation then we can snog it out of each other. That's fine I suppose. I guess we're keeping this secret. I don't want Mum to know about this. If she doesn't get angry then she'll probably start planning a wedding. No offense to you, but your mum does seem to be a bit of a control freak. Huh. Ginny laughed as the two let go of each other. And here I thought you loved the woman like a mother. Ginny, I've only been around her for a couple of weeks and most of the time I had to listen to her shouting or giving orders. The woman seriously needs to learn how to relax. Harry said as he shook his head. Anyway, I'm off. See y'all later then. Yeah sure. She smiled at him as he walked off. She supposed that if he wasn't going to be her boyfriend then friends with benefits was probably the next best option. The next day people were surprised when they saw Harry Potter sitting at the Gryffindor table at dinner. He hadn't been seen at the Gryffindor table in a while. Occasionally he was seen around the castle and he was occasionally seen talking to the Gryffindor chasers, but for the most part he was not expected to be there. They definitely didn't expect to see him smiling as if nothing was wrong in the world. A few minutes later the owls arrived with a late newspaper from the Daily Prophet. Harry took one from Hedwig and rewarded her with bacon and stroked her as he read it. In this latest article Rita had unleashed her journalistic powers on Hogwarts as a whole. She did not hold back either and talked about how the school had turned on their savior for the second time in a row. She showed the Hufflepuffs no mercy as they had been the worst of the lot. She mentioned how it was a good thing that Hufflepuffs didn't get much glory if they were willing to go out of their way to attack anyone who dares take the spotlight from them, while also stressing how she wasn't sure if they knew what loyalty meant as they turned on him for a second time. The article had also took shots at tournament officials for using the goblet to select a champion when far more safer methods were available, methods that did not involve. The teachers were not spared either as they did absolutely nothing to help Harry, nor did they do anything significant to stop any bullying. She had also gone to town on Ron and Hermione for abandoning their friend of 3 years, while also mentioning how Harry had sworn a magical vow to say that he hadn't entered himself into the tournament. Of course Harry hadn't done that yet, but that was why he was here now when there was the largest amount of students. By the way, Harry stood up on the table and continued speaking once he was sure that he had the whole school's attention on him. I just want to say something. Potter. Snape shouted. You arrogant brat, get off the. Snape. Harry shouted back, cutting him off. For once, in your miserable excuse of a life, learn when you're wanted. Hint, it's never so shut the F up. Harry said, causing many gasps across the hall. Harry decided to speed things up before he spent the night arguing with the Hogwarts staff. I, Harry James Potter, swear on my life and magic that I did not knowingly nor intentionally put my name in the Goblet of Fire, nor did I ask anyone else to do it for me, so mote it be. Lumos. A light shined from Harry's wand, signaling that he still had his magic. Still alive, Harry said out loud as he patted himself. Nobody said anything, even Draco Malfoy wasn't going to say that Potter was able to trick magic itself, and all the purebloods and educated people in the hall knew that Harry would be dead if he was lying. What a productive night, Harry said before he jumped off the table. He walked out of the hall, making sure to send a wink at the Chasers and Ginny on his way. He stopped in the doorway and gave Snape the finger before he walked off. The hall was silent until they were broke out of it by the sound of Moody laughing. On the day of the first task, the champions were sat in a tent, awaiting instructions. If one looked at how Harry currently looked and compared it to how he looked before the tournament, then they would have been amazed by the difference. Before the tournament he had a thin face, black hair and bright green eyes. Now his face was still thin, but it possessed an aristocratic look to it. He had had his hair changed yesterday and now it was much shorter, but it was still just as wild and messy as before, something which in Harry's opinion made him look very handsome. Just think of his hair in Prisoner of Azkaban if you can't picture it. His eyes were still the same, though in Harry's opinion they were slightly brighter than before, but no so much that it was noticeable. He was also physically taller and bigger. It turned out that good exercise combined with nutrition potions and good food could work wonders. He was in no way a massive muscular person, but he was much more muscular than before. Hello Rita, Harry smiled when Rita entered the tent along with her cameraman. How are you today? I'm fine, thank you for asking, she said, pretending that nothing was wrong. Her cameraman took a picture of the champions. I was hoping you all would like to have a quick talk before the event. This is a tent for champions and friends, you have no business being here. Crumb frowned. A no would have sufficed. She replied just as the heads of each school walked in along with Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman. How are we all? Ludo said in a cheery voice. Gather around champions, Dumbledore said. He gave Harry an odd look but continued as normal. Now you've waited, you wondered, but at last the moment has arrived. The moment that only 4 of you can appreciate. Oh, this is brilliant. Bagman clapped his hands in excitement. Barty, the bag if you please. Dumbledore said to Barty, who pulled out a small bag. Champions, in a circle around me. Barty said. Once they had circled around him he showed the bag to Fleur. Miss Delacour if you would. Fleur reached into the bag and pulled out a small green animated model of a dragon. The Welsh Green. Barty said, telling her the name of the dragon that was currently walking around in her hand. Mr. Crumb, the Chinese Firebolt. He said when Crumb pulled out another dragon. The Swedish Short Snout. He said when Cedric pulled out his dragon. And that leaves Mr. Potter. He said as he showed Harry the bag. Harry took a small breath before he reached in. He let out a small gasp of surprise when he felt a pain in his hand, but he picked out a dragon. He looked down at the model which breathed out a small burst of fire before snarling at him. The Hungarian Horntail. Barty Crouch said. Cute little thing isn't he? Harry said sarcastically. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Potter, Barty replied, either ignoring or missing Harry's sarcasm. These models represent 4 very real dragons. Each of which had been given a golden egg to protect. It is your job to collect the egg. This you must do as the eggs contain a clue which you will need for the next task. Any questions? Can I keep this? Harry asked as he gestured to the dragon in his hands. Yes. Barty nodded, little surprised. Any more? Harry shook his head in the negative. Seeing that there was no more questions, they were wished good luck before everyone left the champions' tent apart from the champions and Ludo, who pulled Harry to the side so he could talk with him in private. Are you all right, Harry? Not nervous, are you? He asked. Not really. Harry shrugged. Oh, that's good. Ludo smiled. It's just that if you need any advice or anything. I won't. Harry cut him off. Right then, well, I'll be off, he said before walking out. Harry just shook his head before he took a seat and closed his eyes. He continued working on his occlumency as he figured that would help him in the task. Aren't you nervous? A female voice said several moments later. He looked up to see Fleur Delacour talking to him. Don't see the point in being nervous. Harry shrugged. Hold on, you three don't look that surprised about the dragons. Cedric noted. You three knew about the task. Pretty much, yeah. Harry nodded. Well, why didn't you tell me? Cedric demanded. I assumed you wouldn't believe me. Harry shrugged again. I mean, when I told you that I didn't enter the tournament you didn't believe me then, so why would you have believed me about the dragons? Besides, you should have had all the members of your house helping you prepare for the task instead of letting them go after me. Harry said calmly. But that's not fair. If life was fair, then I would have parents and the school wouldn't have turned on me twice when I literally didn't do anything. Your Hufflepuff mates have been throwing spells at me since the champion selection, and if you're not going to show enough kindness to stop that, then don't expect me to help you against a dragon. But that's different, the dragons could kill me. And you think getting hexed all day has no effect on me? When I was thrown down a flight of stairs I nearly landed on my neck. The story of Harry Potter would have ended with me dead at the bottom of the stairs. You have a choice, forfeit the task or work something out. I don't care what you do, but for Merlin's sake stop whining about it. Harry said before he closed his eyes and got back to his occlumency, ignoring the reactions from the other three. Nearly 2 hours later Harry was sent out to compete. The other champions had competed and Fleur was currently winning. Harry walked out into the stadium. The seats were all full of people. He noticed the judges' tower where the three school heads along with Barty Crouch Sr. and Ludo Bagman were sitting. Harry took a second to look at the area. It was made up of stone and rocks, obviously meaning to replicate the dragon's habitat. Harry then took a second to look at the dragon. It was massive and covered in spikes, a very deadly species of dragon known as the Hungarian horntail. A species of dragon known for being wild and dangerous. Harry calmly walked forwards. The dragon locked eyes with him and shot out a burst of fire that speeded towards Harry. Harry quickly dodged and hid behind some rocks. The dragon kept firing but eventually stopped. Stop! Harry shouted in Parseltongue, causing the dragon to stop. Harry's face had a complete look of relief as he definitely did not know if the dragon would be able to understand Parseltongue. A speaker? The dragon asked. Indeed, noble fire breather. Harry nodded, glad it seemed willing to talk. I must say that your flames are most impressive. I come here to ask you for one of your eggs. You will not take my eggs 2 legs. The dragon hissed and raised its wings threateningly. I do not intend to take your eggs, Harry said calmly, even though he was far from that on the inside. Though I would like to take the fake egg they've placed in your nest. Fake egg? The dragon asked as it lowered its wings and inspected its eggs. It began sniffing them. Its nose eventually reached the gold one and rested on it for several minutes. It's a fake. It growled. I know, Harry said apologetically. I apologize, but I will die if I do not retrieve the fake, or at least attempt to. I do not wish to fight with you nor harm your eggs. May I please have the fake? No. F*** off. It's still mine. The dragon roared before firing a blast of fire in Harry's direction. Well, I tried to be nice, Harry said before he raised his wand. Accio Horntail model. He yelled and the Horntail model flew into his hand. He was going to just bring it with him, but apparently they were only allowed their wands when they entered. Luckily the rules didn't stop him from summoning things. Harry tossed the Horntail in the air and aimed his wand at it. Engorgio! Harry shouted, putting a lot of power into his spell. The model grew until it was nearly the same size as the Horntail. The 2 Horntails roared at each other while the audience clapped. Harry began casting spells, from his position behind the rocks, at the real Horntail so he could assist the model. He started by firing an arrow from his wand that managed to hit the original in the eye, causing it to shriek in pain. Harry did not support animal cruelty, but he had tried to be nice and the thing was trying to kill him, so he couldn't really care at this point. The model sent a burst of fire at the Horntail just as Harry followed up with Blasting Curse. Harry followed up with several other damaging spells as the model closed the distance and the 2 dragons engaged in combat. Harry aided the model by firing more spells, however he made sure to always have a clear shot and always did his best to hit either the head or the wings. During their fight, Harry had sent out a flock of birds at them to make things even more chaotic. After doing that, Harry summoned several snakes and sent them to attack the horntail. Harry decided that now was probably the best time to get to work. He snuck towards the dragon's nest while the horntail was distracted and picked up the egg. On his way to the exit, he made sure that the dragon was sufficiently distracted, and it was, so he ran for it and luckily made it back to the tent uninjured. The adrenaline had appeared to have worn off and he was now experiencing exhaustion from his spells. Tired as all hell, yes, but uninjured, and that for Harry was the important part. "Mr. Potter, are you hurt?" Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse, said as she began casting diagnostic charms on him. "Not even a single scratch, just tired from all the spells," Harry said before taking a breath and shrugging his shoulders. "Yes, you are fine," she said before handing him a pepper-up potion and walking off as he drank his potion. Harry couldn't help but think that she looked a little disappointed. He shook his head and decided that he did not want to think about whatever fetishes she had. Harry looked at the other champions. Cedric had a burn on his right arm while the others looked unharmed apart from Fleur's skirt, which was slightly burnt. They all looked at him. "So, everyone have fun?" Harry asked, not quite sure what to say. "They saw your task," Crumb said with a small nod to Harry. It was impressive," Fleur said. Harry wondered if it was his imagination that caused him to hear a purr in her voice when she said the last word. "Thank you," Harry smiled at her. He remembered her treating him like he was an unworthy peasant child during the champion selection, but now maybe the fight against the dragon changed her mind. "It means a lot." He smiled at her, and if she happened to change it enough to sleep with him, then he wouldn't object. He was pretty sure that blowjobs don't count as losing your purity, and he couldn't think of anything better than losing it to Avila. "I got burnt," Cedric complained. Because you didn't tell me about the task," went unsaid. "Yes, well, most people avoid the flames," Harry said dryly. "Besides, I got stabbed through the arm in my second year just to prove to your house that I don't go around hunting muggleborns. You don't hear me complaining, man up," Harry said with a shake of his head. He was about to walk out when he came face to face with two people he did not want to see, Hermione and Ron. "Harry!" Hermione screamed and ran towards him to hug him. "Nope," Harry said as he sidestepped and she nearly fell when she missed. "The hell are you doing, Granger?" "Harry, we were worried about you. You could have died." "I could have died simply walking down a school hallway. Matter of fact, I could die at any time, maybe even in 3 seconds from now." "Give it a sec." "Nope, still alive." "But if you were so concerned about my death, why didn't you support me before I came face to face with a fire-breathing dragon?" "Harry, we're sorry." "Really? Both of you?" Harry said as he looked from Hermione to Ron, who had kept quiet so far. "Harry," Ron shifted on his feet and fidgeted with his hands before he walked up to him. "I reckon you have to be barking mad to put your name in the goblet of fire. I think someone's trying to do you in. Caught on, have you? Took you long enough. I mean, it would have taken anyone with a brain all of about 10 seconds, but seeing as you don't have one, I suppose it's fair that you take longer." "Hey," Ron complained. "I told you I was sorry." No you didn't. I did not hear the words, 'I'm sorry,' come out of your mouth." "Look, it was a mistake, come on, mates," he said with a hopeful look. "Harry, please, you need us," Hermione said. "We can be friends again." "We could." Harry nodded, causing them to smile, though that smile vanished when he continued. "But I don't want to be friends again." "What?" the two blurted out at the same time. "But Harry," Ron started, only for Harry to interrupt. "I've got to be honest, I was sad at first, but I realized that I don't need you two anymore." Harry smiled brightly. "I've had the time of my life once I got past all the unpleasantness of my situation, really I have. No idiotic red-headed garbage disposal eating more food than Africa while complaining about lack of food and anything else he can complain about in between bites. No arrogant, bossy anti-social bookworm, who can't use a comb, trying to take control of my life and order me around. I breathed fresh air and I am not letting you two dead weights pull me back down." "Harry James Potter, how dare you?" Hermione shrieked. "Oh, I dare, Granger," Harry smirked. "I bloody well dare. I spent the last few days not dumbing myself down. I've done that before so Ron doesn't get jealous and you don't get competitive, but now I've stopped and I was able to defeat a dragon on my own. My own research at my own pace without interruption, and I defeat a dragon. Can't imagine doing that with you two. But you need us." Maybe I did at one point, but that was back when I was happy to just be the boy who lived like everyone wanted. Now I'm Harry Potter and I do not need your help. So if you'll excuse me, I've got better things to do than waste my time with you two idiots." Harry turned and walked away when Ron grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Ron demanded with an angry expression. "We said we're sorry. Who do you think you are? You arrogant little—" Ron found himself cut off as Harry blasted him away, which caused him to land on Hermione. Harry looked up and saw that there was currently nobody else in the tent besides the champions, but they didn't look likely to interfere. Harry looked up to see both of his ex-friends drawing their wands. Harry cast an Expelliarmus that hit Hermione and took away her wand. He did this as she was obviously more dangerous with her wand than Ron. Ron fired a spell at Harry, but Harry dodged it and hit Hermione with a body bind. When Hermione fell to the floor, Ron looked towards her and Harry took advantage and hit him with 3 spells. Harry's first spell was a disarming spell that shot Ron's wand out of his hand. His second was a body bind, and Harry's third spell was one of Ron's favorites, so Ron ended up spitting slugs. Harry calmly walked towards the two. He saw that the champions weren't going to do anything. In fact, he was positive that he saw lust in the eyes of the French champion. He remembered reading about how Vila were attracted to power, but he didn't actually think that was true. Harry grabbed Ron and placed him so he now had his face on Hermione Granger's. "Harry, stop this!" Hermione screamed as a slug popped out of Ron's mouth and landed on her. Nah, you're so smart, you stop it." Harry smirked before walking out the tent. Harry had wanted to go back to the castle but was told to return so points could be forgiven. Harry and the other champions had stood together and waited for their scores. At the end of the scores, Harry was leading, followed by Fleur, Krum and then Cedric. Cedric was last due to being the only one who had taken serious damage and because he took the longest time. Krum had lost a lot of points because his dragon ended up damaging other eggs during his go, plus he took the second longest, though for some reason his headmaster gave him full marks despite not going higher than 5 for any of the other competitors besides Harry. Fleur was fortunate to not damage any eggs or get injured, but she did lose points due to getting her skirt burnt and for taking longer than Krum. Harry, on the other hand, was the quickest, most entertaining and displayed the most variety of magic without getting himself injured and without damaging the other eggs. Though Harry personally thought that that was extremely good luck with all that had happened. Ludo Bagman had given Harry full marks along with Dumbledore, while the others 2 judges, Barty Crouch and Madame Maxime, gave Harry a 9 each. His scores were all pretty high apart from what he had gotten from Karkaroff, the Drumstrang headmaster, who had only given Harry 4. At least until the crowd booed and the other judges questioned him on his score, he reluctantly changed it to 6. In Harry's opinion, the low score did not bother him as much as the fact that the man was blatantly doing it in front of everyone and, unlike the others, didn't even try to act like he was being unbiased. On Harry's way back to the castle, he heard someone call his name. He turned around to see Mad-Eye Moody walking up to him. "Potter," Moody said. "Bloody good work with that dragon. You nearly killed the damn thing." "Oh, did I kill it?" Harry asked, wondering if he was suddenly going to have to add Dragon Slayer to his list of titles. "Nah, injured and harmed it without a doubt, but you didn't kill it," Moody said. "Why do you ask?" "Hoping to become the boy who kills dragons. Hoping to avoid it, actually," Harry replied. "I've got enough titles and I do not need more added by people who gave nothing better to do than focus on my life." "Huh," Moody laughed. "Fair enough, Potter. What are you doing here, by the way?" Harry asked. "Not that I have a problem with you, but I am guessing that you have a reason for talking to me." "Atta boy, you're right, lad," Moody nodded. "Dumbledore told me to tell you that he wants to see you in his office tomorrow after breakfast." "Does he?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "He tell you why?" "Nope," Moody shook his head. "Though I can guess why." "Me too. Probably the task, my recent behavior change, and if he hasn't already heard about it, then he will definitely want to talk to me about what I did to my 2 former friends." "What did you do?" Moody asked, both eyes locked on Harry. "Blasted one into the other before I disarmed them both and hit both the idiots with a body bind. Then I hit Ron with his favorite hex, one that causes you to puke out slugs. Then I put him on top of Granger, and if nobody has found them, then he is still probably dropping slugs on her." "Huh." Moody laughed. Yeah, I reckon Albus will be wanting to talk to you about that as well." Right, well, are you going to come with me to the meeting? Do you want me to? Yes, Harry answered. It'd be nice to have at least one person on my side. If it's just Dumbledore, then it'll be nice to at least have an adult back me up. If Dumbledore plans to have other people in the meeting, then I'll also have to deal with McGonagall being an ass-kicker and or Snape being a complete and utter aggravating bastard, and then I'll be ganged up on. You trust me to help you, Potter? Moody asked. Yes, Harry nodded. You get it. You don't care about stupid shit like manners and language like McGonagall. You focus on the important things and you're not afraid to have a different opinion than Dumbledore. Merlin forbid anyone ever have that in front of McGonagall. As for Snape, you and me both know and would gladly admit that the greasy shit stain is far too confident and given too much freedom because Dumbledore is in his corner. Moody nodded in agreement as a scowl came upon his face. The filthy bastard should be rotting in a cell in Azkaban or at least 6 feet underground, not teaching in a fancy school. That asshole does not teach. Harry scowled as well. He comes in and waves his wand, instructions come on the board and then he tells us to do it and goes around making faces and insulting everyone, and Dumbledore is constantly letting the son of a bitch get away with it. I see your point, lad, Moody replied. All right, I'm coming with you tomorrow. I'll pick you up at breakfast, be on time. Got it, sir, thanks. Harry grinned. Did you beat the dragon, Daddy? Selena asked that night as she rested on Harry's shoulders while he ate his dinner. Of course I did, Princess, Harry replied after swallowing his food. I beat the other champions as well. I have the most points so far and I'm in the lead. That means I'm winning. What do you get if you win? Selena asked. A cup, which I don't really want, and 1,000 galleons, which is basically a lot of money. What are you going to do with the money? Selena asked. I'm going to buy you a lot of food to eat. Harry smiled at her. Thank you, Daddy, she hissed as she rubbed her head against his face. Come on, Potter, Moody said as he and Harry walked up to Professor Dumbledore's office. You ready, lad? As ready as I'll ever be, Harry said as the two entered Dumbledore's office. Upon entering, Harry saw Dumbledore sitting behind his desk with McGonagall standing on his left and Snape on his right. Ah, Harry, it is good to see you, Dumbledore said. Alistair, I appreciate you brightening young Harry up, but you can leave now. I could, but I won't, Moody replied. The lad has asked me to stay here with him. And why is that necessary? Snape drawled. So I can curse you in your bloody face if I think you're acting like an ass. Moody glared at him. I would pay good money to watch that, Harry said as he took a seat. Moody had chosen to stay standing and positioned himself right behind Harry. So Professor, how are you? Harry asked Dumbledore as a conversational tone. Where's Fawkes? Harry asked as he looked around the room, not seeing the Phoenix. Fawkes sometimes likes to disappear, though I would not worry as he always does come back sooner or later. As for myself, I am quite well. May I ask how you are doing, Harry? Dumbledore responded, matching Harry's tone. I am fine, I suppose, Harry shrugged. Bit stressed from the tournament and all. Ah yes, I must say you were quite impressive in the tournament, Dumbledore complimented. It was certainly far beyond what I was expecting of you. Thanks, Harry nodded. I guess that is what happens when you get rid of dead weight. Dead weight? Dumbledore repeated, raising a white eyebrow. Yes, the two who I am sure you want to talk about, Harry replied. So shall we skip the part where we beat around the bush and you just ask me about Granger and Weasley? Very well, Dumbledore replied, taking notice of Harry's use of their last names. In the past, Harry would always refer to both of his friends as Hermione and Ron, though now he was using their last names. As you undoubtedly know, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have made a complaint saying that you attacked them when they attempted to apologize to you after the first task. Of course they did, Harry snorted. Do you disagree? Dumbledore asked. I do, Harry nodded. I really do think that they are wrong. Are you saying they are lying? I don't know about lying, but it is possible that they have a different view of what has happened compared to me. And I am sure that you would be willing to explain your version. Dumbledore said. It was not a question. Fine with me, matter of fact, let's compare what has happened. You'll say their version and I'll say mine. Does that work for you? Very well, Dumbledore nodded. You may start, Harry. After the task, I was checked to make sure that I was not injured or harmed. When it was proved that I was not, I found myself with just the other 3 champions. We spent a few seconds discussing the task. I was about to leave when Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley entered the tent. Your turn. Very well, Dumbledore said, taking note of how Harry called his friends Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley once again instead of referring to them by their first names as he usually did. Miss Granger had told us that she tried to hug you but you refused. I think we may have very different definitions of what a hug is. Harry said in a dry voice. From my understanding, a hug is a display of physical affection and/or a greeting. Then what did Miss Granger do? Well, the harpy screamed my name, temporarily deafening me, before I saw her charging towards me while looking like she was about to tackle me. So I dodged, then asked what she was doing. She said that she was worried and I basically asked where her state of worry had gone before I went out to face a dragon. They both told us that they had apologized to you and you refused to accept their apology. Dumbledore responded. Well, that's wrong. It's about as accurate as saying Han shot second. Harry paused and looked at each of their reactions. Okay, none of you understood that reference. It's fine, I suppose. I haven't watched Star Wars myself. But it is on my to-do list. Mr. Potter. McGonagall frowned at him for getting off topic. All right, anyway, they didn't apologize. Granger did apologize but Weasley did not. I believe he was under the impression that I would have simply forgiven him and that we'd be friends again. I chose not to accept Granger's apology, but as far as I'm aware that is not a crime nor is the act a punishable offense by school rules. They said you insulted them, that is a punishable offense. Snape said, looking proud of himself. If you're going to punish me for simple school insults, then I insist that Draco Malfoy be punished as well. Harry smirked. What? Snape demanded. Have you fell on your head, boy? You must have, since your brain is clearly not working. Ahem. Harry coughed and looked at Dumbledore. He then gestured with his head to Snape. You want to do something about that, or should I ask Professor Moody to do it? Severus, Dumbledore sighed. Please control yourself. Very effective, Harry said sarcastically while rolling his eyes. Now if I may continue, Snape said that. Professor Snape, McGonagall corrected. Snape said that insults are a punishable offense. Harry said as if he hadn't heard her. Well, in that case Draco Malfoy should be punished. He's been insulting me, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley since first year. He has called Miss Granger, Mudblood, and Mr. Weasley, Blood Traitor, on many occasions while also calling me, Scarhead, amongst many other things, and that's just this year. So if you're going to put me in detention or take points from me for insulting people, not that you could this year since I am a champion, then I insist that Malfoy loses the same amount and is right next to me in detention. Why, you little brat. Snape snarled. Snape. Moody snapped, aiming his wand at the scowling potions master. Alistair, lower your wand. Dumbledore ordered. I will lower my wand when you control your little pet Death Eater. Moody responded. Death Eater. Harry glanced at Snape. That does explain quite a lot. I mean unlikable, Death Eater behavior. Enough, Dumbledore interrupted. Alistair, you will lower your wand. And Severus, you will control yourself. Dumbledore demanded, his face daring the potions master to argue against him. Snape glared at everyone in the room before taking a step back and nodding to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked to Moody, who looked quite disappointed, missing out on a chance to blast Snape. Not that Harry could blame him, as hurting Snape was a lovely dream that Harry had at least once a week. Moody reluctantly lowered his wand before gesturing Harry to continue. All right, I told them that I didn't want to be their friend anymore. Something that once again does not break any rules and is not punishable by British or Hogwarts laws. Then I tried to leave. I only took a few steps when Ron Weasley started getting aggressive, so I blasted him. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have said that you shot the first spell without provocation. McGonagall frowned, not believing him. Oh, I had plenty of provocation. First of all, if you build up all my emotions from since they abandoned and betrayed me, plus I had just beat a dragon only to have the two traitors come in and then demand that we suddenly be friends again. Then, like I said, Weasley got aggressive. How did he get aggressive? Dumbledore asked. Professor Moody. Harry turned to Moody. His willingness to call Moody, Professor Moody, was not lost on anyone. If you had just fought a dragon for a tournament you didn't care about and told two traitors that you didn't want anything to do with them after a long time of being emotional and walked off, what would you do if one of them suddenly grabbed you by the shoulder and span you around before shouting in your face? A few weeks in the hospital wing if they're lucky. Moody answered. So would you say that incapacitating them followed by a simple hex is overboard? Under if anything Potter. Moody replied. There you go, Harry said as he turned back to the three teachers. Blasting Ron into Granger was unintentional, it was not. However, when they both got up I saw them draw their wands. I dealt with Granger first as she was the bigger threat, and then I dealt with Weasley. The slug hex was payback in my response for the spell that he had shot at me when I was dealing with Granger. Harry, they are your friends. Dumbledore frowned. Not anymore, thank goodness. Harry replied. I am finally free of both of those prats. Mr. Potter, if it wasn't for Miss Granger then your grades would be far lower. McGonagall replied. My grades are only so low because of Weasley and Granger. Harry responded. And what makes you think that? Simple, I've had to hold back in class so the two prats don't be jealous. I wanted friends, so I did what I could to keep them happy. If I did better than Weasley then he would complain and whine. If I did better than Granger then she would get competitive and angry with me. I am glad beyond words that I no longer have to deal with that pathetic excuse for a wizard and that insufferable know-it-all. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said in a disapproving voice. Hey, I was just quoting your potions master. Harry shrugged. I've heard him call them both that so many times throughout the years, amongst other things such as, bushy-haired nightmare, the worst Weasley, and... We get it, Dumbledore interrupted while sending Snape a look before he turned his attention back on Harry. Harry, either way this is not acceptable behavior. Just tell the two to stay away from me. Harry said if it was an obvious solution. Harry, I understand that you are not fond of them at the moment, but they could be valuable friends in the future. I do not want a friendship where I have to constantly do all I can to keep them happy yet be forced to forgive when they do something I don't like. If I did something then the two would drag it out for as long as possible. I have had enough. If I need friends then I will find someone else, but not those two. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. I will not force you. I don't really see how you could. Now are we done? Mr. Potter, show respect to the headmaster. McGonagall admonished. You know that it is rude to interrupt. Harry raised an eyebrow. He was tempted to laugh at her look of disbelief but held himself back and looked towards Dumbledore. Are we done now? For now, Dumbledore nodded. However, I do have two more things to say to you. Firstly, a Yule Ball will take place as part of the tournament. As a champion you are required to be there for the opening dance and you will need to bring a partner. Fine, Harry sighed. What else? I know that this is a difficult time in your life, Harry. As opposed to when? Harry replied, if his life wasn't dealing with the Dursleys then it was dealing with the madness of Hogwarts. But you shouldn't lose a hold on who you are. I fear for you, Harry. While I do have faith that you won't, it is possible for you to take a less than ideal path. A darker path. Many like you have been angry and joined that path. Voldemort was one who was also angry at the world. I'm not angry with the world, Harry said as he stood up. Just the idiots in it. He added before walking out the room. Once he got down the bottom of the stairs he realized that Moody had followed. Thanks for the support, Professor. Harry said as the two began walking. Not a problem, lad. Moody replied. Did Dumbledore or the grease ball try to read your mind? Nope, Harry shook his head. Snape probably didn't because I did my best to not look him in the eye. Atta boy, Moody said, clapping Harry on the back. Thanks. As for Dumbledore, I kept looking at his ear, beard and basically anywhere apart from his eyes without being obvious about it. Besides, you were in the room. Ah, that's why you wanted me there. Moody said with an impressed look as realization hit him. It was part of the reason why, Harry admitted. With you there, Dumbledore would be much more careful about what he tried, plus the grease ball would show at least some level of control so he does not get cursed. You call that control? Moody snorted. It's better than what he usually does. Harry replied. Honestly, part of the reason he infuriates me is the fact that he does not even hide what he is trying to do. Huh, well I suppose I can understand that. Moody grunted. Now unless you need something I'll be off, sir. Oh, I see how it is. Stick with me as long as I'm useful, huh? Moody raised an eyebrow. Off to see someone, Potter? Yes, a very special girl, sir. Harry grinned. What's she like? Moody asked. Smart, curious, dangerous, and if she gets angry she has a look that would probably kill whoever she targets it at. Harry answered. Now I'll be off before she decides that I am who she wants to direct it at. I might introduce you two later. Bye, sir. Harry waved before walking off. Hello Daddy. Selena hissed as soon as Harry entered the chamber. Hello Precious, Harry said as he picked her up and put her on his shoulder. How are you? I'm good Daddy. Daddy, is that Mommy? Selena asked as she gestured with her head to the dead basilisk. Is she asleep? Yep, that's Mummy. Sorry Selena, but she's dead. Why? She didn't listen to Daddy. Harry answered. She was being naughty as well. I won't be naughty Daddy, and I listen to you. Selena said proudly. Yes you do. Harry smiled. So Mama died because she didn't listen to you. I'll explain it properly when you're older sweetie. Harry said as he stopped in front of Dobby, who was drawing on the floor. Are you done Dobby? Harry asked. Just done. Dobby said as he finished the circle. Dobby has got Master Harry's ritual ready. Good. Harry said before he placed Selena onto the floor. Stay there Selena, don't move until I tell you. Harry ordered before he walked into the center of the drawing that Dobby had made. Harry removed his glasses and tossed them away. Daddy, it broke. Selena hissed as she looked at the damaged glasses. Doesn't matter, I won't need them anymore. Whoa. Alicia Spinnet said the next day as she sat at the Gryffindor table at lunch. What is it? Angelina asked as she looked up from her lunch. Look who just came in looking 10 times better than usual. Alicia gestured to the entrance to the hall. Angelina looked to where she gestured and her eyes widened when she saw Harry. Harry calmly walked in. This was his first appearance in public since the first task. Thanks to that plus the ritual that had fixed his eyes so he no longer needed glass, he was able to get a lot of attention, including some very flattering look from many girls. Hey girls, Harry grinned as he sat next to the two. What's up? Don't, what's up? Look at you. Angelina laughed. I mean the new hair and no glasses, you look great. Oh stop it, I'll blush. Harry smirked. He looked down the table to see Katie Bell grin at him and give a thumbs up, which he returned with a grin and a wink which caused her to smile before she began chatting with her friends. You look brilliant Harry, Alicia said. Is this part of the new you? Yep, Harry nodded. Have you two heard about the ball yet? Yep, Angelina nodded. McGonagall made all of Gryffindor practice dancing this morning. We were thinking about going with Fred and George, but we're both still mad at them. Your anger on my half is lovely, Harry smiled at the two. I personally could think of better things to do than dance, but as a champion I have to do the opening dance. Oh poor Harry, you'd rather take on another dragon wouldn't you? Alicia joked. Actually no, Harry replied. I did good against a dragon and ended up nearly killing it. Imagine what would happen if I did great with a girl. Oh, hoping to get lucky. Angelina raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't object if it happened. Harry replied with a smirk. Any of you two interested? Harry asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Down boy, Angelina said as Alicia lightly slapped him on the head. Sorry Harry, but I don't see you that way. Me either, Alicia replied. You're like our younger brother. Hey, incest is wincest. Harry joked, earning another slap, this time from Angelina. Look, if you can't get a date and one of us can't, then we'll ask you and go as friends. Angelina asked. Friends with benefits? Harry asked hopefully, earning a slap from both girls this time. All right, I was joking. Harry said as he rubbed his head. That's what I get for messing with girls that are chasers, bloody brilliant arm strength. He said. We'll take that as a compliment. Angelina smirked. As well you should. Harry replied. Oh wait, entertainment. Harry said as he gestured to Ron, who was walking towards Fleur Delacour. Oh, this'll be something, Alicia said as nearly everyone in the hall looked in the same direction. Hi. Ron said to Fleur. When she looked up from her breakfast, he suddenly found it even harder to speak. Yes, she asked in a bored and irritated tone as she looked at the drooling boy in front of her. The dance, bodies, your body, nice, dancing, with music, and food, music, dancing. What? She asked, wondering if he had been affected by something beyond her allure. Ron turned, ready to leg it, but stopped when he saw Harry standing in front of him. What are you doing here? Ron demanded. I do go school here, you know. Harry said as he walked past Ron and stopped in front of Fleur. Hello Miss Delacour, I hope I am not interrupting you. Harry said as he gave her a small bow. No, you are not. She smiled at him. She looked at him and saw him smile back at her. At first she had dismissed him as just a little boy, trying to hold on to his fame. But after the first task she was proven wrong. Not only did he cause the most damage to his dragon, which happened to be the most dangerous of all 4 dragons, despite being the youngest, but he also performed such a powerful display of magic. She could practically feel the power coming from him then. He then dealt with the bushy-haired girl and this red-haired moron in such an easy manner. It was Veela's instinct to always go for the strongest male available. She knew it was very unlikely for her to end up marrying this boy, but it was still good for her Veela's side to approve of him. Plus the fact that he could clearly reset her allure unlike most of the school made him incredibly desirable, along with the fact that he was looking incredibly attractive with his messy short hair and bright green eyes. His attractiveness had increased now that he no longer wore those glasses, and now she was able to take a better look at those gorgeous green emerald gems that he called eyes. She was pretty sure that they came with their own allure, as she found it hard to focus on anything but. How wonderful! I am sure that you have heard of the upcoming Yule Ball. Harry said, waiting for her response. I am. She nodded, pleased with where this seemed to be going. Do you have a date yet? Harry asked. I do not, she replied. In that case I would like to ask you if you are willing to attend the ball with me. I am sure that you'll agree with me when I say it would do wonder for school. Relationships, he said, giving her a charming smile that would not be out of place on the face of James Potter. Well, I must accept, for school relationships, she said with a smile. She had to accept, for the school obviously. Wait, hang on, I was going to ask her. Ron objected. Yes, but by the time you would have finished asking her the ball would have finished. Besides, I doubt that the lovely Miss Delacour would be happy dancing in close proximity with a stuttering baboon whose breath smells like slugs. Harry replied, earning giggles from Fleur. That is true, she said as she stood up. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, we can go discuss our date in private. Fleur suggested. It would be my genuine pleasure. Harry smiled. He would have offered her an arm, but she was on the opposite side of the table and neither of them were going to climb over the table. She began walking with Harry walking after her. Harry sent a wink to the chasers before he followed Fleur out of the hall. Damn, Angelina said. We said no, so he goes after Avila instead. Just like him, Alicia shook her head as she spoke in a fond voice. Always above and beyond people expectations. Hi guys, I know I said that Malfoy's getting sued was going to be in this chapter, but I've been busy with family stuff so I haven't had as much time as usual to write. The Malfoy's getting sued will be in the next chapter and I'm sure that one of you will remind me if it's not. As for Harry, I know he hasn't really done much dark things in this chapter, but like I said last chapter, don't expect something big every time. Harry will do dark things when Harry wants dark things to happen. I just want to take a bit of time to respond to some comments. Spaceastrider, damn, I really like your story so far. I like dark Harry, but just don't cross into evil. It almost never makes for a good story and I just don't enjoy it. By evil I mean killing innocents and enjoying things like blood boiling. Response, thanks. The problem with evil is that many people have a different definition of evil. In this story Harry will be doing some very bad things to a lot of people, however he will not be doing stuff like hunting muggles just because they are muggles. I am trying to write this story in a way where we can all see that Harry has a reason for everything he is doing. For example, he did what he did to Skeeter partially to enjoy himself but also because he wanted to neutralize her. So if he kills someone or tortures them, then he'll have a reason. It'll be debatable if it's a good one, but there will be a reason behind all of his actions. Chaos Snow Kitsune. I find it rather bizarre that people are complaining about the age gap between Harry and Tonks. In this FIC in particular, that really shouldn't matter. Harry doesn't care about what others say or think, so why would something like that be a problem at all? Tonks would be the only factor that might make that a problem, and depending on how you portray her, that might not bother her. I look forward to seeing where this goes and am quite happy with the pairing. As you said, you can always make a Harry Astoria FIC later. I do have a question though. If this FIC had been a Harry Astoria pairing, would you have messed with her age? Response: I agree with you. I mean, I just made a story where a 14-year-old forced an older woman to give him head or get bitten by the most venomous snake on the planet right before he forced her into making an unbreakable vow. When I expected complaints, it wasn't with him getting together with a woman a few years older than him. Besides, as you said, this Harry wouldn't care what others think. As for Tonks, in canon she married someone much older than her, so I don't think that age would be a major factor. Maybe something to be mentioned or pointed out, but not like a deal-breaker factor or anything. As for your question, I would have probably made her a year younger than Harry. I think she's 2 years younger in canon, which I could work with, but I would have probably made her a year younger to keep things simpler and easier. Q 9930. I don't mind darker Harry as long as it is not evil Harry. A Harry with nothing holding him back except to cause as much mayhem as possible while basically causing magical Britain would be great. Response. Like I said before, different people have different ideas about what counts as evil. In this story, Harry will definitely be doing some bad things to people and will have a major impact on magical Britain. Also, your suggestions on magic have been noted. Maso 2010. Liked how you huddled Ginny becoming friends with benefits with a little keying without immediately jumping to say, "Fantastic mate, good job." Response. Thanks, I did it this way simply because, like Harry said, he was thanking Ginny for what she had done. Besides, neither of them are that experienced and say due to their ages, despite Harry wanting to be, plus Ginny could barely talk to him before this point, so I figured it was better to start her light. As to paraphrase Harry, the keying is supposed to help make her feel more confident in herself while also making them both feel better. This story is not like my Dark Lord Potter story where he does want to sleep with each and every good-looking girl he can get his hands on. This Harry does want to have fun with girls, but more in the way that any hormonal teenager would. Tenho. It looks like you're gearing him up to join Voldemort. I hope I'm wrong, but having him get along with the fake Moody and having the fake Moody actually help him become more formidable, makes it seem that way. Not to mention that this Harry is clearly quite dark, even if I understand what led to him being so. Many authors make the mistake of thinking Harry going dark justifies him siding with Voldemort. Just no. If anything, he'd be even more against Voldemort because the prick took something of his parents and subjected him to the Dursleys. They always turn him against Dumbledore for indirectly causing it, but have him side with the person who actually did it. There's no logic there. Hell, if he wants to be dark, I would think he'd just create his own faction and be his own Dark Lord. Response. I totally get what you're saying, and I agree with how it doesn't make sense for Harry just to join Voldemort because he's dark. I mean, stories in which Voldemort or a Death Eater raises Harry makes more sense if you want Harry to join Voldemort. As for my story, I will not confirm nor deny anything, however all I ask for is some patience. I have something planned, something I hope is unique, original and good. If you had read the first Harry Potter book for the first time ever, I don't think you would have expected it to end with Harry killing a man with 2 faces by burning him to death, unless you had expected that, in which case bloody well done. Whoa. Harry grinned. He resisted the urge to laugh out loud as Fleur shifted her lips from his jaw to his neck. The two had talked in an abandoned classroom after leaving the hall. They figured it was better to make sure they knew where they stood with each other. Both had eventually come to an agreement after making it clear to each other that neither of them were interested in a long-term relationship. The two then talked for about half an hour about the ball. The two had then started on what was supposed to be a simple key, yet somehow ended up with Harry being pushed against the wall with Fleur furiously attacking him with her lips. As she got to work on his neck, Harry's hands slowly trailed down from her hips. He hovered over his desired area for a second, and once he figured that there was no objections coming from her, he grabbed and squeezed, earning a delightful beat from her. She ran her right hand through his hair, sometimes holding on his head and sometimes yanking his hair, while her other hand had started on his neck and slowly slid down to his, then to his stomach before it went around and pushed him closer to her from his back. Speaking of close, Harry was rather enjoying the feeling of having an older Vila pressed against him. Damn, you're brilliant. Harry smiled before the two began engaging in a passionate snog, though Harry would probably have described it as tongue wrestling, because that was pretty much what it felt like. The two continued for several minutes before they broke apart for air. She had her hands on his shoulders while his hands were still on her rear. "Hi," Harry said, not quite sure what else to say. "Hi," she replied, breathing heavily. "I hope you liked that." "No, I didn't," Harry said, earning a surprised look from her. She was about to respond, but he cut her off by giving her a squeeze with his hands before he gave her a small key on the lips. "I loved it," he grinned. "I hope we can do it again." "Perhaps we could," she smiled. And after the ball, if I think you've earned it, perhaps we can do that and more. But for today, why don't I continue to show you why the French have a key named after them? I never thought I would say this, but thank God for the French. Potter. Harry heard a familiar voice shout at him as he walked down the hallway. He recognized the voice instantly. How could he not when Malfoy just would not F off and leave him alone? But right now he frankly could not care. He had just locked lips with Avila. He doubted there was anything that could probably ruin his mood now. He looked and saw Malfoy storming towards him with a letter in his hand and his 2 gorilla bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, who were struggling to keep pace with him. Malfoy, hello, you look upset. Have you run out of hair gel? Harry asked with fake concern. May as well enjoy himself if the Prat was here. Shut it, Potter. Malfoy snapped. What the hell is this? He demanded when he held the letter up. Well, Malfoy, it is called a letter. Now a letter is when one person writes something down on a piece of. I know what a letter is. A red-faced Malfoy shouted, attracting even more attention than he already had. I mean, what's on the letter? How am I supposed to know? I have not read it yet, though I do appreciate that you think so highly of me to think that I can know things without reading them. You're suing me? Malfoy demanded, glaring at Harry with hatred in his eyes. Yes, you see, if you was just a regular kid then there would be nothing to sue, but seeing as you cannot last a day without reminding people how rich you are, I figured that you had the money to pay for it, and if not you then old Lucius Malfoy can do it. You can't sue me. No, that's what my lawyer is for. Are you all right, Malfoy? You're slower than usual, perhaps you're slowly turning back into a ferret. Harry could not help but grin when he saw Malfoy shudder. Shut it, Potter. Did you know that the ferret is a member of the Weasley family? Perhaps you could be related to Weasley, wouldn't that just be lovely? Red and albino Weasleys are as that Malfoys. I'm warning you, Potter. A ferret that speaks. Harry gasped with fake shock. Won't wonders ever cease? Maybe that's why you were so scared of that hippogriff in 3rd year, they do eat ferrets after all. I remember when it attacked you, since you were either too stupid or deaf to obey instructions. For any other boy or even 1st-year girl it would have been a simple scratch, but I assume your ferret instincts would not let you stay calm until the big and bad hippogriff was away. I once heard that ferrets can eat cat food, perhaps you and McGonagall could share a bowl. That's it. Malfoy hissed. His mood was not helped by people around him laughing. He pulled out his wand and aimed it at Harry, only to suddenly let out a squeak of pain before he could finish the incantation of his spell. Malfoy's face was bright red as a couple of tears dripped out of his eyes. Well, it's not like you were using them, Harry said in a calm voice as he pulled his foot out from between Malfoy's legs. Harry gave Malfoy a small pat on the shoulder with his right hand before using his left hand and delicately plucking Malfoy's wand out of his hand. Harry then gently shoved Malfoy back with his right hand and Malfoy fell onto the floor, his hands going between his legs in an attempt to reduce the pain. What about you two? Harry asked Crabbe and Goyle as he tossed the wand away and pulled out his own. The two hesitated and glanced between each other and the downed Malfoy. Come on, lads, we fighting or not? Don't even try it. One voice hissed and everyone turned to see Moody limping towards them. Sir, Potter and Malfoy. One Ravenclaw started only to be interrupted. I know, I saw the whole damn thing. Moody said as he walked over to Malfoy. Get off the floor, you yellow-bellied idiot. Moody said as he grabbed Malfoy by the arm and roughly pulled him to his feet. That's 10 points for Slytherin for shouting in the halls, 10 more for creating a disturbance, 10 more for drawing your wand as well. But what about Potter? One nearby Slytherin demanded. Self-defense, Moody grunted. The lad only made a move after Malfoy drew his wand. But he insulted Malfoy. Another Slytherin argued. If he can't handle insults then the boy has no hope in surviving school, let alone working anywhere after. You're just biased against Slytherins. The first Slytherin accused. I am a Slytherin, you mushy-brained idiot. Moody glared at the Slytherin, causing him to step back with realization about who he was talking to. You can join Malfoy tonight in detention and 30 points from Slytherin for arguing with me. Now come with me. Moody hissed the last part to Malfoy as he summoned Malfoy's wand and began dragging him away. Huh, Harry said eventually, breaking the silence and causing everyone to look at him. I suppose this is what you must feel like when Snape lets you get away with shit that you shouldn't get away with. Harry said to the nearby Slytherins. It feels good. He smiled, ignoring their glares. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter," Harry's lawyer said as the two met in a private room in the Three Broomsticks. Harry's lawyer was a rather kind-looking man with brown hair. He looked fairly young as well when compared to most of the lawyers that Harry had seen. He was also dressed in a muggle suit. If Harry had to guess, then he would put the man in, "I hope you're doing well." "I'm doing great, and please just call me Harry," Harry replied. "So how is the case going?" "Quite well actually," the man grinned. "Firstly, you are in the right, seeing as Malfoy not only used your name in a negative way but also did it without your permission and had indeed profited from it. With the amount of badges that he has sold, he's likely made a lot of money. However, it's also a point against him as it makes it easier to get your hands on one. Matter of fact, I already have." He paused to put one of the badges. "I brought it off a Ravenclaw outside. This is lovely evidence that we can use, this way even if Malfoy somehow manages to convince everyone in the school to get rid of their badges, then we still at least have one for evidence." "Do you think he is still selling them, or has he stopped?" "I'm not sure. The smart thing would be to stop, but then again Malfoy is an idiot. However, I do know that less people are wearing them now. Apparently my success in the first task means I am suddenly popular again." "Well, that's good, isn't it?" "In a way, but on the other hand I can't help but think of them like people who simply are not worth my time. I mean, I would have figured that a few years of school with me would have been what was important for them, but apparently my success in a tournament is the deciding factor." "I understand that, I suppose." He sighed. "The Malfoys have offered a small sum for you to drop the case." "Small?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Not as much as you would make in court, but still a lot less effort." He shrugged. "It's entirely your decision if you want to accept it or not," he said as he slid a note with the amount they offered towards Harry. "Do you enjoy working for me?" Harry asked, leaning back in his chair, not even looking at the note. "I don't hate it, if that's what you're asking." "Are you saying you don't enjoy it?" "No, merely saying that I'd prefer to be at home with my wife rather than work at all." And here I thought all lawyers love to tell lies. Only the ones that need to. "Well, seeing as you have nothing beyond the standard objections of the working man, I'd say I would like to go through with this. This isn't just about money. But you would like as much money as possible, right?" "Of course I would like as much money as possible," Harry said without missing a beat as he ripped up the note. "I'm not the sort of idiot who would refuse money, but it's not about money. It's about making things difficult for the Malfoys. I don't care if you have to waste an entire day just to get another galleon from them. I want to make them suffer. I want them to lose as much money as we can take, and I want them to be embarrassed and pissed off that all of this between the lost money and bad publicity is because their son thought he was smart by getting someone to make him badges." "You think someone made it for him? Do you have proof?" "No, but I just think that he is too much of a dumbass to make them on his own," Harry confessed. "But like I was saying, I want the Malfoys to suffer. That's why I chose you as my lawyer after all." "Huh. Well, you are a Muggleborn, aren't you?" "Wow. Never thought that Harry Potter would discriminate against Muggleborns. In this case it is positive discrimination. It would make things so much better for me if the Malfoys, haters of mudbloods, as they would say, suffered thanks to none other than the boy who lived and his trusty Muggleborn lawyer. I suppose I can see the appeal." He grinned. The two spent the next hour or so talking about the case before Harry decided it was time to go. "All right, thanks again," Harry said as they stood up and shook each other's hands. "No problem, Harry. Just send a letter if you ever need me and I'll come as soon as I can." "I'll remember that, thank you. See ya, Mr. Tonks," Harry said as he walked out of the room. On the day of the Yule Ball, Harry was stood outside with the other champions. Cedric Diggory had managed to get Cho Chang as his date, and because of that he had earned a little bit of Harry's respect. Cho was no slouch in the looks department. Krum had, for one reason or another, gone with Hermione Granger. Harry did not know or cared to know how or why that happened. Speaking of Hermione, the girl had made sure to look her best as she was wearing a rather expensive-looking dress and had finally managed to fix her hair. Harry was also positive that she was using enlargement charms in certain areas. One reason for his belief was the fact that he had spent time with her for quite a while. The second was the fact that the girl barely ate, as she always preferred to read at her table despite the fact that many considered it rude to do so, plus the fact that the girl's only real form of exercise was moving books from point A to point B. As for Harry, people still were slightly disbelieving that he had come to the ball with Fleur Delacour of all people. She currently had her hair done up in a bun and was wearing a beautiful backless silver dress that clung to her like second skin. It also happened to have a lovely slit so her right leg was far more visible. Not that Harry would complain, in fact he loved it if anything. As for Harry, he had chosen to go with a simple black muggle suit. Naturally he had gotten Fleur's approval before, as she was his date after all. She had taken one look at him in a suit and decided that she liked it enough to be willing to take more looks. In Harry's opinion, the suit, combined with his hair and no longer wearing glasses, made him look nice. If Fleur's eyes were any indication, then she also agreed. "All right, line up," Professor McGonagall said as she arrived in front of the champions and their dates. "In a moment you will all be called inside where you will do the opening dance." "Mr. Potter, what are you wearing?" "Clothes, Professor," Harry answered, earning an eye roll from Fleur and Hermione, although both for different reasons. "I can see that, Mr. Potter," she said, frowning at his sarcasm, "but I'd like to know why you are not wearing robes." "Why aren't you wearing robes?" Harry shrugged. "Mr. Potter, I asked you first." "Miss McGonagall, I asked you second." Harry shrugged again. "Mr. Potter, you should be wearing robes." Maybe, but I don't have to," Harry replied. "I looked up the rules and I don't even have to come to the ball beyond the fact that it's traditional for me to do so. Matter of fact, the only reason I've come at all is the opportunity to spend time with the beautiful next to me. As for my clothes, you did not, nor did anyone related to the tournament specify a dress code to me. Now, I am going through my teenage rebellion phase. May I please continue to do so without interruption?" Harry said, giving her a small smile. "This is not over, Mr. Potter." She glared at him before walking off. "Harry, you can't talk to a professor like that." Hermione glared at him. "Hermione, you are no more likely to have your opinion valued by me simply because you've worked out how to look presentable for once," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "What? How dare? If you'll excuse me, Granger, I'd much rather spend the evening focusing on my lovely date instead of being irritated by you." Harry cut her off before turning to Fleur and smiling at her. "So have I told you that you look brilliant today?" "No, you have not," she said with a fake frown. "That's because brilliant does not do your appearance justice," Harry replied quickly. And now, the four champions and their dates. The group heard Dumbledore call as the doors opened. The champions and their dates walked out with Cedric and Cho at the front, followed by Hermione and Krum, then Harry and Fleur. Harry overheard a few of the students gossiping and talking about him and the other champions, but decided to drown them out and focus on his date. They began dancing. Fortunately, Harry and Fleur had spent a lot of time practicing before. After all, she did give him good motivation to do so. After the end of the first dance, other couples joined the dance floor while the champions were guided towards their seats at the dinner table. Harry, being a gentleman, held Fleur's seat out for her. She smiled and sat down while he took a seat next to her. The champions ordered their food and began eating while making small talk with each other. After a short dinner, Harry escorted Fleur back to the dance floor. The two had a few more dances with each other and a few with others before the ball ended and Harry escorted Fleur out of the hall. "Thank you, Harry, today was a nice night." Fleur smiled as he walked her back to the Buexbatten carriages. "I rather enjoyed it too," Harry smiled back. "Quick question, you haven't fallen in love with me tonight, have you?" "I am pretty sure I have not," she said in an amused voice as they stopped in front of the carriage. "Why do you ask?" "Because it might make the next part really awkward," Harry said before he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her in close before keying her on the lips. Fleur wrapped her arms around his neck and returned fire with just as much enthusiasm. The two kept going for several minutes until Harry's hands had slipped down and took a handful of her rear with both hands. Fleur gasped before she pushed him off. Harry was about to ask if he had done something to upset her when she grabbed him by the head and pulled him into a searing key before she let go and grabbed his hand. She pulled him with her as she walked into the carriage. Fortunately, nobody saw them. Once they got inside Fleur's room, she closed the door before activating a silencing and locking charm. She grabbed him and keyed him, all as she constantly pushed him back until the back of his legs hit the bed and he fell on top of it. Harry crawled backwards so he was more comfortable on the bed while Fleur crawled after him before she straddled his legs and began removing his belt buckle. "Are you ready for this?" she asked in a low voice. "I guess we'll see, won't we?" Harry grinned in response. "So how did it go?" Angelina asked as Harry sat along with her, Katie and Alicia at the Gryffindor table during lunch the day after the ball. They had talked together for a few minutes before the conversation inevitably moved on to the Yule Ball. Harry for his part simply gave a wide smile and a quick nod in response to Angelina's question. Wait, does that mean you and her? Katie trailed off and Harry gave another quick nod, the smile not leaving his face. You and Avila, Alicia gasped. I don't know how to describe how I'm feeling. But, it's like, Katie continued, it's sort of like, an overwhelming amount of pride. Angelina finished before high-fiving Harry. Well done Harry. Thank you. Harry grinned as the other two high-fived him. How were your dates? Nothing bad, not special but it was alright. Katie shrugged. How about you two? She asked Alicia and Angelina. Good, at least for me. Alicia replied. How about you? She asked Angelina who nodded in response. Who did you guys go with? Harry asked. I went with a Gryffindor in my year called John Brown. Katie answered. We both went with Ravenclaws in our year. Angelina answered. We had asked them after we both refused to go with Fred and George. Sorry about that, Harry said. I know things are awkward between you guys. It's not your fault Harry. Angelina said. Of course it's not. Harry frowned. I did nothing wrong, story of my life really. Be that as it may, it is definitely the twins' fault. Angelina replied. I mean I don't know what they're thinking, I've put up with their jokes for years but this time they've abandoned a friend for it and that's not acceptable. Alright girls, Harry stood up and keyed them each on the forehead. I'd love to stay and chat but I have to go and take a nap. What? Why? Still worn out from yesterday? Katie teased. Nope, Harry grinned. I want to save my energy for later tonight. She liked it enough to want a second performance. Harry said as he walked away with a proud smile. He had briefly turned back and waved at the chasers when they gave him a round of applause. Oh, this looks exciting. Ludo commented as he looked at the goblet of fire. He along with Barty Crouch and the three school heads were currently all together, waiting to choose who would be the hostages for the second task. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. This will inform us who the champion values most in their life. We will use it to determine who will be our participants in the task. We simply need to write the question down on a piece of paper and pop it in the goblet. Yes, let's get this over with. Karkaroff said impatiently. First they started with Crumb. The first name came out was his mother. They realized that they could not use her as she was not even in the country and decided to ask the goblet again. After 3 more family members they decided to simply go with Hermione Granger as she was Crumb's date. They then checked Fleur, her little sister's name came up and Madame Maxime assured them all that she could convince her to participate. Cedric had gotten Cho and then it was Harry's turn. Oh, who is Selena? Ludo asked. I'm not quite sure. Dumbledore frowned, there was no last name on here for some reason. Selena. Dumbledore didn't think there was any Selenas in Harry's year, he'd have to double check the school registers, maybe she was in a different year. But then again there was no last name so it's possible that Selena was just a pet of some sort that Dumbledore did not know about. Alright, Ludo said as they tried a second time. Hedwig. Ludo asked. Ah, young Mr. Potter's owl. Dumbledore explained. We are not having an owl. Barty frowned before they tried a third time. Who the devil is Dobby? That would be a house elf. Dumbledore answered, while making a mental note to check if Dobby was still working for Hogwarts. A house elf. Karkaroff sneered. Alright, let's try this one more time. Barty sighed before they tried again. And who is Angelina Johnson? Ah, that would be one of the lovely young women on Harry's Quidditch team. Dumbledore answered, he was hoping that it would have been Miss Granger or Mr. Weasley but it appeared that Harry still had no intention of reuniting with his old friends. She'll do. Barty Crouch said as he wrote the names down of each hostage. It is a shame. Fleur said as she rested her head onto Harry's while her leg was draped over his and her hand ran up and down his abs. The two were currently in her room and in bed after another session of love-making. What is? Harry asked. A shame that we have agreed to only stay friends. Fleur answered as she planted a key on his. You are the first boy I think I have ever considered acceptable enough to be a boyfriend. Huh, yeah, I get it. Harry sighed. But I've got to be honest, this is the first year of my life when I finally decided to just enjoy myself. I don't really want to get a girlfriend or anything serious, maybe sometime in the future but for now I just want to continue to enjoy myself. I understand, Fleur sighed. My sir will be disappointed. What's that? Harry asked, wondering if that was another word for her lady parts. My sister, she is 8 years old and a big fan of yours, and when I told her that we were friends she was very excited. I think she wants to meet you. Fleur grinned. Should I be worried? Harry laughed. Well, she'll either try to make you my husband or her own, so a little bit of worry would be fine. The mighty Harry Potter, defeater of dark lords and dragons, brought down by the mighty 8-year-old Vila. Harry said in a dramatic voice before letting out a theatrical sigh. I suppose there are worse fates, he said in a defeated voice. Perhaps. Harry keyed Fleur on the top of the head. We can have some more fun before my defeat, or at least before the second task. Yes. Fleur whispered as she peppered his with keys before she pushed her body against his as she began keying his neck and jaw. We should enjoy ourselves while we can, Fleur said as she climbed on top of him and grinded her body against his for several moments before she straddled him. I won't object to that. Harry grinned. Hiya Hedwig. Harry grinned as he arrived at the Ollery. He stroked his loyal owl and she happily leaned into his touch and playfully nibbled on his fingers. How are you doing today, girl? Harry asked. He waited for her to respond, which she did with a series of hoots. That's nice, you're looking as beautiful as ever. I don't know how you're still single. Harry complimented, causing Hedwig to puff her out and straighten up. I have an all-order letter for you, girl, to the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Take your time on your way back here, there's no rush, you deserve to enjoy your flight for being such a hard-working girl. Hedwig hooted in agreement before Harry tied a letter to her. She lovingly tapped her forehead on his before she flew off. Yeah, what are you lot looking at? Harry said in a challenging voice to the owls that were staring at him. Yeah, that's right, Harry huffed. You effers are jealous that she like me more than you. Though when I say like I mean like owner and pet, no owl oh, and, why the F am I talking to you lot? Harry said as he walked off. Well, I knew I would go crazy eventually. All right, Dobby, Harry said a few days later. I am off to go compete in the second task. Look after Selina and get the preparations ready. Yes, Master Harry, Dobby nodded. Dobby will get Master Harry's rituals ready and look after Miss Selina. Good, Harry nodded. Princess, Harry called and Selina slithered towards him. Daddy will be going and I'll be back later, and then you and me are going to do that ritual together. Daddy, Selina said as Harry patted her on the head, will it hurt? No, it'll make you stronger and make it so that you can come with me whenever and wherever you want. Harry smiled. Harry stood alongside the other champions, staring at the lake, as he arrived. Fleur stood on his left dressed in a rather impressive one-piece while Crumb and Cedric wore shorts and a vest. Harry arrived in shorts, a shirt and shorts. The crowd were all shouting and screaming in excitement. You all right, Fleur? Harry asked. My sister. I couldn't find her. I think she's... Fleur trailed off and pointed at the lake. Harry's eyes widened in understanding. Thanks to Fleur he was able to work out the egg and earn the clue. It was pretty simple. Something important would be taken and they would have an hour to get them back. Upon realizing that something important of his would be taken, Harry had double-checked that all of his important possessions such as his cloak and firebolt were safely hidden away in the chamber. But now he realized that the clue was not referring to what they would miss the most, rather, who. With that being said, Harry wondered who would be at the bottom of the lake for him. It couldn't be Sirius, he was still on the run. It couldn't be Fleur as she was competing alongside him. If Dumbledore had placed Weasley or Granger down there for him, then Harry would have just let them drown, consequences be damned. It couldn't be Selina or Dobby as Harry had just seen the two before he came here. Ginny seemed like a possibility. Harry looked into the crowd and saw her almost instantly, so he realized that she was not it. With that, Harry realized that the only other people he really gave a damn about in this school were the Chasers. He looked around and found Katie, and after a few moments saw Alicia as well, but he saw no sign of Angelina. He growled as he realized that she was who they took. The Chasers were the closest things that Harry had to sisters. The three had stood by him throughout all of his years at Hogwarts, and he'd be damned if he let them get hurt. Remember our plan? Harry asked Fleur. Fleur paused but nodded. They had discussed a plan together for the second task about a week before and spent the week working on their plan while also working on their own individual plans in case either of them decide to go solo. Ludo Bagman began explaining the task, but Harry paid him no attention and simply removed his shirt. At this point those around him and the crowds took in a good look at Harry's body. He had put on a lot of muscle, and while he was not a person with particularly large muscles like Crumb, he still had a very impressive and defined body complete with abs leading to an impressive versus cut. Those close by or in a position to see would have noticed the scar on his arm where the basilisk had bitten him. 3. Ludo began counting down. Harry quickly pulled out his wand. 2, 1, go. Harry waved his wand a couple of times and a boat appeared. Harry nodded to Fleur and the two got into the boat. Crumb on the other hand had opted for self-transfiguration and turned his head into a shark while Cedric went for the rather simple bubble charm. The two champions jumped in while Harry tapped the boat and it began moving. Fleur used a point me spell to find the hostages while Harry cast charms to try and find them. After a few minutes Fleur's spell eventually stopped pointing straight and pointed downwards. I guess here is where we get off, Harry said as he tapped the boat, causing it to stop. He and Fleur cast a bubblehead charm and warming charms on themselves before they both jumped off the boat and into the water. The two swam down until they eventually reached the hostages. There was, naturally, 4 hostages. Harry didn't recognize one of them. She was a small and young girl, and judging by her looks Harry assumed she was Fleur's sister Gabrielle. Harry saw Cho Chang and realized that she was Cedric Diggory's hostage. Harry also saw Hermione Granger, which surprised him. Harry briefly wondered what drugs Dumbledore must have been on to even consider putting Hermione as his hostage, though after a second he remembered that she was Crumb's date and his hostage. At this point Harry saw Angelina and knew that he was right, but he also saw that they were surrounded by merfolk who were holding spears and tridents. Harry nodded to Fleur before they both continued swimming closer, both with their wands ready just in case things got violent. The merfolk looked at them but did not attack. Harry freed Angelina while Fleur freed her sister. After getting their hostages they took a glance at the merfolk who were still not attacking. Harry and Fleur decided not to press their luck and quickly swam up and back onto the boat. As soon as they reached the surface both hostages woke up and suddenly began looking around in fear as they realized that they were in water. Harry, Angelina blurted out as she looked around while Harry and Fleur undid the bubble charms. Boat now, Harry ordered as he helped her on the boat while Fleur helped Gabrielle get on the boat. What happened? Angelina asked as they all got onto the boat. Well, Harry said as he tapped the boat, it began going back to shore while Fleur and her sister talked to each other in French. As part of the task the champions had to retrieve something valuable from the lake. At first I thought it would be something like my broom or family photos. But I was wrong because it was actually people. For Fleur over here it was her sister and for me it was you. I'm flattered, Angelina said, giving him a small smile. You and the other two chasers are like family to me. Harry shrugged, feeling slightly embarrassed. Anyway, didn't you know? Did they put you down there without permission? Oh no, Angelina said shaking her head. They asked us a couple of hours ago, I think. I'm not sure what time it is. They put us in a stasis spell. My brain's still a little behind. When I said what happened I meant with the task. Well, I think me and Fleur are winning, Harry replied. I made this boat and we found you with a point me spell and detection spells. By the way Fleur, Harry said to Fleur, interrupting her conversation with her sister. Did they ask your sister's permission to use her in this task? Yes, Fleur said after a few seconds of talking with Gabrielle. Yeah, but she's like 8. Did she even know what she was agreeing to you? What about you or your parents' permission? Harry asked. Me and my parents would never have given permission for this. Fleur scowled. She is too young, and even if she wasn't then her Vila heritage would have made it more dangerous for her to be underwater. Well then, Harry said with an evil smile. How do you feel about talking with a lawyer and a reporter that I know? When they arrived on shore Harry quickly cast drying spells on them all. Madame Pomfrey hustled over and instantly began casting diagnostic spells on Harry. I am fine, Harry said, rolling his eyes. I will determine that, Pomfrey said, glaring at him. She was about to continue when Harry stopped her by grabbing her wrist. Mr. Potter, I wasn't hit with anything and all I did was go for a swim with a warming charm on me. The girls on the other hand. Harry gestured to Angelina and Gabrielle. Spent I don't know how long under the lake, get your priorities straight. Harry said with a glare as he let go of Pomfrey, who after a moment's pause and a shocked expression got to work on the girls. Excellent job, Ludo Bagman said as he and the other judges arrived first. Nicely done, he said as he clapped Harry repeatedly on the back. You and Miss Delacour are the first ones back. Absolutely brilliant. Ludo found himself cut off as Harry blasted him away and into the lake, much to the surprise of the judges and the crowd. Harry, Dumbledore said in shock. My very limited patience is wearing thinner and thinner with each task and person in this bloody tournament. Harry said, glaring at the judge. He turned and walked up to Angelina. Hey, would you mind if I left? He asked. It's just I'd really not be here. Yeah, thanks Harry. Angelina said, keying him on the forehead. Thanks. Harry smiled before he turned and walked away. But Mr. Potter, you have not been awarded your points yet. Barty Crouch called. Fine. Harry sighed as he stopped and turned around. Let's hear my points, my unbiased. Harry paused and focused on Karkaroff for a few seconds before returning to looking at all of the judges. Points. I'm afraid that you will have to wait until after the others have returned. Dumbledore said as Ludo climbed back up shore. In which case I'll be off and Angelina can tell me my score later. Harry said before he turned and walked off. Ari, Fleur called, causing him to stop. I'd like to talk to you later. Sure. Harry nodded before he continued walking. Mr. Potter, surely you can wait a few minutes. Dumbledore frowned. Probably could, Harry said without looking back. See ya. Dobby, Harry called after he finished writing his letters and placing them in envelopes. He turned to look at the elf who had popped in. Take these letters to Hedwig. Harry said as he handed them to Dobby. But first, when you arrive, give her something to eat. Something to eat. Dobby nodded. And just pet her a little, stroke her, just let her feel appreciated. Also, is the ritual ready? Yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded quickly. Dobby did it exactly like Master Harry wanted. Good, off you pop then. Harry said as he stood up and walked off to where Dobby had set up the ritual. He found Selena waiting there for him. Daddy, I'm ready. Selena said in an excited voice. Let's get started then, Harry said as he removed the top half of his clothes. Wow, I just realized how weird that sounded when I removed my shirt. Fleur, Harry called as he knocked on the door to her room. Come in, Ari. Harry heard her reply. He walked in only to find that she was not in the room. Just make yourself comfortable. He heard her call from behind what he knew was the bathroom. You said you wanted to talk, Harry said as he slowly lowered himself down and took a seat. That is true, she said as the door opened. It took all of Harry's willpower and effort to not drop his jaw when he saw what had just come out of that bathroom. Fleur Delacour stood, leaning against the door frame with her hair let loose and gliding down past her shoulders. She gave him a smile that screamed seductive as she stood in nothing but blue lingerie that barely covered anything. She slowly walked to him, hips swaying side to side and the smile never leaving her face. For Harry, each step felt ridiculously slow, and the look in her eyes did not help calm him down at all. As she finally got close, she stopped in front of him. She slowly and sensually rubbed her hands over her body before she took her sweet time and bent down from the waist. She placed her hands on his knees as her face came close enough to his so that he was looking her right in the eye and could feel her breath. How are you feeling? She asked in a low voice. Like the sun, Harry answered after a moment's thought. The sun? Well, I am feeling really hot and right now I feel like I am rising. Harry said. Fleur looked down and sat that part of him was indeed rising. She licked her lips and looked up at him. We've spent a while just enjoying each other, haven't we? Yeah. Harry nodded, wondering where she was going with this. Well, my sister was saved thanks to your plan and it is you who has contacted the press and a lawyer, so I feel like I have to thank you. She said as her hands grabbed onto his trousers. So from now, until I leave at the end of year. Fleur leaned close. I am yours in any way you want, whenever you want. She whispered hotly into his ear before she pulled back and gave him a slow but passionate key before she got onto her knees and pulled his trousers off, followed by his boxers. Really? Harry said. He felt like he should laugh with joy at the idea of having a villa whenever and however he wanted. Deadly. She smirked before she leaned her head down. Oh damn. Harry gasped in pleasure. Oh shit. Fudge said as he looked at his copy of the latest Daily Prophet a few days later. The Delacours were suing those behind the Tri-Wizard tournament, which included the British Ministry, for the endangerment of their youngest daughter. If Fudge cared then he would have remembered the fact that Madame Maxime was also getting sued. As of the moment his focus was on how the article was really not putting the British Ministry in a good light. And if the ministry is shown in a bad light, then that means he is shown in a bad light, and he could not have that. He needed to talk to Barty Crouch or Dumbledore or just anyone competent and in position to sort this out. Dumbledore frowned as he read the Daily Prophet. Unfortunately, he was included as one of the people who were being sued because of the tournament. Money wasn't something especially important for him, but he still understood its value and very much preferred not to lose any if he did not have to. He recognized the name of the lawyer, Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born that Dumbledore had admittedly not paid much interest to, at least until he married Andromeda Black of all people. For that alone Dumbledore thought that the two should be put in Gryffindor. That was far braver beyond what anyone would expect of a Hufflepuff or a Slytherin. For Ted, he would have married into a pure-blood, Muggle-hating family that would rather kill him than even greet him. As for Andromeda, she would have had to defy her family for her love. He couldn't help but respect her for that. Ted also interested Dumbledore because he knew that he was Harry's lawyer in his case against the Malfoys. Personally, Dumbledore did not approve of Harry suing them. Couldn't the boy see that he was simply escalating the situation? Though Dumbledore did not do anything to stop it, partially because it was possible that the Malfoys could learn a lesson from this, and when Tom Riddle aka Voldemort returned, it would simply be less money for him to use, as Dumbledore knew without doubt that the Malfoys would be funding Voldemort. Also, if Dumbledore did stop it, then that could cause things to grow worse between himself and Harry. Speaking of Harry, he was getting rather worried about the boy. Firstly, Harry had cut himself off from Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, and had since barely been seen in the school. In fact, he was seen so very few times since the tournament that it was pretty much easy to count every time he was seen. Dumbledore usually wouldn't do this, as he felt it was better to simply let Harry be, but he would call the boy up to his office. It was important that he always knew as much as he could about Harry, and recently Harry's actions had worried him. The boy was far more violent and short-tempered than usual. Dumbledore also had quite a few questions for him, such as his sudden increase in spell knowledge along with his change in personality, and he would also like to know exactly who or what this Selena is. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Harry asked as he arrived in Dumbledore's office. "Yes, Harry, please take a seat," Dumbledore said as he gestured to the seat opposite him. "Drop." Dumbledore offered as he gestured to a small bowl full of them. "I prefer chocolate if we are being honest," Harry replied, shaking his head. "Really? Yes, I do not really know if I prefer magical chocolates or the Muggle ones. I think I would probably have to test out a few. I have experience in both, and even I often find it hard to choose between them," Dumbledore said. Discussing sweets and chocolates was not why he called Harry up here, but Dumbledore was not opposed to a little small talk. Especially since most people were not really willing to do it with him unless they were trying to subtly insult him or learn about something. Besides, it was a topic that Dumbledore liked, and if ended up relaxing Harry, then so be it. Personally I do not really like having too much sweets. I am not really used to them," Harry replied. "Used to them, Harry?" "Yes, my Muggle relatives made it a habit to only feed me the bare requirement for me to live," Harry said with a tight smile. "So the high sugar in them makes it less enjoyable than I am sure they would usually be." "Harry, there is no need to exaggerate." Dumbledore frowned. "Of course, it is rather obvious that you, as the person who does not live there, would know more about it than me. We can discuss this particular topic another time, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, realizing that the small talk was over. "All right," Harry said as he sat down. "Should I assume that this is not just a regular social call then?" "I do indeed have something to discuss with you. If it is advice on robes, then I am afraid you are looking at the wrong guy, Headmaster," Harry said as he gestured to Dumbledore's blue robes. "Though I must say that your particular choice of robes is a lot more tame than what you usually wear. There is nothing wrong with mixing it up every now and then, Harry," Dumbledore said with a small smile. "Now moving on to the topics I have to discuss with you. First of all, the Triwizard Tournament officials along with various people connected to the tournament are being sued. Funnily enough, they are being sued by Ted Tonks, who I believe is your lawyer in your case against the Malfoys." "Oh, that case is done," Harry grinned. "Mr. Tonks has attended on my behalf. I now have a lot more money than before. Tonks made sure to get me as much money as he can possibly get." "Do you truly think it was a wise idea to sue the Malfoys?" Dumbledore asked in a calm voice, though it was made very clear that the headmaster disapproved. I think it is long past time that the Malfoys finally learn that actions have consequences. I am sure that you would very much prefer that Malfoy learns this in a courtroom rather than in a duel or a fight. Harry replied, not backing down from Dumbledore. He knew he was in the right here. I do suppose you have a valid point, Dumbledore sighed, though I cannot help thinking that this would simply escalate the situation between yourself and Mr. Malfoy. Sir, Malfoy has spent the last few years getting away with whatever he wants and saying whatever he wants. In my humble opinion, I think it was going to eventually escalate one way or another. But I think we may have diverted from our original topic. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. I believe we have. All right, back on the topic of Mr. Tonks and him taking action against the tournament officials. All I did was simply offer Mr. Tonks' services to the Delacours. I am sorry if that had unintentionally caused you problems as well, but I am friends with Miss Delacour and she was beyond upset when she found out that her underage sister was underwater in a cold lake. Mr. Potter, I think that her underage Vila's sister, Harry continued, interrupting Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not miss what Harry meant. Vila were not comfortable in water, to say the least. Her underage Vila's sister, who was told to compete despite not currently possessing the knowledge required to fully understand the situation she was asked to compete in. After all, sir, you would not ask an 8-year-old to attempt a Newt-level spell, would you? Harry raised an eyebrow. No, I would not, Dumbledore sighed. Harry did make a good point and he felt rather foolish for not thinking about it himself. He supposed it was fair. If he was the girl's father, then he would also wish to sue the tournament officials. Besides, he could not be too angry at Harry, as the boy pointed out that he had simply offered his lawyer's services to his friends. I understand, even though I do wish that you would speak to someone first before you offer those services. However, that was not all I wished to discuss with you. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. What about you? Me? Yes, Dumbledore nodded. I want to discuss a couple of things. For example, you are far beyond in magic than what is expected of you. Simple, Harry responded. Like I have said before, I got rid of the dead weight. I no longer have to lower myself to keep Granger and Weasley happy, so I can very easily start putting my full effort into learning. Harry, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger were your friends. Your use of past tense is not lost on either of us. Harry responded. Was there something else? Harry asked, not willing to waste more time on talking about his ex-friends. Yes, I also cannot help but wonder where you spend all your free time. Hogwarts, believe it or not. Harry replied with a shrug. Of that I have no doubt, Dumbledore said dryly. You have barely been seen throughout the year since the tournament selection. You do not attend any of your classes. That's because since I was forced into a deadly tournament against my will and turned on by the whole school, I realized I had better things to learn than how to make teacups dance, and I had better things to listen to rather than the sheep in this school that would easily shift from hatred to love and to hatred within a single day. Heck, probably even within an hour. I have spent my time away from the students so I can focus on my survival. But where have you been staying? Dumbledore asked. You no longer sleep in the Gryffindor dormitories and you have not been seen in the Gryffindor common room for a while. Different places throughout the year, Harry shrugged. Abandoned classrooms and the like, though recently I have been spending a lot of time in the Buaxbaden carriage. May I ask why? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Miss Delacour has been kind enough to let me stay there. And before you ask, I assure you that the other Buaxbaden student know. Harry said with a smile, remembering how a few days ago he experienced his first threesome when one of the other French students walked in on him and Fleur. Technically he was not lying when he said that other students knew. But why, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Why not stay with your fellow Gryffindor friends and family? Because I am at my limit, sir. No, scratch that, I have gone past it. I am done with fair weather friends, false family and just everyone in Hogwarts. I can count the number of people I can consider friends in Gryffindor with just one hand. Harry, I understand that things have become difficult for you, but this is not about difficult, this is merely reducing problems. I am not going to worry about being stabbed in the back, betrayed and ordered around when I also have to worry about drowning hostages and dragons. Harry, I understand, but this can all just blow over if you put the effort into it. That's the thing, Harry said as he stood up. I do not want to. Harry, I have had it with pretending to be the nice boy who lived that everyone wants me to be. Harry replied. I have done my best to care for other people and nearly all of them spit in my face. I am done, Dumbledore. The next time there is a crisis in the school somebody else can deal with it, because I am done playing hero. From now on I am looking after myself. Harry said before he turned and left the room, leaving a stunned Dumbledore who had only just remembered that he forgot to ask about Selena. Bloody hell. Harry sighed as he and the other champions walked towards the Quidditch pitch. Ludo Bagman had wanted to meet them there. Harry assumed that it was something to do with the third task, but he was not really sure since Ludo was a bit of a dumbass. When Harry got there, the other champions gave him the barest of nods, nor did anyone question why he and Fleur came exactly together. When Harry arrived, he could not help but notice that the Quidditch pitch was now home to some very large hedges. Oh look, the champions are all here. Bagman, the man-child that he is, cheered upon seeing the 4 champions. Now, as you 4 can see, the Quidditch pitch has been somewhat modified. Really? I couldn't tell, Harry said dryly, to the amusement of his other champions. Really? Ludo asked, apparently not understanding that Harry was using sarcasm. Well, it has, Ludo said, not noticing that the other champions were looking at him like he was an idiot. Ludo, he gestured to the hedges. Can any of you guess what that is? Maze. Crumb grunted, he too was looking at Bagman like he was an idiot. Though he also seemed to be confused about why Bagman could not tell it was a maze. Yes, exactly. You were right, it is a maze. Bagman said cheerfully as he looked like a kid in a candy shop. The third and final task, lady and gentlemen, is simply to get from the start to the center of the maze where the Triwizard Cup is in the center. Whoever gets the cup first wins the tournament and becomes the Triwizard champion. Now Mr. Potter will obviously start first as he currently has the most points. He will then be followed in by Miss Delacour and then by Mr. Crumb and finally by Mr. Diggory. Simply going through the maze, surely there must be more than that. Fleur said, after all they had fought dragons and rescued underwater hostages. There would definitely be more than just walking through a maze. Ah yes, I nearly forgot about that. Ludo smiled. There will be a variety of obstacles plus creatures provided by Hagrid, the game's keeper. Ludo said. Harry barely resisted the urge to blast the man for being so cheery while Cedric paled. Both of them as Hogwarts students were more than aware of Hagrid's obsession with larger and more dangerous beasts. What the half-giant had always forgotten to consider was the fact that beasts that could not quite harm him due to his size and strength could easily harm them. Now, unless any of you have any more questions, Ludo asked. He waited but continued after several seconds of there being no questions. Well, if nobody has anything else to say, then let's get back to the castle, shall we? It is a bit chilly here after all. As they started leaving, Crumb tapped Harry on the shoulder. What? Harry asked as he stopped along with Crumb, which caused Fleur to stop. Cedric then also stopped as he thought that this could be something that could affect the tournament. Can I have a word with you? Crumb asked. A word, huh? Go on then, Harry said. Will you walk with me? Crumb said before he gestured in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. No, if you want to say something then you can say it to me here and now. Harry replied. It is not something I wish to be overheard. Crumb said while gesturing to Cedric and Fleur with his head. In that case, Harry waved his wand around the two. There, now nobody can hear us, watch this. Oi Cedric, you prick, Harry shouted. Crumb looked at Cedric, who did not show any reaction, proving that they really could not be heard. Now what do you want? That is between you and Hermione Ninny, Crumb asked, getting straight to the point. What? You mean Hermione? Harry raised an eyebrow and Crumb nodded. As of the moment, nothing good. Why do you ask? She always talks about you. Say that you will not forgive her. That's true, I will not. Listen Crumb, may I give you a small piece of advice? Harry asked in a soft voice. Crumb nodded, so Harry continued. In my first year at this school I had saved Hermione's life. In my second year she was attacked by a dangerous creature and I nearly died killing that creature. Me and Hermione were friends for the better part of 3 years. And I hated it, Harry said, surprising Crumb. All she does is shout and complain and Merlin forbid she does not have her way. But I had put up with her because I thought we were friends. 4 years I put up with her looking down on me and treating me like a child. For years I resisted the urge to tell her why she does not have any other friends, and for years I have kept my opinion of the girl to myself. But then when the goblet of fire spat out my name, the girl who was supposed to be my friend had abandoned me just like every other person in this school. If you want to get with her, then have fun with that, just keep her away from me and I won't care if you even decide to marry her," Harry said before he waved his wand and cancelled the privacy spell. Harry walked off, leaving a gaping Crumb and confused Cedric behind. A few moments later Fleur was walking by his side. "What was that about?" she asked. "Nothing important," Harry said dismissively. "Anyway, you know in the third task we will be competing against each other." "Yes, we will." Fleur nodded. "So I wanted to just confirm something, no matter who wins or loses we will still be friends, right?" "Friends." Fleur nodded. "By the way Ari, I wanted to apologize." For what?" Harry asked. "When your name came out I did not believe you, I called you a little boy. I wanted to apologize, especially since you have proven that you are far from little," she said as she gestured down. "Oh yes, that reminds me of something," Harry said as he grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the Buaxbatten carriages. "Ari, quiet," Harry said as they got aboard. Thankfully nobody had seen them. As soon as they got into Fleur's room, Harry closed and locked the door before he smashed his lips against Fleur's. Fleur's eye widened in surprise before she closed them and returned fire. Harry keyed her passionately as he grinded his hips against hers. "You know something," Harry said when the two separated. Harry grabbed Fleur by her hair and pulled, causing the girl to gasp. "You reminded me exactly what I wanted to do when you called me a little boy." Harry pulled her along with him until he reached the bed. Harry made Fleur go on her knees and he sat on the bed. "You said you are mine in any way I want whenever I want, right?" Harry asked with a grin. "Yes," Fleur breathed, aroused by his dominating attitude. "In that case, get to work," Harry said as he gestured to his trousers. Fleur nodded and licked her lips before she began removing his belt and trousers so she could get to work. Eventually the day of the third task had come. Harry stood outside the maze along with his fellow champions. The stadium was packed full with cheering students who were all excited for the third task to begin. Most of them were now rooting for Harry, seeing as he actually was winning and showing up the other champions. Harry was also glad to have received another letter from Sirius. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, had made it a point to send letters to Harry whenever he could. And seeing as Sirius was a framed mass murderer who escaped from the worst prison in Britain and was actively being chased by the British law enforcement, both magical and muggle, that meant there were not a lot of opportunities for Sirius to send letters. So far Sirius had sent him about 10 in total throughout the year. It might not seem a lot, but when you consider his circumstances it was hard enough to just send one and not get caught, so Harry appreciated the man's effort. Harry was as relaxed as can be, seeing as he was pretty sure that something or the other would happen in this tournament. It helped that he had released a lot of his tension snogging Ginny Weasley 2 days ago and sleeping with Fleur last night. The additional one in the morning for good luck would probably help as well. The fact that the other Buaxbatten girl came back and treated Harry with his second ever threesome probably helped. Even more, Harry could not help but wonder if Sirius would be angry or proud of that fact. From what he knew of the man, he would lead towards the latter. "You all got it. Good," one tournament official said as he finished explaining the tracking charms on the maze hedges. The hedges were charmed to simply let the officials know where the most magical activity was, so they would have a general idea of where the champions were during the task so they could keep track of them during the event. The official walked off, not before nodding to Bagman, who took that as his sign to begin. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ludo Bagman called, his magically amplified voice echoed all around. "I want to welcome each and every one of you to the third and final Triwizard Tournament." Ludo paused to allow the crowd to cheer. Yes, we are all excited. I am also excited." Ludo grinned. "All right, the task will start with the leading champion enter first, the next will enter 10 minutes before the others. The runner-up will begin 5 minutes after the first, the third champion will begin 5 minutes after the second, and the fourth champion will begin 5 minutes after the third." Everyone got that. Good. Now first to enter the tournament will be none other than the leading champion, the boy who lived, Harry Potter. The crowd gave a near-deafening cheer for Harry, many clapped and shouted their support. "It must feel nice to have so many cheering for you," Fleur commented. "Might have been nice once upon a time," Harry shrugged. "Now it just reminds me about the fact that most of the people that are cheering were also gladly bullying me at the start of the year. I understand, what use is praise if it can just as easily turn into hatred? Fleur replied. Yes, though some are true supporters. Harry said as he waved at Ginny and the chasers. He will be followed by our second champion, the lovely Miss Delacour. Bagman announced. You've got your own fans. Harry commented. Fleur's fans mostly consisted of her fellow French Buaxbaton students and pretty much every male and lesbian in the audience. Much like you, not worth acknowledging. Fleur responded. And then after that we have the Bulgarian Quidditch star, Victor Krum. Ludo Bagman, the massive Quidditch fan that he is, cheered out Victor's name. The crowd cheered once again, this time for the Bulgarian who also looked like he did not care much for it, though Harry supposed that he was probably used to it and the Bulgarian had played in stadiums with crowds much larger than this. And last but certainly not least, we have none other than the star Hufflepuff himself, Cedric Diggory. Cedric, unlike the others, waved and smiled at the crowd when they cheered. Okay, now the first champion is ready. Ludo looked to Harry for a second before he continued. And he will enter the maze in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Harry rushed into the maze. He had his wand in his hand and was far more confident about his chances of winning than he would have been a long time ago. Harry knew that thanks to his 10-minute lead he would have a much better chance of winning than the others and he intended to capitalize on it. A couple of minutes in Harry stopped. He took a look back and checked to see if there was any sign of any person. Harry had been thinking of his strategy ever since Bagman had revealed the maze to the champions. Harry waved his wand several times, performing scanning spells on the hedges. Apart from spells to prevent them from being damaged, there was also wards above the hedges that would have prevented Harry from simply climbing over. If he was being honest, then Harry had pretty much based his first plan on going over hedges. But if that was not going to work, then Harry would have to fall onto plan B and go through the maze like the organizers intended. However, Harry was going to be sure to have done it his way. Dobby. Harry called and Dobby popped alongside him. Yes, master. Dobby said as he popped in front of Harry. Harry was tempted to simply have Dobby pop him to the end, but he knew that with the charms on the hedges the officials would find it a bit suspicious if Harry suddenly ended up at the center of the maze. Did you do as I instructed? Harry asked. Oh yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded, very happy with himself. He pulled out a hand-drawn map. However, since it was Dobby's hand that drew it, Harry could barely understand it. Lead the way, Dobby, fast as possible please. Harry said. He had had Dobby make a map of the maze. As far as Harry knew, there was no rule against sending your house elves days in advance to make maps, and Harry had actually checked. It was a rather easy process. Harry had simply made himself invisible along with Dobby and his broom. Then Harry simply flew over the maze while Dobby took several pictures using the camera. From there Dobby made a map for Harry to follow. Earlier today Dobby had also sneaked around for him as the organizers placed the creatures and obstacles around the maze. Thankfully the judges were not responsible for doing so because Harry suspected that Dumbledore might possibly be able to discover Dobby. Oh, right away, Master Harry. Dobby said. He ran as fast as his little legs could carry with Harry following after him. And now Miss Delacour has entered the maze. Harry heard Ludo Bagman announce with his magically amplified voice. A few minutes and minor obstacle later Dobby stopped and Harry stopped behind him. What is it? Harry asked, wand ready in his hand. There be vines, Master Harry. Dobby pointed forwards to where there was multiple vines on the floor. They be trying to grab you and tie you up. Really? Harry asked. Dobby nodded. Well, in that case follow me. Harry walked forwards and shot a burst of flames out from his wand. Since he knew the hedges were protected, he did not have to worry about them being burnt down. The vines were burnt and scattered away. A few other vines tried coming out and attacking Harry, but they too backed away when met with Harry's flames. Oh, Master is such a great wizard. Dobby said with awe once they were past the vines. Admire later, Dobby. Harry said impatiently. Oh right, bad Dobby, Dobby rushed forward and Harry once again took to following him. And now Mr. Krum has entered the maze. Harry heard Ludo Bagman announce with his magically amplified voice, but ignored him and kept following Dobby. Oh, not that way, Dobby said, quickly turning away from one path that would have taken them to a dead end. After a couple more minutes Dobby stopped. There be shapeshifty up when we turn right. Shapeshifty? You mean a boggart? Harry asked. The boggart was the first thing he could think of that shapeshifted. Yes, but it'd be faster than other paths. Dobby said, waiting for Harry to choose. Let's do it then, Harry said as he walked forwards. Harry turned right and a minute later he came face to face with a boggart in the shape of a Dementor. It felt cold but nothing like the real ones. The boggart charged towards him, ridiculous. Harry said. The boggart's Dementor cloak wrapped around it and it became so tight that the Dementor eventually ended up being forced into the size of a small ball. Harry waved his wand and pushed it to one side before he and Dobby ran past it. Not that way, Dobby cried when Harry nearly went straight ahead. Fortunately Harry stopped. Why? What's that way? Harry asked curiously. Mr. Hagrid's big blasty scroots. Dobby answered. What? Hold on, you mean his bloody blast-ended scroots? Harry asked, hoping that he had guessed wrong. That hope went out quickly when Dobby nodded his head. Follow Dobby, Dobby said and turned right. How much further? Harry asked as he followed the elf. Not too far, Dobby replied. And now Mr. Diggory has entered the maze. Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice echoed. That is all three champions. What is it? Harry asked Dobby when the elf stopped a minute or so later. If we go this way there be Sphinx, Dobby said as he pointed in one direction. If we go over ways then it take longer. Do you know what I have to do to get a Sphinx? Harry asked. Dobby heard one person say you's be having to answer riddle. Answer a riddle, that's it? Harry asked. Yes, only one. Dobby nodded. Harry took a moment to think about it. He was no expert in riddles but he felt like he was fairly good at them and doing this could end up saving him a lot of time. Fine, Harry nodded. Let's go, Harry said as he walked forwards. A few seconds later he found himself face to face with a Sphinx. Greetings, champion. The Sphinx said, smiling at him. Wow, you are impressive, Harry replied. Flattery will not get you anywhere, thought it is appreciated. The current path you walk is the one with the shortest distance to the cup, however you may only get past if I let you. If you wish to get past me you must first answer my riddle. Should you answer correctly then I will gladly stand aside and grant you the ability to continue. If you fail to answer correctly then there will be consequences. Your third option is to go back and find an alternate route. Let's hear the riddle first, Harry replied. I will only grant one of you access, the Sphinx said, glancing between Dobby and Harry. Master, after this there is only one acromantula, Dobby replied. The elf will stay until I have decided on a response to your riddle, Harry told the Sphinx. Very well, here is the riddle. The Sphinx coughed and cleared its throat before it told Harry the riddle. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard to find word. Now string them together and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to key? Great. Harry rolled his eyes before he began thinking about the riddle. The clue in the first two lines refers to a spy, the next clue indicates the letter D, and the last clue means String them together, and the answer is spider, or spider. Definitely something that Harry would not want to key. The final creature in the maze guarding the Triwizard Cup was an acromantula. Was that a coincidence? Harry didn't think so. Spider, Harry answered. Correct, the Sphinx said as it lazily stood up and moved to the side so Harry could pass. One moment, Harry said before he confirmed what direction he should go in from Dobby. Just straight, Master Harry, Dobby answered. All right, go then. I'll see you later, Harry said as Dobby popped off. Harry walked forward and stopped just before he went past the Sphinx. I would prefer it if you did not tell anyone about my friend helping me. Can you keep it a secret please? A man, 7 feet in height and standing on one of the tallest buildings in the world, is holding a glass cup above his head. He lets it fall to the ground below without spilling a single drop of water. How could he manage to drop the glass from this height without spilling a drop of water? The Sphinx asked. There is no water in the cup, Harry guessed after a moment's thought. I will not be telling anyone about your elf friend. The Sphinx smiled at him. Thanks. Harry grinned before he followed the path up ahead until he found an acromantula. Upon seeing him it clicked its large pincers and began moving towards him. Harry smiled and raised his right sleeve, revealing a black tattoo of a snake wrapped around his arm. Selena, scare but do not kill. Harry instructed, it would be hard explaining why the acromantula had simply died. The snake came to life, Selena slithered and hissed at the acromantula. The acromantula quickly realized what was in front of him and tried to escape, only for the spells placed on him to keep him there. Harry calmly walked forward, the spider did its best to stay as far away from him as he could. Harry cast a couple of cutting spells at the giant spider followed by ropes that tied its legs together which caused it to fall over. Harry did all this not to kill it as much as to give people proof that he had actually come across it. Mention this to anyone and we will find you, Harry told the giant spider, not really sure how intelligent this particular one was. Some spiders were just spiders but others like Aragog were intelligent. After a moment where the spider seemed to understand and showed that by nodding, Harry walked past. He had his left hand wrapped around Selena's head and had her face aimed towards the spider just in case it ended up with any funny ideas. Eventually Harry got to the end of the path. "Thank you, sweetie," Harry hissed to Selena. "You're welcome, Daddy," Selena replied before she shifted and climbed down his shirt before she turned into a tattoo. This time she was on his back with her head stopping at his right shoulder and her tail stopping under his armpit. As Harry walked forward he saw the pedestal with the Triwizard Cup on it. Harry walked forward, he looked around to check if any of the other champions were here, thankfully they were not. It made sense seeing as they likely did not have a house elf guiding them like Harry had, plus Harry had the 10-minute head start. With that being said, it is still possible for them to catch up, so he had better hurry. Harry grinned and grabbed the cup, right before he was portkeyed away. The crowd were going restless. It had been confirmed that the cup had been picked up, yet nobody saw the champion that had picked it up as they had not arrived yet. The tournament officials were sweating. The portkey was supposed to bring the winning champion right in front of them. Why didn't it work? Dumbledore had sent Hagrid, Moody and his other teachers into the maze to bring out the other champions. Crumb, Delacour and Diggory were all present, which meant that it must have been Harry who picked up the cup. Yet Harry was not there. One question seemed to be on everybody's mind: where the hell was Harry Potter? The question was answered when, after what felt like an incredibly long wait, Harry Potter landed in front of them. The funny thing is, he did not come alone. As Dumbledore and the others, including Cornelius Fudge the Minister of Magic Woe, had been attending the event, they saw Harry mount the person he had come with and begin punching him repeatedly in the face with as much force as the boy can muster. "Harry, stop. What is going on?" Dumbledore said, but he, like everyone else, stopped when they got close and saw who Harry was punching. "Oh, hey," Harry said in a casual voice but made no effort to stop punching. Who is that?" Fudge gaped. "Well, Minister," Harry said as he stood up and swung his foot as hard as possible in between his victim's legs. "I would like you to meet Peter Pettigrew," Harry said as he hit Pettigrew with a body bind and stomped on his groin. "Now, remember when I said Sirius Black was innocent? Remember that?" "I do. We should probably talk about that now," Harry said as he casually re-stomped the groin. "Well, this seems comfy," Harry commented as he was sat in the hospital wing. He tried to tell them that all he really had was a cut on his arm, but everyone decided to act like he had broken all the bones in his body and demanded that he go to the hospital wing. Harry looked around and at the various people around him, one of which was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who was constantly shifting on his feet and fidgeting with his green bowler hat. There was Professor McGonagall along with Professor Snape, who was sneering at everyone. Harry could not help but wonder why the asshole was here, but knew how futile it would be to try and get him to leave by pointing it out. There was also Madame Pomfrey, who was checking the cut on his arm and treating him like he was dying. Both Harry and Snape rolled their eyes at how dramatic the woman was. Opposite Harry was a hospital bed containing Alistair Moody, except he did not look like he usually did. He was asleep, looking more tired, thin, pale and old than usual, and in nothing but hospital clothes. The other person here was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood unnervingly still with the only movement coming from his eyes. Those blue eyes had lost their twinkle and were constantly glancing between each and every person in the room, though they spent most of their time focused on Harry. "What happened to him?" Harry asked, gesturing to Moody with his head. "He was found in his trunk," Dumbledore answered, looking visibly upset. "I had found him shortly after you came back. As soon as he was out, he informed us how Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater that we thought was dead, had impersonated him throughout the year with Polyjuice." "What?" Harry blinked. "Are you joking?" I am afraid not. Dumbledore sadly shook his head. I am aware that you spent a good amount of time with him. Did he ever do anything you found suspicious or anything that harmed you in any way? No, I mean besides usual teaching and advice plus a couple of spells. Harry said, shaking his head. Advice? Spells? McGonagall asked. Like on the tournament, Harry replied before turning to Dumbledore. And some offensive spells. You really know how to pick your teachers, sir. Harry said, the last part very sarcastic. Dumbledore frowned. As much as he hated to admit it, Harry was rather right about that, but in his defense there were barely any people willing to teach defense. What happened to Crouch Jr.? He has escaped. Dumbledore said, looking very disappointed. You should be fine, Pomfrey said after she finished up with her spells and potions. Really? Harry drawled. It's almost as if it was a simple cut. You are not a medical expert, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey sniffed. Yes, but I also do not need to be a medical expert to know what a cut is. I think it is the same way that you do not need to be an expert in fencing to know that the pointy end goes in the direction of your opponent. Harry commented. Madame Pomfrey gave Harry a small glare before she walked away. Now what is this about? Harry asked to the group at large. Mr. Potter, we would like to know what exactly happened. Dumbledore said, taking charge of the situation. It's rather simple, Harry replied. I got to the cup, I grabbed onto it, and all of a sudden I was taken away and landed in a graveyard. At first I thought that it was some surprise fourth task or something like that. You thought there would be a fourth task in a Triwizard tournament? Tell me, Potter, do you know what the "try" in Triwizard means? Snape sneered. Yes, I do. In fact, I was smart enough to remember that despite name there were 4 champions in the task. I also know that I am not the idiot who thinks that the poo in shampoo means real poo. I will assume that is why you refuse to use it. Harry sneered back. Why, you little bring it, Snivelus, Harry said, his wand ready in his hand. Enough, Dumbledore said before Snape could do any more. We are getting distracted from. Yeah, we are, Harry interrupted. And whose fault is that? Why is he even here? Harry demanded as he gestured to Snape. Mr. Potter, Professor Snape has my trust and. So what? Harry interrupted once again. Minister, do you trust Lucius Malfoy? Harry asked Fudge. Yes I do. Fudge nodded, a little surprised by the sudden question. Well, in that case let's bring Lucius Malfoy here then. Harry said to Dumbledore. If we're just bringing Death Eaters that we trust into this meeting, then perhaps everyone should find a Death Eater. I have a reason for keeping Professor Snape here. Dumbledore replied, his voice suggesting that Harry cease questioning him. Perhaps you could tell us that reason. Harry suggested. Mr. Potter, that is enough disrespect. McGonagall said. McGonagall, somewhere in this castle is a pile of catnip. Why don't you just go find that and stop bothering me? Mr. Potter, Dumbledore frowned. That is enough, we have much to talk about and it is not helping anyone to have insults flying everywhere. Your pet Death Eater was the one who started it. Harry replied. Well, I am the one who is ending it, now. Fine, just keep your dog under control before I decide to neuter him. You arrogant little brat. Snape snapped. Arrogant, arrogant, Harry demanded as he got off the bed and walked towards Snape, stopping so he was looking the surly potions master in the eye. You dare to call me arrogant, you hypocritical bastard. You're just a spoilt brat strutting around the castle. This coming from the unwanted bat that stalks around the castle sneering at everyone. Harry cut him off. You called me arrogant. How effing dare you? Mr. Potter, Dumbledore interrupted. That is. No, it is not. Harry cut him off as he glared at Snape. I came to Hogwarts looking forward to my first potions class. I thought the subject sounded interesting and I wanted to learn it. That was ruined for me when an overgrown bat who can't teach for shit came in and decided that instead of teaching he would prefer to flaunt his superior knowledge to a classroom of 11 years old, which include the muggle raised like me. School is for learning, yet this ass does nothing but insult those who don't know what he knows. All you do, Snape, is walk around taking points and throwing insults at people because you know that Dumbledore in your position protects you from retaliation. You are not smart, you are not loyal, you are not cunning, nor are you brave. It's a wonder you were sorted at all. You are just a coward picking on children who can't fight back. A coward. Snape placed the tip of his wand right at Harry's temple. You dare call me a coward? Take that back now. Snape snarled, though he stopped when he suddenly felt something poke him. He looked down to see Harry's holly wand poking his leg but realized that with the slightest movement it would be aimed between his legs. "Why don't you make me Snivellus?" Harry said in a challenging voice as he glared at him. "Enough," Dumbledore said loudly, causing Fudge and McGonagall to flinch. Harry and Snape continued glaring at each other. Snape eventually wilted under Dumbledore's powerful eyes and removed his wand. Harry was tempted to just hex the bastard right now but knew that it was probably not the best course of action, especially when you consider the other people in the room, so he pulled his wand away. Harry sniffed as he looked at Snape with disdain before he took a few steps backwards until he felt the bed touch the back of his leg. Harry climbed back onto the bed and sat down but kept his eyes and wand aimed at Snape. "Mr. Potter, please lower your wand." Dumbledore sighed. "Nope," Harry said, popping the P. "I don't really trust Snivellus over here to not curse me the moment my wand is not aimed at him." "It is Professor Snape," Dumbledore said in a stern manner, "and he will not curse you." "I don't really want to take that chance," Harry replied, keeping his eyes on Snape. "Snivellus," Harry made sure to emphasize his nickname, "is not really stable." "Mr. Potter, do you not trust me?" Dumbledore asked. "No," Harry said instantly, surprising everyone. "Why not?" "Because if you are idiotic enough to think that Snivellus over here should be allowed anywhere near children or a school, then I don't really trust your judgment," Harry responded. "Snape has been terrorizing me and other first years for years, and if I can't trust you to at least do your job as headmaster and keep him under control, then I am not going to trust you with my safety." A short silence filled the room. Everyone including Snape stared at Harry with disbelief. "Very well," Dumbledore said eventually, looking very tired as he did so. "Severus," Dumbledore said as he looked at Snape, "please leave." "Headmaster, you can't be serious," Snape protested. "You are making me leave just because of this arrogant little." "Severus," Dumbledore's voice was soft yet his eyes and face were hard. "Leave now." "Very well," Snape said before he glared at Harry, who glared right back. Snape stormed out of the room, his cloak billowing as he did so. Snape walked out before he slammed the doors shut. The sound from it echoed across the room. "Man-child," Harry said under his breath, wondering how pathetic Snape had to be to resort to slamming doors. "Happy now, Harry?" Dumbledore asked as he turned to Harry. "I'm not unhappy," Harry said as he turned back to them. "Anyway, as I was saying before, that filthy, unwanted, unhygienic, stupid, effing arsehole." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall cut him off, "your language and blatant disrespect is. You do realize that it is rude to interrupt," Harry said, cutting her off. McGonagall looked furious but Harry ignored her and turned to Dumbledore. "Anyway, before both of your very rude Hogwarts staff interrupted me, I was about to say that when I landed in the graveyard I thought that it was a part of the Triwizard Tournament. I then was attacked by Pettigrew. He fired a spell at me, I put up a shield and then we dueled. Well, when I say duel, it was not really a duel, I beat him pretty easily." "What about the cut on your arm?" Fudge asked, narrowly beating out Dumbledore. "Oh, he cut me with a knife when I got close," Harry said dismissively. "I then started attacking him. He tried to run to the portkey. I tackled him and we both landed on the portkey. Then the next thing I know we are both here." Dumbledore frowned, clearly wanting more information. He looked Harry in the eye and used legilimency so he could see what happened and speed up the conversation. Dumbledore watched the memory through Harry's eyes. He watched as Harry had landed and began looking around wherever he could. Peter Pettigrew approached and fired a stunner. Harry had managed to dodge to the side, barely, and then went on the offensive. Harry shot a variety of spells at Pettigrew, some of which included a bone breaker that Harry aimed at Peter's legs. It connected on Peter's right foot. Dumbledore was not quite sure where Harry learned that but was not able to call him out on it without revealing that he had read Harry's mind, though he realized that he likely learnt it from Barty Crouch Jr. Dumbledore watched as Harry approached Peter only for Peter to manage to cut Harry on the arm with his knife. Peter tried crawling away while Harry recovered from the attack and shock of it. Then Harry ran after Peter and tackled him onto the portkey. Dumbledore could not help but notice how Peter no longer had the knife when the portkey activated. He was about to continue reading when Harry closed his eyes, cutting off the connection. "Professor," Harry said, slowly opening his eyes, "can you come here a moment?" Harry asked politely. Dumbledore moved closer only for Harry to grab him by the beard with his left hand and pull down before his right hand punched the old headmaster straight in the nose. Dumbledore stumbled back and was only able to remain standing thanks to the help of an empty bed. Mr. Potter. Fudge and McGonagall gasped in shock. "You know, Professor," Harry said to Dumbledore, ignoring the other two. "I do not have the best occlumency shields in the world, but I can tell when someone is reading my mind." "Reading your mind?" Fudge blurted out before turning to Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, you tried to read his mind." "I do apologize," Dumbledore said, waving his wand over his face to clean the blood and repair the damage. Dumbledore was surprised that Harry had any mental defenses at all but hid his surprise masterfully. "I truly am sorry, Harry, but a situation like this would of course allow you to illegally read my mind." Harry glared at Dumbledore. "Do that again and I promise I will aim lower." Harry's eyes glanced towards where he would aim so that Dumbledore would definitely know what he meant. "Once again I am sorry, but I could not help but notice Pettigrew lost his knife before you two portkeyed away." "What does that have to do with anything?" an irritated Fudge asked, still trying to get over the part where Dumbledore tried to read the mind of the boy who lived. Did that mean that Dumbledore read other people's minds? Had Dumbledore read his own mind in the past? Fudge knew that if he tried calling Dumbledore out on it, then Dumbledore would easily get away with it, as there was no real proof that he had read Harry Potter's mind. "The knife would have young Harry's blood," Dumbledore began explaining. "There are many rituals, many dark rituals, that can be used with that. It is my belief that Pettigrew was attempting to use Harry's blood in a certain ritual." "To do what?" Harry asked. "I believe he wanted to bring back Voldemort," Dumbledore answered. McGonagall did the expected shiver while Fudge let out a very unmanly squeak. But you know who is dead." Fudge spluttered. "He can't be back." "Preposterous. You know who is dead." "Cornelius," Dumbledore said calmly. "It is my belief that Voldemort—" "Stop saying his name," Fudge hissed. "It is my belief that he had never truly perished," Dumbledore continued. "I believe that he has simply been biding his time, trying to return to his former glory." "That can't be," Fudge said, shaking his head. "My reason for having Severus here was to show you his mark," Dumbledore added. "The dark mark is a mark that Voldemort himself would place on his followers. He can use it to summon them, and recently Severus's mark had been growing darker and darker." "Voldemort. Stop saying his name," Fudge shouted. "Minister, control yourself," McGonagall said, glaring at him for his outburst. "Placed the dark mark brand on his followers' inner left forearms, both as a sign of their loyalty to him and as a method of summoning them to him when he desired." Dumbledore continued as if nothing had happened. "The deepness of the mark's color is connected to Voldemort's physical health. When Voldemort suffered his first defeat, the marks on the Death Eaters faded, but as he began regaining his strength, the faded marks became clearer, and burnt slightly, a sign of Voldemort's return to his Death Eaters." "This cannot be," Fudge said, shaking his head. "There is no way he is back. What on earth would possess you to think that he could be back?" "A tattoo. That is not my only reason. There is one dark ritual which involves taking the blood of an enemy," Dumbledore said. "I believe that Voldemort has used it to regain a body. If we bring in Severus, then I can show you his mark." "I don't want to see his mark," Fudge said, as if Dumbledore was offering him poison. Fudge said to Harry, "did you see any sign of you-know-who?" "The only person I saw was Pettigrew, which reminds me, you and I have something important to discuss, Minister Fudge." "Oh?" Fudge asked, raising an eyebrow. "My godfather, Sirius Black, I told you in my third year that he was innocent. You did not believe me and accepted Snape's story about me being confounded. I would think now, that you've seen Pettigrew alive and witnessed Snape's behavior, you might be willing to change your mind." "Ah," Fudge's face screwed up in thought. Now that he thought about it, he realized that Harry might have a point. Snape hardly seemed stable even back then, and it was clear that he had a dislike for Harry Potter and vice versa. Plus it was clear that the man disliked Black as well, so maybe he wasn't being entirely truthful. Plus Snape, unlike Lucius, was never an imperious victim. The man had only gotten free because Dumbledore claimed that Snape was a spy. Plus the biggest proof of all was the fact that Pettigrew was alive. Everyone had seen it, and if Black did not kill Pettigrew, then maybe he did not kill the Muggles either. But if Fudge admitted that Black was innocent, then that could go over bad with the public, unless he blamed the old administration. Yes, he could work with that. Playing it as if he had discovered some horrible mistake and fixed it, saving an innocent man. Yes, he could work with that. I think you might be right, Mr. Potter, Fudge said eventually. While I am thrilled on Sirius's behalf, I do think that we are currently missing the bigger picture, Dumbledore said. As I have said, I do believe that Voldemort is still alive. He is not back, Fudge said stubbornly. I am not about to claim that he is back and cause panic and ruin all of our lives just because of one mark and the fact that Mr. Potter lost some blood. Cornelius the First really do think. Enough, Dumbledore. Fudge cut him off. If you will excuse me, I have to go work on helping an innocent man get free. Pettigrew must have faked his death. According to Sirius, he had never gotten a trial, he was just tossed into Azkaban. That should not be possible, Fudge frowned. I will look into it, Mr. Potter, Fudge said. After all, Potter was not helping Dumbledore in this madness by claiming you know who was back, so Fudge had no reason to dislike the boy, plus it couldn't be a bad thing to have the boy who lived supporting him. Goodbye, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Cornelius, is there nothing I can say to convince you? Dumbledore asked in a sad and disappointed voice. No, Fudge said, glaring at Dumbledore as he put his hat on. He is dead, Dumbledore. I will not have you causing a panic and convincing people otherwise, Fudge said before he walked out of the room. Harry, Dumbledore let out a deep breath as he turned to Harry. You were not very helpful. I didn't do anything wrong. Harry shrugged as he leaned back in his bed. You think Voldemort is back? I didn't see him at the graveyard, so I didn't say anything. I am not going to lie about something like this. Besides, I got what I wanted. Sirius will get a trial and then it's goodbye, Dursleys. Harry grinned. Harry, they are your family. Dumbledore frowned. And while I would admit that it is good news about Sirius getting a trial, the world could suffer if it is not sufficiently prepared. If you wanted to prepare the world, then you should have started when you found out that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell, or better yet, you should not have let the world celebrate his passing if you didn't believe that he was gone, Harry said as he placed both of his hands behind his head and relaxed. Plus, let's say that I did tell Fudge that Voldemort had returned, he would not have believed me. He might have, Harry. Trust me, sir, he would not. What makes you think that? McGonagall frowned. I am also curious to know, Dumbledore said, looking at Harry. I do not mean to brag, but between you and me our reputations can do a lot, Harry. Surely with the both of us, Fudge would at least think about our words. He would not, Harry said, shaking his head. Do you want to know why? Yes, do tell. Because if I can't convince you that my relatives are scum, then I do not at all believe that I can convince the minister that the most feared Dark Lord of all time, who is supposed to be dead, has somehow come back to life. Harry, your relatives. Even now you defend them. Harry cut him off before he let out a yawn and stood up and began stretching. And they're just my relatives. If you keep defending them despite me, someone who unfortunately lives with them, telling you that they are horrible, then what on earth would make you think I am capable of convincing a man I have only met a few times to say to the world that the most feared, dangerous and deadly Dark Lord is back at the possible cost of his career and reputation? Huh. Harry waited for a response, but when Dumbledore didn't provide him one, Harry just shrugged and walked out the hospital wing. That's what I thought, Harry called back. Ari. Harry heard a voice cry a short few moments after he left the hospital wing. Harry turned just in time to catch the Small that jumped up and wrapped her arms and legs around him. Harry looked down and found Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's younger sister, staring at him with a grin. Hello, she said, still grinning. Hello. Harry raised an eyebrow. Je suis content que tu sois là. J'ai voulu te parler, tu es le petit ami de ma sœur. Tu peux être à moi à la place. Je suis plus mignon que Fleur. Gabrielle shot out in a single breath. Je ne suis pas ton petit ami sœur, et désolé de ne pas pouvoir être à toi, tu es bien trop mignonne pour moi. Harry replied with a grin. At the end of his response, Gabrielle ended up blushing a little. Gabrielle. A tired voice said. Harry and Gabrielle turned to see Fleur standing with her parents. Her mother, Apolline Delacour, was a beautiful and obviously who Fleur got her hair from. She was dressed in a stunning white dress with a blue jacket, while her husband Jean Delacour was a black-haired man dressed in a blue suit. I did not know you spoke French, Mr. Potter, Apolline commented as she gently pulled a pouting Gabrielle off of Harry. Magic is a wonderful thing. Harry shrugged. Rowena Ravenclaw, obsessed with knowledge as she was not about to be limited by a language barrier and had invented a spell to understand any language, and by luck the chamber also had spells that Salazar Slytherin recorded from the other founders. Hufflepuff had some surprisingly violent ones. Harry had in fact used the spell on Dobby first to teach him French, now Dobby could praise him in 2 languages. Harry tried to use it to teach Dobby Parseltongue, but that was apparently the one language that it could not teach. Harry theorized that might have been because there were certain noises in Parseltongue that required a certain magic to properly say. Upon reading more, Harry realized that Salazar Slytherin had the same thoughts. Oh. Jean Delacour raised an eyebrow. I am guessing that is the reason why Fleur is suddenly fluent in English. He said, his English much like his wife was brilliant, yet he still maintained a French accent. I said I had learnt English, I never said how. Fleur shrugged. Of course, your mother and I spend precious hours of our life studying and you just happen to know someone who knows how to do it with magic. Jean said dramatically. You poor thing. Fleur played along and patted him on the arm. So Ari, I thought the boy's name was Harry. Apolline commented. You are forgetting the H, dear. I am not. Fleur sniffed at the idea of her forgetting anything. I just like saying Ari. Anyway, Ari, Fleur said as she turned to him, making sure to emphasize the name. I was wondering if I could speak to you later in private. Sure. Harry nodded. How are you, young man? Jean asked. Fine, sir, I just got out of the hospital wing. You are not injured, are you? Apolline asked in a concerned voice. No, all I had was a cut on my arm, but the reason I was in the hospital wing for so long is because the nurse is overdramatic and because the headmaster and minister wanted to talk to me about what happened at the end of the task. Truly horrible business, Jean said, shaking his head. One of the more tamer things in my life, really, Harry said as he spotted someone past the shoulders of the Delacours. I would love to talk, but I have to see someone quickly. We understand, Jean nodded. Thank you for everything, not just getting us a lawyer and helping my daughter, but also being a good friend. You're welcome, see y'all later, Fleur. Bye, Gabrielle. Harry gave a short wave at the adorable girl who waved back. Harry walked past them and rushed towards the person who he wanted to see. Minister Fudge. Harry called, causing the man to stop walking and turn around. Are you all right, sir? I have been better. Fudge sighed. I suppose the same can be said about you. Has Albus sent you? Fudge asked suspiciously. Not really, sir. Harry shook his head. Matter of fact, Dumbledore did not seem very happy with me when you left. Oh, Fudge asked with an interested voice. Do tell Mr. Potter. Well, right after you left he basically made it clear that he was not happy about me not agreeing with him on his theory about verses. You know who coming back? Harry said, managing to stop himself from saying Voldemort, if for no other reason than to just keep the conversation going without screaming. Did he? Yes, he mentioned how between both of our reputations we could have been able to convince you. Harry said. Fudge's face turned red, but Harry continued speaking. I told him that I disagreed with that. I am glad that you did, Mr. Potter, Fudge said, looking very tired. He is not back. Fudge hissed. I never said he was. Harry said, raising his hands in a surrender. Fudge quickly realized that he may have made Harry uncomfortable. Oh, I am very sorry, Harry, Fudge said in an apologetic voice matched by the look on his face. I am just very stressed today. I dare say I won't have to be explaining how stress can affect oneself to you of all people. Nah, I too am very stressed, sir, Harry said with a small shake of his head. Anyway, when Dumbledore asked me why I thought I would not be able to convince you, I told him it was because there was no way that I could convince you that such a dark and evil wizard came back from the dead when I could not convince him that I should not be living with my Muggle relatives. Muggle relatives. Fudge blinked, remembering how Harry had blown up his Muggle aunt with accidental magic. Dumbledore forces me to go back to them every year, did you know that? Harry asked. Fudge quickly shook his head to say that he did not. I have begged and begged Dumbledore to not do it, but he always forces me back there. Mr. Potter, they are your family and they are not, Harry interrupted, shocking Fudge with the amount of venom and hatred in his voice. I would sooner die than call those horrible excuses for human beings family. Do you know what they did to me? Fudge, more than a little scared, quickly shook his head. They starved me, they treated me like a house elf. They made me do all their work only to be given the bare minimum to survive. My muggle uncle is quite fond of using his belt if I don't meet his standards of work. Harry said, shocking Fudge. They beat me, starved me, belittled me, treated me like I was not even human and would then call me ungrateful and freak. Did you know, Minister, that I did not even know my own name until my first day at primary school? What? They called me freak and boy for so long that I had genuinely no idea what my name was. That is how I ended up in a class full of muggles laughing at me because I did not know my own name. I did not know that I was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, son of James and Lily Potter. I thought I was freak, burden of the Dursleys, and son of 2 drunks. They told me my parents were drunks, my parents who gave their lives for me, and those muggle told me they were drunks who died in an accident. My goodness, this is horrible. That's only part of it. Did you know they made me sleep in a cupboard? What? Fudge's eyes went wide with disbelief. The boy who lived was not only abused but kept in a cupboard. They kept me in there for years and years until my Hogwarts letter arrived, then they gave me an actual bedroom. Their son's second bedroom. Second bedroom. Yes, they made me sleep in a cupboard while their precious spoilt brat got one bedroom to sleep in and another bedroom to keep toys that he did not play with. I can't believe this. You need to believe this, Harry said as he grabbed Fudge by both arms, causing the man to look at him. Listen to me, Harry said in a low voice with an intense look that quite frankly frightened Fudge. If Sirius Black is free, then I can escape. If you don't help get Sirius Black his rightly deserved trial, then sooner or later there will be a Daily Prophet article talking about one thing, either me killing them or them killing me. Harry hissed. To say Fudge looked uncomfortable was like saying Voldemort was okay at magic. You need to help me before either of those happen. Is it really that bad? Fudge shivered under his gaze. Worse, Harry said in a quiet voice. Get me out of there, Harry ordered before his face shifted into a kinder one. Please, Harry added as he smiled at Fudge. Harry gently wiped some dust of Fudge's shoulders before he let go and took a step back. I will do my best. Fudge eventually spoke. But it will take some time. What with Sirius Black and Pettigrew and I can survive another summer. Harry interrupted. Just get Sirius his fair trial, please. Yes, of course. Fudge quickly nodded. Oh, and I was supposed to award you with the Triwizard Cup and your rewards for winning, but with all that happened. Fudge trailed off, not really needing to explain what happened. I completely understand, sir. Harry nodded. Yes, the cup is being kept as of the moment so it can be checked for dark magic and the like, but once it's done it will be sent along with your rewards to your home, unless you would prefer it sent to Gringotts or some other place. Gringotts, sir. Harry answered. Right, well, I had better be going, Fudge said before he turned and quickly walked off. If he looked back then he would have noticed Harry smirk and walk off to the Ollery. Headmaster, Snape said as he arrived in Dumbledore's office find just as McGonagall had left. I am pleased to see that the brat and buffoon have gone. But I sadly do not have the time to celebrate that, as I must go. He calls. Dumbledore asked. Yes, Snape hissed, feeling the mark burn. I must go now. The Dark Lord does not appreciate being late. Especially after all of these years. Very well, Dumbledore nodded. Once you return, come straight to my office. I have some pain relief potions in case you should need them. Headmaster. Snape nodded before walking off. Snape entered a dark room to find a great many Death Eaters kneeling on the floor while wearing full Death Eater clothing, their heads bowed, all facing in the direction of none other than Lord Voldemort himself. Lord Voldemort sat on his chair looking down on them like a king looking down on peasants. Voldemort had pale white skin, a skeletally thin body, and dark scarlet eyes with cat-like slits for pupils. He had a chalk-white face that resembled a skull, snake-like slits for nostrils, and large hands with unnaturally long fingers like spiders' legs. Voldemort had no hair or lips. He had long, sharp, pale blue fingernails and was wearing a black hooded cloak and several sets of elegant black robes but no shoes, which meant that his feet were visible. Next to his chair was a large, green snake, roughly 12 feet long and as thick as a man's thigh. "Ah, Severus," Voldemort said upon noticing Snape. "So nice of you to join us at last." "My apologies, my lord," Snape said as he walked forward and knelt down in front of Voldemort. "I was delayed by the old fool. If not for him then I would have come much sooner." "Of that I have no doubt," Voldemort said, as if the very idea of someone not instantly doing as he asked was amusing. "How have you been, Severus?" It has been such a long time. Voldemort asked in a voice that most would use if they were discussing the weather. I trust you have been well, how could you not be? While many of my followers willingly went to Azkaban rather than renounce my name, you have been happily brewing and stirring and creating potion after potion at Hogwarts. My lord, I knew you would return, Snape said quickly, hoping to avoid a punishment. I was simply biding my time. Oh, Voldemort said, if he had an eyebrow then it would have definitely been raised. Yes my lord, I have worked hard to keep my position under the old fool's nose. Snape said, also I can be in position for your glorious return. Severus, look at me. Voldemort said, his voice nearly a whisper. Snape looked up only to fall in pain. He screamed as he felt Lord Voldemort's Cruciatus curse. Voldemort kept the curse on for several seconds. He looked around and as expected nobody dared raise their heads. Eventually Voldemort lifted the curse, leaving Severus Snape sweating and panting on the floor in pain. Up Severus, for your sakes you had better get up before I lose what little patience I have. Voldemort said. Snape put a lot of effort into getting back onto his knees. Now Severus, you claim to have worked hard to maintain your position. I could appreciate that if I believed it. It almost seemed to me like you were doing the exact opposite. Now do correct me if I am wrong Severus, but a good spy does his best to make people think he is trustworthy, someone who they can tell their secrets. Am I wrong? Severus. No my lord. Severus shook his head, not daring to disagree. Then do tell me why it has reached my ears that you are the worst potions teacher in recent history. Voldemort drawled. His voice dared Snape to try and interrupt and make excuses but Snape was smart enough to realize that it would simply get him more punishments. It sounds to me like you do not know the meaning of the word subtle. I would like to think that my Death Eater spy would have the sense to not act like a Death Eater spy. While I have no sympathy for mudbloods and blood traitors, it is your job to pretend as if they matter. Yet it is widely known that you do not act like they do. While I understand your dislike for them, it is your job to act as if you do like them, yet you do not. Barty. Voldemort called. Yes my lord. Barty Crouch Jr. looked up from his kneeling position. Remove your mask. Voldemort said in a soft voice and Barty instantly obeyed, removing his mask to reveal his thin face and straw-colored hair. Young Barty here was able to fool Dumbledore and an entire school for a whole year, Voldemort said to Snape. He tolerated the mudbloods and blood traitors for me, he held back his emotions and desires for me. You, Severus have not. Why is it someone so younger and less experienced than you is able to do this and not you? Voldemort asked, waiting for an explanation. My lord I am sorry. Yes, Voldemort cut Snape off. Yes you are. Tales of your arrogance and how you believe you are superior to everyone else has spread like a plague yet you did not realize how to properly act as a spy even though you knew that my return was inevitable. If you were serving under any other fool then I would be worried. Dumbledore, he trusts me. Snape gasped out. He is a fool, Voldemort said softly, knowing that it was something that Dumbledore probably did, but that is far from my only issue Severus. Dumbledore may trust you but the members of his precious order likely do not. You have greatly limited the abilities of many people to become Aurors and healers due to your teaching. While I do approve of that there is the fact that your teaching is also affecting my Slytherins. You are costing me valuable workers Severus. My lord, I apologize but I have been teaching a select few Slytherins, for example Draco Malfoy is. Crucio. Voldemort said softly. After several seconds of screaming he lifted the spell. I will assume that you mentioned young Draco's name due to his skill and not any opinions you may have as his godfather. It is far too late to correct your idiocy, any sudden changes will cause Dumbledore to keep a closer eye on you. You will continue to act as you have done, however I will not have you cost me more potion masters. I want the Slytherins, the loyal ones at the very least, to be able to have the ability to serve me. Am I understood Severus? Of course my lord. Snape quickly nodded. Good, good. Voldemort said softly. I do hope you appreciate Severus that it is only my firm belief in your loyalty and your value as a potions master that has stopped you from joining Potter's mudblood mother. Yes, my lord. Snape said, doing his best to keep his voice respectful. Now Severus, tell me, what are Potter and Dumbledore doing? Dumbledore has realized that you have returned, Snape replied. He has tried to inform the minister but the minister is refusing to believe him. I see, Voldemort said in an amused voice. And what of Potter? The boy has not been supporting Dumbledore in agreeing that you have returned. Snape answered. He say that he had not seen you, so he had no reason to lie to the minister. The boy is actually using fudge for his own desires. Oh, Voldemort smiled, amusement dancing in his red eyes. And how is he doing that? The boy is using the capture of Pettigrew along with his own fame to convince the minister to get Black a trial. What is the boy doing now? I am not quite sure, my lord. He is probably off playing with his Vila slut. Snape sneered. My, is that jealousy I hear, Severus? Voldemort smirked. Do continue, tell me everything you know, then I will place you under the Cruciatus curse. My lord. Don't you mean, or I will. I meant what I said, Severus. Voldemort's smirk grew bigger. If you think I will simply leave your punishment at a few seconds of torture, then you re sorely mistaken. No, I don't want to cause your mind to snap, so I think 5 minutes today should suffice, followed by another 5 the next time you arrive. Now hurry with your report before I turn it into 6 minutes. Fleur, Harry said as he arrived in her room in the Buaxbaden carriage. You said you wanted to. Harry did not get much further because Fleur had rushed towards him and closed the door before she locked it and placed a variety of charms on it. Fleur, are you okay? I mean you. Harry once again found himself cut off. This time it was by Fleur shoving him against her door and bringing him into a searing key. Harry's hands instantly went to her waist as their tongues battled for domination. Fleur's right hand ran itself through Harry's hair while her left snuck up his shirt, her right leg hooked around his left. Harry's left hand slid from her waist to her leg and began stroking her thigh while his right reached down and grabbed a handful of her rear. Fleur removed her left hand and wrapped both arms around his neck. She moved her other leg and now had both legs wrapped around Harry's waist. Harry's left hand joined his right as he held Fleur up. Fleur's hips began grinding against Harry's, earning a pleasurable beep. Harry slowly walked forwards until his knees hit the bed. He placed Fleur on the bed only for her to pull him on top of her. Her hands were all over his body and Harry was more than happy to return the favor by doing the same. Damn Fleur, Harry said when the two had to stop for air, but Fleur did not cease in her attacks and quickly moved her lips to his jaw and continued keying down until she reached his neck. What brought his on? Fleur span him around so he was on his back. The young Vila straddled him and gave him a passionate key before she gasped and pulled back, placing her hands on his. I was worried, she said. Harry was barely able to hear her. I know we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, but I do care for you, Ari, and when you were taken away. I was worried, Fleur admitted. She sniffed and rolled her eyes. This is your fault, you know. My fault. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, I am a Vila, say incarnate. Fleur said as she rocked back and forth, causing Harry to groan, empathizing her point. It should have been you who would have wanted to be with me. Fleur still found it hard to believe. At the start of the year she had dismissed him as just a little boy. After that they had gotten together physically, both had agreed to simply enjoy each other physically. But it slowly began changing. She had began to care for him. It was not an instant thing. If she had to guess, then she would have said it had started from after the second task. The fact that he had helped her sister and then her family had only endeared him to her. She always looked forward to each and every time the two were together. But now, when Harry had disappeared in the third task, she came to realize that it would not be just his body that she would miss. She would have missed the talks they always had after they were done. She would miss his jokes. The fact that she could talk to him without him drooling, his beautiful eyes, that lovable smile. She was a Vila, she was perfect. If she wants something, then she is going to take it. I kind of do, Harry said, very much enjoying what she was doing to him. Kind of. She raised an eyebrow and sped up. Okay, I really do. Harry quickly amended, earning a satisfied smirk from Fleur. It's just, I don't think I am ready for a proper relationship yet. Harry said, and it was true. A short while ago Fleur was just a hot body for him, but the French Vila had gradually become more and more prominent in Harry's life. Harry did not know if this was simply because they enjoyed their time together or because of actual feelings, or even if they would develop actual feelings. When will you be? She asked in a husky voice as she placed her hands on either side of Harry's and leaned closer. I don't know, Harry said honestly. I don't even know, I just want to enjoy myself at the moment. Maybe in a year, maybe sooner, or maybe much later I might change my mind, but for now I understand. Fleur said as she leaned even closer, her breath could be felt on his lips. I will wait. If you are lucky or simply intelligent, then you will change your mind before I change mine. And when you do change your mind, I had better be first in line, Mr. Potter, is that understood? She finished by playfully biting his ear. Understood. Harry managed to get out before she began ripping his clothes off. Harry was not the only one getting F-ed. The next day it was Peter Pettigrew's turn. Sadly for him, the word F-ed had different meanings, as he was not in bed with a hot villa. No, he was in a courtroom full of people who were going to decide his fate. In the Wizengamot courtroom there were 2 chairs in the center of the room. One was currently unoccupied while the other contained Peter Pettigrew. He was chained to the chair and was surrounded by several Aurors with their wands ready. The room was filled by all the Wizengamot members, not including those too young to attend, and the room was also packed full with Aurors. A few short moments later the doors opened. Sirius Black entered the room, escorted in by a couple of Aurors. Sirius wore stylish black shoes along with black trousers, a red jacket over a gray waistcoat and shirt. Not his best look, but rather good considering how quickly he put it together. The crowd instantly began talking as soon as he had entered. "Ah, Peter," Sirius exclaimed as if he had simply spotted an old friend. "How are you doing, you fat lump?" Sirius asked in a cheerful voice as he sat in the other chair, though everyone could not help but notice that he was not being chained to his chair. "It has been so long since we last saw each other." Sirius. Pettigrew stuttered, feeling like a rat that could not escape a cat, or in this case dog, but that did not mean he would not try. "My old friend. Yes." Sirius clapped. "We are old friends. I remember that. I remember keeping secrets for you, like how you kept wetting yourself until you were 14. I remember hanging out with you constantly. I remember you, me, Remus and James being a family. Oh yeah, I also remember you betraying them and sending me to Azkaban for it." Sirius said, his voice turning ice cold. "You know what, Pettigrew, we are not friends. I hate you with every fiber of my being." But James wouldn't have wanted. "Don't you dare bring him into this," Sirius roared, startling everyone. If Sirius noticed the wands aimed at him, he didn't act like it. "Don't say his name when you brought death to his door. Don't say his name when his son suffered because of you. Don't say his name when you gave him up like a bad habit. If James was alive, then he would have killed you himself for all that Harry has suffered because of you. You are well and truly a rat." Pettigrew bowed his head and looked away, realizing that continuing would only dig his hole deeper. A short while later Fudge walked into the courtroom with Dolores Umbridge, Fudge's undersecretary, following behind him. "Well," Fudge said as he took his seat, "shall we begin?" "Severus," Dumbledore said as the potions master stumbled into his office, "Dear me, what has happened to you, old friend?" Dumbledore asked as he helped Snape into a seat. Cruciatus. Snape managed to get out. "Is that all?" Dumbledore asked. Snape managed to nod. "Wait there," Dumbledore said before he quickly fetched a variety of potions. "Here you go," Dumbledore said as he forced them one by one down Snape's throat. "I apologize, Severus, but I must be leaving now. I shall return as soon as possible. Fawkes will fetch Madame Pomfrey if you still need help," Dumbledore said before he flowed to the ministry. "Ari," Fleur whispered. "Yeah, Fleur," Harry asked. "That was fun." "It was. I liked it." "Me too." "Good. It is. Do you want to go another round?" "Am I still alive?" "Yes." "Then you have your answer." Harry grinned before he pulled her closer. "Is everyone ready?" "Good." Fudge nodded as he cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each and every one of you for all coming here today. Today is an important and historic day, one that shall be remembered, as today we will correct a very important mistake in history. The history of you-know-who and the Potters to be exact." Fudge said. He paused for the crowd's reaction. They did not disappoint him. "Order! Order!" Fudge yelled over the screaming crowds. "Now, I hope everyone is ready as..." Fudge was interrupted when the doors opened to allow Albus Dumbledore to enter. "Good evening, everyone," Dumbledore said. "Ah, Dumbledore," Fudge sniffed. "You are quite lucky, we were about to start the trial without you. I do apologize, but a small situation had come up at Hogwarts that I had to quickly deal with," Dumbledore said in an apologetic manner. "Be that as it may, do try and show up on time, Albus. There are many things that we all have to deal with, yet the rest of us have managed it." Fudge said, a small smirk tugging on his lips. Now would you please take a seat so we can begin? Quickly please. Of course Cornelius. Dumbledore nodded before he took his seat. He pushed any thoughts about Severus out of his mind as he really needed to focus on the here and now. This was an important trial. If Sirius was to go free, and he likely would, then good and bad news could come from it. The good news would be that Sirius, innocent of all of his crimes, could go free and enjoy the life he deserved. It would also mean that Dumbledore could regain a member his order. But on the other hand, this brought with it problems. He did not know how forgiving Sirius was, possibly a lot, seeing as Sirius had always looked up to him as the leader of the light and understood that he didn't know that Sirius was innocent. On the other hand, he might not, plus then there was the issue with Harry. In the past the boy had always returned to the Dursleys, albeit extremely reluctantly, but he had returned and powered up the Blood Wards. With Voldemort's return, Dumbledore thought this was more important than ever before. But if Sirius went free, there was a high possibility of Harry not going back. In the past, Dumbledore might have been able to convince him to do it with a lot of work despite Sirius being free, but recently the boy had changed. If he tried to force the issue, then he was not sure how Harry would react. Dumbledore would do his best to keep Harry at the Dursleys, but he could not really afford to fight him on this. Now, Fudge said, I do believe that Mr. Black has agreed to take Veritaserum, correct? Fudge directed his question to Sirius. Yep. Sirius nodded. Give me now. Sirius said with a hint of impatience. The fact that he was willing to take Truth Serum had helped him a lot in the opinion of the courtroom. I don't consent to this. Peter screamed, not really helping his case. Your compliance is not a factor, Fudge responded in a calm voice. You are technically dead. As far as the law is concerned, you have the same amount of rights as a corpse. Aurors, do the standard checks for potions, then give them both Veritaserum. Fudge ordered. The nearby Aurors nodded before they checked Sirius and Peter for any spells or potions that could affect the Truth Serum. This had already been done before, but it was supposed to be also done one time in front of the courtroom to prove that it worked. Are you Sirius Black? Fudge asked Sirius once Sirius and Peter had both taken the potion. Yes. Sirius nodded in a monotone voice with a blank face. Did you go to Hogwarts for your education? Yes. Sirius answered in the same voice. Are you a male? Yes. Sirius answered. Everyone looked satisfied that the Truth Serum was working. And now you, Fudge said to Peter. Are you Peter Pettigrew? Yes. Peter answered in the same monotone voice and face as Sirius. Did you attend Hogwarts for your education? Yes. Are you a male? Yes. Good. The Truth Serum appears to be working. Fudge said to the room. Now Sirius Black, did you betray the Potters on the night of you-know-who's downfall? No. Sirius answered, almost immediately. Were you their secret keeper? Fudge asked. No. Who was the secret keeper? Peter Pettigrew. Sirius answered. The room burst into a shouting and loud talking which took several moments to die down. Did you kill the 13 Muggles that you were accused of killing? No. And now on to Mr. Pettigrew. Fudge said before he turned to Peter. Were you their secret keeper? Fudge asked. Yes. Peter answered. The room once again burst into shouting and loud talking, but this time it was quickly cut off by several ministry officials and Aurors. Did you kill the 13 Muggles that Sirius Black was accused of killing? Fudge asked. Yes. Peter replied. Where have you been since the downfall of you-know-who? I hid as the pet rat for Percy Weasley, then I was given to the family's youngest son about 5 years ago. Peter answered. Why? Why did you stay with the Weasley family? So I would be fed and cared for, and be able to keep up with the news in the wizarding world. Have you committed any crimes besides the ones you have admitted to today? Fudge asked, raising an eyebrow. I stole several galleons from Remus Lupin, James Potter and Sirius Black when I was at Hogwarts. I BPD and killed a Muggle for my initiation into the Dark Lord's army. I am an illegal animagus and I tried to kill Harry Potter. Mr. Black, are you an illegal animagus as well? Fudge asked. Yes. Sirius answered. Were either of you planning to register? Fudge asked. Yes. Sirius said. No. Peter said at the same time. Black, explain. Fudge frowned. My animagus form was a secret weapon to help me survive the war. Once the war was over, me and James planned to register our forms so to keep Lily happy because she wanted us both to set a good example for Harry. And you, Mr. Pettigrew? Fudge asked. I thought the Dark Lord would rule over all, so there would be no need to register my form. Peter answered. Why did you try to kill Mr. Potter? Was it for Voldemort? Dumbledore asked quickly. Dumbledore. A red-faced Fudge shouted after he and most people in the room shivered at the name. He was about to speak when Pettigrew began answering. I tried to kill him because he ruined everything, Peter said, his voice still monotone, and because I hate him for getting rid of my master. I did it for my master. Is he back? Dumbledore asked before anyone could stop him. Dumbledore. Fudge hissed. No. Peter answered before anyone could say anything else. He died when he tried to kill the Potters. Fudge paused, suddenly looking very pleased. He pulled out his wand and stunned both Peter and Sirius. Dumbledore, I do not care what your reasons are, but if you keep interrupting and talking without permission, then you will be removed from court and charged. Am I understood? Fudge said in a surprisingly firm voice. Understood. Dumbledore said in a soft voice as he gave a faint nod. Internally he was wondering why Peter said no. He knew that Voldemort was back thanks to Severus's dark mark plus the fact that Severus had recently returned after being exposed to the Cruciatus curse. Good, Fudge said. He could not help the smile that was on his face. He knew he was right and now he had proven it. Actually, something that made the situation even better was the fact that Dumbledore himself and a Death Eater had proven it. Fudge was already making plans to celebrate later. Aurors, please give them both the antidote and revive them. The Aurors nodded and did as they were told. A minute later Sirius and Peter were both awake. Sirius looked like he had just waken up from a nice dream while Peter looked like he had just woken up to find his nightmare was real. How many galleons did you steal? Sirius demanded as he turned to Peter. I don't know. I don't remember. Peter said honestly. Was this third year when I was supposed to go on a date with that seventh year and was about to get lucky only to find there was no money to pay for our food? I think so, or at least that's when it started. Give him the Dementor's key. Sirius screamed. That will be decided now. Fudge replied. Firstly, all those in favor of Sirius Black being innocent. Fudge raised his hand, so did everyone else. Nobody dared be the only person to not raise their hand when it was far too obvious that he was innocent. Innocent, Fudge said as he slammed his gavel down repeatedly. Mr. Black, for your unfair imprisonment the Ministry will give you a large sum of money for each year that you have spent in Azkaban along with free medical treatment, and your animagus form shall be registered for free along with an Order of Merlin. I know it will not equal the years you spent in Azkaban, but it's fine. Sirius waved him off. He remembered Harry's letter telling him to play good for Fudge. As of the moment Sirius wanted nothing more than to get custody of Harry, flip Dumbledore and everyone off, then go out the door, but for his godson he would play nice. How gracious of you, Fudge smiled before his lips shifted into a frown as he turned to Pettigrew. All those who believe Mr. Pettigrew to be guilty. Once again everyone raised their hands, as it would be stupid not to do so in such a clear and obvious case. Now there is simply the matter of your punishment. Give him the key, Sirius begged. Come on, it'll be the first one he's ever had. If you're not going to kill him, then life in Azkaban at least. Those for life in Azkaban? Fudge asked. Roughly 30% of all people, Dumbledore included, raised their hands. And those in favor of the Dementor's key? Fudge asked as he raised his own hand along with the rest of the room. No, Peter cried when he saw the results. Peter Pettigrew, you are hereby stripped of your Order of Merlin. Unless you have a will written, all of your money and property will be divided between Sirius Black, Harry Potter and Remus Lupin. Was it? Fudge asked Sirius, who quickly nodded. Ahem, a cough came, followed by a girly voice. Are you sure that is a wise idea? Dolores Umbridge asked. Mr. Lupin is a werewolf, she said, trying not to make a face at the word werewolf. So, Sirius said defensively. He's still my friend and he still suffered because of Pettigrew. Mr. Black is right, Dolores, Fudge said before turning to Pettigrew. Finally you will be sentenced to the Dementor's key first thing tomorrow. No, mercy, please, Pettigrew cried. And the rat is a-going, and the rat is a-going, and the rat is a-going, and the rat is nearly gone. Sirius said in a sing-song voice as Peter was stunned and dragged out. By Peter, Sirius called in a cheery voice before he turned to Fudge. This has all been great, but I would like to move on to the part where I get custody for my godson. Forgive me for interrupting, Dumbledore said to Fudge, but I believe that this is not the best time to discuss that. Dumbledore, Mr. Black is innocent. Fudge frowned at the old man. He was sure that Dumbledore was just trying to make things difficult for him now that it was proven that you-know-who was not back. I am innocent. Sirius agreed with an emphatic nod. That is true, Dumbledore agreed. But young Sirius has spent the last few years in Azkaban, then in hiding. We do not know how healthy it would be for either of them. Dumbledore said. It was a simply but effective argument, as many of them began thinking and agreeing with that. Very well, Fudge frowned, realizing that most were agreeing with it, so there was nothing he could do about it. Sirius Black shall be sent to receive medical help and a check-up, then we shall reconvene at a later date pending on Mr. Black's report. All who agree. Fudge raised his hand and most people raised their hands in agreement. Very well, Mr. Black, you will be escorted to St. Mungo's. Court is closed for the day, Fudge said before he slammed his gavel down. Dumbledore watched as Sirius was taken away. Sirius glared at Dumbledore, letting Dumbledore know that now was probably not the best time to talk to Sirius. Severus, Dumbledore said as he returned into his office, are you feeling better? I am. Has Black been freed? Snape asked. Yes. And I now suddenly feel worse. Pettigrew has said under Veritaserum that Voldemort has not returned. Dumbledore frowned, looking at Snape, waiting for him to explain. You left before I could explain, Snape sighed. Pettigrew had his memory and mind altered before he attacked Potter. That way, if Pettigrew failed, then Voldemort would not be dragged down with him. Dumbledore finished in a soft voice. An ingenious plan. A neckery one as well, it seems. Potter had defeated Pettigrew and returned. Once he had gone, it was Barty Crouch Jr. who came and took Potter's blood to complete the ritual. Dumbledore said with a thoughtful face. Now that people have listened to Pettigrew say under Veritaserum that Voldemort has not returned, it will be all the more difficult to convince people. Harry could not keep the smile off of his face as he walked up the stairs and towards the private room in St. Mungo's Hospital. Sirius was free. He could hardly believe it. Harry eventually reached the door to the private room. Harry stopped shortly before knocking the door. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. He shook his head and once he was ready he raised his hand to knock on the door. He knocked 3 times in a row. Sirius, Harry called. It's me, Harry. You know, Prongs Jr. Prongslet. The door opened, and Harry smiled only to find himself tackled down. Harry ended up with his back leaning against the wall opposite the door as he sat on the floor. He looked down to find a knee that had narrowly avoided landing on that special little area between his legs. His eyes rose up. Taking notice of the rather unique clothes, he glanced a few seconds longer than he should on the cleavage when his eyes finally reached the top. He saw a heart-shaped face with bright shoulder-length pink hair and beautiful violet eyes. Hi. Harry blurted out. The person in front of him blushed slightly before quickly recovering and giving him a grin. Watcher, I am Tonks, she said as she gave him a dazzling smile. Harry could not help smile back as he took in the vision in front of him. Black boots with a blue knee-length skirt, a red shirt under a black waistcoat, and open black jacket which brought attention to her very impressive cleavage. A necklace around her neck that looked like it was made of string. It had a bunch of small, bronze orbs hanging from it. She also had bright orange earrings. In his head Harry couldn't help but compare this pink-haired, violet-eyed beauty to the haired, blue-eyed Fleur. Fleur looked like something out of a wet dream. She looked like what many people would describe as the perfect girl. This girl, Tonks, she said her name was, did not look like the perfect girl, nor did she look like the sort of girl one would take home to meet their mother. She screamed unique, everything from her clothes to her physical looks to even the way she smiled. So, finished looking, she said, grinning at him. No, Harry said as he shook his head slightly. I could do this all day, but I will stop if you want me to. For now at least, she smirked before she stood up and offered Harry a hand. Harry took it and she helped him up. Sorry for falling on you, by the way. You will not find me complaining if a beautiful girl wants to throw herself at me. Harry shrugged, smirking at her. You wish, she snorted with amusement. I do actually, Harry grinned. So just to clarify, you didn't fall on me because of my good looks? Harry said with mock disappointment. Not this time at least, she grinned back. So you're Harry Potter, right? Yep, hold on, I remember you. Really? Yeah, Harry nodded. I remember being a little first year, walking down the Great Hall. I glance towards the Hufflepuff table and I see a 7th year with pink hair, and I spent hours wondering how that was allowed. At least until I met Snape for the first time, then I spent the rest of my time trying to will a permanent silencing charm on the prick. Congratulations, you have joined me and every sane person who has ever met Snape. As for me, I remember being a 7th year and watching as little Harry Potter got sorted. You were so cute and nervous then. Thanks. Hey, your name was Tonks, right? Yeah. What's your last name? That is my last name. Oh, in that case, what's your first name? Oh, sorry sweetie, she said as she jokingly pinched his cheeks. That's classified information. Nymphadora, come back in already, you can flirt with him later. A feminine voice called from inside the room where Sirius was staying in. Mum, Tonks groaned in the direction of the voice. Classified, huh? Harry pinched her cheek in the same manner, but quickly let go and rushed into the room. Upon entering the room, Harry noticed Ted Tonks, his lawyer, in the room, no doubt related to the pink-haired Tonks outside. Next to him was a rather attractive brown-haired woman. She looked quite young, early 30s at best, and thanks to magical people aging at a slower rate than Muggles, Harry had no idea how old she was. The two of them were standing next to a bed. The occupant of that bed was grinning at him. Harry. Sirius smiled and held his arms out. Sirius. Harry rushed over and the two embraced in a hug. God damn, I missed you, Harry said, burying his head into Sirius's shoulder as Tonks re-entered the room and shut the door. Missed you too, pup, Sirius said, a lone tear dripping down his eye. I wondered if I was ever going to be free, and now I am. And it is thanks to you. You would do the same for me. Harry responded without even a hint of doubt in his voice. The two eventually let go and smiled at each other. Harry, how are you doing? Ted Tonks asked. Great, Mr. Tonks, Harry smiled. If you don't mind, then can I ask what you and these two lovely women are doing here? Well, you've met my daughter, Tonks said, gesturing to Nymphadora who waved at Harry. Harry smiled and waved back. And this is my wife, Andromeda, Ted said, gesturing to the brown-haired woman. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Harry said, extending a hand to Andromeda. Andromeda placed her hand in Harry's. Harry gently held her hand. He leaned his head down and kissed her hand, though he didn't let his lips touch her hand. There is no need to be so formal with me, Andromeda smiled at him as Harry let go of her hand. I am glad to meet you, Harry. Andy over here is my cousin, Sirius explained to Harry. Ah, so that means she is a member of the Black family as well? Harry asked. Well, she was born into the family. Sirius sighed. Okay, obviously I am missing something, Harry replied. I was kicked out, Andromeda said, bringing Harry's attention back to her. And because I was kicked out before Nymphadora was born, she is technically not a member of the Black family either. Mum, Tonks sighed. Don't call me Nymphadora. I do not know what your problem with your name is. Andromeda sighed. It is a perfectly fine name, don't you think so, Harry? Okay, so now I'm being brought into this. Harry blinked before he shrugged. It's a rather unique name, I like it, Harry said honestly. Better than Harry at least. Harry is so boring and plain. See, Andromeda said with a smile as she gestured to Harry, earning an eye roll from Tonks. Anyway, she said as she turned back to Harry. I was kicked out after I eloped with Ted. Her family was not exactly happy with her for marrying a Muggleborn. Ted added. He gave a look to Andromeda that looked like a cross between apologetic and happy. Screw them then, Harry said simply. If they don't love you enough to accept who you are, then they're not worth the effort, Harry said, earning a smile from everyone else in the room. Anyway, Sirius, Harry said as he turned to Sirius. How are you doing? By the way, where the hell is Professor Mooney? Harry corrected himself, remembering that Lupin was no longer a professor. I thought he would be here. I'm fine, Harry, Sirius said with a small smile. The healers say they want to put me on a potions diet to help me get back up to full health. As for Mooney, he is currently with some wolf clans in Germany, so I imagine it would take him a while to get the news about what's happened here. So you remember my 3rd year? Like it was a year ago. Great, you remember that conversation about us both living together? Harry asked. I have thought about it every day since, Sirius said, a sad smile on his face. I asked at my trial if I could have custody. And Harry asked, a hopeful look on his face. Dumbledore stopped it from happening. He said that I might not be fit enough to look after you. Sirius said. His face showed how upset he was, and it became worse when he saw Harry's happy face fall and be replaced with a disappointed one. Though Sirius found himself looking a little surprised when he saw Harry's face suddenly turn into a thoughtful one. Harry, are you? Shush, Harry said gently. My Slytherin side is thinking. Slytherin side? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Everyone has a Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw side. There is a time for each one. Harry said. If he looked then he would see Andromeda giving him an approving look. Mr. Tonks, Harry said suddenly. Are you busy today? No, not really. Ted said, shaking his head. Can I talk to you later in private then? I have an idea I want to run by you. Sure. Ted nodded. What idea? Sirius asked. I'll tell you later. I want to see if it is possible before I get either of our hopes up. Harry said. Ari, Harry heard Fleur's voice when he entered her room. Is that you? Yeah, are you all right, Fleur? Harry asked as he closed the door. I am in the bathroom, wait one moment, I will be right out. Fleur's voice said just as Harry sat down on her bed. Take your time, I am not in a rush. Harry said, as he looked around. Tomorrow Fleur would be going back to France and he would be on a train back to the Dursleys. This was probably his last time in this room. He had grown to like it. Ari, Harry's head snapped to the bathroom doorway. Harry saw Fleur walking out. Her beautiful hair was flowing freely down just past her shoulders. Her face had an infectious grin. Her blue eyes were bright as she sauntered over to him, hips swaying, while wearing nothing but a blue robe that ended just before her knees. How are you? She asked. As of the moment I am great. Harry smiled as he made a show of looking her up and down, earning a small musical laugh from her. A little sad though. Oh, she asked, raising one of her perfect eyebrows. This is our last time in this room. I have been enjoying it if we're being honest. Good, she said as she stopped right in front of him. After all we have done together it would be horrible if you did not enjoy it. She leaned down and placed a soft key on his lips. As he returned the key she slowly undid her robe and allowed it to fall down to the floor. When the key broke Harry had a massive smile as he looked at her in all of her naked glory. Seeing as this is our last time in this room, Fleur said as she straddled his lap. I wanted to make it memorable. She said as she placed her hands on either side of his voice. Oh, and how do you plan that? In the past we have just had say, Fleur whispered before she placed a small key on his lips. Today I want to make love. Do you want to do the same, Harry? Try and stop me, Harry whispered as he placed his hands on her waist and pulled her in for a key. Hiya guys, Harry said as he sat with the three chasers at the Gryffindor table the next day at breakfast. How are you three doing? All packed and ready for a lazy summer, Alicia grinned. What about you? Don't know about lazy but I am packed. I am also pretty hopeful that this time will be my last summer at the Dursleys. By the way, why is everybody looking at me like this? Harry asked, noticing that nearly every eye in the Great Hall was on him. Probably because of Dumbledore's speech. Katie said, he gave a speech saying that you know who is back. Katie added when Harry looked like he did not know what she was talking about. Yeah, the school was pretty divided on if he was right or not. Angelina said. But then there was that trial where Pettigrew said he isn't. I guess most people are waiting to hear what you have to say about it. Well, Harry spoke slightly louder as he saw more than a few people trying to listen to him. He was just loud enough for those nearby to hear but not enough to be disturbing the entire hall. With the way the rumor mill worked they were all likely to hear what he thought anyway. Like I told Fudge and Dumbledore, I saw Pettigrew and I dealt with the rat bastard. I never saw Voldemort, Harry said, ignoring the shudders of others. Harry, Ginny said as she sat down next to Harry. Are you all right? I'm great, why? Harry asked. Oh, I don't know, maybe because last time you and me had a real conversation was before you were kicking the crap out of Pettigrew. Ginny said sarcastically. Oh right, sorry. Harry said sheepishly as he ran a hand through his hair. Well we can sit together on the train ride back if you want. Fine, I've got to go, I'll see you on the train. Ginny said before she ran off. Do you have anything planned for the summer? Angelina asked. I got a few meetings with my lawyer, plan to spend time with Sirius as well. Harry shrugged. Guy is beyond happy that he is free. The fact that his beloved godson was the one who got him his trial has made him even happier. Yes, yes, you're a little miracle child, aren't you? Angelina said, ruffling Harry's hair. Get off. Harry laughed as he slapped her hand away. Harry. Harry heard a voice call on his way to the train station. He turned around and groaned when he saw Hermione and Ron walking up to him. Can I help you too? Harry asked in a tired voice. Harry, Dumbledore says that you know who is back. Hermione said. And Harry shrugged while looking at her questioningly. And barely anybody is believing him. Ron hissed, looking as if he could not quite understand how some people couldn't believe Dumbledore. Why haven't you said anything about it? Hermione said, her voice was more demanding than questioning. Why haven't you? Harry asked. What? Well, like I told the headmaster and the minister, I did not see Voldemort in the graveyard. Harry said, idly noticing the many people who were gathered around, listening to him argue with the two. If I am supposed to just say that he has come back on the word of the headmaster, then why aren't you two doing the same? Go, send a letter to the Daily Prophet, send a letter to the ministry. Tell everyone he is back. Why are you two trying to get me to do it? You're the boy who lived. Ron said. I am well aware of that, Ronnikins, but I do not really see what that has to do with our topic of conversation. Harry, people would believe you if you told them that you know who is back. Hermione argued. Really? Harry drawled. Because I seem to remember telling the school that I was not the heir of Slytherin and that I did not enter my name into the Goblet of Fire, the first time I had to fight Slytherin's monster to get them to believe me, and the second time I had to swear a magical vow. I am not about to put myself at risk again just to prove the headmaster's point. Now, unless you two want to continue bothering me, I want to go now. What the hell is wrong with you? Ron demanded. You have turned into a right prat. You're like Malfoy. Well, that's a little hypocritical coming from his red-headed twin. Harry replied. I am not like Malfoy. Ron said, turning red at the thought of anyone thinking he was. Really? Because you both like Quidditch, you both have a signature hair color, you're both purebloods, you both have an obsession with me and Granger over there, both tried to make friends with me on the Hogwarts Express, both want me to join their side on the Dumbledore-Voldemort grudge back. Malfoy hates muggles and the like while you hate all Slytherins, Granger over there can. My name is Hermione. Hermione interrupted. I know your name, Granger. After all, I spent the last few years pretending I liked you enough to have as a friend. Harry's smirk grew at the offended look on her face. Ari. Harry heard a familiar voice call and saw Fleur walking towards him. What are you lot looking at? Harry said to the other students, not really wanting them to pay attention to him when he talked to Fleur. Thankfully they took the hint and began moving. Hey Fleur, Harry said once she was close enough. I thought you were gone already. Harry asked. He and Fleur both ignored the way Hermione glared at her while Ron suddenly looked very nervous and began patting his hair down. There has been a few-minute delay. I wanted to see if I could see you one more time before I left. Fleur explained. What? Last night wasn't enough. Harry smiled. Last night. Hermione blurted. You and her, but you can't do that. She said, a scandalized look on her face while a jealous one was present on Ron's. Yeah, you probably should have told me that before. We've been doing it for most of the year. What? Hermione and Ron blurted out. Every night as well. Fleur couldn't help but add, though she found it hard not to laugh at the looks on their faces. Ari, I have to go soon. Ignore those two, I do. So one more quick goodbye. Harry asked. Fleur nodded in response. Well, come here then, Harry said as he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her in close. He and Fleur engaged in a passionate kiss, her arms wrapped around his neck while Harry's hands trailed down and squeezed her rear, both of them ignoring the reactions of Ron and Hermione. Well, Harry said once they were done. I won't forget that anytime soon. You had better not. She smirked. Goodbye, Ari, she said as she pecked him on the lips. Bye, Fleur, Harry said, slapping her on the backside as she began walking away. Ari. She stopped and smiled at him. What? I don't know when I could do it again. Harry said defensively. Hopefully very soon. She smirked before walking off. You know, it's funny, Harry said to Ron and Hermione. As soon as I am away from the two of you I get a hot villa falling in my lap. Wonder what else I can do when I am not with you two. Harry said before he turned and walked off. Harry and Ginny sat together on the way back from Hogwarts. The two were talking when Malfoy arrived outside of the compartment. Harry. Ginny gestured to Malfoy, who was with Crabbe and Goyle as usual. Malfoy was currently waving his wand, trying to undo the locking charm Harry had put on the door. He had just managed to do it when Harry lazily reapplied it. Malfoy's confused look when the door wouldn't open resulted in Ginny trying to hold back laughter. She quickly failed when he tried it a second time, only for Harry to reapply it again. The same thing happened 2 more times before Malfoy was able to realize that Harry was doing it. He glared at Harry and tried again, only for Harry to put the charm on again. Harry had put the charm on 10 more times before he lost his patience. "That's it," Harry said as he stood up. He unlocked the door and opened it. "Potter," Malfoy sneered. Malfoy suddenly found himself cut off as Harry simply kicked him in between the legs with as much strength as he could muster. Malfoy let out a squeak as his face turned a reddish pink. Harry removed his foot and gently pushed Malfoy. The wizard fell back and on the floor where he assumed a fetal position. Crabbe and Goyle looked dumbstruck and weren't sure if they should attack Harry or help Malfoy. "I'm going to make this very clear and simple for you two idiots. Take Malfoy and go back to your compartment and enjoy the rest of your journey back," Harry said before he closed the door. He waved his wand several times. The end result was a locked and silenced door with the blinds down. "Bloody Prat," Harry said under his breath. "So Ginny, I think that." Harry was cut off as Ginny pounced on him, placing her hands on either side of his face as she straddled him and gave him a passionate kiss. "That was the hottest thing I have ever seen," she whispered in between kisses. Harry did a small mental shrug before he returned fire. He and Ginny were soon in full-blown snogging. It was not as fun as say ****, but Harry still enjoyed it. The rest of the train ride seemed to alternate between talking and snogging, and Harry was okay with that. "Get in, boy," Harry's Uncle Vernon said as he shoved Harry inside the house. The 2 other members of the Dursley family, Harry's Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley, came in after Vernon. "Go to your room, I don't want you bothering us," Vernon said as the 3 Dursleys went into the living room. Vernon made sure to, accidentally, shove Harry with his shoulder on the way into the living room. Dudley did the same while his Aunt Petunia simply sniffed at him like she smelt some dung. As the Dursleys entered, they did not see the small smile on Harry's face, nor did they see the glint in his eyes. They also did not see the snake tattoo that moved around under Harry's clothes until the head was visible on Harry's left hand. Harry brought his left hand up and gave the tattoo a small kiss as he glanced at the Dursleys, who had quickly become immersed in the TV program they were watching. Harry hissed under his breath. The tattoo shifted and moved back up his body. Harry slowly undid his belt after taking one more look at the Dursleys. He held it in his right hand while he placed his wand in his left. "Uncle Vernon," Harry said as he walked into the living room. Dudley was sharing a sofa with his mother while Vernon sat in his own chair. "What?" Vernon demanded as he shifted in his chair so he could look at Harry. As soon as he turned around, he was blasted off the chair and onto the floor. Harry's aunt and cousin screamed as they jumped off the couch. Harry waved his wand and the 2 fell back onto the couch. Harry waved his wand, throwing the chair out of the way so it was not in between himself and Vernon. You can't do magic outside of school," Vernon screamed. His eyes had a bit of triumph mixed in with a lot of fear. "Let me worry about that," Harry said, flicking his wand, causing all the curtains and doors to close and lock. Thankfully it was still light enough for everyone to clearly see each other. "Have you met my daughter yet?" Harry asked. "How could a freak like you have a child?" Petunia spat as she glared at him, despite her fear. Her anger vanished and gave way to her fear when she heard the sound of hissing. The frightened Dursleys watched as Selena slithered out of Harry's left wrist, her head aimed towards Petunia and Dudley. She hissed angrily at them. "Arg, Mummy!" Dudley cried, ready to get up and hide behind his mother. "Sit down," Harry shouted, and Dudley instantly sat back down in place. "Gee, get rid of it," Vernon said as he stood up, trying to sound in charge but failing thanks to his shaking voice. Harry talked to Selena in Parseltongue. The Dursleys could not understand him, but they still shivered at the sounds coming from Harry. "But she just wants to play," Harry said in a sweet voice as he tossed her at Dudley. All 3 Dursleys screamed. Selena quickly wrapped her body around Dudley's neck, not squeezing hard enough to kill but enough to discomfort. She bared her fangs at Petunia. What is on your son's shoulders at the moment is called a basilisk. The most dangerous and deadly snake in existence, so dangerous in fact that even wizard kind fear them and would try to kill her if they knew she existed. Harry said. He was tempted to laugh at Petunia and Dudley, who were too frozen in fear to move. It's just a snake, Vernon said, trying to sound brave. Not just a snake, Harry grinned. She has the most dangerous venom of any animal, capable of killing you within a minute. No antidote either, unless you count phoenix tears, but we're not likely to find a phoenix anywhere around here. And her most dangerous weapon is her eyes. She has a protective eye layer. If she gets rid of it, then it can kill you with a single look, much like the stories of Medusa, except you won't turn into stone. The best part, she only listens to me. Harry grinned. It would just take one word, one bite, or even one look and your son is dead, so you're going to want to cut the dramatics and listen to me before one of us loses our patience. Vernon, who had been growing more and more pale as Harry went on, glanced at the snake on his son's shoulders. What do you want? Vernon asked, his voice nearly a whisper. I want you to take this belt and hit me, Harry said as he tossed Vernon the belt in his right hand. But, me, Vernon said with disbelief. Why, yes, Harry said, mocking Vernon's stammering. If you want, Vernon said before he gently tapped Harry's arm with the belt. That's not the proper way to hit someone with a belt, Harry said, shaking his head. Give it to me, Harry said, holding his right hand out for the belt, but Vernon quickly held it as far away from Harry as he could. Hey Tubby, Harry said in a warning voice as he shot a stinging hex at Vernon's stomach, causing the fat man to yelp in shock and pain. I said give it to me, Harry said in a low voice. Oh, okay, Vernon said as he slowly handed the belt to Harry. Thank you, Harry said before he struck Vernon's right knee hard with the belt, causing Vernon to scream out in pain. Now you try, Harry said as he tossed Vernon the belt. Vernon caught the belt, and within that moment his anger was more dominant than his fear. He raised the belt and was about to hit Harry only for it to fly out of his hand with a quick disarming spell from Harry. Suddenly Vernon's fear came back tenfold. Harry caught the belt and wrapped it around his right hand. Harry whipped Vernon hard on the arm with the belt, and continued hitting him, striking him in any and every spot Harry could hit. Every time Harry hit him he made sure to add a stinging hex in the same spot after. Vernon screamed each time. His wife and son would have probably screamed as well if not for Selina, who was hissing at the two. Harry struck Vernon multiple times and showed no sign of stopping. Vernon was quickly gaining bruises and marks on his arms, legs, stomach, back and even his face. Harry had paused momentarily, but that was only so he could kick Vernon between the legs. Harry continued whipping Vernon even after the man had fallen on the floor. Don't cry, Vernon, Harry said after a particularly vicious belt slap to Vernon's stomach. This isn't even a year's worth of punishment. I still have a ton of love left to repay. Shush, Harry said in a soft voice after he whipped Vernon's back. It'll be quicker if you just let me get through this, Harry said before whipping Vernon once more on the back. You two are next, Harry said to Petunia and Dudley before he continued whipping Vernon. Quiet, Harry said as he watched TV with Selina resting on his lap. Harry was stroking her with one hand while he had the TV remote in his other hand. He was happily watching the TV when he heard a small whimper. Shut up, Harry shouted at the Dursleys. The Dursleys quickly shut up. Not a single one of them were willing to talk. Harry had been more than generous with his punishments. It had only been his third day back at the Dursleys and they were already praying for him to go. On Harry's return he had gotten a bit too enthusiastic while whipping Vernon, so he found himself a bit too tired to whip Dudley and Petunia, so he simply waved his wand and had the belt whip the two on its own. Yesterday morning Harry had started the day off by hitting Petunia in both of her legs with a bone breaker. He then made Dudley sit on her legs. She was so fond of treating him like a baby, so Harry figured she would probably like it. Her screams said otherwise. As for Dudley, Harry animated some food to constantly attack him. It was fun to see Dudley run from the one thing he loved more than his family. But Harry quickly stopped that by tying him up and putting him back on his mother's lap. Of course Harry also got rid of Dudley's teeth so the fat did not get tempted to just eat the food. As for Vernon, Harry decided to take it easy on him and just leave him alone for the day. Just kidding, he most certainly did not. Harry had called Dobby and sent him out to get the spiciest peppers and food he could find. After one spell to make Vernon's mouth dry, Harry had forced him to eat a variety of things, including a couple of ghost peppers, before leaving Vernon tied to his chair with nothing but a silencing charm so he wouldn't bother Harry. Of course it didn't help Vernon that Harry had animated his belt to start constantly whipping Vernon's legs. Harry left them like that for most of the day, apart from occasionally slapping Petunia's legs and giving the trio an occasional punch to the face. As for today, Harry decided to do something different. Harry glanced towards the Dursleys. They were all currently hanging from the ceiling by their thumbs. An idea that Harry got from Argus Filch. He would have to thank him for that. Of course Harry added his own flair to it by making a pool under them and filling it with piranhas. Extreme, perhaps. Did Harry want to stop it? Fuck no. Should I bite them, Daddy? Selena asked. No, you could get food poisoning or worse. We don't know where they have been. Harry replied. Should I kill them with my eyes? No, it's better if you don't look at them. Why? Would they do something? No, they are just really ugly. Harry responded. As he stroked Selena, he thought of another problem. Harry was well aware of the fact that there was always someone watching the house. Between Dobby, Selena, Hedwig, an invisibility cloak and the right spells, it was easy to work out. Harry knew it was not Voldemort. After all, why on earth would the Dark Lord just wait outside Harry's house? He knew it was not Death Eaters, because if it was possible for them to find him here, then they would have done it years ago. Harry quickly realized that they were watching the house on the orders of Dumbledore. The fact that Dobby had overheard one of them talking to himself probably helped Harry realize that, which meant Harry had to be careful with what he did with the Dursleys. Sooner or later it was possible that Mad-Eye Moody might end up watching his house. He would almost certainly notice something was up. There was also the fact that Moody's magical eye could probably see through walls and clothes. Dobby. Harry called as he stood up and turned the TV off. Yes, master. Dobby asked as he popped in. Do me a favor, Harry said as he got rid of the pool and piranhas before letting the Dursleys drop hard onto the floor. Put these three in bed. Harry said as he stunned the three Dursleys. Once you're done, stay away from here until I call you. If the Dursleys look like they are going to wake up, then put them back to sleep. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby nodded before he grabbed the Dursleys and popped away. Get back on my skin, sweetie. Harry said to Selena. Are we going somewhere, Daddy? She asked. Yep. I want you to wrap around my left arm and go sleep. I'll wake you up later. Harry replied. Selena obediently listened and wrapped herself around Harry's left arm before she sunk into his skin and became a tattoo. Harry walked out of the Dursleys' home. He wore black trainers, blue jeans, a white shirt and a black leather jacket. He began walking away from the house, waiting to see if he would be stopped. Watch her, Harry. A voice called a few seconds after leaving. Tonks. Harry smiled as he turned to see the pink-haired girl standing there. You've done something different with your hair. Harry noted. Before her hair was shoulder length and now it was short and spiky. She was wearing black shoes, trousers and robes as well. Thanks for noticing, she smirked. Do you like it? Yeah, it's very, you. Harry smirked back. What are you doing here? I am pretty sure that you don't live here. Oh, I am one of your guards. Tonks smiled. What? Harry raised an eyebrow, placing a mask of confusion on his face. Oh, you didn't know? Tonks asked, looking embarrassed. Dumbledore thought you weren't safe, so he got a bunch of us guarding you. Today was my turn. Sorry, I thought you knew. If I knew, I would have told Dumbledore I do not want nor need guarding. Harry replied. Now I would love to stay and chat, but I have got to be off. But Dumbledore said you had to stay at your house and… Tonks, Harry interrupted. I do not give two shits what Dumbledore says. He is not my guardian, nor is he related to me, and outside of school he has no authority over me. Now if there is nothing else, then I have to go to Diagon Alley now before I am late. I have a meeting at Gringotts and those little buggers are not happy even when someone is on time. I don't want to make it worse by being late. Alright, fine, Tonks said after a moment of indecision. But I am coming with you then. Tonks added. Oh, are you? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I gave up my day to look after you, so I might as well come with you. That way nobody can claim I don't take my job seriously. I don't need a babysitter, you know. Oh, do you not want me around? Tonks said, a fake hurt look on her face. That hurts, Harry. Fine, Harry sighed. Come on then. Harry said as he began walking away. Tonks followed after him. So, how is Sirius doing? Harry asked just as he summoned the night bus. After a rather bumpy ride where Tonks kept landing repeatedly on Harry, they had made it to Diagon Alley. Harry's first stop was Gringotts. He spent about half an hour inside before he came out to find Tonks, arms crossed and tapping her foot up and down in a bored manner. But that was not what Harry was focused on. Tonks, Harry said slowly, you know your hair has turned white. I know, I have been waiting for you for so long. Tonks said in a tired voice. The year is still 2030, right? No. Just kidding. Tonks grinned before her hair turned back to pink. Wow, wandless. Harry said, noticing she did not use a wand. Oh, I didn't tell you, I am a metamorphomagus. That means I can change my appearance at will, watch. Tonks said before her face shifted into Sirius's face, then Harry's, then back to her own, except this time her hair was brown. See, she said right before her hair turned back to pink. Hey, do you think I should keep my hair spiky or long? Doesn't really matter to me, you look good either way. Harry said as he began walking with Tonks following after him. Thanks, Tonks said as she walked alongside him. I think that, whoops. Tonks tripped but thankfully avoided falling on the floor thanks to Harry catching her. Thanks, she said, her hair turning slightly red in embarrassment before it went back to her usual pink. By the way, Tonks, what exactly is it that you do? Harry asked. I mean, like, what is your job? Oh, I'm an Auror. Tonks said proudly. Really? Yeah, after Hogwarts I got to learn under Mad Eye. I spent a year as a junior Auror. I got to be a proper Auror by the time you were in your third year. Your parents must be proud. Harry replied. Well, yeah, my dad is, so is Mum, but she's not exactly happy about it. Let me guess, the danger factor. Harry asked. How do you know? Well, I have been in my fair share of less than safe situations, plus my mother died to keep me safe and I know that I would do whatever I could to keep Sirius safe. Yeah, well that's. Harry. Yeah, Tonks. Did we just walk into Nocturne Alley? She asked, looking around at the dark alley with old and dirty shops as she walked past witches that looked like they came out of a Muggle story. Yep. Harry nodded as if nothing was wrong. Harry, this is dangerous. Tonks hissed. Tonks, I have fought dragons, dementors and dark wizards, I am perfectly fine here. Plus I have a master class Auror with me. Harry smirked as he gave Tonks a small nudge. I'll be fine. But what are we doing here? Tonks whispered as she kept her wand ready in her hand. Well, you are following me. I came to Gringotts to get something important which I gave to Dobby before I left the bank. Who the hell is Dobby? My house elf. Harry answered. Wait, if you have a house elf then why did you have to come at all? Tonks could not help but ask. I mean, why not just send him to get whatever you need? Partly because I enjoy leaving the house, also because I wanted to come, and thirdly because I also want to get something that Dobby can't get for me. What would that be? Tonks asked in an interested voice. I want to get something from here. Harry said as he stopped in front of a shop. Tonks stopped alongside him and looked at the shop. Don't you think that you're a bit too young to get a tattoo? She asked. I have done a lot of things that I am supposed to be young for. Harry shrugged. Yeah, but you know that you're planning to do this in full view of an Auror, right? She raised an eyebrow. You won't say anything, Harry said confidently. And how do you know that? Please. Harry snorted before he walked inside with Tonks reluctantly following after him. Wow, that hurt more than I thought it would, Harry said, shaking his left hand, when he and Tonks exited the shop. I bet it does, Tonks responded. Let me have a look, Tonks said. Harry extended his left hand into both of Tonks' hand. She looked at the back of his hand to find the head of a stag with a pink flower in its mouth. It moved, like most magical tattoos, but could not really travel anywhere around Harry's body. What made you choose this? She asked. If you don't mind me asking. She quickly added. It's my dad. Harry smiled. Tonks looked up from the tattoo and gave Harry a confused look. You can ask Sirius. My dad's animagus form was a stag. It's my Patronus's form as well. Yeah, Sirius mentioned that you could do a Patronus, Tonks said as she looked back at the tattoo, her fingers idly rubbing it. The flower, let me guess, your mother. Yep. Harry nodded with a small smile. Lily, Tonks said in a soft voice as she let his hand go. Yeah, Harry said as the two began walking. Sirius told me how my dad used to always call her, Lily Flower. I have already got one reminder from my mother, Harry said as he tapped his scar. I thought it would be nice to have one of Dad. Harry said as he rubbed his hand for a second before he stopped and tried to walk as normally as possible. If it makes you feel better, I am sure that they are proud of you. Tonks said, her voice a near whisper. Thanks, Harry said, giving her a genuine smile. You have anywhere else you need to go? I'm going to stop at the Leaky Cauldron to get something to eat, then it's back home. You want something? My treat. Your treat, huh? She grinned. Sure, I could go for something to eat. But when we go back then I am going to apparatus, no more of that bloody night bus. You didn't like it? Harry laughed a little. Today reminded me why I have not gone on the damn thing since I was a kid. Well, I like it, thought that was probably because of that hot girl that kept falling on me. Oh shut it. She rolled her eyes and slapped his arm. She was really hot. All right Harry, here you go. Tonks said after escorting Harry to the door of number 4. Thank you, oh mighty Auror, for helping little and defenseless me get back. Harry said with a dramatic bow. Yeah, very funny. Tonks said, rolling her eyes. So, what are you going to do now? Harry asked. Well, I sort of have to still play guard and all, Dumbledore will. Tonks, Harry cut her off. You don't have to play guard. But Harry, Tonks, Harry cut her off again. Like I said before, Dumbledore is not my guardian, nor is he in any position of authority over me when I am not at school. Tonks, if you want to visit and come and hang out or something then fine, but I do not want you or a bunch of old men outside my house and trying to guard me without my knowledge or consent. I mean, how would you like it if your mum told me or some other person to hang outside your house and guard you without asking or telling you about it? I still live with my mum, but I get your point. Tonks sighed as she ran a hand through her hair. Yes, Dumbledore had ordered her, but she understood Harry's point and she thought that it was a valid one. She would throw a fit if she realized that somebody was trying to guard her without her permission. Besides, Harry continued, do you even know why I stay in this hellhole? Harry said as he gestured to the house. Because they are your family. Tonks guessed, though she instantly realized that that was a wrong answer. Harry had looked pretty forward to moving in with Sirius at the hospital. If his family was a good one, then he would have at least had second thoughts about wanting to move in with a man who had spent the last few years in Azkaban and on the run. Wrong, Harry said after making a buzzer noise. I am here because Dumbledore is forcing me to stay here. Some crap about blood wards that are supposed to protect me from harm. If they really work, then you're wasting your time, and if they don't work, then I should be taken out of here and somewhere safe instead of constantly having one person outside of my house. You're right, Tonks sighed. They probably won't be happy with me, but I think I should probably go back and talk to them. Them? Harry asked. Right, you obviously did not hear the following from me, and even if you did you would forget about quickly. Tonks paused and looked at Harry for confirmation. Obviously. Harry nodded. I am a new member of this group called the Order of the Phoenix. It's a club that Dumbledore set up in the last war to battle the Death Eaters. He restarted it and I was asked to join. From what I have heard, your parents were members and so was Sirius. Anyway, I'll be off, you stay safe. Yeah, thanks by the way Tonks, you're the best. Harry said, smiling at her. Stop it, you'll make me blush. She said, smiling back. There are easier ways to make you blush. Oh yeah, like what? She asked, raising a challenging eyebrow. I'm sure you can think of something, Harry said as he placed a quick kiss on her cheek before he went inside the house. He glanced at Tonks before he closed the door and nearly laughed when he saw her slightly open-mouthed look with a hint of red on her cheeks. See ya, Tonks. Harry grinned before closing the door. And then he basically said if the wards were really working then it would be pointless for there to be guards. Tonks said as she was in an Order of the Phoenix meeting in number 12 Grimmauld Place, Sirius's home and current headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. All of the Order was there apart from Snape and a few others. Sirius still was not really happy with Dumbledore but had agreed to let the man use his home as headquarters for a few reasons. One of which was the fact that the place was very strongly warded. Secondly, because Sirius thought that Harry would like to be able to have a way to know what is going on with the Order, and because Dumbledore offered to put a Fidelius on the house, which would make it pretty much one of the safest places in the country. Plus if Harry decided he didn't like them then Sirius would gladly boot them out. And he said if they weren't working then it would be better to just remove him from there. Tonks said. She had told them what happened today, while obviously omitting certain details like Harry going to Nocturne Alley to get a tattoo. As she looked around the room, a few of the Order members looked like they were considering what Harry was saying while the others were all looking towards Dumbledore to see his response. Nymphadora, I am disappointed in you. Dumbledore said. It was your job to guard Harry and keep him safe, you should not have allowed him to go to Diagon Alley. Don't call me Nymphadora. Tonks gritted out. As for letting him go, I couldn't stop him. I don't have any authority over him, what did you want me to do? Force him to stay. If he got pissed enough to go tell anyone then I could lose my job. Besides he told me he had an appointment with Gringotts and I don't want the goblins pissed at me as well for keeping him away. But you should have still made it clear that it was better for him to stay there. Dumbledore argued. Sir, he apparently already knew about the wards so that means he doesn't really care. He was going to go one way or another so I decided it was better to go with him and make sure he's safe rather than fighting him so he stays or guarding an empty house. Why don't we just pull Harry out of there and bring him here to my place? Sirius suggested. He'd like that. Tonks nodded in agreement, earning a smile from Sirius. I don't really think he likes staying at number 4. I do not think that that is the best idea. Dumbledore said quickly. Anyone could respond. Why not? Sirius demanded. Watch your tone. Molly Weasley admonished. If Harry doesn't want to be there and if it's unsafe then why not bring him to my place? Sirius asked, ignoring Molly. You said you wanted to set the Fidelius up tomorrow. Once that's done Harry will be perfectly safe here. The safest place for him, besides Hogwarts, is his aunt's house. Dumbledore replied in a calm voice. The extra guards are just extra precautions. And how sure are you that it's perfectly safe? Moody asked, glaring at Dumbledore. There is no such thing as too safe. Constant vigilance. You said Hogwarts is the safest place yet I spent the better part of a year trapped in a trunk. Dumbledore groaned at that as he knew that Alistair was still not happy with him right now. And once again Alistair, I apologize for that, but Barty Jr. played his role so well that I didn't notice this. And why didn't you ask the question? Moody demanded. He had given every person who knew him a question that they were supposed to ask him to prove it was him. I do apologize, Alistair, I did not think it was necessary. And constant vigilance. Look, Sirius interrupted the two. Let's get back to Harry, please. Well, Sirius, Remus spoke up. I know he does not really like it there, but if it is the safest thing for him then I think. Remus, Sirius cut him off. The night I met Harry I offered him the chance to live with me and he practically jumped at the opportunity even though he thought I was a mass murderer less than an hour ago. What does that tell you about those relatives of his? Now Sirius, Dumbledore frowned. I know that. The door to the office quickly opened as Severus Snape rushed in. Severus, what is? Potter is going to be attacked. Snape said before Dumbledore could finish. That cannot be, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. The Blood Wards would protect him from Voldemort and Voldemort is not the one who is going to attack him, Snape said. It is someone else. Who? Sirius demanded. I was not told. All I know is that it is one person. Snape said. When? Remus asked. I don't know. I could not ask too many questions. Snape said with a small shrug. Shacklebolt, Alistair, take a few other members with you and wait by Privet Drive. Dumbledore ordered. I doubt this person will be able to breach the wards, but it can never hurt to be prepared just in case. And what should we do if someone is able to get to the house? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked. If Severus is right then it will only be one person. I am sure that between you all you will be able to subdue him or her. If not then you shall contact us and we will arrive as soon as possible. Dumbledore replied. Let's go then, Sirius said to Moody and Shacklebolt. Sirius, I think it would be best if you stay here. Dumbledore replied. What? Why? Sirius demanded. Probably so you don't mess up this as well. Snape commented. Go suck a cock, Snape. Sirius glared at him. Sirius, you're emotional when it comes to Harry, so I think it's best if you stay here. Dumbledore said in a calm voice. If Harry truly needs help then you can go with the rest of the Order if needed, but for now only Alistair, Kingsley and a few others. Dumbledore gestured to Moody and Shacklebolt. They took 5 members with them before leaving. Screw this, I'm going. Sirius said, about to walk out when Remus grabbed him by the arm. Sirius, I know that you're worried about Harry, but it doesn't help anyone if you go full Gryffindor and just charge in there. Remus said, I get it, but you should stay here for now. Fine. Sirius gritted out before he yanked his arm out of Remus's hand. Damn. Moody cursed as he stomped back into the room about an hour later. Shacklebolt followed in after him with a limping leg and made sure to slam the door shut. Are you guys all right? Tonks asked. Alistair, Kingle C, what happened? Dumbledore asked. Is Harry all right? Sirius asked. We'll be fine, Moody said as he and Kingsley sat down. We got to the house and found it on fire. But what about Harry? Dumbledore asked, disbelief on his face. Saw the Potter boy fighting someone, both of them were throwing spell after spell at each other. Kingsley said, unable to keep the out of his voice. It was a high-paced and dangerous fight. I couldn't tell who was winning. Who was this person? Dumbledore asked. I don't know, he had a hood up and a charm on the hood to cover his face, my eye couldn't see through it. Moody said. Screw him, what about Harry? Sirius asked impatiently. The fight of theirs ended in a draw, the guy ran away, we went to talk with him but then the boy ran away from us. Moody replied. We tried chasing after him. Kingsley sighed. He wasn't exactly in a mood to listen. Didn't you guys leave with 5 other people? Tonks asked. We're trying to see if they can be healed up here, if not then we'll send them to St. Mungo's. Kingsley answered. Turns out that Potter is a bit more dangerous than we thought. Moody commented, rubbing his right side. Wait, Harry did this? Sirius asked, somewhere between concerned for Harry and full of pride about the fact that his godson could take on so many wizards. There is no way that Potter could do this. Snape said with disbelief. Well, he did. Moody snapped, glaring at Snape. Yeah, worst part was he was just trying to get away. I think he thought that we might have been with the one who attacked him. Kingsley guessed. I can't help but wonder what he could have done if he actually tried to fight us. Yes, well, I think that. Dumbledore was cut off by the sound of screaming from outside the door. Everyone pulled their wands out as more screams followed. Are we expecting anyone? Tonks asked, wand in her hand along with all of the other Order members. It didn't help anyone's nerves when there was more screaming. Wands ready everyone. Dumbledore said. Everyone aimed their wands at the door. The door blasted open and a stunner shot into the room. One Order member managed to block it but fell to the second stunner that came after her. You fucker have got all of 5 seconds to stand down before I come in and wreck all of you. One voice shouted. Wait, Harry. Sirius called. Harry, is that you? Sirius shouted. Sirius. Harry's voice replied. The fuck are you doing here? This is my house, what are you doing here? I followed some people here. Wands down. Sirius said to the Order members. Wands down now. Wands down everyone. Dumbledore nodded and everyone listened before lowering their wands. Harry, come in. Sirius called. After a few moments Harry did come in, though he kept his wand up and ready. The Order could not help but notice the bruise on his left cheek and his cut lip. There was sweat rolling down his face and his hair laid down flat. My goodness. Molly gasped when she saw the state of him. Tonks, Moony, Dumbledore and a couple of other people I know. What the fuck are you all doing here? Harry asked as he lowered his wand but kept it in his hand. This is the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore explained. The what? Harry asked, a confused look on his face. Tonks gave him a grateful look and a small wink for not revealing that she told him. I am sure Sirius will explain it to you later, but first I need to know what happened. Dumbledore replied. I was at home, next thing I know my house is on fire and I am getting attacked. I fight the guy who did it and then he runs away, next thing I know those two are there. Harry gestured to Moody and Kingsley. I didn't know who they were so I ran and they chased me. Potter, are you really so stupid to forget that that is Alistair Moody? Snape sneered. Snape, you pure for life, are you really so stupid as to forget that a Death Eater had impersonated him for a year? Harry said, glaring at the potion's master. It didn't ever go into your feeble mind that it was possible for him to have more polyjuice and a few hairs left over. I wasn't about to risk the possibility of being taken by him and a bunch of people I didn't know. Constant vigilance. Moody said in a soft yet approving voice. Well done, lad, I don't really like it but well done. Thanks, Harry said before turning to Snape. Of course, why should I expect a dunderhead like you to know basic rules for survival when you haven't even managed basic hygiene or social skills? Don't talk to me like that, Potter, Snape said, pulling out his wand. Bring it, Snivellus, Harry said as he and Sirius quickly aimed their wands at Snape. Enough, Dumbledore shouted. Wands down now, he ordered. Snape was the first to lower his wand, followed by Sirius, then a very reluctant Harry. Dumbledore was about to say more when the sounds of groaning and beeping. What is that? Remus asked. Oops, Harry said sheepishly, running a hand through his hair. Blimey, Harry, Tonks exclaimed when she looked through the open door to find 7 Order members in the hallway on the floor in pain along with a damaged ceiling. You did all that? She asked, looking very impressed. It wasn't really that hard. Harry shrugged, sounding almost disappointed while a couple of Order members went out to deal with them. Harry Potter, what is that on your hand? Molly Weasley demanded as she pointed to Harry's left hand. I believe it is called a tattoo, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said in a dry voice before he turned to Sirius. What do you think? Harry asked as he showed it him. Is that? Sirius trailed off as he looked at it. Yep, Harry smiled. It's nice. Sirius smiled back, fighting off the tears that threatened to come out of his eyes. You are far too young to have a tattoo, Mrs. Weasley said with obvious disapproval. I was also far too young to save your daughter, remember that? Harry countered, raising an eyebrow. Mrs. Weasley is right, Harry, Dumbledore said while Mrs. Weasley struggled to come up with a response. If you really desired one, then you should have waited until you were of age. I am of age, Harry replied. Harry, you are not 17. No, but you remember when I was put in the Triwizard Tournament against my will. I do. I had a meeting with the goblins. Say what you want about the little buggers, but they know how all the laws and rules work. Long story short, I was placed in a tournament for those of age and forced to compete by magic, meaning I could be considered of age. I filed for emancipation and now I am by all rights a legal adult. Which means I can do all things legal adults can do, including getting a tattoo. When did you get the other one? Moody asked. What other one? Remus asked. I hate that eye, Harry said before he rolled up his right sleeve. A few people gasped when they saw a snake tattoo wrapped around his arm. The head of the snake stopped on the back of Harry's wrist while the tail stopped at his elbow. Harry briefly felt tempted to have Selena change back and stop being a tattoo, but he stopped himself. He wasn't ready to risk her life just to scare them. Harry, why would you get that? Dumbledore asked, looking at the tattoo as if it was a dark mark. Do you know what happened to this arm? Harry asked in a quiet voice. I do, right here. Harry tapped the arm. Is where I had a giant snake fang pierced my arm while saving not just Ginny but also the school from closing. Every time I looked at it I remembered that pain, that horrible and incredible pain. Now when I see it I see what I survived and I feel stronger for it. It's a reminder for me, a reminder for all I have suffered and all I have gone through. I got it because I felt like it. Is that a problem? Harry asked in a challenging voice. Or am I suddenly evil because I have a snake tattoo? No, Dumbledore shook his head. It does not make you evil, but in that case good. Now is there anything else we need to talk about? Harry asked. Yes, the Dursleys. Thankfully the Blood Wards work on your physical age and not your magical one. Do you know what happened to them? The lazy idiots were sleeping in. I didn't really pay attention to what happened to them. Harry shrugged. The house burnt down. They're probably dead. Moody commented. Harry hummed. This was upsetting news, mainly because he wished he could have tortured the fuckers more. Whatever, at least I don't have to live with the Pratts anymore. Harry. Dumbledore gasped. He, like many members, were shocked by Harry's uncaring attitudes. They are your family. No, they are not, Harry said in a bored voice. I would rather have a live and wild lion for a teddy bear than call them family. They're dead. You don't feel anything for them. Should I? Harry raised an eyebrow. Should I feel anything for those abusive bastards? Should I feel sorry that they can no longer hurt me? I think you might have a problem with your memory, sir, because I remember spending years begging you to stop sending me back there. I'm emancipated. I was prepared to leave that house and never see or think about them again. Instead of asking me why I am not feeling anything for them, why don't you ask why they were so bad that I don't want to feel anything for them? Have you considered that maybe that is why those bloody wards of yours didn't work? Those bloody wards that were the damn reason you forced me to stay there in the first place. Harry stopped and visibly restrained himself, paused, turning to Sirius. Hey Sirius, I know you can't really be my guardian now, but about that offer to live with you. Yes, Sirius clapped before placing an arm around Harry's shoulder. Come on, I'll show you to your room. Sirius said happily before guiding Harry out the room. Dumbledore, the Dark Lord is calling. Snape whispered to Dumbledore while rubbing his arm. I understand, go Severus. Dumbledore said while he found himself deep in thought. How did the blood wards fail? They were supposed to even be able to keep out Voldemort himself, who was the person who attacked Harry. Speaking of Harry, Dumbledore had no idea what to do with him. He was getting really worried about the boy. I am so glad that you are here, pup. Sirius said as he guided Harry up the stairs. I was wondering what to do about where you would sleep. I was going to set up a room for you, but I didn't really know what you would like. So I figured it would be better if I wait for you so we can decide how to make the room. Anyway, I was thinking of having you stay in my brother's room. You have a brother? Harry asked, unable to keep the surprise out of his voice. Yeah, Regulus, we didn't really get along. Sirius admitted. I went to Gryffindor and was best friends with your dad, and I was friends with Muggleborns and Half-Bloods as well. Regulus on the other hand was the perfect son, the Muggle-hating Slytherin. Exactly what my parents wanted me to be. Sorry Sirius. Why should you be sorry? It's not like it's your fault. Sirius replied, waving a hand dismissively. Anyway, I was going to put you in there, but then Creature went crazy about letting Half-Bloods and Mudbloods in his great master's bedroom. Creature. Oh sorry, he is the Black family house elf. Except, much like the Blacks themselves, he is more than a little crazy. He's been on his own here for years with nothing but the company of my lovely mother. You don't like her? Harry said. It was not a question. No, I don't. Sirius said honestly. She wanted me to be a Muggle-hating pureblood arsehole. I thought she was a bitch, we just didn't get along. Luckily your dad was there for me or I would have gone mental. Anyway, Creature doesn't really like me, never has. Regulus he loved, my mother he loved, my father he liked, me he hated. Where is your mother? Harry asked. Huh, your mother, you said that your house elf was in the company of your lovely mother. Oh, sorry, I meant a portrait of her. You know that portrait on your right when you enter the house? The one with the woman who looked like she just smelt something bad. Harry asked. Yes, exactly. Sirius nodded, not even blinking at Harry's description. That was my darling mother. The woman had a set of lungs that could make a banshee jealous, and she would go for her wand if you gave her even the slightest reason. You may think I am unstable, but after all of my years in Azkaban I was still far more stable than her. Matter of fact, why didn't she scream when you entered? Probably because I had immediately started attacking Order members. Old hag was probably waiting to see if you would kill them. You know Sirius, believe it or not, but I am beginning to feel like you didn't get along with your family, just call it a feeling. Harry said dryly. I don't know what gave you that idea. Sirius said just as dryly as they stopped outside one room. The two looked at each other and managed to maintain a straight face for several seconds before they both began laughing, not really a happy laugh but not too sad either. Anyway, you're staying in here. Sirius said as he opened the door. Thanks. Harry said as he entered. The room wasn't anything spectacular. It had a bed, desk, chair, the usual things you'd expect in a room. I'm sorry if it's fine. Harry cut him off. Needs a bit of a clean though, no offense Sirius, but the whole house needs a clean. Yeah, Creature is refusing to do it though. Sirius pointed out. So unless you want to do it, I will, except when I say me, I mean Dobby. Harry called, and as expected Dobby popped in. Sirius meet Dobby, Dobby meet Sirius Black, my godfather and dog Animagus. Dobby is happy to meet Master Harry's Mr. Black. Dobby smiled at Sirius. Well, I already like him better than Creature. Sirius smiled. Dobby, do us a favor and clean this room for me. Harry said before turning to Sirius. Where do you stay anyway? I'll show you. Sirius said as he escorted Harry out the room and to his own room. On the door there is a nameplate that says Sirius. The room was spacious with a large bed that has a carved headboard, a tall window with long velvet curtains, and a candle chandelier. The walls of the room were covered with so many pictures that it is barely possible to see the wallpaper. Harry suspected that Sirius had done something to the pictures because if he hadn't then they would have more than likely be taken down ages ago. There was pictures of Muggle motorcycles and bikini-clad Muggle girls. There was also a picture of the 4 Marauders, himself, Moony, Prongs, and Wormtail, though Harry noticed that Wormtail's face was blasted off. Not what I was expecting, Harry said as he closed the door. I'll have Dobby give this a look as well. Harry, you don't have to do that. That's why I am going to get Dobby to do it, Harry said with a cheeky smile. Fine. Sirius rolled his eyes. By the way, Harry, can I talk to you about that for a moment? Sirius said as he gestured to the tattoo on Harry's hand. What about it? Harry said, sounding more defensive than he intended. Oh sorry, that came out ruder than I meant it to. Hey, you're not the only person in this house with tattoos, Sirius said as he gestured to where he had his own tattoos from Azkaban. Now don't get me wrong, I am not going to shout at you or tell you I am disappointed or whatever. You're legally an adult now, and if you want to get more then I can't really stop you, but do us a favor and don't start covering yourself head to toe in them. Also, if you absolutely must then can you please, at least for my sake, wait until you are physically of age to get them. I don't want your mother to rise out of the grave and attack me for not trying to talk you out of it. I don't really plan to get any more, Harry admitted, unless you think a Grim would go nice around here. Harry joked as he pointed to his "Nah, on your shoulder." Sirius grinned back. Let's see this again, Sirius said as he took Harry's hand and looked at it. If he was still alive then Prongs would be crying his eyes out right now. Your mother would be somewhere between upset that you got a tattoo and glad that you love her enough to keep a memory of her. You miss them a lot, Harry noted in a sad voice. They were my family, you're all I have left now, Harry. Sirius responded. At least until I have kids, or until you get kids. Matter of fact, I don't think it's too late for you to get a wife. We'll see, Sirius said, slightly disbelieving. By the way, I sort of have a way for you to sort of see Dad again, Harry said in a quiet voice. How? Sirius asked, his voice as soft as it was the first time he asked Harry to live with him. Give us a sec, Harry said as he pulled his hand out of Sirius's and went to close the door. Harry pulled his wand out. Expecto Patronum, Harry said, and a second later his Patronus shot out of his wand and ran around the room several times before it stopped in front of Sirius. Say hi to Prongs, Harry smiled. Sirius gaped for several moments before he was able to recover. Come here, Sirius said to Harry. Harry walked over and was pulled into a hug as soon as he was in arm's reach. I must confess, I am glad you are all here, Voldemort said. He along with all of the Death Eaters he was currently able to amass were in Malfoy Manor. Voldemort was sat on a throne, looking down at the kneeling Death Eaters while his snake, Nagini, was next to him. Draco Malfoy was included in this. While he was not a Death Eater yet, Voldemort had insisted that Draco join the meeting. Draco was thrilled and his parents were in no position to disagree. It seems as if it was only yesterday when we were waging war against Dumbledore, now it feels like an event to look forward to. Severus, kindly tell us what has been happening with Dumbledore. Yes, my lord, Snape nodded. The headmaster is a bit frustrated as he hasn't been able to recruit as many members as he would like. Partly due to the Potter brat not supporting him and also due to Pettigrew denying your return under Veritaserum. That is good news, Voldemort said in a pleased voice, as he idly twirled his wand. And what of Potter? The Potter brat had run from the Order member when they arrived at his house. He at the time believed that they could have been your servants. From what the Order members told me, when they returned, when they tried to catch him, Potter had managed to injure about 5 members while hurting 2 others, which included Mad-Eye Moody. Snape said. A brief look of surprise appeared on Voldemort's face, but it was gone just as quick as it came. Really? Voldemort asked in amusement. 7 members of Dumbledore's group all dealt with by a running teenager. Yes, my lord, Snape answered. After that, Potter had followed the Order members back to their headquarters. When a meeting was happening, Potter attacked and injured 7 more members before his mutt of a godfather was able to stop the fighting. My, how entertaining. Voldemort chuckled. There will hardly be any Order members left to kill if Potter continues. What else, Severus? I had to leave quickly, but I was able to find out that Potter believes he will not get into trouble under Ministry laws due to the Triwizard Tournament making him legally an adult. The only other really important detail is that the blood wards that were supposed to protect Potter failed to keep out whoever it was that you sent. While we are on that topic, Dumbledore does not know who you have sent as far as I am aware. I don't expect that he would, Voldemort replied. Nagini hissed. Voldemort spoke to her in Parseltongue for a few moments before turning back to his Death Eaters. I assume that you all would like to know the identity of the one sent to attack Potter. Here he comes now. The doors opened, every person in the room turned in the same direction to see who had entered. The figure wore black shoes, black trousers, black gloves, a gray shirt and black robes that ended at his thighs. He had silver pads on his shins, knees, elbows and forearms. His hood was up, covering his face in a dark shadow, making it impossible to see what he really looked like. He walked forward, his body language told everyone in the room he wasn't nervous at all. To many it felt like watching a tiger walk among deer. The figure stopped in front of Voldemort, not bothering to bow or kneel. He began speaking, not in English but in Parseltongue. Snape along with many of the other Death Eaters wished they could understand Parseltongue so they could understand what this stranger was talking about. Voldemort began replying in Parseltongue. The two engaged in a small conversation. Voldemort's face was an amused one. My loyal followers, Voldemort said to the Death Eaters in English. The day of the third task, Barty Crouch Jr. succeeded in getting Potter's blood so I could regain a body, however that was not all that we succeeded in doing. There was just enough blood left for a little experiment of mine. The person you see in front of you is the result of a mixture between my blood and Potter's. He has only two purposes in life, destroy Potter and serve me. He is my heir. Many of the Death Eaters did not know how to react to the fact that their lord was able to produce an entire person using magic and blood, especially when some of the blood was from Harry Potter. Severus Snape was in what someone could describe as pure disbelief. He knew that Voldemort possessed abilities that most men and women would only dream of, but to actually make a person from blood and magic was ridiculous and impossible, yet the result was in front of him. Still, despite that, Severus could not fathom why Voldemort would choose Potter's blood of all people. Was it simply because the boy was his second major enemy and because the boy's blood would be easier to obtain than Dumbledore's? More than likely. After all, in Snape's mind, Potter was nothing but a spoiled and arrogant brat. But my lord. Draco spoke. Snape along with a few sympathetic Death Eaters winced as they realized that the boy was likely going to get hurt. Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's parents, also seemed to realize that if the tensing of their neck and shoulders were any indicator. Potter's just a filthy half-blood. He shouldn't. Draco found himself cut off as Voldemort's heir, without warning, turned and kicked Draco straight in the mouth, knocking out a tooth and sending the pureblood on his back. Lucius and Narcissa flinched but did not say anything. Draco was on his back, hand on his bleeding mouth as he looked up at Voldemort's heir who had begun hissing at him in Parseltongue. Ah, young Draco, Voldemort chuckled once his heir had stopped hissing. It appears that my heir does not appreciate interruptions, nor do I for that matter. If you interrupt again, then it will be me who punishes you, is that understood? Why? Yes, my lord. Draco said in a shaky voice as he got back to his knees. Half-blood. Voldemort's heir spoke in English for the first time since entering the room as he looked at Snape, who tensed slightly upon realizing that he was the one being talked about. A half-blood in our ranks. He said in a voice much like the one of a younger Voldemort. Many Death Eaters looked at Snape, the vast majority not knowing that he was a half-blood. Ah yes, Voldemort smirked. Severus is indeed a half-blood, which makes it all the more amusing that he believes himself to be better than us. My lord, I do not. Snape began protesting. Do you not? Voldemort asked in a fake confused voice before suddenly shifting to his regular voice. I hate liars. You are capable of fooling many people, Severus, but it is extremely unhealthy for you to think that I am one of them. I see how you walk and talk like you are better than us, as do many of my followers. Shall I kill him? Voldemort's heir asked, flicking his wrist and allowing a black wand to come into his hand. No, Voldemort said with the slightest shake of his head. Severus is fortunate enough to still hold some value and wise enough to not reduce it, aren't you, Severus? Yes, my lord, Snape said quickly. However, Voldemort interrupted. That does not mean that Snape should not learn what happens when people overestimate their worth. Do keep it controlled. Voldemort's heir nodded before he jabbed his wand in Snape's direction and hit him with a cruciatus curse. Snape fell to the floor, screaming in pain. The curse was held for about 30 seconds before released. "Did that feel good?" Voldemort asked. His heir nodded while Snape's body suffered the after effects of being put under the curse. "I do hope you have learnt your lesson, Severus. It would be a shame if you needed another demonstration about why you should control your attitude." "Why? Yes, my lord." Snape barely managed to get out. "Good, now my heir will be giving us all a small demonstration," Voldemort said. He pointed to 3 Death Eaters. "You 3 come forwards." The Death Eaters nervously stood up and walked to the front, knowing better than to refuse. "I will offer you 3 a deal. The first one able to defeat my heir will take his place and will be personally trained by me. I do hope you'll try your best." "Dumbledore," Snape said as he entered the headmaster's office. "Severus, I am glad you are back," Dumbledore replied. "What has happened? What have you learnt?" Dumbledore asked. Judging by the look on the potions master's face, he thought he might not like what he is about to hear. "Potter must have been lying to you," Snape replied, a shocked look on his face. "Moody and Shacklebolt must have been fooled somehow, or someway." "Severus, what are you talking about? They said that Potter fought with the man who attacked his Muggle home." "Yes, but I do not see. If Potter truly fought him, then he should be dead," Snape interrupted. "There is no way the brat could have lasted longer than a minute against him." "Who was he, Severus?" Dumbledore asked. "Voldemort's heir." "What? You're going to want to get your pensive out," Snape said. He was tempted to tell Dumbledore that he might as well give up now, but knew that the old man was too stubborn to listen. Dumbledore entered the pensive. He could not help but wonder what his potions master and spy had seen. Severus looked quite shaken, something which worried Dumbledore as the man was usually only ever shaken if he was hit by a cruciatus curse. Dumbledore also found himself unable to forget Severus saying that Voldemort had an heir. That just sounded wrong. There was no way that Tom would want an heir. He wanted to live forever. That's what his Horcruxes were for after all. Voldemort was not someone who would want to share power either, and if Voldemort had an heir, then Dumbledore was sure he would have heard long before now and even worked out who he was. Dumbledore didn't know what was happening but silenced his thoughts so he could focus on the memory. He watched the meeting. He saw how Voldemort took an amused interest in Harry's escape from the Order and attacking the Order headquarters. Then Dumbledore watched as Voldemort's heir entered. The heir walked, proud and strong, as if he had nothing to fear in the room. He didn't bow to Voldemort, and Dumbledore was surprised that Voldemort allowed that. His shock also grew when he saw the heir speak Parseltongue. His thoughts immediately went to Harry, the only other Parseltongue he knew. Dumbledore could not understand what he and Voldemort were saying. He realized that he would probably have to ask Harry to translate, as he needed to know what was being said and didn't have any other available person who could speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore's eyes widened when he heard that Voldemort had made the heir using Harry's blood along with his own. That was likely why the heir was able to get past the blood wards. He had Harry's blood. Dumbledore felt slightly happy in knowing that he was at least right about the blood wards, even though it was a moot point now. Then Draco Malfoy spoke. This saddened Dumbledore, but he held hope that the boy could be brought to the light. Dumbledore had 2 thoughts when the heir kicked Draco. The first was that this might be one of the many acts that would help show Draco why joining the dark side was not all fun and games as his parents might have taught him. Dumbledore's second thought was a mental note about how violent the heir was. It seemed to be an attitude that would suit him well amongst Death Eaters. Then Voldemort's heir spoke for the first time. The heir apparently did not like the fact that Snape was half-blood, again something that would suit him well amongst the Death Eaters, though this now worried Dumbledore as it meant that now things would be more difficult for Severus, as he had likely lost some respect amongst Death Eaters. Fortunately, Voldemort still saw the value in keeping Severus around. Dumbledore felt sorry for Snape when he was put under the Cruciatus curse, but Dumbledore did not think about it too long as he was now focused on watching the heir in action. The 3 Death Eaters stood opposite the heir. Their body language betrayed their nervousness while the heir stood as calm as can be. He stared at the Death Eaters as if he was staring through their souls. He twirled his wand in his hand. His body language showed he did not consider them to be threats. "The winner will either be my heir or whichever one of you manages to kill him and remove his hood," Voldemort said, leaning back in his chair as if he was going to watch. The Sunday News. The heir stood perfectly still, his wand in his right hand, waiting for the Death Eaters to make the first move. The Death Eater on the left started first and threw a cutting curse. The heir casually leaned out of the way and the curse flew past his head. The heir blocked a bone breaker from the middle Death Eater and a piercing curse from the right Death Eater at the same time. The three Death Eaters went on the offensive, but the heir did not show any signs of being bothered by this. The heir would alternate between avoiding and blocking their spells or occasionally deflecting them back, which forced them to block. After several moments of showing his defensive powers, the heir went on the offensive. He dodged one organ liquefying curse and sent a cutting curse at the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters were worried but relaxed when they saw the cutting curse go wide and miss them. However, what they did not see was it circling back around and charging towards them. The cutting curse hit the right Death Eater in the back, causing him to scream in pain and stumble forward right into the heir's piercing curse, which hit him in the heir followed up with another piercing curse to and the Death Eater fell to the floor, lifeless. The other two Death Eaters felt their heart rates skyrocket and quickly went on the offensive so the heir could not throw another spell. The heir returned to defending. The left Death Eater shot a bone breaker at the heir's face after the one in the middle shot a shield breaker. He, along with everyone else in the room, was shocked when the heir simply raised his left hand and allowed the spell to hit him in his palm. He showed no reaction, nor did he act like anyone who had just had their bones broken. The heir saw that the middle Death Eater had recovered from his shock first and was about to blast him. The heir let a bright light shine from his wand, blinding his opponents. The middle Death Eater suddenly found his arms crossed against his and his entire upper body wrapped in razor wire. He was not given long to get used to his pain as the heir followed up with a spell that caused him to hang upside down by his ankles, which resulted in the Death Eater being taken by surprise and dropping his wand as he hanged upside down in the air. The other Death Eater quickly attacked and sent a trio of spells at the heir before he yelled out a killing curse. The heir blocked all three spells just as the green light of the killing curse connected with his head, causing him to fall back. "I did it!" the Death Eater cheered. "I did it, my lord!" He cried with joy before he walked over to the body, laughing all the way there. He kneeled down, ready to remove the hood and take his place as the Dark Lord's heir. Everyone who watched felt incredibly disappointed, seeing Voldemort's heir go down by a simple killing curse. The Death Eater's hand reached for the hood when something entirely unexpected happened. The heir suddenly sat up, shocking everyone beyond words, including the Death Eater who was about to reach for his hood. The heir sat still, looking forward, not at the Death Eater who was by his side, and frozen in fear and disbelief. That's not possible. The Death Eater eventually spoke, echoing the thought currently shared by everyone. The Death Eater fired another killing curse which was about as successful as the last one. The heir's head snapped towards him as if he had just noticed him. His left hand grabbed the Death Eater by the neck. The Death Eater gasped as the heir stood up while maintaining a grip around his neck. "Crucio!" the Death Eater shouted, hitting the heir with a torture curse to the. Everyone was once again amazed and terrified beyond words when the heir looked as if he didn't even feel anything. The heir tossed the Death Eater down onto the ground before hitting him with the Cruciatus curse. The Death Eater screamed out in pain. The Death Eaters all were still as they listened to his screams echo across the room and in their ears until eventually the curse was stopped. Please, stop!" the Death Eater cried. The heir was not feeling particularly merciful as he did not hesitate to raise his wand and bring it down to throw a cutting curse at the man's throat. The heir then turned to the remaining Death Eater and before he could say a word the heir had flicked his wand and sent a cutting curse at the man's throat, ending him in the same way as the previous one. "Done," was all the heir said as he turned to Voldemort. "I can see that," Voldemort said dryly before turning to his wide-eyed Death Eaters. "You all have bared witness to the power of my heir. Together we shall rule over the wizarding world. Me and my heir, Apophis, will end Dumbledore and Potter. A new world is coming, our world is coming." Voldemort finished with a smirk on his face as his red eyes glanced to Apophis. Dumbledore exited the pensive, his face pale and almost as white as his beard. He understood now. He understood why Snape believed that Harry was being less than truthful when he claimed to have fought this person, this Apophis. A fitting name in Dumbledore's opinion. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Apophis, also known as Apep, was a god of evil. He was the primary enemy of Egypt's sun god, Ra, and symbolized darkness, chaos and destruction. The snake-like god frightened many with his relentless power. Apophis was depicted in the form of a giant snake which fit well with Voldemort's snake theme. Yet according to Kingsley and Alistair, Harry had apparently been able to go toe-to-toe with him, and Kingsley mentioned that he could not tell who was winning. Dumbledore made a mental note to ask Harry for a memory of the fight the next time he saw him, but for now Dumbledore was focused on a few certain things. For example, how in the name of Merlin was Apophis able to survive a killing curse? Dumbledore knew that Harry's first time surviving the curse was thanks to Lily Potter and her sacrifice. He knew that in the extremely unlikely event of Harry surviving another one, it would be because of the Horcrux in his head. Apophis on the other hand was able to survive 2 in a row and be unaffected by the Cruciatus curse. That's 2 of the worst spells in history, and yet nothing happened to him. If Dumbledore had to guess, then he would say that Apophis was resistant to the Imperius curse as well. The question now is how? How is it all possible? Harry was woken up by the sound of someone calling his name, followed by some knocking on his door. "Harry, it's me, Tonks. Can you open the door please?" "Coming." Harry yawned as he stood up and made his way up to the door while wearing nothing but pajama bottoms. "What's up, Tonks?" Harry asked after opening the door. He looked at Tonks through tired eyes. He saw that she was pretty much wearing the same clothes as yesterday, except this time her pink hair was purple and in a ponytail. "Watch her, Harry, are you going to put a shirt on?" she asked, raising one of her purple eyebrows. "Would you consider my body attractive?" "Yep," Tonks answered almost immediately, her eyes looking him up and down. A brilliant set of abs with little to no fat and defined muscles made Harry a very appealing sight for the young metamorphomagus. "Then not yet," Harry said as he gave her a tired smirk. "What's up? It's 10 o'clock. I just came by to visit Sirius before I go off to work. He asked me to come and check on you before I left. Now I can go down and tell him the reason that you're not out of your room yet is because you're lazy, not because you were injured, or masturbating. I could be if you were willing to stay for a bit longer." Harry said. Kidding, he said quickly, just in case she didn't appreciate his humor. "Oh, am I not good enough for the great Harry Potter?" she said in a challenging voice, but allowed herself a small smile to show there was no true anger behind it. "You can come in and see if you want," Harry offered, wagging his eyebrows at her. "Down boy," Tonks said with a light slap to his head. "All right, but the reason I was still in bed could have something to do with the fact that I had spent quite some time fighting dark wizards and order members." "Excuses," Tonks said, tutting her teeth and shaking her head. "All right, seriously, I will be off," Tonks said. "Look after yourself, yeah." "See ya, Tonks," Harry said, covering a yawn with his hand. "I still like those tats, by the way," Tonks said before she left. Harry looked down at his tattoos before glancing to Tonks' retreating form while briefly wondering if her hips were swaying so much on purpose. "You boy." Harry heard a voice call when he came downstairs. He looked in the direction of the voice to see a painting of a rather severe-looking woman. An old skinny, gaunt woman dressed in black with her black hair in a bun as she looked at him with dark black eyes. "You are Mrs. Black, correct?" Harry asked. "That I am," the woman said proudly. "Walburga Black. What is your name, boy?" "It is a pleasure to meet you, and my name is Harry Potter," Harry said with the smallest of bows. "Potter. Pureblood family," Walburga said, raising an eyebrow. "Is your blood pure?" "I'm a half-blood," Harry answered. "Ha," Walburga scoffed. "Disappointing. I nearly found myself liking you after your display last night." "Hiya, Harry," Sirius said as he walked up to Harry. "Is my mother bothering you?" "Just give me a minute, Sirius," Harry said before he stepped away from Sirius and towards the painting. Harry waved his wand and cast a privacy charm so he could speak to the painting without being overheard. Sirius watched as his mother and Harry engaged in a conversation. He stood watching for a few minutes as the two talked. Walburga's face went from calm to angry to disbelieving to calm and then back to angry before it settled on a look that Sirius could not quite identify. "Harry," Sirius said when Harry got rid of the privacy spell, "what did you say to my mother?" "Where did you find this boy?" Walburga demanded before Harry could respond. Sirius opened his mouth, about to tell his mother to shut up, when she spoke again. "Is he your heir?" "Yes, mother, he is." Sirius rolled his eyes. "This half-blood." "Brilliant," Walburga said, shocking Sirius into silence. "I'm sorry, what?" Sirius asked, wondering if he had heard wrong. "You will need to teach him all he needs to know for his station," Walburga said. I will not have my family be embarrassed because its heir does not know all that he needs to know. He will also need full access to the Black family library as well. Thank you, Harry smiled. As much as I have enjoyed our conversation, I do unfortunately still have to eat, so may we resume at another time. Creature. While Berga yelled, a second later an old-looking house elf popped in. Mistress called for Creature. The old-looking house elf asked. Yes, this boy is the Black family heir, treat him as such and serve this boy some proper food immediately. While Berga ordered. Yes, mistress. Creature nodded before he popped away. Thank you. Harry smiled at her before he walked away and into the kitchen. Sirius, after eventually getting over his shock, walked into the kitchen in time to see Harry thank Creature for some food and for the old elf to nod in response before popping away. What the fuck? Sirius blurted out as he sat next to Harry, who calmly began eating his food. How the hell did you do that? Do what? Harry asked innocently. You know damn well what. My mother is a royal bitch who has hated everyone and everything that isn't herself for years, and yet you come along and get her to like you in a couple of minutes. How'd you do it? Secret. Harry winked before tapping himself on the nose. I do hope you stay appreciative of what I have done for you. What? After all, I am going to be spending time with your mother, that's less time that she could spend yelling at you. Thank you, wouldn't go amiss. But, what? Words Sirius, I am told they are very helpful in conversations. Whatever. Sirius said as he performed a combination of sighing, rolling his eyes and shaking his head all at the same time. Also, I am sorry to disturb your eating and all, but a letter came for you, from the ministry. Let me guess, about the attack. Yep. Sirius nodded. They want to see you as soon as possible. Actually, the letter said they want you today. If you don't show up, then there will be trouble. They take the statute of secrecy very seriously, and with the fight that you, Kingsley and Moody have described, they are definitely not going to be happy. Today then. Harry shrugged. Aren't you worried? Sirius asked. I'm the boy who lived. Fudge will want me on his good side, plus I am actually in the right here. I didn't use any illegal spells and everything I did was in self-defense. I'll go as soon as I finish eating. I'll come with you. You don't have to do that. I want to. Sirius said, earning a smile from Harry. Thanks. Harry said. It's fine, as long as we're back here by evening. Dumbledore wants to come over and perform the Fidelius charm. Fine. Harry grunted. Dumbledore was not happy. He was not happy at all. Dumbledore had heard from one of his spies in the ministry that Sirius Black and Harry Potter had entered the ministry. It took Dumbledore all of 2 seconds to realize that Harry was likely going to talk to someone about the attack on his house. Dumbledore understood why, but he did not like Harry revealing what happened to anyone before him. Dumbledore needed to know so he could minimize the damage, plus he had to talk to Harry and censor the boy so he did not reveal things he probably shouldn't. Dumbledore had eventually found the room he needed, and was able to get in after wasting a minute on those outside. Upon entering, he saw Sirius Black sat next to Harry, and they were in the room with Minister Fudge, his Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, Mafalda Hopkirk of the Improper Use of Magic Office, along with Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement DMLE. Dumbledore, Fudge frowned. What are you doing here? Good day to you all, Dumbledore greeted everyone. It is my understanding that this meeting is here to discuss Harry and the incident at his relative's home. Yes, but I hardly see how that is a sufficient reason for you to barge in here. Amelia Bones said, not at all impressed with the headmaster right now. I have come to provide legal aid to Mr. Potter, and that will not be necessary. Harry cut Dumbledore off. Harry, you will need someone to help represent you. Dumbledore said. I don't personally think I need much help. Harry replied. In my eyes it is a clear case of self-defense, and I did not use any illegal spells like the Unforgivables. Either way, Harry, it is still safer if you have somebody to help you. What exactly do you think I'm here for? Cheering. Sirius asked sarcastically. Hem. Dolores Umbridge coughed. So silly of me, but from the way you are talking you sound like do not believe that Mr. Potter will be safe with us. Umbridge said to Dumbledore in a high-pitched and girly voice. That is not at all what I am saying, Madam Umbridge, but I do believe it would be better for Harry to have legal representation. Dumbledore responded. We are in agreement there. Fudge said, surprising Dumbledore. Don't look so shocked, Dumbledore. do you really think I would approve of this meeting if Mr. Potter did not have legal representation? Amelia Bones replied, the meeting has not yet begun as we are all waiting for Mr. Potter's legal representative to arrive. No sooner than had she finished speaking, a knock was heard. The door creaked open to reveal Ted Tonks. Ah, here you are, Ted said when he saw Harry and Sirius. He entered the room and noticed everyone else in the room. Hello all, what are you doing here, Professor Dumbledore? Ted asked curiously. Trying to do your job apparently, Harry commented. Huh, Ted said before deciding to just ask about it later. Are my services still needed then? Ted asked, glancing between Dumbledore and Harry. He's just a headmaster and you're still a professional lawyer, so yeah. Harry replied. Ah, excellent. Ted nodded. Right, Fudge said as they all stood up. Excuse me, what is going on? Dumbledore asked. I was under the impression that Mr. Potter's meeting would be held here. No, Amelia Bones shook her head. No matter how famous Mr. Potter is, he cannot demand a private trial. Usually if it was just one spell then there would be a simple meeting, however with the amount of magic performed Mr. Potter will be taken to have a trial. You are taking him to have a trial in front of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore said, remembering how he was supposed to be attending a Wizengamot meeting in an hour. Yes, excuse me, Harry said, but it is my understanding that it is usually the Chief Warlock who is in charge of these sessions. That is correct, Mr. Potter. Fudge nodded. Well, perhaps we should have somebody else take charge today, Harry suggested, surprising everyone. I don't want to be accused of only going free because I have a good relationship with the judge. Harry explained. Madam Bones, you're head of the DMLE and I don't think we know each other well enough that you would push the trial in my favor. Is there any chance you can take charge of the trial? It will be put to a vote, but that is an excellent idea, Mr. Potter. Fudge smiled at him. When the session starts I will suggest it. Excellent. Harry smiled. Hey Tonks. Harry grinned as he saw the pink-haired Auror along with Shacklebolt enter the room. Dad, Sirius, Harry, what are you two doing here? Tonks asked, seeing both her father. I am Harry's lawyer, Ted explained. Harry's being taken on trial because of all the spells that he performed when he was defending himself. Sirius added, what about you two? What are you doing here? Harry asked. We're here to escort you all to the courtroom, Shacklebolt explained. All right, Ted said as they stood up. Remember guys, Ted said to Harry and Sirius as they began following Tonks and Shacklebolt out. Harry's emancipated so he does not break the underage law and he is fine on the statute of secrecy as it was self-defense. Stay calm and relaxed. We'll try. Sirius sighed. Honestly, from Azkaban to being on to the run to attending my godson's trial, I am going to end up gray-haired soon. You mean like this? Tonks asked before shifting her face into Sirius's face before changing her hair into curly gray hair. Oh god no, Sirius said, looking horrified. All right, stop it before you give him a heart attack, Harry said, holding back laughter after seeing Sirius's face. Spoilsport, Tonks said before turning back to her usual look. Better looking now though, Harry shrugged. Harry found himself sat in a seat, looking up at all of the Wizengamot. Sirius on the other hand was in the guest seats as he hadn't been officially declared Lord Black yet and therefore could not be a member of the Wizengamot, though he did want to take his seat soon. After the initial greetings and explaining of what had happened, Fudge voted for Dumbledore to be temporarily removed from his position as Chief Warlock. Harry had expected Amelia Bones to be brought in, but as the head of the DMLE she was in charge of the actual case so couldn't. Therefore somebody else had to be voted in and it went to Madam Marchbanks. Harry glanced to Sirius who gave him a small nod which let him know it was fine. This is good, Ted whispered to Harry. She's fair and that's good for us. Harry nodded but didn't say anything as he continued looking around. He saw 6 Aurors around the room including Tonks and Shacklebolt. He looked back up and saw the voting members. He knew that most of them were either in Dumbledore's pocket or Voldemort's, with a small percent being in neither. Harry wasn't really worried about the ones who followed Dumbledore as they would want him free. As for the neutrals, they would probably be on his side by the end. Dumbledore was currently sitting in the guest seats along with Sirius, watching on with interest. Now Mr. Potter, Madam Marchbanks said, catching Harry's attention, you are currently being charged with breaking the statute of secrecy and performing underage magic. In fact, it is your second time performing underage magic. How do you plead? Not guilty. Harry answered calmly. Very well, let's begin. She responded. Half an hour later Harry found himself still in the court. Ted was doing a rather excellent job as Harry's lawyer, so Harry wasn't really too worried. In fact, Ted managed to get rid of Harry's first offense after explaining that it was Dobby, Harry who had been prepared for this, called Dobby to testify. However, Harry had also told Dobby to not say anything about the Malfoys, as Harry knew better than to allow his elf to make claims against one of the backers for Fudge's campaign. After Dobby had explained that he was the one who had used magic in Harry's home and gave a false story about why, Harry was down to no offenses against the underage and secrecy laws. Also, Ted Tonks said, "My client has become emancipated. He has been considered a legal adult ever since he had competed in the Triwizard Tournament. Documents had been sent to Ministry, clearly they haven't been processed yet. I have copies here," Ted said, as he handed out some copies to the members. Gringotts already knew, they were the ones who confirmed my client's status as an emancipated minor. "Mr. Potter, have you been using magic before the incident?" Madam Marchbanks asked. "Yes, ma'am." Harry nodded. "I had visited my family vault and found a wand that I could use until the Ministry became aware of my emancipation and changed my status to emancipated. I was told that it would be fine to use another wand until the Ministry okayed it and removed the trace from my regular wand." "Where is this wand?" Amelia Bones asked. "Destroyed, ma'am," Harry answered. "Destroyed? During the fight?" Harry nodded. "I was using my spare wand at the start, but then I ended up using my normal one, which is probably why the trace went off." "Very well, Mr. Potter, this fight of yours, tell us what happened," Madam Marchbanks ordered. "Okay," Harry took in a small breath. "I was at my Muggle relative's house. I was in my room. The next thing I know, everything starts shaking. I look out the window and see this guy wearing a black hood shooting spells at my house. I quickly send my owl off so she does not get hurt. Then I jump out of my window and attack him." "I'm sorry, you jump out of the window of your room?" Amelia Bones frowned. "From what I know, you do not live in a single-story house." "That is correct, ma'am," Harry nodded. "So how did you jump out and not injure yourself?" "I cast an arresto momentum on myself to slow myself down so I wouldn't fall at a high speed and injure myself," Harry answered. "Anyway, when I jumped out, I immediately began firing spells at whoever this guy was. We ended up exchanging spells and then my house was damaged and the guy ran away. My client is willing to submit a pensive memory," Ted Tonks said, surprising everyone. Harry knew that he was looking very good in the eyes of everyone, as he not only supported having a neutral judge but also willing to submit a memory of the event. It was not a common thing to do, as the person had to willingly submit a memory, but to do so pretty much meant that the person was so confident of their innocence that they didn't mind showing everyone what happened. "Very well," Madam Marchbanks said. "Bring in the pensive," she ordered. "We will take a short break while it is being prepared. So Sirius," Harry said after standing up and walking to Sirius, "you all right?" "I'm doing good, kiddo," Sirius nodded. "Hopefully this'll be over soon. Though I got to be honest, I am sort of looking forward to watching you fight. I mean, not at all happy with you getting hurt or anything, but I would love to see you in action. Maybe after I can give you some pointers and tips to make things easier for next time." "Maybe," Harry chuckled. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "do forgive me, but I think it might be best if you do not show the pensive memory just yet." "Why not?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "As I have not yet seen the memory, I cannot comment on what had happened, and therefore I cannot tell you the consequences of showing it," Dumbledore responded. "Perhaps, but any consequences I will deal with," Harry said. "Sirius," Harry said to Sirius before Dumbledore could respond. "I am going to go flirt with Tonks," Harry said before walking away and up to Tonks. "Hey Tonks. Watch her, Harry," Tonks grinned. "What's up?" "Oh, Dumbledore was trying to convince me not to show the memory for one reason or another, and I decided I'd rather talk with you than listen to him," Harry replied. "I feel so very honored," Tonks said dryly. "As well you should," Harry responded. Harry and Tonks talked for a couple more minutes before Harry had to return to his seat when the pensive was brought in. "All right, Mr. Potter, put the memory in and we shall watch," Madam Marchbanks said. "Alrighty then," Harry said before he placed the memory in the pensive. The wizard in charge of it tapped the bowl with his wand. The water rose into the air and took a circle shape before it began playing the memory for all to see. Harry was sat in bed, reading a book when suddenly his room began shaking. "What the fuck?" Harry whispered to himself before he put the book down and stood up. He walked to his window. Harry looked out the window to find Apophis shooting spells at the house. "Damn," Harry said, his face turning serious. "Hedwig," Harry said as he turned to his owl. "As soon as I leave the room you fly out and get to safety, got it?" The owl hooted before nodding. "Good girl," Harry said before he took a step back. He flicked his wand and the windows opened. Harry ran and jumped out the window, pointing his wand at himself and casting the Arresto Momentum spell to slow him down. As soon as Harry was in the air he began firing spell after spell at Apophis. Apophis had seen him and began backing away and shielding at the same time to protect himself from the spells. Harry landed on the ground and aimed his wand at Apophis. "So, do I know you?" Harry asked in a casual voice. "What do you want?" Apophis did not answer. "Silent type, huh? Or are you just deaf? What do you want?" "You, dead at my feet, that is what I want." Apophis answered. "Yeah, well, sorry to disappoint you buddy, but I am pretty sure that there is line you will have to wait in, and again sorry but I don't really plan on dying soon. What you want does not matter, you will die by my hand." "And if I cut those hands off?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "You'd still die," Apophis replied before he fired a spell at Harry. Harry sidestepped before he shot a cutter that Apophis blocked. Apophis shot several spells that Harry blocked or dodged, both were using non-verbal magic to up the difficulty. Apophis shot a coma curse at Harry who dodged before sending a bone breaker and cutting curse. Apophis blocked both and sent a trio of daggers at Harry who quickly transformed the daggers into birds. The birds flew towards Apophis only to be cut down by a trio of cutting curses. Apophis blocked a stunner and jumped back to avoid a bone breaker that was aimed at his feet. Apophis shot a trio of spells at Harry. First was a bone breaker followed by a cutting curse and then a cruciatus curse. Harry blocked the bone breaker and the cutting curse before barely managing to jump out the way of the torture curse. Harry jabbed his wand forward, producing a blinding light right before he span his wand and shot a spiraling flame whip that headed straight towards Apophis. However, Apophis recovered fast enough to wave his wand and get rid of it. Harry shot a metal spike at Apophis who quickly waved his wand and transformed the spike into a snake right before he sent it back at Harry. Harry quickly vanished the snake before blocking an organ liquefying curse. However, his shield was then destroyed by a shield breaker which forced him to duck so he could avoid the killing curse that followed. "You know, this is sort of fun," Harry said before he shot a blasting curse and a body bind at Apophis. Apophis quickly dealt with both before he jabbed his wand at Harry and sent a blast of flames at Harry, spiraling as they charged towards him. Harry quickly froze the flames, turning them into ice which fell onto the floor and shattered into pieces. Harry ducked one purple spell before he shot a fireball at Apophis. Harry had followed up with a high-powered obliviation charm which would render an opponent unable to remember quite a lot, including why they were there and perhaps even spells depending on how strong the blast was. Apophis sidestepped and shot a blinding light at Harry just as Harry shot a sound wave. Harry protected his eyes while Apophis protected his ears. "Nobody would blame you if you surrendered," Harry said before ducking under an orange spell. Apophis sent a couple of razor-wired ropes at Harry who managed to defend against them with a shield. Harry jabbed his wand at Apophis's direction and sent a gust of wind which Apophis blocked with his own shield. Apophis sent a cutting curse at Harry. Harry jumped to the side even though the curse went wide. Harry shot a blasting curse at Apophis's just as he felt a cut appear on the side of his face. Harry rolled under another spell and quickly performed a healing spell to fix the small cut so it would not distract him. "Neat trick," Harry said before he fired a spell at Apophis's feet. Apophis's moved out the way but the exploding ground sent him to the floor. Apophis's quickly rolled out of the way of several spells before shielding against another right before he shot a torture curse to give him enough time to get to his feet. Harry blocked a skin shredder right before he sidestepped an organ liquefier and retaliated by shooting several snakes at Apophis's direction. Apophis made a shield to stop the snakes from getting to him before he began hissing in Parseltown. Harry's face turned into one of surprise as the snakes changed direction and charged towards him. Harry quickly vanished them away just before blocking a blue spell from Apophis. The two wizards exchanged several more spells. Harry blocked an acid spell before aiming his wand up into the air. Several bright red lights shot out of his wand and upwards before they arced down and towards Apophis. Apophis quickly moved back and out of the way just as Harry shot a bone breaker at him. Apophis deflected it back at Harry, who ducked before aiming his wand above Apophis. A giant ball of water appeared above him. Harry quickly turned the ball into ice and allowed it to drop towards his opponent. Apophis jumped back out of the way before sending the ball flying at Harry. Harry waved his wand several times and the ice changed back into water before taking a serpentine form and charging towards Apophis. Apophis quickly got rid of the water before jabbing his wand at Harry and sending an arrow followed by a cruciatus and a cutter. Harry flicked his wand and sent a shuriken which cut straight through the arrow. Harry blocked the cruciatus by summoning a snake which took the curse right before having its head cut off by the cutter. Harry quickly changed the body into a spike before it could fall to the ground and shot it at Apophis. Apophis blocked the spike before shooting it back at Harry. Harry changed the spike into a tennis ball and shot it back at Apophis after hitting it with a delayed explosive spell. The ball went past Apophis right before it exploded, causing him to stumble forward and into Harry's stunner. "Well," Harry said after Apophis landed on his back, "that was nice," he said before he began looking around to see if there was anybody else. "The bloody muggles are going too." Harry stopped talking when he felt a weight change in his right hand. He looked down at his wand to see that it had been cut in half with the handle still in his hand while the rest of it was on the floor. "Well damn," Harry said as he looked to where Apophis was to find the hooded man sat up straight, looking straight at Harry. "Surrender," Apophis said as he got to a standing position. "You cannot win. I'm unarmed," Harry said as he tossed the broken wand away before spreading his arms out. "You want to get rid of your wand so we can settle this like civilized people?" "No," Apophis said. "Today is your end, Harry Potter. I shall." "Please," Harry yawned. "Keep talking, I only yawn when I am super interested. Now if you don't mind me asking, why the hell are you attacking me? You can work that out after you die. You don't have a lot of friends, do you?" Harry said with a small shake of his head. "Quiet," Apophis said before shooting a cutting curse at Harry, who sidestepped and flicked his right wrist, causing his holly wand to land in his palm. Harry grabbed his wand and shot a yellow curse at Apophis, who barely managed to block in time. "You're not much of a talker, are you?" Harry asked as the two exchanged more spells. "Do you not like talking, or is it just too hard for you?" Harry said right before sidestepping a white spell and responding with a conjunctivitis that was aimed at Apophis's eye, but Apophis managed to block it. "What is your problem?" "I don't know what your problem is, but I'm guessing it's hard to pronounce." Apophis jabbed his wand at Harry and sent a soundwave attack at him. Harry quickly planted his firmly in the ground before casting a quick silencing spell on his ears. The wave pushed him back slightly, but thankfully his ears were protected. "Is that your way of telling me to shut up?" Harry asked in an amused voice after getting rid of the silencing charms. Harry shot boiling water at Apophis, who countered with his own jet of water. Apophis waved his wand and several shurikens towards Harry. Harry pulled a chunk of earth out of the ground to take the hit for him right before he shot it at Apophis, who quickly destroyed it. Harry shot a spell that landed near Apophis's feet. Apophis rolled out of the way as several vines rose from the ground and tried to grab him. Apophis barely managed to avoid them and quickly shot a cruciatus curse at Harry, who sidestepped. Harry blocked a lung-shredding hex before aiming his wand at Apophis. 4 blue beams shot out of his wand at the same time and charged towards Apophis in a spiraling motion. Apophis put up a shield which fell under 3 of those beams and allowed the 4th to hit him right in the and send him flying down onto his back. Apophis quickly rolled back to his feet to avoid a spell from Harry right before he apparated away. Harry heard the faintest of cracks right before he turned to his right and shot out 2 ropes right as a bone breaker hit him in his free hand. Harry yelled in pain and quickly numbed his hand before repairing the bones. Harry got rid of the spell and looked up to see Apophis get rid of the ropes. Apophis blocked a blasting curse before swinging his arm. A high-powered burst of wind shot out from Apophis's wand and Harry found himself flying upwards and barely managing to avoid crashing against the Dursleys' house. A couple of seconds later Harry found himself falling down and about to crash onto the roof. Harry quickly conjured a green circular shield and tucked himself inside it. The shield took the most damage from the fall. As Harry began sliding down the roof he apparated into the Dursleys' living room. Harry blasted the shield through the window and in the direction of Apophis. Apophis got rid of the shield and sent a knockback jinx, which Harry blocked, right before apparating inside the house. Harry quickly took advantage of the close distance and tackled Apophis down to the ground. Harry began throwing as many elbows and punches as he could get away with while Apophis covered up. Harry did quickly jump off of him when Apophis tried to blast him. Harry shot some rope which tied Apophis down to the floor for a couple of seconds before Apophis managed to get rid of them. But it was enough time for Harry to transfigure the furniture into help, which in this case was animals with sharp teeth and strong bites. The sofa changed into a bear which charged at him just as Harry turned a chair into a wolf. Apophis quickly got rid of both animals and shot an explosive spell at Harry, who rolled out the way and found himself within arm's reach of Apophis. Harry reacted quickly and blasted Apophis back hard enough to send him crashing through a wall and landing into the kitchen. Harry could not see him due to all smoke and dust, at least some of it looked magically created. However, he kept ready for an attack. It was fortunate that he did, because if he didn't then he wouldn't have been able to dodge the knife that had shot out from the kitchen. Harry shot a spell in the direction of the kitchen just as he heard a crack from behind him. Harry felt a fist connect to his face just as he turned around. He stumbled back only to be hoisted upside down by his ankles. Harry blinked and saw a blur right before being kicked in the face and landing on the floor. Harry's body glowed a slight blue after Apophis hit him with a spell that stopped gravity from affecting Harry. Harry floated up in the air slightly only for Apophis to grab him by the ankle and pull him before slamming him onto the floor. Apophis raised him up only to slam him down again. Apophis did this a third time before he picked Harry up and shoved him hard enough for Harry to crash into the ceiling. Apophis cancelled the spell and let Harry drop. Apophis blasted Harry away right before Harry could hit the ground. Harry flew out of the house and landed on the front garden. He powered through the pain and narrowly managed to roll out of the way of a killing curse. Once he got to his feet, Harry jumped back to avoid another killing curse. Harry shot an ice ray at Apophis before he apparated away. Harry apparated so he was behind Apophis. Apophis turned only to get hit by a bone breaker to the collarbone. Apophis flew back, but to the amazement and disbelief of Harry he managed to quickly get back to his feet as if he was only hit by a knockback jinx. Apophis jabbed his wand at Harry, who had managed to sidestep and point the wand away from himself. Flames burst out of the wand and began spreading around the house at a high pace. Harry tried to point his own wand at Apophis, but Apophis had grabbed his wrist with his free hand. The two found themselves in a stalemate with wands pointed away from their opponent and their free hand on the opponent's wrist. "You will die in this home, Potter," Apophis said confidently, flames still spreading from his wand, not that he seemed to care. "I'm not scared of dying," Harry said, glaring at him. "Can you say the same?" "I fear nothing. Give me some time, I'll fix that," Harry said, copying Apophis's confident voice. The two struggled for several moments before they apparated outside. The two broke off and Harry managed to get a punch in before they apparated again. This time they landed in Harry's room. Apophis punched Harry, causing him to fall back on his bed. Harry quickly shot a spell at his desk and animated it to charge at Apophis. Apophis found himself shoved out of the room and crashing into the wall opposite. Harry shot a red spell at Apophis as soon as he got up. Apophis blocked and jumped over the desk and back into Harry's room. Harry tackled Apophis and the two apparated again and landed in the Dursleys' back garden. Harry pushed Apophis away and fired a spell which Apophis barely managed to dodge. The spell ended up destroying the Dursleys' shed. Harry blocked a red spell and batted away a blue one. The two exchanged some more spells. Apophis shot a giant flame blast at Harry, who quickly covered himself in an flame freezing charm. The flames covered him and even went far enough to start burning the tree behind him. Once the flames were done, Harry aimed his wand at Apophis and sent a lightning blast at him. Apophis apparated out of the way, causing the blast to strike the house. Harry turned behind him and tried to elbow Apophis only to get his elbow caught. The two apparated again and ended back in front of the Dursleys' house. Apophis kicked Harry away and fired a killing curse, but Harry was able to apparate away and landed a small distance away. "You have a name?" Harry asked, his breath heavier due to all of the fighting he had done. "Apophis," Apophis answered after a moment's pause. "I noticed that we're on a little bit of a stalemate," Harry said with a small shrug of his shoulders. "We can stop if you want to give up." "No," was all Apophis said before the two re-engaged. As they shot spells, they either ignored or did notice the sounds of apparition. Harry shot a green spell that charged towards Apophis while taking the shape of a ball. It made a humming noise and exploded just before it touched Apophis. Apophis managed to put up a shield but was still knocked backwards and onto his back. He apparated a meter to the left to avoid a cutting curse from Harry. Once he got to his feet, he shot a red beam at Harry's feet. Harry rolled, but the explosion from the beam sent him onto the floor. Apophis shot a skin-shredding curse at Harry, who shielded, and shot a snake at Apophis to distract him long enough for Harry to get to his feet. Harry waved his wand around him and soon a green gas covered the area around Harry, making him hidden from view. Apophis shot a spell at the gas and the gas turned into fire. A sound of apparition told Apophis that Harry was not in the flames. Harry landed on the roof and began firing at Apophis. Apophis was hit by a bone breaker and shrugged it off before aiming his wand at the house and sending a powerful explosive hex. Harry apparated away just in time. A large part of the house was damaged. Harry landed right behind Apophis. Apophis quickly turned back to Harry. Harry jabbed his wand forward at the same time as Apophis. Their wands connected and a wave shot out, shattering all nearby glass and sending Harry backwards and onto the ground along with the Order members that had arrived. Apophis flew backwards and landed in the damaged and burning Dursley house. "Oi, dickhead," Harry called as he pushed himself up to a kneeling position. "You up for another round?" Harry asked, wiping some sweat off his forehead. Apophis stood up slowly. He looked at Harry, then glanced to the Order members. He did not respond to Harry and instead turned around and began walking. He flicked his wand just before he apparated and the flames flared, growing larger. The house began crumbling down. Harry let out a deep breath when he turned and saw the Order members. "Potter," one of them said, only for Harry to shoot a blinding light from his wand right before he apparated away. Silence. ... Silence. ... Silence. Silence was all that could be heard in the courtroom. Everyone was looking at Harry with complete and utter disbelief. Sirius was looking at Harry as if he had never seen him before. He always knew that Harry was powerful, but he did not know the boy was this powerful or this skilled. Sirius could not help but feel a bit jealous. Fortunately, it was overshadowed by all of his unyielding pride in his godson. Looking at it, he could not help but feel that Harry would probably have been able to beat Sirius and the other Marauders if they were all the same age. Goddamn, his parents would be proud. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was feeling a mixture of emotions. On one hand, he was rather glad that Harry was turning into such a powerful wizard and that he survived the attack, but on the other hand, he had no idea how Harry grew so powerful. Where did he learn so many spells? How does he know so much magic? What else did Harry know? How did the boy get so strong? The rest of the courtroom, on the other hand, were looking at Harry as if he was the new Merlin. "Mr. Potter," Madam Marchbanks eventually spoke. "I have many questions. First of all, how long have you known how to apparate?" "Since I was 8, Harry answered, shocking people even more. "Since you were 8, Amelia Bones repeated with disbelief. "It's not that hard." Harry shrugged. "When I was 8, I was being chased by some bullies and somehow I ended up on top of a roof. Later on I tried to do it again and I did. It took some practice, but I could pretty much do it whenever I wanted. After I read up on wizarding law, I found out that it was called apparating and that it was illegal to do at my age, so I stopped." Well, Madam Marchbanks, like the rest of the court, did not look too sure if she should believe him or not. "What about those spells you used? I know a great many of them aren't taught in Hogwarts at your year. I was entered against my will into the Triwizard Tournament last school year, so I took the opportunity to learn as many spells as I could." Harry answered. "As a champion, I was given unlimited access to the library. I also studied some books from my family vault." "And the silent casting?" Madam Marchbanks asked. "I read up on it, seemed useful, tried it and eventually learned how to do it." Harry said as if it was simple. "Mr. Potter, that is not something that is taught in your year. Magic isn't something that I have been taught until I was 11, but I could still do it when I was 10. Harry replied. "Fair point. Ma'am," the wizard in charge of the pensive said. "Memory is definitely real." He said after checking the memory. "I'll want that back before I leave, by the way," Harry said. A short while later, after some more questioning, Harry was exiting the courtroom with Sirius and Ted by his side. "That was brilliant, Harry," Sirius said, patting his godson on the back. "Absolutely brilliant. I knew you were strong but, wow. Just wow. Thanks. Harry chuckled, he was quite happy right now. The court had decided not to charge him with anything. To be fair, after his willingness and cooperation plus the memory he gave, Harry doubted any of them, even those who hated him, would have been dumb enough to try anything. Harry was also very much aware that today would simply add another page into the legend of Harry Potter. By the way, we are going to St. Mungo's right now. Sirius said suddenly. What? Why? Harry frowned. Because after seeing that fight there is no way that you are not going to hospital to get checked. Sirius, I am fine. I don't care, Sirius said, cutting off Harry's protest. Hospital now. Yes, Mum. Harry rolled his eyes. Are we done? Harry asked the healer. Yeah, apart from a few bruises you are perfectly fine, Mr. Potter. The healer replied. Really? Sirius asked, slightly disbelieving. I remember Harry getting hit in the hand with a bone breaker. Sirius said, the image was still stuck in his head. And I repaired it. Harry shrugged. It's actually all right, not a bad job, Mr. Potter. The healer said. Imagine what you could do with formal training. I don't suppose you have any interest in becoming a healer. Nah, Harry shook his head. I haven't really decided what I wanted to be yet. Well, if you ever change your mind then let me know. The healer grinned. All right, thank you, Sirius said before he walked out with Harry. Both waved goodbye to the healer as they did. It is a bloody miracle that you are not hurt, Sirius said, shaking his head as he remembered all that Harry had done in the memory. Nah, I am just that good. Harry grinned. But seriously, I am actually rather glad with how I did. Do you think it was all right? All right, Sirius blurted out with disbelief. Harry, it was amazing. I swear if you faced off against the Marauders when we were at your age then you would probably win even if it was 4-on-1. Heck, you might be able to beat me and Remus now. I knew you were a great wizard but what you did took the cake in the rest of the bloody bakery. Thanks, Harry said, blushing slightly. So what now? Harry asked. We got to go home and stay ready for Dumbledore to do the Fidelius charm. Sirius answered. I would do it myself but it is a really hard charm to do. Dumbledore offered last time but your mother decided to do it herself. Really? Harry asked in an interested voice. Oh yes, Sirius nodded. Your mother was a genius, your dad was the best at transfigurations but your mother took the #1 spot in potions and charms, beating out Snivellus and Remus for both. Glad to know where I get it from. Harry smiled before a thought came to him. By the way, we should probably go to Gringotts. Why? Sirius asked. Well, if we go under a Fidelius charm then it would be hard for us to get letters right. Harry asked. That means we won't be able to get any letters addressed to us, right? Oh right, I didn't think about that. Sirius frowned. Yeah, so we should go get a Gringotts box. Harry said. A what? Oh, it's basically this new feature that came around after the war. If I sent a letter to you and you had a Gringotts box then the letter would instead go to Gringotts who would check it for spells and traps. If it's clean then they put in a box and the box sends it to your box. They're a bit expensive but they seem necessary if we're going under the charm. True, Sirius said after a moment of thinking. And don't worry about the price, the Black family is loaded. Sirius, I can pay for my. No, Sirius cut him off. I mean I know you can but I have no problem paying for you. I have missed so many years, Harry, let me spoil you. If you insist. Harry rolled his eyes. By the way, what is up with you and the lovely Miss Tonks? Sirius asked with a teasing smile. Nothing, I couldn't do that to Ted. I mean his wife is a total MILF but I respect him too much too. No, this time it was Sirius who rolled his eyes. I am referring to Nymphadora, don't call me that, Tonks. You know, the one with pink hair. Oh, Harry said if he was surprised by who Sirius meant. Well, not really sure at the moment. There is just something about her. Oh God, just like your dad. Sirius laughed. Let me explain, Sirius said when Harry raised an eyebrow. Your dad said the same thing about your mother. Shall I start preparing your wedding suit? Whoa, marriage is not on the table. Harry replied. Not yet at least. I am just trying to enjoy my life for the moment. And if that means flirting with the hot shapeshifting witch then I will. Fair enough, Sirius said before clapping Harry on the back. Let's get to Gringotts and then back home unless you want to anything else. Maybe stop at the Leaky Cauldron for some fish and chips. Harry asked. Maybe stop at the leaky cauldron for some fish and chips. Sirius nodded in response. Come on, the flow travel area should be close by. Harry and Sirius continued walking only to notice something. Everyone was staring at them. It's Harry Potter, one voice whispered, though not low enough to hide from the ears of Harry and Sirius. This opened up the floodgates for other people to start talking. Did you hear about how he fought that wizard? Poor Black, spent years in Azkaban. Potter is going to be the next Dumbledore with the way he is going. Unless he becomes the next Voldemort. Oh Merlin, they are handsome. Wow, Sirius said to Harry. I have not been this popular since school. I suppose it makes sense, you're the ex-Azkaban prisoner and I am the bloody boy who lived. Harry replied. Anyway, let's hurry up before we start getting mobbed. Good evening, Dumbledore said as he arrived in number 12 Grimmauld Place where Sirius greeted him. Blood traitor. Walburga Black began screaming at him as soon as she saw him. Filthy excuse for a wizard. Good evening to you too, Mrs. Black. Dumbledore said calmly as if he was not being shouted at by a painting of a dead woman. Harry, Sirius called when Walburga began shooting out more insults. What is going on? Harry asked as he came down the stairs. Are you all right, Lady Black? Harry asked the painting. Walburga stopped glaring at Dumbledore and turned to Harry. I am perfectly fine, she said. She did not look happy but was far more calmer than before. Have you been studying? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course. Harry nodded. I must confess that it is a lot less boring than I expected it to be. That is good. The corner of her lips lifted ever so slightly into a smile before returning to her usual frown. I will test you on what you have learnt. Very well, but if you do not mind, can you please wait until later before testing me? Professor Dumbledore is here and the sooner me and Sirius finish our business with him the sooner he can go. Harry said in a polite voice. Walburga glanced at Dumbledore and sniffed before turning back to Harry. Very well, I shall test you later. She said. Thank you, I will just close the curtains for you and. Harry found himself cut off as more people arrived, namely the Weasley family. Arthur, Molly, the twins, Ron and Ginny. Hermione was also with them for some reason or the other. This had the effect of sending Walburga into another rant. Filth, she screamed at them. Blood traitors. Mudbloods. In the noble house of Black. I shall. Lady Black. Harry said loudly, interrupting her. I shall handle this, there is no need for you to be disturbed. I will close the curtains and you can test me later, agreed. Agreed, she said eventually, though she was still glaring at Dumbledore and the rest. Lovely, Harry commented before closing the curtains. Who was that? Mrs. Weasley demanded. What a rude woman, she thought. Mrs. Weasley could not understand why anyone would scream like that, especially at her. That is my lovely mother. Sirius said, rolling his eyes at his mother's behavior. She seems. Hermione paused, trying to think of the right word. Charming. More like a pain in the ass. Sirius said under his breath. I could not help but notice that she seems rather fond of young Mr. Potter here. Dumbledore said, though it was clearly more of a question. I don't know about fond, Sirius snorted. I don't think she is fond of anyone. Though she does seem to tolerate Harry. I know what people want to hear. Harry said. And we should all go before we disturb her again. Right, let's go. Sirius said quickly, not wanting his mother to make another appearance. Follow me. Sirius said before leading everyone into the kitchen. Should I assume that the rest of the order is coming here? Harry asked. Most of them anyway, Sirius answered before Dumbledore could. A few of them can't make it today so will be told the location tomorrow. Like Remus, he would come if today wasn't a full moon. Alright, now forgive me for the dumb question and all, but what is Hermione doing here? I don't think she is part of the order. Miss Granger will be staying here for the remainder of the summer. Dumbledore explained. While I understand that you two are no longer friends, it is possible that others may not care or believe that fact and try to get to you through her. Same with the Weasleys. Harry was about to respond when the flow flared and several order members arrived, one of which included Tonks. Harry, Tonks said before rushing over and pulling him into a hug. I am so sorry. You are forgiven, sorry for what though? Harry asked, feeling more than a bit confused. This morning when you said you were tired because you had fought a dark wizard, I thought you just meant like throwing a couple of disarming and fourth-year spells and not actually getting hurt too much. I didn't think that you ended up fighting in something out of an action movie. Tonks said as she let go of him. It's fine, Tonks, Harry replied. Potter, Moody said, limping towards Harry. You were mighty impressive. You ever consider becoming an Auror? That is what I wanted to ask, Kingsley said. I think Bones would kill to have you as one of her Aurors. What do you think, Potter? I think I am far too young to think about my career yet, Harry replied. But Auror does not really sound like something I would do. It sounds like there is too much paperwork. There is, Tonks sighed. A disappointing amount of it is paperwork. You think anything more than 5 minutes is too much? Kingsley pointed out. Because it is, Tonks replied. Several members arrived as they talked, until eventually most of the members were there, apart from Snape and a few others. I can't help but notice that Snape is not here, Harry replied. The lack of depression was one clue, the missing horrible smell was another. Harry, show some respect, Hermione admonished. Hermione, get a life. Harry rolled his eyes. So Dumbledore, Harry said before anyone could respond. We going to do the charm now or what? Yes, Harry, Dumbledore nodded. I will perform the charm now. Now I will make myself the secret keeper. Now everyone may feel uncomfortable, but I assure you all that it will pass as soon as I tell everyone the location. Hold up, you are going to be the secret keeper? Harry asked. Yes, I will, Harry, Dumbledore replied. Shouldn't Sirius be the secret keeper? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at Dumbledore. It is Sirius's house after all. Now Harry, the headmaster is the leader herein. Mrs. Weasley started only for Harry to interrupt. I understand that, but like I said, this is Sirius's house. I don't think any of us would appreciate it if somebody else, Dumbledore or not, was in charge of deciding who would come to their house. Harry responded. Besides, Mrs. Black would have my head if I let someone other than myself or Sirius be in charge of who can enter this house. Harry makes a good point, Sirius said in agreement. It's my home, I should be able to decide who gets to come in. Sirius, I understand that, Dumbledore said, but I am not making the same mistake as last time. I will be the secret keeper. Sirius said in a voice that said he would not change his mind. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, not particularly happy about this but knew better than to argue. Let's get to work. It took about half an hour, but eventually the Fidelius was set with Sirius as the secret keeper. Once the charm became active, everyone was hit with a sense of dizziness. They all looked around, unable to see the very building they were in. Thankfully Sirius told everyone the location before anybody could gain a headache. Wow, let's not do that again, Tonks said, shaking her head. Agreed, Harry nodded. Well, I believe that concludes our business for today. Dumbledore said. Sirius, I will drop by tomorrow as there is something important I have to discuss with you, but for now everybody is dismissed. Dumbledore said before he left. Everyone else took that as their cue to do the same. See ya, Sirius, Harry. Tonks waved as she left along with most of the order. Now there was only Harry, Sirius, Hermione and the Weasleys left. By the way, Sirius, Arthur said. I want to thank you for letting us stay here. It's fine, Sirius replied. We might as well start eating now, Harry said to Sirius as he took a seat at the table. Your mother will probably be testing me for half an hour at least. At least, Sirius nodded as he sat down as well at the end of the table, the position where the head of the house was supposed to sit, leaving Harry on Sirius's right. She loves her bloody tests. Language, Mrs. Weasley admonished. Now you are right about dinner. I can start cooking and I will have it ready in. Oh, there is no need for that, Sirius said. Really, it is no trouble. No, we really mean there is no need for it, Harry said as food appeared in front of them. Thanks, Dobby, creature, Harry said. The two elves appeared and nodded to Harry. Yeah, thanks, Sirius said before he and Harry began eating. Harry, please tell me you didn't get house elves, Hermione said. I didn't get house elves, Harry said calmly after swallowing. What are they then? She demanded, pointing at Dobby and Creature. They are house elves, can't you see? Harry raised an eyebrow. He stopped eating as he knew that he likely wasn't going to be able to eat until she was done. Besides, I didn't get them like you said. Creature is the Black family house elf and has been living in this house and serving the Black family since before I was even born, while Dobby accepted to be my personal house elf last year. I can't believe that you would condone beepry, Hermione shouted. You're one to talk, miss. I have to be in charge and control over everything. Harry snorted. Besides, it may surprise you but I do not condone beepery. Yet you have 2 house elves. Hermione argued. Technically I have 1, also I am a big believer in free will. So if they are willing to work for free and if it doesn't harm them then I don't mind having house elves. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, you do not need house elves, it is a truly barbaric thing. Mrs. Weasley is right. Hermione nodded in agreement. Oi Dobby, creature, would you rather be free and get paid or work for me? Harry asked the house elves. Creature will not be a free elf. Creature said, spitting out the words like they left a bad taste in his mouth. Oh no. Dobby shook his head so fast that he nearly damaged his neck. No master. Please, don't make Dobby into a free elf. See, Harry said, gesturing to both the house elves. They're brainwashed. Hermione argued. So are humans, Harry shrugged. House elves don't want to be free the same way humans want to be covered in public. You don't physically need to be wearing clothes in public apart from when it's really cold, but we do it because that is the way that humans have done things for so long that it is considered bad to not do it. That doesn't make sense. Yes it does, Harry replied. It is basic house elf behavior to work, the same way it is basic human behavior to wear clothes in the presence of others, no matter what weather. Could you imagine what would happen if another race decided it was wrong for us to wear clothes and instead of talking to us about it they just decided to strip us all naked? You'd probably like that. Ginny commented while Hermione was gaping. Depends who I'd be looking at. Harry answered honestly. I mean if it was you. Harry trailed off and smiled at her. Oi, Ron said while Ginny blushed. Don't look at my sister like that. Ah Ron, you can't have my food. Harry said, covering it with his arm. You have to wait for your own. Now as much as I would love to talk to you all, I have had a rather long day and I would like at least 5 minutes of peace and quiet to finish eating. Thank you, Harry said before he returned to his food and began eating, ignoring everyone else. Everyone else eventually sat down and food appeared though Molly and Hermione looked like they didn't want to eat. All right, Harry said once he was done. As much as I would love to talk I have to deal with Mrs. Black and I want to get to sleep so good night. Harry said before standing up and waking off. Daddy. Harry woke up to Selena slithering on his. Hi princess. Harry said, stroking her head. Have you eaten something yet? Harry asked. Yes daddy, what do you want to do about the new ones here? Selena asked. Harry could tell she was referring to Hermione and the Weasleys. I haven't decided yet. Harry yawned as he stood up, holding Selena in his hands. When I decide on something you will be the first to know. Harry said. Now get back on my arm sweetie. Okay, love you daddy. Love you too. Harry said as he kissed her head before she wrapped herself around his arm and changed back into a snake tattoo. Harry sighed as he remembered that Hermione and the Weasleys were here. He knew the next few days would probably be difficult, the question now was simply if he would be able to last without doing something extreme. What's up Sirius? Harry yawned as he walked downstairs and arrived in the kitchen while wearing nothing but dark blue shorts, a gray t-shirt and red flip-flops. The Weasley family and Hermione were already up. Oh, hi Harry. Sirius said as he began eating. Harry sat next to him and was about to dig into his food when he noticed everyone staring. What? Harry asked, looking between them all. Ahem. Ginny coughed and gestured to Harry's tattoos. What? Didn't your mum tell you I had tattoos? Hearing wasn't quite believing. Arthur explained as he and everyone looked at the tattoos. Harry, I can't believe you got tattoos. Hermione said, her voice filled with disapproval. What on earth were you thinking? Something along the lines of, I would like tattoos. Harry answered as he began eating, deciding that Hermione was no reason for his stomach to suffer. Professor McGonagall is not going to like them. Hermione said. Yeah well they are permanently on my skin now so unless she wants to waste time putting glamours on me all year or try to get rid of them then there is nothing she can do. Harry argued. Why in Merlin's name would you get a snake tattoo? Ron said, looking at Harry's snake tattoo with disgust. You've gone barking mad. Yeah, probably, though I suppose after spending so much time in your company it was inevitable. Harry replied. I don't know why you thought it was a good idea to get those. Mrs. Weasley said, the only one in the room who had their disapproval at the same level as Hermione's. You should look into getting those removed. Nah, Harry said, shaking his head. They are not something a respectable boy should have. Mrs. Weasley said, you would look so much better without them. That is an opinion. My opinion is very different to yours because I think they look awesome. No, they don't, Ron said. They look ridiculous. Ron, don't you think it's a bit hypocritical to talk about looking ridiculous? I mean, I was not the one who came to the Yule Ball dressed as an old 18th century witch. Harry replied. Ron's face turned red at the memory. We think it's cool, Fred commented. Yeah, George nodded. Any chance you can take us to get one? Absolutely not, Mrs. Weasley thundered before anyone else could respond. You two are irresponsible enough already. You will not be getting tattoos as well. We were only joking. The twins sighed. Harry was tempted to point out that they never do anything other than that, but held himself back. Where the hell are your parents anyway? Harry asked Hermione. Shouldn't they be here in this safe house if you have to be here? My parents are on holiday and Professor Dumbledore said he would have someone talk to them when they get back. They're going to Germany. I have only been there once, but it was really interesting. Did you know that? Padfoot, Harry said to Sirius, ignoring Hermione. Do you? Padfoot. The twins blurted out. You're Padfoot, they said to Sirius. Yeah, that would be me. Sirius nodded. We are big fans, the twins said at the same time. Where is Prongs? Fred asked. Or Moony? George asked. Or Wormtail, they said at the same time. Wormtail, Sirius spat the name, is called Peter Pettigrew, and thanks to Harry he is currently in a cell in Azkaban. Sirius said, a smile appearing on his face. You are welcome. Harry smiled at him. As for Moony, you two would know him as Professor Lupin. Sirius answered. He was our teacher. The twins blurted out. As for Prongs, Sirius gestured to the tattoo of Prongs on Harry's hand. He was Harry's father. Oh, the twins said in a surprised voice. Anyway, Harry said to Sirius before anyone could respond. Do we have anything planned today? Harry asked. Or can I just relax all day? I do not have any plans, but if you want to do something then go ahead. Sirius replied. I think you can help clean the house, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said. It could do with a good clean. After breakfast everyone can start cleaning the. Yeah, about that, nope. Harry replied. Dobby and Creature are already working on cleaning everything and making the house safer. I have got other things to do anyway. Like what? Ginny asked. Homework plus I have got some new books that I want to read. New books? Hermione perked up. Great, now if you'll excuse me, Harry stood up and picked up his food and drink. I am going to go before Granger starts drooling about the thought of books. Harry said right before walking off. Ah, Severus, I am glad you are here. Dumbledore said when Severus Snape, potions master and most hated teacher in Hogwarts, walked into his office. Please take a seat, Headmaster. Snape nodded as he sat down. I assume that this meeting is so we can discuss Voldemort's heir and the Potter brat. You should never assume, Severus, though yes, that is what we are here to discuss. And would it kill you to show the boy some respect? Dumbledore asked, shaking his head. Yes, Snape said immediately. Well, it appears then that I must cancel this conversation or risk your life today. What do you mean? Snape frowned. I fear that after this meeting you may gain some respect for Harry, perhaps not as a person but at least as a wizard. I doubt that. Snape snorted with disbelief. Severus, you told me that young Harry had to have been lying, as there is no way he could have beaten Apophis in a fight, correct? Yes, I did. Snape nodded, remembering that conversation while also wondering where the headmaster was going with this. Harry Potter has given a memory of the fight in court. I believe that by now most of the country has heard about what happened, though I am sure that certain parts will be exaggerated depending on who is telling the story. What happened? Snape asked. Follow me, Severus, Dumbledore said in a soft voice before standing up and walking to his personal pensive with Snape following after him. Watch this. Dumbledore said before he put a memory of himself watching Harry's memory in court along with the rest. Snape looked confused but eventually viewed the memory while Dumbledore returned to his seat and waited for Severus to finish. Impossible, Snape said once he had finished. His face was paler than usual and full of disbelief. That must be wrong. It was confirmed that the memory was real. Dumbledore reminded Snape. There is no way that the brat should have been able to last that long against him. Snape said, refusing to believe what he had just saw. He's a Potter. A lazy good-for-nothing. Being a Potter may actually have something to do with why he is so strong. The Potter family are well known for producing strong or at least above-average wizards. For all of your hatred of James Potter, even you cannot deny that the man was a genius when it came to transfiguration. Dumbledore said. Snape glared at him, but internally admitted that the man was right. While Snape had mastered potions, Potter had taken transfigurations. Besides Severus, once again in your hatred with all things Potter, you miss the important things. Like what? Snape snapped. Firstly, how is this, Apophis, immune to spells? Dumbledore asked. The Unforgivables were about as effective as a knockback curse, and Harry's bone breakers had the same results as a stinging hex. I do not know, Snape said honestly. It is not something I can work out just by looking at him after all. Perhaps he has made some potion or is aware of some secret spell or ritual to grant him his ability. Perhaps, but if he knows it, then it would be likely for Voldemort to know the trick to it as well. Perhaps, Snape nodded, but the Dark Lord has shown no evidence that he has that ability. After all, nobody is going to shoot spells at him, not amongst the Death Eaters at least. True, Dumbledore agreed. We will spend some time working that out. Hopefully we can find a weakness. Until then we can settle on trying to work out the second important thing that you missed. What? How is Harry Potter so strong and skilled? Harry had stayed in his room until lunch when he had returned down in the kitchen. This time he was wearing black trainers, blue jeans and a white t-shirt. In his right hand was a black book with the Potter family crest in the middle. Harry looked around. He saw Hermione and Ron talking with the twins while Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen. As for Sirius, he was currently talking with Ginny. Arthur was not here, but Harry thought that that was because the man probably had to go to work. Hi Harry, Ginny said upon noticing him. Sup Gin? Harry asked as he sat down next to Sirius. Hi pup, you're going to have to wait for dinner. Sirius said. Why? Harry raised an eyebrow. Between Dobby and Creature. Mum insisted on doing it. Ginny rolled her eyes. Ah. Harry said, correctly guessing that there was an argument involved. Though in all honesty he liked her food, so he didn't really mind. Fine, I can wait. Harry shrugged before reading his book. What book is that? Hermione asked, her eyes locking on the book. Oh, is that the Potter family grimoire? Sirius asked. Yep. Harry nodded but kept reading. I remember your dad reading that a couple of times. Sirius commented. Does your family have a grimoire? Hermione asked the Weasleys. No. Fred shook his head. Not all families have one. George finished. Can I read it? Hermione asked Harry. No, was all Harry said before he flipped the page and continued reading. Why not? Hermione frowned. Probably because Potter doesn't think you're good enough to read it. Ron said, glaring at Harry. I was going to go with because she is not a Potter, but if that's what you want to think, dumbass, then go right ahead. Harry replied, his eyes scanning the page. What does it matter if I am not a Potter? Hermione persisted. A book is a book. It matters because this is a Potter family grimoire written by members of the Potter family for the members of the Potter family. Not made by the Potter family for any and all who want to read it. Many old pureblood families have grimoires. Ginny shrugged. They don't let anyone read them. What? So it's just another way to be better than Muggleborns? Hermione demanded. Granger, Harry sighed and rolled his eyes as he looked up from the book. If a black man refused to let me browse through his photo album, then it would not make him racist, the same way it is not an act against Muggleborns if I refuse to let you read a family book written for my family. Nobody, pureblood or otherwise, is going to read this if they are not a Potter, Harry said before returning to his book. But that's not fair. Why should you get to have access to knowledge that other people don't? Hermione demanded. It's probably about as fair as the fact that you can touch a pair of tits whenever you want while I have to ask permission, Harry responded, causing Hermione's jaw to drop while Ron ended up coughing violently as he had chosen that moment to drink some juice. Sirius, Ginny, and the twins laughed, but Harry was not done. Probably about as fair as the fact that while you were born in a house full of books with rich parents, I was raised in a house with a bunch of abusive assholes. Probably about as fair as the fact that you're richer than the Weasleys. Probably about as fair as the fact that you have magic when your parents don't. Probably about as fair as the fact that some people are taller than others. Probably about as fair as the fact that. All right, I get it, Hermione said. Really? Are you sure? Harry asked in a doubtful voice as he continued to read. Because I can keep going if you want more examples, honestly it is no trouble. I am fine, Hermione said, glaring at him. That's nice. Harry looked up and smiled at her for a few seconds before looking back down. Though it's probably not fair that there are a lot of people who aren't. Harry said in a mock whisper. Soon Mrs. Weasley arrived with the food. After another disapproving glance at Harry's tattoos, she began serving the food. After eating, Harry flicked his wand under the table and a note landed in Ginny's lap. She discreetly read it, a small blush later, and she nodded to Harry, who smiled before standing up. Dobby popped in and took Harry's grimoire before handing him a leather jacket and then popping away. What are you doing? Mrs. Weasley asked, frowning at Harry. I am going to Diagon Alley. Harry answered as he put his jacket on. You can't, it's not safe. Mrs. Weasley said. To be fair, Molly, after seeing Harry fight that wizard at the Dursleys' house, I would be more worried about someone trying to attack Harry rather than the other way around. Sirius commented. You have to stay here. Mrs. Weasley said, ignoring Sirius. No I don't. Harry said, shaking his head. I'm only going there for a few minutes and I can handle myself. Harry said. But Harry, you are legally an adult. Harry cut her off. Excuse me. Harry said before walking out. He could hear footsteps following him and guessed that they were Mrs. Weasley's, likely to stop him. Lady Black, Harry said to Walburga's painting. The red-headed woman called you a bitch. Harry said before walking off. He just reached the door when he saw Mrs. Weasley stop with her hand trying to calm her beating heart as Mrs. Black was shouting and screaming at her. Harry rolled his eyes with amusement before walking out. Harry had just brought some food for Selena and Hedwig right before he summoned Dobby and had him take the food to his room. Harry was walking, minding his own business and trying not to notice the looks that everyone else was giving him. Harry was well aware of how his reputation had increased over the last year. Between being forced into a magical tournament and being turned on by the whole school, the public had developed a sense of pity for him. The fact that he did so good in the tournament against students older than him, combined with the fact that he actually won the damn thing, had made his reputation as a strong wizard go up higher. Attending the ball with Avila did not make his reputation any worse, better if anything. Then the fact that he stopped Pettigrew and fought Apophis made people look at him like he was a superhero. Harry was suddenly brought out of his thoughts. When he felt a pair of arms wrap around him and quickly realized that he was being pulled into a hug. The soft arms combined with the feminine body pressed against his own told him that his hugger was female. He could not see her face as it was buried in his shoulder, but the beautiful hair instantly gave away who it was. Fleur. Harry gasped as he hugged her back. I have missed you, Ari. Fleur smiled. Damn Fleur. Harry grinned as he hugged her. What the hell are you doing here? Oh, do you not want me here? She said with a fake pout once they let go. Of all the people in the world that I do not want to see, you are not one of them. Harry replied. But seriously, what are you doing here? I was given a job in Gringotts, Fleur said proudly. I had just come out of a meeting to confirm if I had got the job, and I did. Congratulations. Harry said, happy for her. Thank you, Fleur smiled brightly. I was going to send you a letter to see if you wanted to come and meet, only for me to see you now. Yeah, life is funny like that. Harry chuckled. Where are you staying? I have brought an apartment to stay in. Why? Thinking of coming over. She smirked. I don't know, is that an offer? Harry smiled. Perhaps, but not now as my apartment is not yet ready for visitors. Where are you staying? Perhaps I can come over. I would love that, but you probably will not be able to come today. Oh, why not? She raised an eyebrow. I am staying at my godfather's house. Are you familiar with the Fidelius charm? Harry asked. Fleur frowned slightly before her eyes lit up. You are staying under a Fidelius charm? She asked. Yep. Harry nodded. He was slightly surprised that she knew before he remembered that she was a charms genius. My godfather is the secret keeper. I can talk to him and ask him if he can tell you the location. He probably will though. He has missed a lot of my life and I think he is trying to make up for it by keeping me happy as much as possible. Ah yes, Sirius Black, right? She asked, earning a nod from Harry. I have read that he had been framed and placed in Azkaban for years. Until I got Pettigrew caught, Harry replied. Now he is free. Of course we do care for each other, so I am trying my best to not take advantage of him. Anyway, after the third task the Ministry realized that Sirius was clearly innocent if the man he was accused of murdering was still alive. So now I am living with him. If I ask then he will probably be fine with me bringing you to the house. If you don't want me to come to your apartment yet then how about tomorrow we meet up at the Leaky Cauldron so I can tell you if Sirius is okay with it or not. No point in a Fidelius if you send the answer via letter. Very well, how about tomorrow at lunch? Fleur asked. That is more than fine with me. Harry nodded. I have to go now, Fleur said before he kissed Harry on the cheek. I will see you later Ari. She said before walking away. Try and stop me. Harry snorted, she smiled and waved at him, he waved back until she was gone. Merlin, that woman has some brilliant legs. Harry said under his breath. What is up guys? Harry said when he got back. Harry James Potter. A particularly loud voice shouted. Ow. Alright geez lady. Damn. Harry said as he rubbed his ears. I think that is my eardrums gone. Harry said as he slapped the side of his head in an attempt to get the hearing back. Where have you been? Mrs. Weasley demanded. Diagon Alley, I told you that before I left. Harry said, rolling his eyes. Do not roll your eyes at me young man. Mrs. Weasley said, she could not believe this attitude, she especially could not believe it was coming from Harry. What had happened to the polite young boy who had come to visit the burrow? If Mrs. Weasley had to guess then she would probably blame that French girl that Ronald had told her that Harry had spent time with. She had probably spent the year poisoning the boy's mind, if not her then probably his godfather. He was a very irresponsible man after all. And you were told to stay here. And I told you to stay here. Harry responded. No you didn't. Huh. Oh you're right, I didn't, Harry said as he paused to shake his head. I am sorry, I was still recovering from the assault on my ears. Anyway, I told you that I am legally an adult and can do what I want. The only one in this whole damn house who has any right to tell anyone who can or cannot come in or out of this house is Sirius and even he has no power over me other than being owner of the house. If this was the burrow then I would be more than willing to listen to you, but it's not. Harry shrugged. Now if you will excuse me, I am going upstairs to my room. Harry said as he walked away. Where are you going? Mrs. Weasley demanded as she followed after him. Young man you will stop right now. Mrs. Black. Harry opened the curtains to her portrait. The red-haired one is being mean to me. Harry said before walking off. He calmly walked up the stairs while Mrs. Weasley was waylaid by Mrs. Black verbally assaulting her. Harry thought it was fair, her ears in exchange for his own. Harry had spent the rest of the day in his room, reading and hanging out with Selena until dinner time when he came downstairs into the kitchen. He saw many order members leaving, a few of them sent him a few dirty looks, likely cause their friends were hurt by Harry. When Harry entered the kitchen he saw Sirius, the Weasleys and a select few order members left. Those order members were Mad-Eye Moody, Shacklebolt, Tonks and Remus Lupin. Moony, when did you get here? Harry asked. Just recently. Remus said as he gave Harry a quick hug before they both took their seats at the table. I am glad to see you Harry, you are looking much better than before. Healthy eating. Harry shrugged before looking around. Ginny was sat in between Shacklebolt and Tonks who was showing off her powers by transforming so she had a pig mouth then changing it into a duck beak. Ginny found it hilarious and Harry thought it was quite funny as well. All of the Weasleys were sat at the table with Hermione while Remus sat opposite Harry with Sirius sitting at the head of the table, with Moody standing in the corner. Is everything all right? Harry asked Sirius. Yeah, Sirius rolled his eyes. We were just discussing Dumbledore's standing with the Ministry. Oh, do tell, Harry said in a curious voice. It's not really good for Dumbledore. Arthur said as Shacklebolt handed Harry a newspaper. Harry took the newspaper and from a few seconds of looking was able to learn that the Ministry was basically accusing Dumbledore of going crazy and senile while Fudge was saying all was fine. Fudge is using all of his power and influence at the Ministry to target Dumbledore and smear anyone who says that Voldemort is back. Sirius said. We think that Fudge thinks that Dumbledore is after his job. Please, Harry snorted. Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock and supreme mugwump. I think Minister of Magic is practically a step down at this point. True. Sirius grinned. But old Fudge does not see it that way. Anyway, the fact that nobody is making any claims about him being back other than Dumbledore is not helping Dumbledore's case. We think that Voldemort is just lying low, biding his time, building up his army again. Years ago he had a huge amount of people at his command, but gathering followers isn't the only thing he seems interested in. We believe that Voldemort is after something. All right, enough of that. Mrs. Weasley said. It's time to eat. She added before she began handing out plates and food. Harry knew that she was attempting to stop him from learning, but he was hungry, so he decided to just wait until after he ate and began eating. Nearly time for bed, I think. Mrs. Weasley yawned once everyone had finished eating. Yeah, but first, questions. Harry said as he turned to Sirius. What have the Order actually been doing? Harry asked. Everyone paused and looked at him. Like going out on missions. Have you lot just been planning something? What's going on? Well. Sirius started only to be interrupted. Now hold on, Harry, you are too young to know. Mrs. Weasley said, no longer looking tired at all. Since when was it possible for someone to be too young to ask questions? Sirius countered. Hang on. How come Harry gets his questions answered and we don't? Fred demanded. Yeah, we've been asking and all we get is being told to stay quiet and stop asking. George added. You're too young, Fred said, mimicking his mother's voice. Harry's not even of age, how come he gets to know? Hey, it's not my fault if you don't know. Sirius shrugged. That's your mum and dad's call, not mine. Harry, on the other hand. It is not down to you to decide what is best for Harry. Mrs. Weasley said, an angry expression on her face. You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, I suppose. Which part? Sirius asked, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. The bit about not telling Harry more than he needs to know. She said, glaring at Sirius. I do not intend to tell him more than he needs to know, Sirius growled at her, but I think he deserves the right to know at least some things. After all, he was the one who defeated Voldemort in the first place, and if his stories are true, then he not only stopped Voldemort twice since then and freed not only me while also capturing Pettigrew. Dumbledore himself would say that Harry is crucial to the way. He is not a member of the Order. Mrs. Weasley pointed out. He is only 15, and has gone through things that most adults could not handle. Sirius interrupted. Nobody is denying what he has done, but he is not a child. Sirius cut her off. He is not an adult either. She said, red-faced, not used to someone talking back to her like this. He is not James, Sirius. I am perfectly clear on who he is. Sirius snapped. I am not sure you are, Mrs. Weasley said disbelievingly. The way you talk, it sometimes feels like you think you have your best friend back. And what the hell is wrong with that? Harry demanded, bringing the attention of the room back to him. I would be honored to be compared to my father, but I also know that Sirius is well aware that I am not my father. If you want to explain the fact that I am not James Potter to someone, then please go find Snape as soon as you have a free day. What is wrong, Harry, is that you are not an adult. You still go to school and the adults responsible for you should not forget it. Mrs. Weasley said, glancing back at Sirius. Are you trying to say that I am not a responsible godfather? Sirius demanded. I am an adult, Harry cut her off. How am I not at this point? I am legally emancipated, I have tattoos, I have fought dark wizards and creatures, plus I am no longer a pure. What else do I have to do to be considered an adult? Harry asked. You lost your purity, Tonks asked. That just proves that you are irresponsible. Mrs. Weasley said before Harry could respond. Arthur, back me up. Arthur did not speak immediately, something which surprised Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore knows that. Harry is living here, Molly. Harry will have to be filled in to a certain extent since he is staying at headquarters. Yes, but there is a difference between that and inviting him to ask whatever he likes. Personally, Remus said in a quiet voice as he looked at Molly. I think it's better that Harry gets the facts, not all the facts, Remus added when he saw that Mrs. Weasley was about to interrupt, but the general picture of us rather than a garbled version from others. Remus said, alluding to the fact that he knew of the extended ears that the twins were using to try and listen in on the meeting. Well, Mrs. Weasley, red-faced, looked around for support but did not find any. Well, I can see that I am going to be overruled. I will just say this, Dumbledore must have had a reason for not wanting Harry to know too much, and speaking as someone with his best interests in heart, he is not your son. Sirius said quietly, though not quiet enough as Mrs. Weasley managed to hear him. He is as good as. she snapped, glaring at Sirius. Who else does he have? He has me. Yes, Mrs. Weasley rolled her eyes. The thing is, it has been rather difficult for you to look after him when you have spent most of his life locked up in Azkaban. Sirius got to his feet and was about to say something that probably should not be heard by children when Harry beat him to the punch and stood up as well and turned to Mrs. Weasley. Woman, pump the brakes. Harry said, glaring at her. Harry, you pump those brakes. Harry cut her off. First of all, how dare you talk to him like that? In his own house no less. Do not speak to. I will speak to you however I damn well please. Harry cut her off. Hey. Ron stood up. Don't talk to. Ron, sit down. Harry snapped. You lower the IQ of the whole street. We're not talking about food, so you're useless to this conversation. Harry said before turning back to Mrs. Weasley. Sirius spent years locked up in a prison cell with Dementors, all because he trusted the wrong person and made a rash mistake during a moment of grief. Don't treat him as if he just couldn't be bothered to care for me. Especially when he makes more of an effort than half of the adults in my life. Second of all, do not talk about me and my future if I am not the one you are talking to about it. Third of all, he is as good as. I am appreciative, but I am also sorry, as I cannot honestly say I do see you like a mother. What? Mrs. Weasley stepped back as if slapped. But Harry. Mrs. Weasley, I spent about 2 weeks of summer at your house in second year, a couple more in the summer of my fourth year. That's it. I am not going to see you like a mother because of 4 weeks in your house. But, I have one mother. Harry tapped the flower on his left hand's tattoo, the woman who took a killing curse from the worst Dark Lord of all time just for me. Nobody is replacing her. You ungrateful prat. Ron shouted as his mother seemed unable to speak. You owe us for letting you stay in our house. No, because first of all you were the one who came at night and picked me up without me asking, plus if anything you owe me. Harry responded. Oh yeah, how is that? Simple, because I paid for those 4 weeks I spent in your house. What? Mrs. Weasley blurted out before she turned to Ron. You took money for him to stay. No, I didn't. Ron quickly shook his head. I did. Arthur said in a quiet voice. Arthur. Mrs. Weasley gasped with disbelief. When Harry first came he asked if he could talk to me in private and insisted on paying for his stay, Arthur explained. I tried to refuse, but he was more stubborn than me and he paid me a fair amount of money, more than I even wanted to. Except, I have always found it smart to try and stay out of owing people. Harry smirked as he looked at Ron. So I don't technically owe you anything for staying there. However, if any of you do still feel like I owe you something, then I would just like to point out that I think I probably paid it back tenfold when I not only saved the school twice but also saved your sister. Harry responded. All of the Weasleys glanced between Harry and Ginny. Yeah, that's what I thought. Harry said before he turned to Sirius. Sirius, I need to ask you for something. Yeah, Harry. Sirius asked in a soft voice. I have someone who wants to come over. I was wondering if you could come and give her the secret. Now Harry, Remus spoke. I am not sure that it is a good idea. You should probably talk to Dumbledore about it. And why? Harry interrupted. Last I checked this was Sirius's house. Besides, I trust this person and it's not like everyone will know the secret if I am wrong. I will have to meet with this person first, Harry, Sirius said. Harry nodded since he thought that that was reasonable. When are you meeting up with him or her? Tomorrow in the cauldron at lunch. Harry replied. I have a Gringotts meeting tomorrow. Sirius said with a thoughtful face. If you and the person are willing to wait an hour. I can ask tomorrow. If she's not, then we'll just set up another time. It's a she, huh? Sirius grinned. Has my lovable godson got a girlfriend? No, Harry rolled his eyes. I do not. The person is Fleur. Remember I told you about her? Oh yes. Sirius nodded. Quote. But you can't. Mrs. Weasley protested. It is not safe. We can't trust this girl. I trust Harry. Harry trusts the girl. Sirius replied. If it makes you feel better, then we will have another order member go with us. Sirius added when Mrs. Weasley was about to speak. I'll go. Tonks volunteered. I haven't spent much time outside of work or home this week. She added as a form of explanation. Excellent. Sirius nodded. Thanks, Tonks. Harry smiled at her before turning back to Sirius. I am going back upstairs for now. Call me if you need me. Right. See ya, Harry. Sirius smiled at Harry and was pleased when Harry smiled back before leaving. Sirius's biggest regret was leaving Harry to suffer all those years, and he would do his best to make up for it. By the way, Molly, Sirius said as he turned back to Mrs. Weasley. I can tolerate a lot of things. Insulting me is fine, but you will not bother Harry. Sirius, Remus spoke. No, Sirius shook his head, as Mrs. Weasley so kindly pointed out. I have lost a lot of years of Harry's life and I intend to make up for it. If that means kicking the whole order out of this house to stop them from bothering Harry, then I will do that. Sirius said, earning gasps and looks of disbelief from everyone else. I don't like the red-headed woman, Daddy, Selena confessed. She is too loud. That she is. Harry nodded as he sat on his bed, the Potter family grimoire in his left hand as Selena was wrapped around his arm with her head resting on his hand. I don't like how she talks to you, you should punish her. Selena suggested. Don't worry about me, girl. Harry stopped reading and smiled at her. He put his book down and began stroking her. Daddy has everything under control. It doesn't matter if the red-headed woman stops them from telling me anything. Why? Because I already know, Harry smirked. Listening charm on Sirius's clothes plus the listening charm under the table plus Dobby and Creature have good hearing. They just pretend to clean outside of the room and listen in. You would know if you paid attention when I told them. Sorry, Daddy. It's all right, I understand. How you were too busy eating, but you should try and be aware of your surroundings. Harry said right before a knock was heard on the door. Selena quickly changed back into her tattoo form. I am coming, Harry said in English as he got up and walked to the door. Harry slowly opened it to find the Weasley twins standing outside of his door. Hey Harry, Fred said in a soft voice. Can we talk? George added. Fine, Harry said after a short pause. The twins were about to walk in when Harry stepped out of the room and closed the door. What, you're not inviting us in? Fred asked. Nope, don't really trust you two to not use the opportunity to prank me. Harry shrugged. Now what do you want? First of all, don't you think you were a bit harsh on Mum? Fred asked. No, I was being honest. I might have worded it better if she hadn't pissed me off by being mean to Sirius. Now what else? Look, we were wondering if Sirius perhaps told you something he shouldn't have. George said. You know, about the order. Let me guess, you two want to know more about the order and you want in. Harry guessed. Yeah, pretty much. Why? Harry asked. What do you mean why? Fred frowned. Why do you want in? Why should I tell you anything about the order? Why should the order accept you two? Well, first of all, the order is where the action is. Fred said. Second of all, perhaps you should tell us because we're friends. George added. And what do you mean why should they accept us? We're legally adults. First of all, friends. No, my only friends in Gryffindor at the moment are the Chasers and Ginny. We thought you would have gotten over the tournament. Fred said. The Chasers too, but they're still not talking to us. Yeah, George added. I mean, you all had to know we were joking. That is the problem, that is all you do. Harry said. I was in a tournament for wizards and witches older and more trained than me, one where I could have died, one that got the whole school to turn on me, and all you two did was joke about it. Do you realize how many people thought I actually was in the tournament because of you two? They figured that if you were joking about it, then I was obviously being a smug prick who was laughing with all of Gryffindor about how I managed to cheat Dumbledore in the goblet. We're sorry, Harry, George said, but I am not done. Harry cut him off. Your pranks, your jokes, they were funny at first, but trust me when I say they have gotten really stale. Pranks are great and all, but when you do it non-stop and when your victims do not like or appreciate pranks, then it turns into bullying. We're not bullies, Fred said, offended by Harry's words. Oh no. Harry raised an eyebrow. I remember in my third year when you two pranked a bunch of Slytherin first years and I saw one girl crying. I am sure she had a great time enjoying your pranks. Pranking can be bullying, you know, especially if your target is far weaker than you and does not like pranks. Come on, Harry, George said, shifting on his feet. The Marauders were pranksters too, you know. That means your dad and Sirius. I look at the Marauders a little differently. Harry responded. Pranks were probably the only way they could get back at the DEs to be during Voldemort's rise to power, and let's say it wasn't and they really were just like you and loved pranking people. Well, my father is dead. Sirius lost years of his life in Azkaban, Remus can't get a job because he's hated by nearly everyone and Peter is currently in an Azkaban cell. Yeah, life really worked out for them, didn't it? Plus you two have spent pretty much all of your lives being pranksters, but now you want your parents to suddenly start treating you seriously. And induct you into an organization for fighting the worst Dark Lord of all time. Tell me, what important things have you done outside of Quidditch and pranks? Harry asked. He paused and waited for several moments, but the twins did not answer. That's what I thought. I'll be honest when I say that Sirius hasn't told me anything important about the Order. Now if you'll excuse me, some of us have bigger stuff to worry about than what the next prank will be. Harry said before he turned around and went back into his room before closing the door. Harry sighed before he walked back in and sat on his bed. You okay? Harry asked Selena, who had changed out of her tattoo form. I am fine, are you okay, Daddy? Yeah, I am fine. Harry said in a soft voice. Part of him thought he was overreacting and suggested that he forgive the twin, but Harry chose to ignore that part. He had too many important things to do. He couldn't have the twins bother him or waste time on two as immature as them. Plus Harry was not lying when he said they were acting like bullies. He had thought it several times in the past but had chosen not to say anything, partly because he feared them turning on him but also out of a sense of feeling like he owed them for bringing him to the burrow, plus the fact that the twins hadn't really hurt anyone too much. Harry had had worse at the Dursleys. Old Harry was willing to pretend it was okay, new Harry was not. Harry knew bullies, plus as far as Harry was concerned any debts he owed the Weasleys were gone when he saved Ginny in the chamber. Harry had just finished practicing a spell when he was interrupted. Harry, a soft voice said, followed by some light knocking. Harry grinned before he went to the door and opened it to reveal a nervous Ginny Weasley. Hi Ginny. Harry grinned before he pulled her in and closed the door. Nobody saw you, right? I don't think so. Ginny said just as Harry closed the door. Good. Harry said as he placed her body between his own and the door. He leaned down to kiss her. Wait, Ginny said, causing Harry to stop. What's wrong, Ginny? Harry asked. It's just that whenever we snogged before it was never in a bedroom. Ginny explained. Oh, Harry said, realizing what she meant. It's all right, Ginny, I am not going to pressure you to sleep with me or anything. Like I said, this is just two friends having fun. Oh, okay, thanks Harry. She said with a relived smile. I know that we're snogging and all, but I was kind of hoping to save, you know, for someone special. All right, first of all I am special, Harry grinned, but I get it. So, snogging. Ginny grinned and they got to work. Morning, Daddy. Selena hissed in greeting once Harry had woken up. Hi Princess, Harry yawned. How are you doing? He asked as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. I am fine, Selena answered. The house elves found me some spiders to eat. I am much bigger now. She added proudly. Yes, Harry agreed as he looked at Selena, who was indeed a few inches longer. Not a drastic difference from before, but it was definitely a noticeable one. Yes, you are princess, you're the prettiest snake around and soon you will be the biggest as well. Daddy, she exclaimed. If Harry did not know better then he would think she was blushing. What? Harry asked innocently as he petted her. You are Daddy's favorite and prettiest girl. Harry cooed. Thank you, Daddy, Selena said as she pressed her head against his hand. You are welcome, sweetie, Harry commented as he began thinking on his situation. He could admit to himself that he found the fact that he was cuddling and hanging out with one of the most dangerous beasts in the wizarding world funny. But quite frankly he didn't really care. If he was not worried about her life then he would let Selena come out and hang out with him everywhere. Unfortunately, if he let it be known that she existed then she would more than likely be killed. Harry knew he was not like Hagrid. Hagrid could see a dangerous creature and think it was misunderstood or not as dangerous as others made it out to be. Harry on the other hand knew exactly how dangerous Selena was. Harry had fought an adult basilisk after all. Even now she was more than easily capable of killing him. Yet Harry also knew that Selena would not harm him. He had read how they were very attached to their family members and they were family as far as Harry and Selena were concerned. Harry knew she was dangerous but he did not care. All that mattered to him was that she was loyal to him and Harry could be loyal to her without fear of betrayal. Much like with Dobby and Kreacher, the two would obey him and follow all of his instructions including his order to keep his secrets. Harry had Dobby's undying loyalty and Kreacher, for now at least, would act the same. Plus Harry knew that the elf was old, so if he did become too much of a problem then it would be easy to fake a natural death. Of course Harry did not really want to do something like that but was willing to do so if necessary. Harry knew that the old elf was more loyal to the painting of Walburga Black than himself but knew that he could eventually wean him off of her and be more loyal to himself. It did not really matter now as he was in Walburga's good books, but it always helped to have more loyal people in your corner. Harry looked up when he heard some hooting. He saw Hedwig on her perch. Harry grinned as he stood up and walked to her. "Say hello to your Auntie Hedwig." Harry hissed to Selina. Selina hissed back before offering her head to Hedwig, who gently tapped her head with her own. "Good morning, Hedwig." Harry smiled as he stroked Hedwig. His relationship with his owl was far different from his one with Selina. Firstly, Hedwig was his first real friend after Hagrid, but for Harry the relationship just felt different. Selina was like a child for him, but Hedwig always felt like an equal or at times a sister. Harry did not know if other people felt the same way about their owls or if it was simply another thing that made Harry different from others, but he didn't really care. Hedwig and Selina were his family. Anyone who did not like that fact could piss off. "Hey Sirius, I am ready to go if you are," Harry said as he arrived in the kitchen. Harry was currently wearing black trainers, blue jeans, a gray shirt and a black jacket. As Harry looked around he saw that the Weasleys were all there, apart from Arthur who was at work, along with Sirius and Tonks. "Watch her, Harry, you're looking snazzy today," Tonks said. "You're one to talk, Tonks." Harry softly snorted as he looked at the Metamorphomagus. She wore black shoes and black trousers along with a white shirt and an open brown coat. She had small diamond earrings and her hair was its usual pink, except this time she made it shoulder length. "And Sirius, you look, well, regrettably you look like Sirius," Harry joked. "Ha ha." Sirius rolled his eyes as he gave a fake laugh. "Very funny, Potter, just remember I know where you sleep." "I will if you remember I know where you sleep," Harry responded. "I will if you remember that I used to be one of the best pranksters." "Scratch that, I am one of the best pranksters of all time." "I will remember that if you remember that that is only because I haven't taken up pranking and that I have 2 loyal house elves who can get dirty for me while you don't," Harry responded. "Damn," Sirius said softly before he shook his head. "Anyway, let's go." "I really think you should stay here," Mrs. Weasley said. "It is not safe." "Yeah, but Hogwarts is apparently safe, much like Privet Drive was apparently safe, and I have been attacked in both of those places." Harry shrugged before he walked out with Tonks and Sirius. "All right, Harry, where is this fur, was it?" Tonks asked as she and Harry entered the Leaky Cauldron while Sirius had gone off to attend a meeting at Gringotts. "Her name is Fleur," Harry corrected as he quickly scanned the crowd. It did not take him long to see who he was looking for, as nearly every male was either looking or constantly glancing in her direction. "There she is." Harry pointed to Fleur, was sat in a corner and reading a book while doing her best to ignore everyone else. Though was wearing blue high heels, a blue knee-length skirt, a white shirt and a blue blazer, her beautiful hair was done up in a bun. "Whoa!" Tonks exclaimed as she looked at Fleur. Thankfully she was not too loud due to the noise from the other customers. "That is not human. That is Say on legs. Do not discount those legs," Harry said in a voice reserved for sages and scholars before he shivered with pleasure. "Honestly, the things she can do with her legs." Harry let out a small whistle as he felt his mind bombard him with a lot of very nice memories. "That is more legs than human." "You slept with her?" Tonks asked, her voice filled with disbelief and awe. "She looks like Avila." "She is Avila, also owner of My Purity, unless blowjobs count." "What if they did?" Tonks asked as she digested the information that Harry gave her. "Then My Purity goes to a 30-something-year-old woman." Harry shrugged. "What?" Tonks boggled at his words. "How?" "That's a bit of a story," Harry said with a small smile. "Anyway, what about you?" "I didn't know you were interested in women." "I am not, or at least I was not until I walked in here," Tonks responded before she glanced at Fleur. "You really slept with her?" "Yep. You have my respect," Tonks said, raising her hand, which Harry gladly high-fived. "Come on then, try not to drool over her," Harry said as they both walked towards Fleur. "Hey Fleur," Harry called. "Ari." Fleur smiled as she looked up to see him. "I am glad to see you," she added as she got up and hugged him. "Oh, and who is this?" she asked once she let go and looked at Tonks. "Oh, this is Tonks," Harry said, introducing her. "She has no first name." "Yeah, I don't," Tonks nodded in agreement while giving Harry a small smile. She's the best orer of all time, best in the country, Harry added. Well, best in Europe. Harry cut Tonks off. Really? Fleur raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, Harry nodded quickly. That why she's here, protection detail. Really? Fleur asked again. Okay, the fact that she is related to my godfather may possibly have something to do with it. Harry admitted. Come on, let's get a room. Wow, mighty forward of you, E.H. Potter. Tonks joked. Already trying to get the two of us into a room. Don't give me hope, Harry said with a dramatic sigh. But seriously, let's get a room to talk in. Do you guys want food now or should we wait until we get home? Harry ached. I can wait, Fleur said as Tonks shrugged. Harry nodded before he walked off with the girls following him. Hey Tom, Harry said to Tom, the barkeeper and owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Ah, hello Mr. Potter. Tom smiled. Just call me Harry, Harry said. Do you by any chance have a private room available for us to talk in? Give us a sec, Tom said as he began looking through a book. Alright, how long will you be wanting it for? Not sure, about a couple of hours. Harry answered. Alright, follow me then. Tom said. He began walking with Harry. And the girls following him, they eventually stopped outside of a room. This one should be empty. Tom said. Oh thanks, and Tom, can you do us a favor? If Sirius Black arrived, then can you tell him to come up to this room? I can do that, Mr. Potter. Tom smiled before walking off. Harry and the girls walked into the room. So, Miss Delacour, Tonks said as they sat down. Please, call me Fleur. Fleur said. Okay, Fleur, Tonks amended. Did Harry really sleep with you or is he just chatting crap? Have you been telling people, Ari? Fleur said to Harry with an amused look. I bring it up whenever possible, it is my greatest achievement after all. Harry replied without hesitation. I am flattered, Fleur smiled before turning back to Tonks. Yes, me and Ari have spent a large part of last year together. Oh, is he any good? Tonks asked as she looked at Harry, expecting embarrassment but instead just got a smirk as Harry leaned back in his seat. Oh yes, Fleur nodded. At first he was not very experienced but he kept getting better, and I hope to make use of his Parseltown abilities again. Huh, was Tonks's eloquent reply. In response Harry stuck his tongue out and pointed to it. Oh, Tonks said as she realized what Fleur meant. Yeah, I guess I can see the appeal. Ari, you have gotten a tattoo? Fleur asked as she looked at his left hand. Tattoos. Tonks corrected. He has more than one. Tonks explained when Fleur looked at her. Fleur looked back at Harry who rolled his sleeve up to show the tattoo on his right arm as well. Why have you got tattoos? Fleur asked. Her voice was not one of judgment, merely one of curiosity. Well, this is a reminder of my parents, Harry said as he tapped the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It's a reminder that they died, it's a reminder that I did not ask for. Harry paused and pointed to the tattoo on his left hand. My mother was named Lily, hence the flower, and my father was an animagus that could turn into a stag. It's a reminder that I have chosen, it's my way of remembering them how I want to remember them. As for this one, Harry pointed to the Selena's tattoo form, it's a reminder for all I have suffered and the fact that I am stronger for it. It's hard to explain but they just felt right, you know. I don't, Fleur said honestly. But I am not really bothered by them if that is what you are worried about. Good, Harry smiled. Anyway, Sirius is at a meeting in Gringotts, so he'll be here in about an hour. I have a full day of nothing to do. Fleur shrugged. Ah hello, Sirius said later as he entered the room. Ah, you must be the lovely Miss Delacour. Sirius smiled at Fleur as she offered her hand. He took it and placed a gentle kiss on it. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, I assume that you are Harry's godfather. Fleur replied. Yes, I am Sirius Black, call me Sirius. Sirius said as they all sat down. I apologize for being late, but you all know what goblins are like. Fleur over here is working in Gringotts, Harry said as he gestured to Fleur. Oh really? Sirius asked. Yes, Fleur smiled. I had only gotten the job yesterday, shortly before I met Harry in Diagon Alley. Well, congratulations, Sirius said. We were just talking about Harry's fight with that. Tonks paused as she tried to remember the name. Apophis, Harry supplied. Apophis, Tonks said as if she had just remembered it. I had seen a memory of the fight. She added to the Fleur. So did I, it was really impressive. Sirius said. Stop it, you'll make me blush. Harry smiled slightly. Actually, speaking of memories, guess what I had found in the Black family vault, a pensive. Sirius said with a small grin. Oh great. Tonks smiled. We can use that to show everyone Harry's fight. Why? Harry asked. Well, for one, it would stop people from wanting to mess with you, Tonks said as she began counting the reason on her fingers. The second reason is because it will show people how good you are. The third reason would be it giving you the ability to see where you can improve. Fourth, you might have missed something the first time, and number 5 is because I want to see it again. It was awesome. I would like to see it. Fleur added. Great, I had called Dobby and he took the pensive back home. Sirius said, speaking of which, Harry, how much to swap Dobby for Creature? Sirius asked in a hopeful voice. Not for sale, Harry said. Get your own Dobby. Welcome to the Black family home, Sirius said when he arrived back with Tonks, Harry and Fleur. It's not much at the moment because it's still being cleaned and all. You live here? Fleur asked. I lived here when I was younger, at least until I was 16, at that point I had left and was staying with Harry's dad. Sirius said, smiling at his memories. I've only moved back in here recently, thanks to Harry we have 2 house elves cleaning the place up. It has potential. Fleur said as she looked around before following the rest into the kitchen. Dobby, Creature. Harry called and the elves popped in. Some food please for me, Tonks, Sirius and our lovely guest. Harry said. The elves nodded before popping away. Am I lovely too? Tonks asked, making a show of fluttering her eyebrows at Harry. Of course, Harry said, playing along. Beyond lovely my dear, I still don't quite understand what a girl like you is doing in a place like this. Free food, Tonks answered immediately in a serious voice. Ah. Harry nodded in understanding as they sat down. Is there anyone else here? Fleur asked. Yeah, you remember Granger and Weasley? Harry asked, the red-haired boy and bushy-haired girl that I don't like. Harry added when Fleur looked confused. Realization hit her face, so Harry continued. Yeah, them and Weasley's family. Though I am getting very tempted to kick a few of them out. Sirius admitted. I let them in my house so they would be safe, and all Hermione and Mrs. Weasley do is criticize me and try and order me around. I know, Tonks said. They are. The group would not learn what they were as Tonks was cut off by the sound of screaming. God damn it. Harry sighed before they all got up and rushed upstairs to where the screaming had come from. They came across the twins and Ginny standing outside a door. That's my room, Harry said as they rushed past the Weasleys and into his room. Once they entered the room they saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley along with Ron kneeling around Hermione, whose body was shaking uncontrollably. What the hell happened? Sirius demanded as he, Harry, Tonks and Fleur entered. We were minding our business when we heard Hermione scream, Arthur answered. We come in and see her fall down and drop a book. It wouldn't happen to be that book, would it? Harry asked as he pointed to his Potter family grimoire. Yes, I think so, Arthur replied. Harry stood perfectly still for several seconds before he rose his right hand up and face-palmed hard. Damn, I missed this. Harry smiled as he lay in bed with Fleur's head on his, both of them completely without clothes and covered by nothing but the bed covers. The two were sweaty with smiles on their faces. I would be offended if you did not. Fleur replied with an amused smile. I have to admit that I have also missed this. You know, I still find it hard to believe that this is happening. Harry said as he absently rubbed circles on her back. What do you mean? She asked, enjoying the circles he was making. Having a girl in my bed, never mind an extremely beautiful one like you. Why does that feel so hard to believe? She asked. When I was younger my uncle pretty much beat into me how unwanted I am and how I would never be loved or even liked by anyone. Harry admitted. Do you know how at a certain age most boys would get a talk from their guardians or parents where they would explain the whole boys-girls thing? Yes, why? My uncle's idea of the talk was saying to me, listen up freak, if you ever dare to touch a girl or get one pregnant then I will smash your skull in and rip your cock off. That's horrible. Fleur gasped, struggling with what she had just heard. He was actually pretty calm that day, or at least calmer than usual, Harry responded. Funnily enough when they died everyone expected me to be sad and teary about it. Were you? Even a little? Fleur asked. No, the tamest emotion I ever felt for them was dislike. If I was not cleaning, cooking or suffering in some manner or form, then they were not happy. Harry replied. I am sorry that you had to go through that, she said in a soft voice. It's fine, Harry said, waving her off. I am just glad that they can't do anything to me anymore and that I don't have to deal with them. Now it is just me and Sirius here. That is good, I am glad for you. Fleur smiled before she shifted so she was now straddling him. Now, perhaps we could go for an encore. Perhaps we could. Harry grinned. The next day Harry was up in his room, peacefully enjoying himself as he read the Potter family grimoire. He was currently reading a part that was written by his grandfather and talked about his father and how his father acted as a child before Hogwarts. Harry, Sirius's voice called. Can you come down here please? We have a guest. Harry sighed and walked downstairs. Judging by the way Sirius said guest, Harry was quickly able to guess who he was talking about and decided to just hurry up and get it over with. He walked downstairs and into the drawing room where he saw Sirius sitting opposite none other than Albus Bloody Dumbledore. Hey Sirius, you yelled. Harry asked as he sat down on the armrest of the chair that Sirius was sitting in. Yes, apparently the headmaster wants to talk to us both. Sirius replied. Let me take a guess, Harry said as he looked at Dumbledore. Is this about Granger? Indeed it is Harry, Dumbledore nodded. He was tempted to mention Harry's use of Miss Granger's last name but decided not to. I had visited St. Mungo's Hospital yesterday and talked with Miss Granger and the rest of the Weasleys. There was a bit of a divide between them. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Well, Mr. Weasley, young Ginevra and the twins were saying that the blame for what happened rested on Miss Granger's shoulders. Ronald, Mrs. Weasley and Miss Granger were saying the opposite. All I know for sure is that Miss Granger is no longer able to use her right arm and has been kicked out of number 12 Grimmauld Place, so I was hoping that perhaps one of you could explain what has happened. Well, there is a bit of a story behind that, but long story short it was Granger's fault. Harry responded. Perhaps you could make the story slightly longer, Harry. Dumbledore suggested in a dry tone. If I must, Harry shrugged. I have in my hand the Potter family grimoire, Harry said as he held up the Potter family grimoire so Dumbledore could see it. A couple of days ago Granger saw me reading it and asked me about it. I told her that it was the Potter family grimoire. I figured she might have knew what that meant but apparently she did not know. She asked if she could read it. I refused of course and she went into a bloody loud rant when Ginny and I explained that nobody other than members of the Potter family could read it. Then I went out to Diagon Alley. You should have stayed here, Harry. Dumbledore frowned. It is safer for you here. Yes, but you also thought that the safest place for me was at the Dursleys. That ended with me putting with years of abuse only to be attacked by a dark and very dangerous wizard in broad daylight. Harry replied. Dumbledore made a face at the reminder. He had not yet told Harry why this Apophis was able to attack him. If Apophis was truly a creation of Harry's blood along with Voldemort who also had Harry's blood in him, then it made sense for the Blood Wards to not hold him back. Dumbledore was tempted to tell Harry now but decided to hold off until he could have time to properly weigh up the pros and cons of telling him. Anyway, like I was saying, I was out in Diagon Alley when I ran into Fleur. You mean Miss Delacour, the Buex-Baton Triwizard champion? Dumbledore asked. Yes, the very same. Harry nodded. Anyway, she asked if she could visit. I told her I would ask Sirius. I came back and asked Sirius if she could come. Sirius agreed. Sirius, Dumbledore said. Do you not think you should talk with me before allowing someone else access to the house? Oh, I did not know that I needed your permission to invite someone into my own house. Sirius said, narrowing his eyes at Dumbledore. I apologize, Sirius, that is not what I meant, Dumbledore said, backpedaling before Sirius could get more angry. I am merely saying that this building, while your house, is also the headquarters for the Order. As leader of the Order I should at least be made aware if there is someone else who can access the building. What if you had told someone the secret without letting me know and they kidnapped you and tortured the location out of you? All I ask is to be informed if somebody is aware of this location. I understand that, Dumbledore, but first of all I never intended to keep it from you as I am well aware that Mrs. Weasley would have told you anyway, Sirius said. He was a little surprised that the woman had not already told Dumbledore but thought that it was likely because she was probably still fussing over Granger. Besides, she was trusted by Harry and therefore she is trusted by me. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, knowing it was better to not argue. Perhaps you could continue with your story, Harry. Fine, Harry replied. I go out with Sirius the next day. Tonks came with us as well. We meet Fleur and all four of us spent some time together before we came home. When we came back, we heard a scream and go upstairs to my room where we find Hermione on the floor. Mr. Weasley said he saw her fall and drop a book, this very specific book, Harry said as he tapped the Potter family grimoire, a book that she was told not to read. Perhaps Miss Granger had simply picked it up and… Nope, Harry cut Dumbledore off, simply touching or picking the book up does not activate its defenses. Watch this, Harry said as he placed the book in Sirius's hands carefully, making sure to not accidentally open it. Harry let go and Sirius sat still for several seconds straight without moving a single muscle. See, Harry said as he took the book back, you have to open it. Dumbledore hummed while stroking his beard. Maybe Miss Granger did not realize that it was. Sorry to interrupt, but yes she did, Harry cut Dumbledore off. Granger always reads the titles of books before she opens them. She knew what she was reading and she knew that she was not supposed to read it. The grimoire defenses activated and she ended up in hospital. Dumbledore stroked his beard once more with a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps I could examine the book and… No, Harry said immediately, stopping Dumbledore from finishing his sentence. Harry my boy, I will not open it, I will simply just… No, you cannot examine my family grimoire. Harry interrupted as he protectively held the book. Sirius is my godfather and I did not like even letting him touch it. I understand the connection and importance a grimoire has to a family, Dumbledore responded, but perhaps with just a few simple spells I will be able to come up with a way to counter the damage done to Miss Granger's arm. You would not be able to even if I did let you take my grimoire, Harry replied. You are not touching it. Move on. If you insist, Dumbledore said, looking very disappointed in Harry. I understand that you kicked Miss Granger out of the house, Sirius. I have, Sirius nodded. What she did is a horrible crime that could very well lead to her being sent to Azkaban or to her death if people were to find out. I think kicking her out but still offering to pay for a place for her to stay is nicer than anything anyone else would do. Mrs. Weasley has expressed some concerns about allowing her children to return here, Dumbledore said in a soft voice. Miss Granger was not only harmed but harmed and then kicked out. Because she could not obey the simple law of no touch. Harry responded. Sirius and I are not in the wrong here and we will not act or pretend that we were. Granger got off lucky and she knows it. Is there nothing I can do that will convince you to change your mind about letting Miss Granger return? Dumbledore asked. Nothing we can think of. Sirius replied. My decision is final, Dumbledore. If you are sure, Dumbledore said as he stood up. You remember that there will be an order meeting tonight? Dumbledore asked Sirius. Yes, I do. Sirius nodded. I will see you there. Goodbye Sirius, goodbye Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said before he walked off. Tonks was grinning at the latest order of the Phoenix meeting. Sirius and Dumbledore had left the room. Tonks believed it was so they could have an argument over Sirius letting Snape into the house. Personally, Tonks hoped that Sirius would win. She had never liked Snape. The smarmy git was an asshole who shouldn't be allowed near people as far as she was concerned. But the interesting part was the fact that Sirius had invited Harry downstairs to show everyone the memory of his fight with Apophis. Sirius had set the pensive down on the table and left with Dumbledore while Harry put the memory in. Tonks and Harry sat down next to each other while the memory played. Tonks, who had already seen the memory, only put part of her attention on watching the memory and part on watching the rather hilarious reactions from the others. The Weasley kids were allowed to come and watch as well, seeing as the meeting had not officially started yet. Well, not much allowed as they had refused to leave without seeing the memory, plus the memory started playing before Mrs. Weasley could kick them out. Hey, Harry whispered in her ear and tapped her hand to get her attention. She looked at him and saw him gesture in the direction of the Weasleys. Tonks looked to where he was gesturing and saw all of the Weasleys open-jawed in shock and disbelief, including Molly Weasley. Tonks thought that was especially funny, seeing as Mrs. Weasley was of the opinion that Harry should be treated like an innocent baby. Tonks could imagine the shock going through the woman's body as she watched him go spell for spell with such a strong and dangerous dark wizard. The youngest male Weasley was not looking much better. The other members were all in shock and awe as they watched Harry fight. When the memory was finished, everyone turned to look at Harry, who simply smiled and waved at them. "You sure you don't want to become an Auror?" Kingsley asked Harry. "Still no, I am afraid," Harry responded before he grinned. "Why?" "Hoping I would do your job for you." "You can do my job for me if you want," Tonks responded. "Half of the bloody stuff is paperwork." You poor soul," Harry said as he patted her on the shoulder. "See," Tonks said to Shacklebolt, "he gets it," she added as she gestured to Harry. Shacklebolt did not verbally respond but did roll his eyes, all too familiar with the young Auror's love of complaining about paperwork. "Where did you learn all that?" one member of the Order asked Harry. "Hogwarts." Harry shrugged. "The restricted section in the library, some from books in my vault. A lot of practice as well. You could probably join the dueling circuit if you want," Tonks said. "Maybe," Harry said with a thoughtful look. "Still, I have got plenty of years left before I have to decide what I am going to do after school." "It is never too early to start thinking about it though," Remus replied, "although I do agree that you will be fine waiting a few years before making any final decisions," Remus said right before Sirius and Dumbledore walked in. Judging by the look on Dumbledore's face and the look on Sirius's face, many had realized that Sirius had won the argument. "The meeting is about to start," Dumbledore said, which spurred Molly Weasley into parent mode. "Kids, out now," she said as she began herding her children out. "Have fun," Harry whispered to Tonks and patted her knee before he stood up and left the room. Sirius looked at him and Harry gave him a small nod to let him know that he was glad that the man had refused to let Snape in. Sirius showed no reaction beyond a small smile and nod, but internally he was jumping with joy as he was not only able to make things difficult for Snivellus but also make his godson happy at the same time. That evening Harry was just about to go to bed when he heard a knock on the door. "Harry," a voice whispered, "it's me, Ginny. Can you open the door please?" her voice asked. Harry walked forwards and opened the door, allowing her to enter. "What's up, Gin?" Harry asked as he closed the door. "Are we?" Harry was interrupted by Ginny pulling him into a passionate kiss and pushing him against his door. Harry absently performed some locking and privacy charms on the door before he placed his focus solely on the redhead. "Whoa, what was that for?" Harry asked once she broke off. "That fight was just, I mean I am glad you were okay, but that was hot," she said before kissing him again. Harry was tempted to ask her about how the fight was hot, but decided he didn't really care. "I still cannot believe this." Sirius grinned happily as he and Harry were downstairs while the Weasleys were upstairs sleeping. "My godson, my proud little boy who lived, is going to learn to be an animagus and I am going to teach him how," Sirius said with joy. If it was not for the charms that they had placed around the room, then Harry would have been worried about the Weasleys overhearing. I mean I have already done part of it, I just need your help with the rest." "What do you think I will be?" Harry asked. He had decided that being an animagus would be a huge advantage for him. He could have something useful for stealth like Rita's form, or he could end up getting something useful in combat like Sirius's dog form. Harry was tempted to just go on this alone, but he figured that it would be better to have at least one person in the know if he was going to be attempting the animagus transformation. If it went wrong, then it would be helpful to have a knowledgeable person to help him. "Well, you would probably know the answer to that better than me, but either way it is hard to guess. I mean, when your dad started learning how to do the transformation, he thought that he would probably be a lion, because Gryffindor." "Really? That was hard to work out," Harry said in a dry tone. "Pettigrew," Sirius spat the name out like he had just tasted something foul. "He thought that he would get a dog or something. We should have known that he was wrong ever since he turned into a rat. Anyway, as for me, I expected to have a cheetah or a tiger or something like that. But if we are being honest, then I am very happy with my current form." "What decided what form you get?" Harry asked while also wondering what form he would take. "There are different factors," Sirius said. The way he looked reminded Harry of Remus in Harry's third year when the man used to be called Professor Lupin. "Some people have theorized that it is based off personality, others say that it is due to physical attributes or even your magic, while some have guessed that it is based off your preferences. As for me, well, personally I am under the opinion that it is based off a combination of many factors. For example, look at me, I am fiercely loyal to James. Like a dog, I liked dogs. At the time I was decently strong and pretty fast in terms of physical strength, I also loved the idea of being free. Your dad was physically the strongest, seeing as we do know Count Remus due to his added strength from being a werewolf. He also loved prancing, believe it or not, he was also a protector. He cared and looked after us, just like how he cared and looked after you and your mother. Sirius smiled for a moment before he continued talking. As for you, I am not really sure. My initial guess would be probably some sort of bird based off of how much you love to fly. I mean, youngest seeker in a century, and also maybe that would make sense. But on the other hand, you have been in pretty dangerous situations, so maybe you would end up with something a bit more offensive like a predator. Oh, maybe you can join me in the canine family. We will see, I guess. Harry shrugged as he thought about it. Personally, he would be fine with something offensive like a big cat or a dog, but then again he would also like to fly. As long as his animal fur had some use, then he would probably be fine with it even if it wasn't something he expected. Alright, let's hurry this up please, Fleur is waiting for me upstairs. Harry said. He knew Sirius was not an idiot and would probably work out that he and Fleur were sleeping together. He figured it would be better to get the conversation out of the way now. I feel like I should ask about that actually. I don't know how comfortable I am with letting a girl stay over the night so she can, I was guessing until you confirmed it, sneak into your room at night. Ask no questions and I will tell no lies, Harry replied. Besides, if I am not going to do it here, then I will just do it in her house. Fair enough, I know I can't really stop you, but for my sakes at least please be safe. There should not be any little Potters running around for a good few years at least. Got it. Harry smiled. He was not really experienced with what most adults would be like with finding out that their godson was having say **** with someone, so he could not really say if this was a normal reaction or if it was just Sirius being understanding and doing his best to keep him happy. Either way, he appreciated it. The next day Fleur had left pretty early, so after a morning round and a goodbye, Harry had gone down to the kitchen where he sat and enjoyed a lovely meal from Dobby and Creature while the Weasleys, apart from Arthur who was at work, ate from Mrs. Weasley's food. Apparently Mrs. Weasley had decided not to make him food, which was no doubt her way of expressing how she did not agree with what had happened to Hermione, but it did not really bother Harry as he had 2 loyal house elves to cook for him in half the time. Hi Harry. Sirius yawned as he arrived in the kitchen. Good morning Sirius, you sleep okay? You were up later than usual. Harry replied. I couldn't sleep, Sirius admitted as he sat at the table. A plate of food appeared in front of him via the miracle that was Dobby. I was so excited about today. Me too. Harry grinned. Excited about what? Ginny asked, voicing the question on the minds of each and every Weasley in the room. Sirius is going to teach me how to be an animagus. Harry grinned. You cannot teach him that. Mrs. Weasley objected immediately. That is advanced magic, there is no way he can learn that. Why not? I learned it when I was 15 and that was without any adult assistance, so did Pettigrew and he was an idiot, Sirius replied. Besides, Harry is a lot stronger and better at magic than I was at his age. He learned the Patronus charm at 13. I have every faith that he will be able to do it, and I will be around to keep him safe and stop anything from going wrong. Becoming an animagus is dangerous and nothing that I can't handle, Harry cut her off. I mean, I am not like Granger, I know how to listen to instructions. Don't you talk about Hermione. Ron snapped, glaring at him. Fine, fine, I will keep your girlfriend's name out of my mouth. Harry said, rolling his eyes. She is not my girlfriend. Ron mumbled. I am still not happy with what had happened to Hermione, Mrs. Weasley said to Harry. That book of yours should. Oh please, Harry cut her off as he stood up. If she drowned herself because she didn't listen to a lifeguard who said stay out of the pool and jumped in it the second he was unable to stop her, then it would not be the lifeguard's fault. I told her not to touch my book, as I am sure Mr. Weasley told you. She committed a crime that I could have her killed for. I think I am being rather generous. Matter of fact, if I did not reduce the damage myself, then it could have been a lot worse. Harry replied. Yes, but Mrs. Weasley, could we perhaps have at least one breakfast without some form of drama? Harry asked, rolling his eyes. Mrs. Weasley huffed but stayed quiet. Tonks grinned as she walked down the hallway. She had just played a rather hilarious prank along with Ginny where she disguised herself as the girl and the two scared Ron Weasley by the real Ginny distracting him so that Tonks, disguised as Ginny, would sneak up behind him and scare the crap out of him. Okay, Admittedly, the joke itself was not really funny, but Ron's reaction was. Tonks still laughed at how he had nearly wet himself. Tonks was suddenly brought out of her thoughts when she felt herself get dragged into a room. She only just heard the door shut behind her when she looked up to see Harry staring at her. "Hey Jin," Harry grinned. Tonks was a bit confused about why he was calling her Ginny when she suddenly realized that she was still dressed and disguised like Ginny. She was about to correct Harry when he pulled her close and leaned down before planting a kiss on her lips. "Sorry about this," Harry said as he pulled away. Tonks felt a bit too stunned and surprised to reply. "But Sirius says that tomorrow he is going to stick a mandrake leaf in my mouth, part of the animagus transformation, and I have to keep it in my mouth for a good amount of time. So I figured that we will probably not be snogging for a while, might as well have some fun now before that happens." Tonks found it hard to understand what she had just heard. Was Harry and Ginny snogging every day? Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? Was Harry unintentionally cheating on Ginny with her? Tonks was about to say something and change back into her original form when Harry pushed her against the door and pulled her into a hot kiss. It took about 5 seconds before Tonks' brain rebooted and she pushed him off. "What? Are you alright, Ginny?" Harry asked. "I am not Ginny," Tonks said before she pulled out her wand. She waved it around her clothes and her clothes went from Ginny clothes to Tonks clothes just as she shifted back into her Tonks face with pink hair. "I was disguised as Ginny to prank Ron and I forgot to change back." "Oh," Harry said as his eyes lighted up with understanding. "Yeah, I am sorry, I didn't mean to make you cheat on your girlfriend or." Tonks once again found her cut off by Harry kissing her on the lips. "Ginny is not my girlfriend, Tonks," Harry said. "We have a sort of friends with benefits thing going on." "What?" Tonks asked while also struggling to process the fact that Harry had just kissed her again. "Not my girlfriend," Harry repeated. "Ginny and I have not really done anything beyond snogging." "So, you and Ginny are not boyfriend and girlfriend?" Tonks asked, finally being able to catch up with what was going on. "Yes, don't tell her mum though, poor Ginny would likely go deaf from all the shouting that would happen if you did." "Oh, okay, I won't," Tonks said, thinking that that was more of an understatement than anything. Mrs. Weasley could shout with the best of them. "Good," Harry said before he kissed her again. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Tonks blurted out as she pushed him away. "Oh, I am sorry, do you not like it?" "That's not the point," Tonks said, effectively not answering the question. "It's just, you can't just kiss me like that." "How would you like me to kiss you then?" Harry asked. "What?" Tonks blinked, wondering if she had heard him right. "How would you like me to kiss you?" Harry whispered as he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her in close. "Slow, fast, lovingly, passionately. How would you like me to kiss you?" Harry asked as he leaned his head down and stopped just short of having his lips touch hers. He said, waiting for her to answer. He pretended not to notice her hair turning red. He briefly wondered if he had made her angry, but the expression on her face said otherwise. Harry, Tonks gulped slightly as she stared into his green emerald eyes. I don't. If you don't want me to kiss you right now, then just say so." Harry whispered. Harry, it's not that I don't like you but." "Fine," Harry interrupted. "I won't kiss you, actually." Harry planted a small kiss on her lips before he pulled back. "Just one to remember." He grinned. "I hope that this doesn't make things awkward for us. I would like to at least stay friends." "Fine, we can stay friends," Tonks said as she gave him a small smile as her hair changed back to pink. "You can take your hands off my hips now," she added. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even notice," Harry said in an innocent voice as he slowly removed his hands. Sure you didn't," Tonks snorted with disbelief as she rolled her eyes. "By the way, you have any idea what you think I will be once I transform?" "I don't know, a hamster," Tonks said suddenly. "A hamster?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "You would be so cute." Tonks grinned. Yeah, very funny," Harry said as he rolled his eyes. "All right, come on," Harry said as he pulled her out of his room and walked out as well. "I am going to go see Ginny for a quick snog. Sure you don't want to snog?" "I'm sure." Harry. "Shame. See ya tomorrow, Tonks." Harry smiled at her before walking away. "See ya, Harry," Tonks called as she watched him go. She stood still for several seconds but ended up jumping when she felt something on her lips, but quickly calmed down when she realized it was just her hand. I am not late, am I? Tonks said as she hurried into number 12 Grimald Place. Nope, Sirius said as he closed the door. Harry is still perfectly human, he insisted on waiting for you before he started. Brill. Tonks grinned before she followed Sirius inside. Today was the day that Harry would finally show everyone his animagus form. Soon the two reached the room where Harry was going to transform. Hey Tonks. Harry smiled as she entered. Glad to see you, he said as he walked over and gave her a quick hug. I am glad you could make it. Me too. Tonks smiled. The closeness briefly reminded Tonks of the last time that Harry kissed her, but she quickly pushed it aside. So who is here? She asked as she looked around. Well, there are the twins, and Ginny. Harry gestured to a corner where the trio were talking with Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Those two are here as well, apparently Dumbledore sent them to observe seeing as he couldn't be here today. I don't know why he thinks it's necessary for him to. Sirius started. I know. Harry cut Sirius off in a way that told Tonks that this was not the first time the two talked about this. Mr. Weasley is at work, Mrs. Weasley is here. Harry gestured to Mrs. Weasley, who had walked over to her children and began talking to them, though it looked more like she was telling them off for something. I think she wants to be here to say, I told you so, in case anything goes wrong. Harry whispered to Tonks, who snorted in amusement. Ari. A voice said. Tonks watched as Fleur Delacour walked over and stopped right alongside Harry. Tonks, you remember Fleur? Harry said. Yep, nice to see you again. Tonks said, shaking Fleur's hand. I must say the same, I am sorry, but your name is Zonks, right? Fleur asked. Tonks for a moment wanted to take offense but saw that it was a genuine question if the tone of voice and look on Fleur's face was any indicator. Tonks also remembered that it was a while since they had last seen each other anyway. Tonks actually. Tonks corrected. Ah, I do apologize. Fleur said in a sincere voice. I am not really good with names. She still calls Harry, Ari. Sirius commented to Tonks. I know perfectly well how to say his name, I just like saying, Ari, better. Fleur sniffed with a light shrug of her shoulders. All right, well, everyone is here, so we might as well get started. Harry said. Wait, isn't Ron going to be here? Tonks asked as she looked around but could not see the red-headed boy. No, for a few different reasons. Harry replied before he began listing down those very reasons. Number 1 is the fact that he is still upset about what happened to Hermione and doesn't want to spend any time with me. Number 2 because I don't like him and I don't want to spend time with him. Number 3 because his reaction to Fleur is beyond ridiculous. And very annoying, Fleur added. Indeed, Harry nodded. Also because he has a case of foot in mouth, and I do not want him to piss me off after I transform. Alright guys, Harry is about to transform. Sirius announced to the room. Harry walked into the center and lightly jumped up and down for a couple of seconds before he shook his head and shoulders. Go on, Harry, Sirius said encouragingly. Come on, Harry. Tonks cheered, clapping for him, which had the effect of causing most of the room to start clapping for him. Harry blushed slightly in embarrassment before he shook his head once more and began transforming. Everyone watched as Harry's back widened. He let out a small gasp as his teeth sharpened and he suddenly found himself with 4 long canines. His body started shifting as fur began growing on his skin. A few moments later Harry was gone as he was replaced by a very large and dangerous animal. Everyone took a step back and pulled their wands out just in case Harry's mind was more animal than human at this point. Harry shook his head slightly before he looked up and saw everyone looking at him. He barely managed to stop himself from roaring at them. Harry, are you all right? Sirius asked. Harry slowly nodded. That's good, it worked. Bloody hell, Harry. You look amazing, Tonks exclaimed. Yes, he does. Fleur agreed as her head nodded while her eyes were fixed on Harry. Take a look, Harry. Sirius grinned before he waved his wand and a mirror appeared in front of Harry. Harry looked at his form. While he knew what his form was, he was still impressed by how it looked. The mirror did not show him Harry Potter, 15-year-old boy who lived. No, it showed him Harry Potter, the bloody white tiger. Harry, as he stood on all fours, had his head at about the same height as Sirius's waist. His eyes were still his usual shade of emerald green, but now they belonged to a white tiger. Did he mention that he was a white tiger? White fur with black stripes all over his body, massive paws with extremely sharp teeth. Whoa, Ginny and the twins whispered. That is indeed impressive. Kingsley commented. Mad-Eye Moody nodded in agreement as both of his eyes locked onto Harry. Just keep him away from me, I am missing enough limbs. Don't worry Mad-Eye, Sirius grinned as he got rid of the mirror, you will be fine. Snape on the other hand. Sirius trailed off. Oi Harry, can you roar for us? Tonks asked. Come on, give us a roar. Harry huffed before he took in a deep breath, a few seconds later a devastating and loud roar. Damn Harry. Fred commented after Harry had stopped roaring. You trying to deafen us? George asked as he rubbed his ears. Ari, may I? Fleur asked as she held up a hand. Harry gave a small chuffing noise that Fleur took to mean that she did indeed have permission. She slowly reached out and placed her hand on his head. She began slowly stroking and petting him. That feels nice. Fleur smiled as she scratched him behind the ear. Harry leaned into her touch. Before anything else could happen, the door to the room opened and Ronald Weasley burst in. What the hell was that noise? Ron paused when he saw Harry's tiger form. His eyes widened in fear. Harry growled before letting out a threatening roar. Ron jumped in fear before he turned and ran as fast he could. Mrs. Weasley chased after him while the others in the room laughed and chuckled. You look so awesome, Tonks said in an odd voice as she reached forward and began stroking Harry. Oh, I wish I could keep you, Tonks said right before Harry shifted back into his human form. Keep me huh? Harry grinned, panting slightly as he was not yet used to the transformation. Is that an offer? Harry asked. You wish Potter. Are you going to register? Yeah, but I am not going to risk Azkaban for it. Harry replied. I can help you get it done discreetly. Kingsley offered. Harry nodded. I'd rather not have the whole country going on about how the boy who lived has done something interesting again, so what do you guys think about my animagus form? Harry asked the room. Nice and powerful animal, decent size. Moody commented. Loud. The twins both said at the same time. Definitely would not want to be chased when you are like that. Ginny commented. I am just glad you have complete control over yourself, Sirius replied, and you are still growing so. I think your tiger form is only going to get bigger. You make a very handsome animal. Fleur smiled. Can I ride you? Tonks blurted out. Sure, Harry replied immediately. Can we go upstairs to my room first because I don't want to take my clothes off in front of everyone. No, not like that. Tonks' hair and face turned red as she realized just what she had said. I mean, can I ride you when you are a tiger? Sure, you want to practice when I am a human first. Tonks did eventually get to ride on Harry, though she did refuse Harry's repeated offer of doing it in his human form. The rest of Harry's summer passed by relatively quickly. Harry had spent at least 10 minutes each day as a tiger to help get used to his form. He also noticed that Tonks and Fleur both came around more than before. Harry in his tiger form would usually end up with his head on one of their laps as they stroked him, or they would cuddle with him. Harry, who loved the attention as a human and enjoyed the physical touching as a tiger, had no objections. Harry had also played with Sirius in their animagus forms, though Harry had to show a certain level of restraint seeing as he was much bigger and more dangerous. Ron also seemed to be taking extra care to avoid Harry ever since he realized that Harry could turn into a tiger. Eventually it was time to return to Hogwarts. For Harry this was an odd experience. In the past he would have enjoyed heading to Hogwarts as that would have been better than the Dursleys. But now he was someone who would have preferred to stay home, to stay with Sirius and the others. Fleur had also given Harry a rather long and enjoyable goodbye at the end of the summer. Harry knew he would probably need to make a decision about if he was going to get with her or not, but managed to convince her to give him one more school year before he decided. Right now Harry found himself on platform 9 3/4 with Sirius. It was a new experience having Sirius drop Harry off, but he was glad for it. Of course they didn't get much time to say goodbye as the bloody Weasleys had to make them late, again. All right Harry, Sirius said as Mrs. Weasley began saying goodbye to her own kids. I have to admit that I am rather sad to see you go. Same Sirius, Harry admitted. This has been the best summer of my life. You know, as long as you don't count the whole Apophis attack and court shit, I am just glad I got to spend time with you. Same here pup, Sirius said as he pulled Harry into a hug. Not really, not a pup now, am I? Harry chuckled as he hugged Sirius back. I don't care if you are a tiger or a fish, you will always be my pup. Sirius said just before they let go, I suppose I can call you Cub, if you prefer. Nah, Harry smiled. Pup is fine," Harry said, earning a wide smile from Sirius, though it dimmed slightly when a noise signaled that the train was nearly ready to leave. "You take care, Harry, you have the mirror?" Sirius asked, referring to the two-way mirror that Sirius had gave Harry so the two could talk with each other. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "I will miss you, Sirius." "Same here, Pup, but you can call me every day, I will have my mirror with me all the time." "All right, it's time to go," Sirius said as he ruffled Harry's hair. "Have fun, Harry." "Thanks, try not to get in trouble without me." Harry smirked. "Get lost." Sirius laughed as he gave Harry a playful shove. "Bye, Sirius," Harry said as he got onto the train. He gave Sirius one last wave before the train began moving off. Once the platform was no longer in sight, Harry turned to see the Weasleys standing there as they had also waved goodbye to their guardian. "We're going to go and find Lee," the twins said before they walked off. "I'm going to go and find Hermione," Ron said to Ginny before giving Harry a small glare right as he left. "So Ginny, you want to find a compartment with me?" Harry asked. "Sorry, Harry," Ginny said apologetically. "I was going to go and sit with my fourth-year friends." "It's fine," Harry waved her off. "I will just find somewhere else to sit." Harry smiled suddenly. "Unless your friends are hot." "Oi," Ginny said as she punched him in the arm. "Hands off my friends, Potter." "Oh touchy," Harry grinned as he rubbed his arm. "Fine, fine," he added when Ginny glared at him. "I will not try and talk your female friends into an orgy." "You'd better not," Ginny said in a warning tone, even though her lips curved up slightly. "Do you have any friends in your year, Harry?" "Not anymore, why? You might want to try and get some, even if you don't trust them fully. It could be nice to have at least one person to hang out with," Ginny said before she walked off. Harry walked along the train, looking for an empty compartment as he thought on what Ginny had said. True, he didn't really feel like wasting his time with more people, but it could help to have a friend in his year. The problem was with who he would choose to be his friend. Most of the people in his year he either didn't trust, didn't like, or didn't know. He doubted that if he had a friend he would trust them 100%, but like Ginny said, it could be beneficial to at least have an ally. "I don't know what happened to Potter," Harry heard a voice say. He looked around and saw nobody in the hallway apart from him. "Me either," another voice replied. Harry quickly realized that it was coming from the compartment to his right. Harry quickly disillusioned himself and peeked through the window on the door to see two girls. One was a pretty-haired girl with blue eyes, the other was a pretty brunette with brown eyes. Harry recognized both of them. The blonde was Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis was the brunette. They were both Slytherins in his year. "I think it probably has to do with the tournament," Daphne Greengrass said as she talked to Tracy, both girls not knowing that Harry was outside. "What makes you think that?" Tracy asked. "Think about it this way. Before the tournament, Potter was a meek little boy with a scruffy look and slightly above average magic abilities," Daphne replied. "But after getting put in the tournament, the whole school turned on him." "For a second time," Tracy pointed out. "Yes," Daphne nodded. "If I had to guess, then I would say that Potter got sick of it. I think he was holding back. If the rumors are right, then Potter was able to perform a Patronus charm at 13. But now he has stopped holding back, he stopped playing the weakling. He had spent the whole of last year skipping classes. My theory is that he was learning whatever spells he wanted to learn." "How strong do you think he is?" Tracy asked. "I don't know, all I do know is that he was strong enough for Father to beat for a whole hour about Harry not being his own son." Harry stepped back and began thinking. He tried to remember if he had any encounters with Greengrass and Davis before and used his occlumency to help speed up the process. He was pretty sure that they hadn't really said more than 100 words to him in all of their time at Hogwarts. He did remember that they had worn the Potter Stinks badges, but he also knew how Slytherin worked. You either willingly wore those badges or you did so just to keep the others off of your back. Harry thought about it and decided that these two were great choices. They were purebloods from decently respected houses as far as Harry knew, so they could provide valuable help. He had never seen them hanging out with Malfoy and his gang before, but that didn't mean he knew for sure that they didn't support him. "Father said he wants me to try and ally myself with him," Daphne admitted to Tracy. "He also told me that he would gladly give his consent if I wanted to get in a relationship with Potter." "He what?" Tracy gasped just as Harry raised an eyebrow, even though nobody could see it. "I am not going to get in a relationship with Potter, but my father said he would approve if I did." He was at Potter's trial and he saw Potter fight. I wish we had a pensive so he could show me, but all I know for sure is that father was impressed. Personally, I think that we should ally ourselves with Potter now. What? Why on earth would we do that when we've basically been ignoring him for the last few years? How would we do that? I don't know, but Slytherins respect power and Potter has power. Everyone who had a family member at the trial will likely know about Potter's fight. If we had Potter, then Malfoy and his gang would back off. You think Malfoy would back off? Tracy looked at her like she was an idiot. Okay fine, not Malfoy, that boy is too stupid to understand the delicacies of Slytherin politics, but the older years would understand and explain it to the rest of the house. We can get my cousin to help out as well, that would get most of Slytherin off our back apart from Malfoy, which we can handle. We are much better at magic than he and his group are, plus us two with Potter would be able to counter anything that he can do. After all, he has been trying and failing to beat Potter for the last 4 years. Trass's face took on a thoughtful look. A silence filled the compartment for several moments before a knock was heard on the door. Tracy opened the door and nearly jumped in surprise when Harry was standing in front of them. Potter. Daphne contained her reaction to the raising of a single delicate eyebrow. Hi, is it all right if I sit in here? Harry asked. You want to sit with us? Tracy asked in a surprised voice. Is that a no? Harry asked, looking ready to leave. No, I mean yes, you can sit here. Daphne said, slightly quicker than she meant to. Thanks. Harry smiled before he entered the compartment and placed his trunk in the overhead compartment. So, Harry said as he sat down. Davis and Greengrass, right? Harry asked. Yes, glad you can remember our names, Potter. Daphne replied. Daphne found herself interrupted as the doors opened once more to reveal Malfoy along with Crabbe and Goyle standing behind him like always. Potter. Malfoy sneered. Hello Malfoy, have you done something with your hair? Harry asked in a conversational tone. Shut it, Potter. Malfoy said. He was still very disbelieving of the fact that Potter had apparently fought Apophis and lived. To Draco there was only one possible reason for it. Apophis had probably gone easy on Potter and Potter had simply lucked out until backup arrived. Draco had seen just how dangerous Apophis was. There was no way in hell that Potter could beat him. Of course Draco had not seen the memory of the fight, so he didn't know how powerful or skilled Harry really was. Greengrass, Davis, Malfoy said as he noticed the two girls. What are you doing in here with Potter? He demanded. He only just got in here. Tracy replied. Shut it, half-blood. Malfoy sneered at her before turning to Greengrass. Having two half-bloods in the compartment, you had better leave before they infect you. He said while Harry noted the fact that Tracy was apparently a half-blood in Slytherin. So Draco, Harry spoke before Daphne could reply. You find a boyfriend yet? What? Malfoy turned to him, looking somewhere between confused and angry. I asked if you found a boyfriend yet. Harry replied. I am not a girl, Potter. Doesn't mean you can't have a boyfriend, so have you found one yet, Malfoy? Shut it, Potter, I am not gay, that is disgusting. Are you sure you're not gay, Malfoy? Harry asked, looking very confused. I mean between always hanging out with bigger and stronger boys plus your stalking habits, I had always assumed you were gay. I am not gay and I do not stalk. Malfoy, you have been following me around for the last few years. The level of attention you show me is far beyond creepy. I feel like I should just say this now, I like girls, Malfoy. Harry said in an apologetic manner. I am sorry, Malfoy, but I am not interested in you, not even if you were a girl. I mean with all the time you spend on your hair and how bitchy you are, it just would not work, Malfoy. How dare you? Malfoy roared as he pulled his wand out. It's fine, Harry said in a soothing voice. We all handle rejection in different ways. One day, Malfoy, you will find someone who loves and cares for you. Unfortunately for you, I am not that person. Goodbye, Malfoy, good luck finding your soulmate. Curse you, Potter. Malfoy aimed his wand at Harry and was about to fire off a spell when Harry's flicked into his hand. Harry waved his wand and Malfoy flew back and into Crabbe and Goyle. The result was all three boys falling down on top of each other. The noise brought a few people out of their compartments to look at what was happening, only to see Malfoy on the floor with Crabbe and Goyle. You three can't have say **** there. Everyone heard Harry's say as he spoke in a much louder than necessary voice. Malfoy turned red as everyone looked at him and began whispering to each other. He got up and pointed his wand at Potter only for the head boy and head girl to arrive. "What is happening?" the head boy asked. "Malfoy barged into our compartment and insulted us before drawing his wand," Harry said quickly. "He's lying," Malfoy said before he pointed at his prefect badge. "I am a prefect, Potter, that will be 10 points from." "No," the head boy said. "No points will be taken, you two will stay apart for the train ride, then later on you will both argue your cases in front of your head of houses." "But, no," the head girl cut off Malfoy. "You and Potter's hatred for each other is well known throughout the school, so do forgive us if we can't trust the both of you to give us an honest version of what happened. You will leave Malfoy and wait until your head of house calls you to discuss the matter." Malfoy sneered at both of them and glared at Harry before he stormed off with Crabbe and Goyle following after him. The head boy and girl soon left as well. "Sorry about that," Harry said to Daphne and Tracy as he closed the door. The two girls remained silent for several moments before Daphne eventually spoke. "Potter." "Yes. How would you like to be friends?" Harry found that he rather enjoyed Daphne and Tracy's company. The two girls made for a far more entertaining train ride than Ron and Hermione ever did. The fact that they were better looking was absolutely not part of the reason why. Once the girls had gotten used to him, they began revealing more about their personalities. Both girls were witty and smart. Daphne was slightly more talkative than Tracy, who was a little shy but eventually got used to his presence. Harry found it to be a refreshing experience to be able to talk how he liked without dumbing himself down or having someone complain about his language or ruin the conversation in some way or form. Neither girl would complain if he swore. As a matter of fact, once they realized that he had no problem with swearing, they eased up enough to actually swear themselves. Harry had learnt some basic things about the girls. Apparently Tracy was considered a half-blood because one of her grandparents was a muggle, and the pureblood requirement for being a pureblood was to have at least 2 sets of magical grandparents plus 2 magical parents. Due to her blood status, she was looked down on in Slytherin, not hated but more like a second-class citizen as far as everyone was concerned. Daphne, on the other hand, was a pureblood member of the Greengrass family, a family that was nearly as rich as the Malfoy family but with a slightly longer history in Wizarding Britain. The two girls were also best friends and had been so since they were children. Harry was under the impression that it was Daphne's presence that made life more bearable for Tracy in Slytherin, but did not comment on it. Harry did not reveal anything important to the girls, just basic information about himself. Namely that he lived with muggles he disliked for a few years and was ignorant of the wizarding world until recently, and he also mentioned how he had recently moved into his godfather's home. He even explained his tattoo on his left hand but did not mention his Selena tattoo as the girls could not actually see it. The trio had also started discussing school. "I think potions class might actually be likable if not for the fact that Snape can't leave me alone long enough for me to actually make the damn potion," Harry said. "Yeah," Tracy frowned. "For someone who doesn't like you, he sure seeks you out." "Poor Potter," Daphne said as she gave him a pitying look. "Malfoy, Snape, dark wizards, you can't help but attract trouble," she said with a small smile. "Yes, that's what happens when you're as perfect as I am. Everyone wants a piece," Harry said with a fake smile. "Yeah, well." Tracy was interrupted as the door opened to reveal a small girl with blue eyes. "Daphne, I." The girl stopped and trailed off when she saw Harry sitting in the compartment. Harry Potter," she gasped out. "Hello," Harry said as he gave her a charming smile and took her hand in his own before giving her knuckles a small kiss. "Might I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "Astoria," the girl squeaked. Harry was suddenly surprised when Daphne began laughing. The girl's blushing face was now red for another reason as she glared at Daphne. "What?" she demanded. "I am glad that someone has finally been able to render you speechless," Daphne chuckled. Astoria suddenly went back to blushing. "I take it that you two know each other," Harry said. "Are you two related?" "Sisters, I'm guessing." "Yeah, they are," Tracy answered for Daphne. "Astoria over there is starting her first year." I hope you enjoy your time here," Harry said to Astoria. Thank you," Astoria said, recovering as quickly as she could. A memory suddenly pushed itself to the front of her mind. "Oh, is it true that you have become an animagus this summer?" she asked. "How did you know?" Harry's eyes narrowed. He was sure that Kingsley would have been intelligent and smart enough to know how to discreetly register him. Well, Astoria was slightly intimidated now but pushed on as she knew that it was not her that Harry was mad at. Me and a few first years were talking when we overheard some people talking about it. Who? Harry frowned even as his mind began guessing who it was. Ron's name came up on the list of people. Harry did wish that he could have done the animagus transformation on his own without letting anyone know, but he did need at least one experienced person to help just so he did not end up with a permanent paw or tail. We heard Malfoy and this red-headed boy talking about it. Astoria answered, pretty much confirming Harry's guess. So, is it true? Yes, Harry sighed as he made a mental note to find Ron and cut the redhead's tongue out of his mouth and sew his lips shut plus a kick in the balls for bad luck. I am. That is impressive. Daphne complimented him while Tracy had her jaw dropped slightly. You're an animagus at 15. Tracy breathed out with disbelief. That's incredible. Can I see? Astoria asked in a hopeful and excited voice. Well, it's kind of a big form so I can't really show you now, Harry said apologetically. Find me tomorrow when I have more room and I promise to show you. Fine, Astoria said, slightly disappointed but trusted him just enough to take him at his word. Astoria, not that I am not glad to see you, but wasn't here a point to your visit? Daphne asked. Oh, right, the train's nearly there so I came to get changed into my school clothes. Astoria said as she gestured to her trunk which was up with Daphne and Tracis. I will just go out so you three can get changed. Harry said as he stood up. Take your time, oh and keep the door locked and window closed. I don't want to give into the temptation of seeing three beauties like you with less clothes. Harry added as he walked out. Astoria blushed and Tracy gaped while Daphne shot a stinging hex at him that Harry barely managed to avoid before closing the door. Harry eventually arrived in the Great Hall after riding a carriage with Daphne and Tracy to the school and pretending that he did not see or hear people trying and failing at being discreet as they were talking about him. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table as was required for him as part of the feast. Harry was well aware that thanks to the tournament last year he was given a lot more freedom than he would have this year, so knew that if he did not want to spend his entire year in detention then he should at least make it appear like he was obeying the rules. Hi Harry, a voice said just as Angelina and Alicia sat opposite him while Katie slid into the seat next to him. How are you doing? Katie asked. I am doing great, how was your summer? Harry smiled. Katie shrugged. Same old, some old. Just a regular summer for me. Alicia commented. Me too, Angelina nodded. Now what is this we have been hearing about you becoming an animagus? Oh, Merlin on a bike, Harry sighed. Shall I assume that the whole school knows about it? With the speed of the rumor mill they will by the morning if they don't know by now. Katie replied. So is it true? She asked. Yep, Harry nodded. He sent a small glare in Ron's direction before turning back to the girls. I can show you guys when we get back to the common room. Oh, what animal is it? Angelina asked. I'll surprise you, Harry grinned before he turned to Alicia. Prefect huh? He asked right before he gestured to her prefect badge. Yep, Alicia nodded with a small bit of pride. Tattoo huh? She asked before gesturing to Harry's left hand. Yep, Harry nodded. Why that? Angelina asked as she pointed at it. Well, you know how my mother's name was Lily. Yeah, Katie nodded. Hence the flower. Angelina said as she pointed to it. Is the deer supposed to have something to do with your father? Alicia guessed. Right in one, Harry nodded. My father was also an animagus and could turn into a stag. Harry pointed to the stag head that was alternating its gaze between the three chasers. Harry was pretty sure that it was only the lack of legs and body that kept the stag from running up and down his whole body. Like father like son Angelina grinned. Well, Harry smirked. Not exactly. Harry said as he imagined what his father would be like upon seeing. Oh, the sorting is starting. Katie pointed out as she gestured to the front of the hall. One by one the first years began getting sorted. The only sorting that Harry paid any actual attention to was Astoria because she was pretty much the only kid he knew of the lot. The hat seemed still for several moments before it eventually settled on Ravenclaw. Astoria had a look that was somewhere between relief and disappointment before she smiled and walked towards the Ravenclaw table. Once the sorting was done it was time for the yearly welcoming feast. Dumbledore stood up from his chair as the hall went silent and began his speech. Dumbledore's speech went on for several minutes before it looked like it was nearing to a close. Tryouts for House Quidditch teams will take place on. Dumbledore was interrupted by a clearing of the throat. Everyone watched as a woman stood up and walked in front of the table and stood on stage. Dumbledore did not move for a moment before he sat down as if he did not mind what was happening. "Thank you, Headmaster," the woman said. She was dressed entirely in pink and had a face like a toad. Harry was not often one for judging people by their looks, but this was one case where he was totally judging by their looks. For those kind words. She continued, her voice was high-pitched and girly. Harry for some reason or the other felt an almost unnatural level of dislike for this woman despite barely knowing her. All he knew was he wanted to punch her in the throat and set her on fire. It was then that he remembered that she was Madame Umbridge, Fudge's undersecretary. He didn't like her then either. "It is lovely to be back at Hogwarts and to see all of you happy faces smiling up at me." Harry frowned and looked around. He noted how the teacher was also apparently either blind or delusional as nobody was smiling at her. In fact, most if not all people looked like they did not like her. Harry wasn't sure if they were experiencing the same unnatural dislike of her or if it was merely the fact that she was talking to them all like they were 5-year-olds. "I am sure that we will all be the best of friends." She smiled. "She means, pity friends, right?" Harry asked the chasers. "I do not have that much pity in me," Katie replied as various people in the hall began talking. Umbridge cleared her throat several times before silence returned to the hall. "The Minister and Ministry of Magic have always considered the education of students to be of incredibly vital importance." Umbridge continued speaking. "You are all born with rare gifts that need to be nurtured, trained and honed by careful instruction. I do believe that." As she continued, Harry was only half focusing on her words, mostly because he felt like he would rather focus on literally anything else. But he powered through just enough to understand the basics. It was unsaid but blatantly obvious that the minister had sent her to Hogwarts, likely because of Dumbledore's claims about Voldemort, and it was obvious that the Umbridge was here to take over the school. "All right, show us," Katie said as Harry and the other Gryffindors got back into the common room. Harry couldn't help but notice Ron and Hermione quickly make their way up to their rooms instead of spending time downstairs with the rest, the same way he noticed that Hermione's arm was in a sling. "Come on, Harry. Show us what?" Neville Longbottom asked. "Harry's going to show his animagus form," Alicia explained. "Blimey, you mean the rumor was true?" Dean asked. "Well, it is this time," Harry replied right before his body shifted. Harry was soon replaced by a white tiger. All the students gasped and looked at Harry in awe. Harry pulled his head back and let out a roar, not as loud as he could make it but just loud enough to be intimidating. After a few moments of the students gazing at him, Harry had transformed back into his human form. "Impressive, huh?" Harry grinned just before several people began cheering for him. Thank you. Hold on guys, I'm just going to go upstairs, I will be right back," Harry said right before he walked up to the fifth-year boy's room. When he entered, he saw Ron sitting on his bed. Ron was looking through his trunk and looking at his prefect badge. Harry did not know what Dumbledore was thinking by making Ron a prefect. Ron had just as many if not more detentions as Harry, plus his work was undoubtedly worse. Harry understood that after last year he was not likely to make prefect, but he had thought that perhaps Neville or Dean would be chosen, maybe even Seamus, but not Ron. Ron, who was smiling proudly at his badge, had not noticed Harry, nor did he notice Harry slowly and silently closing the door before he placed several privacy charms to ensure that the two would not be disturbed. "Hey Ron," Harry said as he leaned against the door and casually twirled his wand in his hand. Ron jumped slightly and looked towards the voice. When he saw it was Harry, he relaxed slightly. "I learned something interesting on the way to Hogwarts. Do you know what?" "What are you on about?" Ron asked, looking confused. "What I am on about is the fact that on the train ride a first year came up to me and was talking to me about how she and her friends had overheard Malfoy and a red-headed boy talking about the fact that I am an animagus," Harry said as he glared at the redhead. "I know you were shit at keeping secrets, but you couldn't even last a day." "Piss off," Ron said as he put his badge away. He stood up and confidently walked over to Harry. "I am a prefect," he said with a smile. "You're also an idiot," Harry said as he stopped leaning on the door. "You do realize that because of you the whole school will be talking about me, and because of you Kingsley had wasted a lot of unnecessary hours, discreetly, registering me instead of saving time registering me like a normal person." Harry asked. Ron's smile faltered for a few moments before he brought it back up at full force. I didn't mean to tell Malfoy, but it happened, so what are you going to do about it? Ron said in a challenging voice as he pushed Harry so Harry was against the door. I am a prefect and McGonagall is not exactly as fond of you as she used to be, so you'd better stay out of my way, Potter. Ron warned. What he did not expect was for Harry to start laughing. Oh, I am so sorry, Harry chuckled, but it almost sounded to me like that was a threat. Watch it, Potter, I am a prefect and you think this gives you power over me? Harry cut him off in an amused voice before he tutted his teeth. Ah, poor sweet and educated little Ronald, prefects can't give detentions. I remember that from Percy, who we both know would gladly have handed out detentions like sweets if he could. Second of all, you're not as smart as me or as book smart as Hermione, nor are you at the same magical level as either of us. Heck, I think your sister is probably stronger than you. You going to throw a punch? Fine, go on then. You'd get in trouble as well, and you would be doing it to the guy who fought a dark wizard who was 10 times better than you will ever be. What are you going to do? Oh wait, your power is in taking points, isn't it? Of course, I am in the same house as you, so when I lose points then you and Gryffindor suffer as well. I believe you are allowed to take no more than 30 points from a student in a day, is that correct? Let's say you take 30 from me every day because I tell you about how you're an idiot and how your mother would have been better off throwing you away and keeping the stork. You think the Gryffindors will care? No, they will hate you for costing them points. So Ronald, what exactly was your leverage against me? Harry smirked as he barely managed to hold in his laughter while Ron turned red. Fuck off, Potter. Ron snarled as he turned away. You arrogant prick, he said as he walked off. Your mother should have. Ron found himself cut off as he fell face first to the floor. Harry, who had closed the distance, quickly kicked Ron between the legs before hitting him with a body bind. The redhead cried out and wheezed in pain as his hands snapped to the sides of his body, taking away the chance to alleviate the pain. Don't. Harry kicked Ron in the side. Talk. Harry kicked him once more. About my mother. Harry finished with a final kick. He flicked his wand and Ron rose in the air before hanging upside down with his head at about Harry's height. Harry threw a silencing spell at the redhead's mouth so he didn't hear him. You know something, Ron, Harry said as he yanked his hair. I never liked you, Harry hissed. You were always a pain in my side that I had to put up with, first year. Harry punched Ron in the face. Second and third, Harry punched him 2 more times, breaking Ron's nose. Ron cried out even though he couldn't be heard. Last year. Harry added before he punched Ron 1 more time. There are levels of torture that I hope you give me an excuse to use, but right now you're just a prick, so I won't kill you. All I can do is pray that you give me a reason to do so. Harry dropped Ron on the bed and stunned him. Harry obliviated him and removed the part where Harry assaulted him and replaced it with the belief that Ron had simply insulted him before he left. Harry made it look like Ron had simply fallen asleep in his school clothes and had also reluctantly healed the damage he had inflicted on Ron. Harry was tempted to have Ron remember what happened, but that was just inviting more trouble for him. Harry hit Ron with a sleeping charm right. He left the silencing charm as he knew it would wear off by morning time, and if Harry and the others had a night without Ron snoring, then all the better. The sleeping charm wasn't particularly powerful, but should Ron happen to oversleep and miss the first couple of lessons or get waken up by someone and forced to go to classes, then Harry would not say anything. Harry smirked before he undid his charms on the door and walked back downstairs while making a mental note to hit Ron with some prank spells in the morning before he left. Harry. Harry heard a voice call. He turned around to see the youngest Greengrass sister walking towards him. Hello, I remember your name, Astoria, right? Harry asked as she stopped in front of him. Yes, I am. She smiled, looking pleased that he remembered. Are you going to the Great Hall? It is breakfast time, so yeah. Harry nodded. He watched as her face shifted from happy to embarrassed. I was out exploring and got lost. Harry guessed. Why? Yeah, she said, lowering her head slightly. Come on then, Harry said as he tapped her on the back and signaled her to follow him. Harry began walking with Astoria quickly following after him and walking alongside him. Don't worry about it, you are not the first and you probably won't be the last person to get lost. Thank you, Astoria said in a quiet voice. So Ravenclaw, huh? Harry asked as the two walked together. I think I am smart. Astoria smiled. Suppose we will see, won't we? If you don't mind me asking, yesterday you looked a bit weird about being sorted into Ravenclaw. I thought that I was going to go in Slytherin like Daphne. Astoria confessed. Don't suppose it matters either way. Harry replied. A house is a house. Harry said, earning a smile from Astoria. Oh, can I see your animagus form now? Astoria asked, remembering her conversation with him from the train. You promised, remember? I did promise, didn't I? Harry nodded just as he stopped, with Astoria stopping next to him. All right, ready? Harry asked. Yeah. Astoria nodded as her face took on an excited look. Stay ready. Harry grinned right before he shifted into his tiger form. Whoa. Astoria gasped as she jumped back, her eyes were wide in disbelieving as she looked at him. Harry looked quite amused despite being a tiger. He greeted her in the form of a chuffing noise. Wow. Astoria breathed out. You're so beautiful. Can I touch you? She asked hopefully. Harry nodded. Astoria tentatively raised her hand and placed it at his head. Wow, she said before she began petting him. That feels so nice. Oh, can I ride you? Astoria asked, however as soon as the words came out of her mouth she began looking apologetic. Oh, I am sorry, that's probably rude, and Astoria found herself cut off as Harry laid down on the floor. Oh, I guess that means I can ride you? She asked. Harry nodded and Astoria smiled before climbing on Harry's back. Harry slowly rose up as he did not want to throw the girl off. Astoria giggled as Harry began walking towards the hall. Previously Harry was going to keep his animagus form hidden or at least not bring attention to it, but he realized that after Ron let it slip then there was no real point in doing so. Might as well own it. Harry slowly walked towards the great hall with Astoria holding onto his neck and doing her best to not pull on his fur. The duo attracted more than a fair share of stares and shocked looks. Apparently a first-year Ravenclaw riding a white tiger was not a common sight, who knew? When the two arrived at the Great Hall everyone in the hall stared at them. As of the moment only a few students had woken up and the only teachers currently at the teachers' table were all the head of houses apart from Snape. Two of those students were Daphne and Tracy, who were sat at the Slytherin table with gaping mouths. Everyone watched as Harry calmly walked over to the Ravenclaw table. He got down onto the floor and allowed Astoria to climb off. Thank you. Astoria smiled as she got off. She was slightly embarrassed from all the attention she was getting but was more happy just because she was able to actually ride a tiger. Harry shifted back into his human form and smiled at her. You're welcome, now you go and enjoy breakfast. Harry said as he ruffled her hair before he headed to the Slytherin table. He glanced back and saw many Ravenclaws quickly trying to sit next to Astoria. He sat at the Slytherin table, opposite Daphne and Tracy with a smirk on his face. Hello ladies. Harry smiled at them before he started eating. What was that? Daphne blurted out. That was me making your sister cool. You are welcome by the way. Harry said after swallowing. Your animagus form is a tiger. That's so cool. Tracy exclaimed. Thanks. Harry replied before turning to Daphne. Your sister was lost and we met as she was trying to find her way to the Great Hall. She reminded me how I promised to show her my animagus form and it just went from there. Well, thank you for helping her. Daphne said eventually. You're welcome. By the way, not that I mind, but why are you sitting here at the Slytherin table? Daphne asked. Shouldn't you be sitting at the Gryffindor table? As far as I am aware there are no rules against sitting at other tables, besides I would like to think that the three of us are friends, so why can't I sit with my friends? Harry asked. Potter. A voice stopped any reply from the girls. The trio looked up to see Malfoy standing there with Crabbe and Goyle behind him as usual. Hello Malfoy, you look the same as usual. Harry said in a sad voice. Shut it, Potter. What are you doing at the Slytherin table? Malfoy glared at Harry. I am sitting, Malfoy. If the act is too complicated for you to understand then I can explain it to you. Harry replied. You don't belong at the Slytherin table, Potter. Malfoy, you have your entire life to be an ass. Just do us a favor and take today off. Harry replied in a bored voice. Leave, Potter. Malfoy ordered. I don't see why I should. There are no rules against sitting at other house tables, plus I am sitting with my friends. Harry said as he gestured to Daphne and Tracy. Friends. Malfoy, I am truly losing all hope for you if you do not even know what friends are. It is basically like your relationship with Crabbe and Goyle, except the girls don't suck my cock. Harry replied in a dry voice. Malfoy's face turned an almost Weasley shade of red. What is going on here? A drawling voice interrupted, stopping Malfoy from saying anything. They all turned to see Professor Snape stop in front of them. Hello Professor, how are you today? Harry asked in a polite voice. He was tempted to just insult the man, but he knew that he was no longer protected by the rules of the tournament and therefore he was susceptible to point loses and detention. Of course he could refuse the detentions, but that would invite more trouble, and for now at least Harry would have preferred not to have that. He would also be a fool to not consider how useful a good reputation could be for him. Sure, he had a few rocky starts in second and fourth year, but he was pretty sure he could make it work. Besides, doing what he wants without getting into trouble is part of the fun. I would be a lot better if I did not have to see your face, Potter. Snape sneered at him. Draco snorted, but Harry did not react. Why are you sitting at the Slytherin table? Because I wanted to talk with my friends, Harry said as he gestured to Daphne and Tracy. Listen Potter, you arrogant brat. What is happening here? A girlish voice asked as Madame Umbridge walked up to them. Hello Professor, Harry said to her before Snape or Malfoy could say anything. The Professor and Mr. Malfoy were simply asking me about why I was sitting at the Slytherin table. I was merely explaining how I wanted to sit with my friends and how there are no rules against sitting at other tables. Mr. Potter is correct about the rules, Umbridge said to Snape. And I do believe I heard you insulting Mr. Potter. That is hardly professional, is it, Professor Snape? She asked. Snape looked like he was resisting the urge to glare at her. Instead he settled for storming off. Harry did not know what the man was thinking, but it made him look like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum. Good day Mr. Potter, Umbridge said to Harry before walking off. Harry felt a shiver go down his body and suddenly felt dirty as an urge to wash himself briefly came over him, but he pushed it aside. Yes, the woman may have done something nice for him and pissed off Snape, both things that he liked. She was just creepy and Harry could tell that there was something she wanted from him. You think you're so special, Potter? Malfoy snarled at Harry, furious that once more things had gone the way that Harry wanted. Malfoy, are you always this big of an idiot, or do you just wish to show off when I am around? Harry said as he rolled his eyes. It is amusing to listen to you try and fit your whole vocabulary into one sentence, but you should really stop. You are just embarrassing yourself. I do not engage in battle with the unarmed, which is why I will not fight you in a battle of wits. I'd recommend trying your luck at something easier, like those 2 trolls behind you. They're about a level above your speed, but I am sure that you could reach their mental capabilities with enough dedication and practice. Screw you, Potter. I have no doubt that you wish to Malfoy, but once more, I am straight. Harry shrugged. I am sorry if that disappoints you. I assume that disappointment is something your family is used to, though. After all, what else would your parent call you? Harry smirked at Malfoy. Malfoy growled and moved to remove his wand, only to pause when he saw Harry's wand pointed at his crotch. No, go on Malfoy. You were about to act like a man for the first time in your life. Shame that if you continue to do so it will be the last time in your life. Harry said as he gave Malfoy a challenging look. Malfoy gave Harry a look of pure hatred before he stormed off, with Crabbe and Goyle following after him. Harry rolled his eyes again and returned to his breakfast. Well, Potter, Daphne said after a few moments. At least you keep things entertaining, she commented. I try my best. Harry grinned. Soon it was time for the first defense class of the year. When Harry entered, he sat at the back just in front of the desk that Daphne and Tracy shared. In the defense classroom, the students were all waiting for the defense teacher to arrive. Some were playing and others were chatting. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley were, subtly, glaring at Harry, who was currently looking back and talking to the 2 Slytherin girls. She probably won't be that bad, Daphne said optimistically when they began discussing what the lesson would be like. Please, Harry snorted. Quirrell was an incompetent, stuttering idiot who only taught theory for the most part, Harry said as he decided not to mention that the man had Voldemort sticking out the back of his head. Lockhart was an incompetent dumbass who only wanted book sales. Moody turned out to not be Moody and in fact a Death Eater disguised as him. Our only competent defense teacher so far was Professor Lupin, and as far as the Ministry is concerned he is just a dark creature. Maybe we will be surprised, but I highly doubt it would be in a good way. At that precise moment Dolores Umbridge entered the room from the teacher's entrance. She started off by burning a paper bird that was flying around the classroom. effectively killing the happy mood at a speed that could only be beat by a group of dementors. "Good morning, class," she said in a sickly sweet voice as she gave them a wide and disturbing smile. "No, no, that won't do," she said when the class gave a half-hearted reply. "A little louder please. Good morning, class." "Good morning, Madam Umbridge," the class said reluctantly. Not Harry though. Part of growing up and attending Muggle schools meant that he had to take part in the school plays. And unlike Dudley, Harry had quickly realized he could not sing, so always just stood at the back and mouthed the words, which turned out to be good practice for now. "I told you so," Harry whispered to Daphne and Tracy as Umbridge walked to the front of the class. The former gave him a small nod as she was already able to tell that the lesson was not going to be as good as she would have liked. Umbridge's ridiculously cheery attitude was already ruining it. There, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Ordinary wizarding level examinations, Umbridge spoke as the words formed on the blackboard, more commonly known as owls. "Study hard and you will be rewarded, fail to do so and the consequences may be severe." She smirked. Harry along with others did not miss how the woman seemed disturbingly happy at the mention of consequences. Umbridge waved her wand and books flew off of the teacher table with one going to each person. "Your previous instruction on this subject has been disturbingly uneven, but you'll be pleased to know that from now on you'll be following a carefully structured, ministry-approved course of magic. Has everyone got their copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Silkard?" she asked. The class responded at a barely heard level. "No," Umbridge tutted her teeth, "that will not do at all. When I ask a question I expect a yes, Professor Umbridge, or a no, Professor Umbridge. Now does everyone have their copy?" "Yes, Professor Umbridge." The class droned. "Good," Umbridge smiled, wands away, read Chapter 1, "There will be no need to talk." She said. "Yes," she asked when Hermione raised her left hand. "There's nothing in here about using defensive spells," Hermione pointed out. "Using spells?" Umbridge let out a short and amused laugh. "I can't imagine why you'd want to use spells in my classroom," she said as if the very thought was ridiculous. "We're not going to use magic," Ron asked with disbelief. "You'll be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." "What use is that?" Ron asked. "If we're going to be attacked, it's not going to be risk-free." Harry rolled his eyes. He was doing a lot of that recently, and focused in the direction of the book in his hand. "Students will raise their hands in my classroom." Umbridge turned around as if the sight of Ron upset her. A moment later she turned back and spoke to the class with a smile. "Professor," Hermione once again raised her left hand. "Isn't there a practical portion for our owl exams? It is the view of the ministry," Umbridge spoke, "that a theoretical approach will be more than sufficient in helping you pass your exams. Without practicing them first," Ron blurted out with disbelief. "You are to raise your hand first, Mr. Weasley," Ron said, answering the unasked question about his name. "But what I was basically saying was you can't expect us to just do the theory and not practice against what's out there. There is nothing out there. Who do you imagine would want to harm children such as yourself?" Umbridge asked. Harry took a lot of effort to stop himself from reacting when in all honesty he was willing to go up to the front and write an entire list of possible dangers. "Oh, I don't know. How about you know who?" Ron said. "Dumbledore says he is back." "Ah, but Dumbledore has no proof," Umbridge countered with an annoying smirk. "Mr. Potter has never publicly stated that you know who has returned. The only people who have claimed so are Dumbledore and his followers in a rather obvious attempt to ignite panic and chaos. The ministry will not tolerate such lies." "Mr. Potter, would you like to say something?" Umbridge asked Harry, who glanced up from the book. "Not really." Harry shrugged before he returned to his book. Umbridge gave a pleased smile before walking back and sitting at her desk while Hermione barely kept Ron from saying anything more. "I cannot believe you read that book and didn't fall asleep," Tracy commented as she, Daphne and Harry walked out of defense class. "Please, I am not reading that bullshit," Harry snorted. "I read a bit of it before class and skimmed the rest. It's shit." "But you were reading it in class," Daphne pointed out. "Was I?" Harry smirked as he pulled his book out. He waved his wand around it and the cover changed into one that said, 100 Unique Curses. "You were pretending," Daphne blurted out. "Genius. I wish I had thought of that." "Stop it, you'll make me blush. I can show you both how to do it later. If you want." "Thanks, Harry." Tracy smiled at him. Harry smiled back at the two, looking very pleased with himself. By the way they were looking at him, he was pretty sure that he had just mastered friendship. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.